Liang Luo awoke to find himself traversing into a new world of universal sailing. This realm is rife with terrifying islands, exotic pirates, and survivalists engaged in intricate schemes. He began his journey with a rare item, the Book of Human Puppet Creation, thus becoming a hands-off manager. When the islands posed dangers that others dared not face, my puppets would not hesitate. In this perilous and challenging maritime world, let us observe how Liang Luo forges his path through thorns to ascend to the throne of oceanic supremacy. Chapter 1. The Universal Sailing World. Had there been an earthquake? Liang Luo abruptly opened his eyes to discover his home trembling. Wait, why is the bed so hard? Where's my newly purchased mattress? This place feels unfamiliar. He executed a roll and sat upright, surveying his surroundings, realizing that he was not in his own room, but upon a boundless expanse of ocean, lying not on a bed, but on a dilapidated wooden boat. Oh, it turns out it was merely a dream. Thus, he thought it inconsequential and attempted to lie back down and continue sleeping. Liang Luo closed his heavy eyelids, yet the hard wooden planks caused his entire body to ache. Something felt amiss. He sat up once more, reopening his eyes to still behold the vast ocean. He slapped his own face twice to jolt himself out of the dream, the sting serving as a reminder. What the hell? This doesn't seem like a dream. Where am I? Liang Luo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, taking a deep breath to steady himself and adapt to his circumstances. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a freshness he hadn't inhaled in years. The waves softly lapped against the wooden boat as Liang Luo cupped seawater in his hands, taking a tentative sip, salty and bitter. How is this possible? Have I been kidnapped? Liang Luo was utterly bewildered. He had securely locked his doors and windows before sleeping, and the neighborhood was known for its safety. Moreover, who would be bored enough to abduct a mere mortal? I possess no wealth. What purpose would there be in kidnapping me? Even if it were a kidnapping, where are the abductors? They could at least come forth to say something. Why leave me adrift on this endless ocean? Liang Luo sighed in exasperation. Accepting reality, no amount of fretting would change his situation, so he resolved to assess his current predicament. He found himself in a small wooden boat, approximately 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, its weathered hull suggesting it had seen better days. The vessel contained only a single rotting oar and a square box. Modern conveniences such as a mobile phone were conspicuously absent, making it impossible to call for help. Liang Luo approached the box and opened it, revealing a pack of compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water. This deduction was based on his observations, as the biscuits and water bottles bore no labels, brand names, production dates, or expiration dates, not even indicating their contents. Additionally, within the box lay a pair of burlap trousers, a shirt, a pair of cloth shoes, a stone axe, and a pickaxe. It was then that he remembered he was still clad in the same attire as the night before, a sports t-shirt and loose shorts. The sea breeze had turned slightly chilly. Liang Luo donned the burlap clothing, which fit him surprisingly well. Suddenly, a blue system interface materialized before him, appearing as a holographic projection that seemed operable with a touch. Then, a female electronic voice echoed in his mind. Survivor Liang Luo, welcome to the maritime world. I am your auxiliary system, bound to the vessel beneath your feet. Should you lose your ship, you will forfeit the support of this system. Please feel free to ask any questions you may have. A system? Could it be that he had crossed over with a system in tow? He stared blankly at the panel, tentatively inquiring. Hello, may I ask where this is? Ding! This is the grand maritime world. The system replied in a clear, tranquil voice. Is there more? Liang Luo anticipated further elaboration from the system, but it fell silent. This was tantamount to saying nothing at all. He pressed on. How can I return to my original world? Ding! I'm sorry, but you cannot return. Another silence ensued. This system certainly chose its words sparingly. Liang Luo pondered the implications of this revelation and surmised that he might have been unwittingly drawn into a survival-themed reality show. He recalled films depicting wealthy individuals abducting people to deserted islands for games akin to a battle royale. He continued to inquire, am I the only one here, or are there others? The system responded, ding. In addition to you, a total of 5 billion individuals from Blue Star were transported here last night. At last, a useful piece of information. 5 billion people. A battle royale? What kind of power could possibly transport that many individuals to the ocean in a single night? Liang Luo pressed further. Are you an extraterrestrial civilization? The system replied, ding. This question falls outside the scope of my responses. Very well. Liang Luo concluded that dwelling on how he arrived in this world was of little significance. The system had no intention of allowing his return. Liang Luo asked, what functions do you possess? The system answered, ding. Please check the system functions on the panel. With a sigh, Liang Luo found himself exasperated with the aloof system and settled down to explore the system panel. The main panel was remarkably simple, featuring 6 circular modules resembling apps, ships, personal, global channel, regional channel, system shop, and system messages. He decided to explore each in turn, first opening the ship's module, which displayed the following succinct information. Ship level, 0, status, 100. Upgrade requirements, 5 units of wood. Next, he clicked on the personal module, revealing, name, Liang Luo. Attributes, average values for adult males are 10. Strength, 8. Agility, 12. Constitution, 8. Spirit, 12. Magic none. Skill, archery proficiency LV0, 12. His agility and spirit were commendable, and Liang Luo reveled in his stats, completely overlooking the fact that both strength and constitution were a mere 8, along with the archery proficiency. He recalled that a year prior, an archery range had opened downstairs, offering a promotion of 1,000 credits for a 1,000 credit deposit. Intrigued, he had entered to try it out. Unbeknownst to him, the enthusiastic female instructor provided hands-on guidance, and with the allure of green bubbles, he impulsively deposited 1,000 credits. Since then, whenever he had a spare moment, he would go to shoot a few arrows, not realizing that the system had counted this skill as well. What astonished Liang Luo the most was the presence of spells on the interface. What on earth were spells? Speaking of this system panel, the holographic projection could be activated or deactivated merely by thought, without the need for verbal commands. This did not resemble the technology of Blue Star in any conceivable way, and the information available was still far too scant. Consequently, he proceeded to open the World Channel app, which featured options for chatting and trading. Upon clicking the chat section, he discovered a vibrant atmosphere, bustling with activity. Regrettably, the messages scrolled by at such a rapid pace that they nearly left an afterimage. Glancing at the upper left corner, he noted the total number of participants was indeed 5 billion. Furthermore, the majority of the conversations were not in Chinese, encompassing a myriad of languages from various nations, rendering it utterly incomprehensible. Liang Luo resolved to explore further and clicked on the World Trade option, only to find it utterly barren. He could sell items here, but he needed to acquire a tool known as the World Horn. The World Horn could be purchased with system currency at the price of 100 system coins. After checking his own balance, he discovered, unsurprisingly, that it stood at 0. The World Channel page was remarkably simplistic, devoid of any additional content. Liang Luo then opened the Regional Channel app, and as he had surmised, the discussions within were conducted entirely in Chinese. Observing that the total number of participants was 100,000, he noted that the chat messages flew by at an astonishing speed. By pressing his finger on the scroll bar, he could discern the content, which was a cacophony of lamentations. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Hey, this is a kidnapping, right? Are you aware that you are breaking the law? Everyone, do you still have your phones? Have you called the police? To the one above, I am a police officer, and I believe you need not report anything, for I too am at sea. I feel nauseous at the mere sight of the ocean. What should I do? I am waiting online. Everyone, please quiet down. The biscuits and water in the boxes are safe to consume. I have verified them, and the water is quite sweet. Do you all have clothes? I slept without any last night. Ha ha, there's a naked man here. Woo woo, I am a woman. To the girl above, did you not check the boxes? There are clothes inside. Wow, I can hardly believe it. My severed hand has miraculously grown back. How wondrous. Indeed, I too experienced a miracle. After being confined to a wheelchair for 10 years, my legs can now move. I can run and jump. Thank you, system. I have decided not to return. Chapter 2. The Welfare Island. Upon reading the last 2 comments, Liang Luo suddenly realized that he was not wearing his glasses, yet everything appeared astonishingly clear. As if his years of myopia had been miraculously cured. He continued to scroll through the comments, most of which were filled with trivialities about wanting to return. Although some offered serious analyses of the current situation, while others, knowledgeable in navigation, shared their insights. The regional chat had a limit on participation, allowing each person 3 free messages per day, with a maximum of 100 words per message. Any additional messages required a payment of 3 system coins each. Liang Luo then opened the trading market within the regional channel, where items could be sold directly without the need for any horns. He could simply scan items to list them for sale, aided by the system's built-in photo function. Several listings had already appeared, mostly offering personal clothing in exchange for a bottle of water or food. The majority were women's items, but there were also men's underwear being sold, which Liang Luo found perplexing. Who would buy such things? The final app was the System Mall, which boasted an array of items, weapons, food, and water, albeit at exorbitant prices. He tested it out. A 500 milliliter bottle of mineral water cost 100 system coins in the mall, while the identical bottle he possessed could only be sold to the system for a mere 1 system coin. A staggering 100-fold disparity. Liang Luo found it perplexing what purpose such steep prices served. In any case, he had no system coins to spare and could not afford to purchase anything. Thus, he promptly closed the system mall. Next came the system notifications, with several red characters displayed at the bottom of the screen. You have received 3 new system announcements. Liang Luo opened them one by one. The first message chimed, "Greetings, survivors. Welcome to the magnificent world of sailing. This realm is rife with monsters and fraught with danger. Only the truly formidable may sail into the distance. Yet here, one may also obtain unprecedented mysterious powers. Opportunities and challenges abound. Unleash your wisdom and courage. For you may rise to become the master of the seas or perish in the vast ocean. We eagerly await your performance. This was the first announcement, resembling a prologue to the game. Opening the second announcement, a line of text appeared. The first 7 days serve as a novice protection period. During this time, survivors will not be attacked by sea beasts nor encounter harsh maritime conditions. After 7 days, the first phase of this world will commence. The third announcement stated, a new island has been refreshed. This world has only once revealed a welfare island, located nearby, and it will exist for 4 days. We encourage all to explore vigorously. With that, Liang Luo was momentarily stunned. The information contained within these announcements was substantial, particularly the third one, which indicated the presence of an island nearby, promising welfare. He immediately stood up and scanned his surroundings, soon spotting an island to his left and rear, albeit at a considerable distance. Without further contemplation, he seized a wooden paddle from the boat and began to row towards it. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the rules, the system's words implied that this island was a gift for newcomers, and it could only exist for 4 days. Liang Luo did not quite grasp what it meant for an island to exist for only 4 days, but he understood the urgency of reaching it without delay. With the dilapidated paddle in hand, he rowed left and right, unexpectedly finding the task of rowing to be exhausting. He had rowed boats in the small lakes of parks before without feeling fatigued, but here, amidst the boundless ocean, his progress felt excruciatingly slow. During his rowing, he noticed several treasure chests floating on the surface of the sea, their deep brown color making them quite conspicuous. There were several chests, but they were all far away. He managed to retrieve one, a square chest with a rounded lid, crafted from wood. Inside, he found a loaf of bread and a bottle of cola. As he removed the contents, the chest instantly transformed into white light and vanished, leaving him in awe at the inexplicable nature of it all. Liang Luo chose not to pursue the other treasure chests, as they were not aligned with the island, and his rowing speed was far too slow. It was now 10 a.m. He had arrived in this world at 8 a.m., and the system panel displayed the time. After rowing for over an hour with minimal advancement, he surmised that if he diverted to collect other chests, he might not reach the island by nightfall. Exhausted, he decided to take a brief respite, nibbling on some compressed biscuits and sipping water before resuming his journey. Ultimately, by 3 p.m., he finally reached the sandy beach of the island. His arms ached tremendously, and his palms were raw. Liang Luo felt as though his hands no longer belonged to him. He dragged the boat onto the beach and sat down, taking deep breaths of the fresh air, while the melodious chirping of birds echoed from afar. Looking up, he observed that the island was quite small. He could see its entirety at a glance, estimating the distance between its two ends to be no more than 2 kilometers. The island was adorned with lush green grass, devoid of towering mountains, featuring a few low trees and rocks. Upon closer inspection, he noticed some white, fluffy objects that appeared to be some sort of animal. Overall, the island exuded an enchanting beauty and tranquility, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. He scooped up a handful of sand, letting it slip through his fingers. The sand was warm and had a fine texture. Such a picturesque scene would undoubtedly inspire poetry and dreams among the artistic youth back in the world of Blue Star, serving as a coveted destination for social media influencers. Exhausted, Liang Luo accessed the system, opting to rest for a moment and check the regional chat. He discovered that many had already reached the island. Didn't the system say there were benefits on the island? Where are all the beautiful ladies? Upstairs. The system mentioned a welfare island. Did you think it was a lowly island? You're overthinking it. Hey, how come all of you made it to the island? Aren't you going to collect those treasure chests floating in the sea? My island has nothing but trees and weeds. What kind of benefit is this? Upstairs. Having trees is still a benefit, right? Didn't you see that the upgrade requirements for boats need wood? My island is just a barren expanse. So frustrating. You two upstairs are lucky. My island has a fierce wolf dog, and I don't dare venture far. Guys, let us chop some trees quickly. The end of the universe is all about tree felling. What did you all find in your treasure chests? I got a lighter. I've opened 3, and they were all bread. I found 2 towels. Who wants to trade for one? I got a fishing rod, huh? The happy life of a fisherman is about to begin. Wow, upstairs is truly lucky. Hey, true luck is right here. My island has a small stream with crystal clear water. If anyone needs fresh water, message me privately. Grin. Liang Luo opened the regional trading section and noticed that, in just half a day, many valuable items had already surfaced. There were handmade wooden spears, toothbrushes, soaps, and various articles of clothing, all in demand in exchange for fresh water and food. Fresh water was also being sold, with sellers being fortunate enough to have ponds or streams on their islands, and containers for holding water had become the most sought-after commodities. Artisans were selling their handcrafted wooden cups with great success. Seeing all this, Liang Luo felt a surge of urgency. His island was relatively distant, and the time spent rowing had already put him behind others. Ignoring his fatigue, he rose and fetched a stone axe and iron pickaxe from his boat, venturing inland. He decided to try his hand at chopping trees. Approaching a tree with a diameter of about 30 centimeters, he swung the axe, only to hear a dull thud as the blade sank in less than a centimeter. This axe was utterly ineffective. After several more attempts, he realized how challenging it was to chop down a tree. At that moment, he envied the female survivors who wielded iron axes, as they would undoubtedly find the task far easier. After 30 minutes of relentless effort, the tree finally toppled, and Liang Luo collapsed to the ground, his hands aching and his wrists numb. System, how many units of wood does such a tree yield? Liang Luo inquired. The system chimed, ding. The new identification feature has been activated, allowing you to assess items independently. Liang Luo opened the system's homepage and indeed found the identification function added. He pointed at a tree on the ground, and the system displayed a poplar tree, redeemable for 1 unit of wood. Chapter 3, The Pig Rabbit. Exhausted from his labor, Liang Luo pondered the inefficiency of such meager rewards. He resolved to explore the island further. In the distance, he spotted some grayish-white, fluffy creatures. Tightening his grip on the iron pickaxe, he approached a solitary animal. It appeared relatively small, approximately 1 meter in length, with no tail and long, swaying ears. It seemed preoccupied with grazing. Liang Luo stealthily advanced, clutching his pickaxe, and as the creature lifted its head to glance at him, their eyes met. Could it be a rabbit? He had never encountered a rabbit of such size before. His apprehension dissipated. After all, it was just a rabbit, an animal unlikely to pose a threat. He continued his approach, and to his surprise, the rabbit did not flee. Instead, it stared at him curiously, exuding an endearing charm. At this proximity, he could utilize the identification feature. He pointed his finger, and the system chimed again. Ding. Pig rabbit, a herbivorous creature. Characterized by a gentle and timid disposition, lazy yet delectable, rarity level 40. Delectable? Those 4 words resonated deeply. Who among the citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom did not relish succulent meat? Since it showed no inclination to escape, Liang Luo thought, well then, here I come. He approached the pig rabbit, examining it closely. Despite its rabbit-like head and long ears, it bore a pig's snout and trotters, its body plump and round, resembling a farm-raised pig. When he reached out to touch it, it remained unperturbed, gazing at him with wide eyes devoid of any wariness, likely a consequence of its secluded existence in a tranquil environment. The pig rabbit's appearance was undeniably adorable, a sight that would surely delight many a girl. Taking a deep breath, Liang Luo raised his pickaxe and, with a forceful swing, brought it down. With a sickening thud, the pickaxe sank into the creature's skull, warm blood gushing forth. He paused for a moment of silence for the pig rabbit. Murmuring an apology, cuteness was of no consequence when faced with the allure of deliciousness. This sudden act caught the attention of 2 other pig rabbits nearby, who merely glanced over before returning to their grazing. Liang Luo was astonished by their nonchalance. Indeed, it proved true that as long as the slaughtherer's blade did not hover over them, they were indifferent to the fate of others. Wiping the blood from his hands, he approached the 2 remaining pig rabbits. With swift precision, he dispatched another, the blood splattering onto its companion's face. Finally sensing danger, it turned and fled. Liang Luo had expected the rabbit to sprint away with remarkable speed, but to his astonishment, it moved at a pace akin to that of an elderly gentleman on a morning jog, far too hefty to run swiftly. He now understood why this island was dubbed a welfare-level paradise. These creatures were both delectable and slow, merely a generous gift to those fortunate enough to inhabit this place. He quickly caught up, delivering 2 swift strikes to end its life, and dragged 3 rabbits back to the beach. On his way, he discovered a treasure chest nestled among the grass. This one made of gray-black iron, its thin metal exterior promising little security. Inside lay a heavy block of black iron, too weighty to lift with one hand. The system identified it. Ordinary grade steel, 1 unit. This material would be of no immediate use, but the phrase ordinary grade piqued his curiosity. He inquired of the system, what are the various levels of items in this world? Ding. The items in this world are categorized from low to high as follows. Inferior grade, ordinary grade, fine grade, excellent grade, perfect grade, supreme grade, epic grade, legendary grade, and mythical grade. Goodness, with so many classifications, it was futile to memorize them all. Knowing that his axe was of inferior quality sufficed. Upon inspection, he confirmed that his stone axe was indeed inferior grade, while the iron pickaxe was classified as ordinary grade. Having gathered this information, Liang Luo stowed away the iron block and returned to the ship to process the rabbit carcasses. By now, the sun was nearing 6 o'clock, casting an orange hue across the sky, the evening light dancing upon the surface of the sea. Liang Luo had little time to appreciate the beautiful scenery, for he needed to attempt the fire-starting method he had seen survival experts employ. After all, he couldn't eat the rabbits raw. He took a piece of wood, carved a hole into it, placed some dry grass inside, sharpened a wooden stake, and began to twirl it vigorously. Ugh! Liang Luo gritted his teeth, hands fervently rubbing the stake. However, after several minutes, his palms were blistered, and not a wisp of smoke appeared. Frustrated, he hurled the stake into the sea, realizing that theory and practice were worlds apart. With no other option, Liang Luo opened the system to explore regional trading for fire-starting tools. The selection had expanded. A myriad of goods displayed before him, complete with a search bar. He typed in the keyword fire, and, as anticipated, several items appeared. Lighters, flintstones, torches, and matches, among others. He examined each item in detail. The lighter, an image revealed it to be the cheapest plastic kind sold in supermarkets, priced at 5 units of wood. What? Do they know how long it takes to fell a tree? How can they charge such exorbitant prices? Liang Luo cursed the merchant for his unscrupulousness. Next, he looked at the flintstone, also demanding 5 units of wood. This is even less practical than the lighter, he thought, moving on to the matches, which were even more outrageous. 1 match for a single unit of wood. Good heavens. You expect me to trade a substantial piece of wood for such a tiny match? What if it doesn't even ignite? Is there no justice? No law? Feeling increasingly disheartened, Liang Luo browsed further, each merchant's prices climbing ever higher. It seemed evident that few were adept at the art of fire starting. After all, those who possessed the means to create fire would likely keep the tools for themselves rather than sell them. Thus, he resigned himself to approach the first merchant, who offered a lighter for 5 units of wood, a comparatively fair deal. The merchant's chat name was a combination of his real name and a number, Hu Jiangwo, a name suggesting he belonged to the generation of the 60s. Liang Luo sent a message. Hello, brother. May I ask if I could trade meat for that lighter? I have no wood. After a minute, Hu Jiangwo replied. What kind of meat? A flicker of hope ignited within Liang Luo. The merchant was intrigued. He promptly sent a screenshot of the system's identification of the pig rabbit, emphasizing its delectable quality. Hu Jiangwo responded. How do you propose to trade? Liang Luo replied. This one weighs around 20 pounds. You can take 10 pounds and leave me with the other 10. He considered this offer reasonable, especially since he had observed that meat was scarce in the market. Most people avoided hunting carnivorous animals, and common prey like cattle or wild boars were deemed too dangerous to pursue. Animals like goats and deer were swift, making them difficult to catch. As such, 2 to 3 pounds of meat could typically be exchanged for 1 unit of wood. Hu Jiangwo's response was curt. I find your offer rather irritating. Fire is essential for survival. I won't starve without a meal. If you lack sincerity, there's no point in negotiating. Liang Luo chuckled softly and replied, Brother, you must be from the Sichuan Chongqing region, right? Your words carry a certain tone. Consider this. We are at sea. Fish are abundant, but meat is scarce. If you miss this opportunity, it will be impossible to find meat again once the island disappears. Moreover, your lighter came from a wooden chest, correct? It's an inferior grade item, with low rarity. As more people discover such items, the price will inevitably drop. After sending that message, he noticed Hu Jiangwo had fallen silent. Seizing the moment, Liang Luo continued. As you mentioned, one can survive without meat for a meal. If necessary, I can forego fire tonight and retire early. Tomorrow, there will be even more people with fire, and I can purchase from them then. The second message was sent, yet there was still no response from the other party. Could it be that he was upset and ignoring me? Liang Luo, unwilling to give up, continued to send messages. However, he pondered that the world was perilous at present. Who could say if one might disappear by dawn? Or perhaps tomorrow would bring their return. Since one must seize the moment, he thought. He should take advantage of the opportunity. Furthermore, he mused, if he claimed to have not consumed any meat, how could he muster the strength to chop wood? A lack of strength in woodcutting would only result in greater losses. With a flurry of persuasive words, Liang Luo seemed to wear down the seemingly dim-witted interlocutor. Hu Jiangwo, brother, you make a fair point. How about you add 2 more gene, and the lighter is yours? Liang Luo's heart leaped with joy. A deal was struck. They agreed on a transaction of 12 gene of meat, and without a scale, Liang Luo used his axe to chop off a substantial portion. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped the scene, and the majority of the rabbit vanished, replaced by a small lighter. This extraordinary spectacle left Liang Luo in awe. Hu Jiangwo remarked, Brother, this is surely more than 12 gene. You are a man of your word. I consider you a friend. Please, drop the big brother title. I was born in 82, just call me by my name henceforth. Liang Luo could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of his name. Pondering if it was a serious choice, at 82, are you truly earnest? I would have guessed you were born in 62. After a few pleasantries, they added each other as friends. Liang Luo, feeling quite pleased, ignited the campfire and set about roasting the meat. After an hour of toil, skinning and gutting, he finally placed the meat on the spit. Having never slaughtered a pig or roasted meat before, he was entirely improvising. The rabbit's fat sizzled enticingly, releasing a delectable aroma, the grease dripping down. In the regional trading market, he exchanged some meat for a small packet of salt, sprinkled it over the meat, and took a bite. It was more fragrant than pork and more tender than beef. The flavor was exquisite. Chapter 4, The Upgrade Scroll. With 2 more rabbits on hand, Liang Luo decided to roast them for sale, pricing them at 2 gene of meat for a unit of wood. He also resolved to list a bottle of cola for sale, hoping it might yield some useful items. Before long, customers began to arrive for the meat. It appeared that gourmands were plentiful in the Great Xian nation, unable to endure a meal without meat. As Liang Luo gnawed on a rabbit leg, he glanced at the private messages arriving from others. Most were haggling, while some were begging, and a few resorted to emotional manipulation. A small number claimed to lack wood and fresh water, seeking to barter with other items. Liang Luo sifted through the messages for anything worthwhile when he suddenly spotted a shocking private message from a girl named Guanxinyao. Guanxinyao, big brother. I long for roasted meat and a cola, but I have no wood. Would you consider trading me for this? She then sent a screenshot of the system, an excellent grade upgrade scroll, a one-time item capable of elevating a common grade item to excellent grade, with an item level of excellent and a rarity of 35. Stunned by the description of this item, Liang Luo was taken aback. An item that could elevate grades? This was indeed a valuable asset. Trading it for roasted meat? Could she be a swindler? However, the system had a trade protection mechanism. Both parties had to scan their items for confirmation, making fraudulent transactions impossible. Fearing deception, he decided to probe further. Hello, may I ask how old you are? Guanxinyao, I am 15 years old, in my 3rd year of middle school. Why do you ask? At just 15, she fit the criteria. Previous estimations had shown that individuals arriving here ranged from 15 to 65 years old. This meant she was right at the minimum age threshold. Perhaps today was his lucky day? Not receiving a response, she messaged again. If this isn't enough, I can add a pack of compressed biscuits. Please, big brother. I had planned to eat roasted meat with my classmates today, but then I was sent here and missed out. I'm truly yearning for roasted meat. I haven't eaten anything for a whole day. Liang Luo was taken aback and retorted. But you have compressed biscuits, don't you? Why go a day without eating? If you give me those biscuits, what will you do if you can't find anything to eat tomorrow? Guanxinyao, compressed biscuits taste terrible. I don't like them. This is just a game. After all, why take it so seriously? Perhaps I can leave tomorrow. Liang Luo, but have you considered what if tomorrow you cannot leave? Guanxinyao, that is not a problem. My father is wealthy, and my uncle is the police chief of Dong'an City. They won't abandon me. They will surely find me. Ah, such confidence. Liang Luo was once again taken aback. A game? He chuckled inwardly, for the sensation of devouring meat felt strikingly real. Indistinguishable from the physical realm. This was no mere virtual game. What game could evoke such an experience? Yet, he did not wish to argue further, replying, all right then. Go ahead with the trade. You can keep the biscuits for yourself. Guanxinyao. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, big brother. You are truly kind. A flash of white light enveloped them, and 2 jean of meat along with a bottle of cola vanished, replaced by a scroll. The scroll was made of parchment, inscribed with incomprehensible text, which Liang Luo carefully rolled up and stowed away. Guanxinyao. Wow, that's so much meat. I can't finish it all. I only need a piece. Shall I return some to you? Liang Luo. No worries, you can save it for tomorrow. But may I inquire where you found this scroll? Guanxinyao. In a silver treasure chest. When I arrived on the island, I spotted a pond, went over to wash my hands, and then saw a beautiful silver treasure chest at the bottom. So simple, with fresh water and a silver treasure chest. It appeared that true luck resided here. Liang Luo could not help but curse fate. Indeed, big brother, the roasted meat tastes delightful, but why is there no cumin? That is a low rating, Guanxinyao replied. After a few more exchanges, Liang Luo felt as though they were speaking entirely different languages. He lamented that today, as children were overly sheltered. Such naive youth venturing into a survival game was akin to courting disaster. But what did it matter? The system had selected individuals from across the globe, setting the minimum age at 15, indicating that it deemed 15 no longer a child. In some African nations, a 15-year-old could already hunt antelopes independently. It was now past 9 in the evening. This was the first day of being transported here, and for many, it was a lengthy, sleepless night. Liang Luo glanced at the chat channel. It was not just Guanxinyao. Many adults were equally struggling to accept this world, believing it merely a game or a prank show. All fabrications, and that a good night's sleep would return them home by morning. Well then, sleep early. Perhaps tomorrow you will indeed awaken in your own bed. As the morning sun bathed his face, Liang Luo opened his eyes. Indeed, he still lay on the small rickety boat, surrounded by a beautiful beach and a tranquil sea. It seemed some would be sorely disappointed. He sat up, every bone in his body aching as if it were about to fall apart. Rising to wash his face at the water's edge, he caught sight of 5 rabbits drinking water about 200 meters away, lapping at the seawater. Could the seawater be drinkable? Liang Luo took a sip and spat it out. Ugh, salty and bitter. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Humans cannot drink seawater. But the digestive systems of the rabbits have undergone special evolution, allowing them to filter salt from seawater. In emergencies, rabbit urine can be consumed as fresh water. Oh, that explained the abundance of rabbits on the island despite the lack of fresh water. They could drink seawater. Impressive indeed. Liang Luo gave a thumbs up and then grabbed a pickaxe and dashed forward. Perhaps due to an overwhelming sense of intimidation, the pig rabbits commenced their retreat at approximately 50 meters. However, their short legs rendered them incapable of the agile leaps characteristic of rabbits, leading to their swift capture. Liang Luo dispatched 3 of them with his blade, while the remaining 2 lacked the stamina to continue fleeing, their bodies weary from years of inactivity, struggling to cover even 700 to 800 meters. As he approached the carcasses, he suddenly noticed a pale yellow orb, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, floating above one of the pig-rabbit corpses. What could this be? He bent down to examine it, and the system chimed. Ding. Tier 1 magic core. The core that nurtures energy within a magical beast. There is a small probability of obtaining it by slaying ordinary animals. It can be exchanged for energy crystals in the system shop or fed to magical beasts to enhance their strength. It appeared to be a valuable item, warranting further investigation at a later time. For now, he decided to drag the 3 pig rabbits back to the camp without any further processing and put them directly up for sale. Having tasted success from selling rabbit meat yesterday, exchanging 2 pig rabbits for 9 units of timber and a stone spear, he realized that selling rabbit meat was far more efficient than chopping wood. The previous day's transactions had demonstrated that everything indeed had its method. It was inconceivable for him to return to tree chopping now, a task he deemed impossible for the rest of his life. Liang Luo pushed his small wooden boat to the beach near the sea, ready to upgrade. A burst of white light enveloped the scene, and the 5 logs he had gathered vanished, along with the dilapidated boat, as the soft white glow gradually faded. A brand new wooden ship emerged before him, measuring approximately 4 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. The vessel now boasted a wooden canopy resembling a pavilion, supported by 4 pillars and a roof, which, while unable to shield against the wind, would provide some protection from rain. The bow of the boat featured a rope tethered to a wooden stake, which served to secure the vessel in place. Liang Luo embedded the stake into the sand, ensuring it would not be easily swept away by the waves. Following the upgrade, this vessel was classified as a level 1 ship, while the previous one could barely be considered a level 0. The system indicated that to ascend to level 2, 10 units of timber were required. After completing the upgrade, it was time to commence the day's hunting endeavors. Armed with a stone spear and a pickaxe at his waist, Liang Luo ventured toward the island's center. However, today's efficiency plummeted. In 4 hours, he managed to hunt only 4 pig rabbits, acquiring yet another magic core. It seemed these creatures had suddenly become aware of the peril, fleeing from a distance and scattering in different directions. Had they learned so swiftly? This situation left Liang Luo quite disheartened, as he had anticipated capturing dozens today. While pursuing the 5th pig rabbit, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The creature darted behind a large boulder, and upon following, Liang Luo discovered a multitude of pig rabbits huddled together, trembling behind a particularly massive specimen. Chapter 5, The Pig Rabbit Chief. This imposing creature sent a chill down his spine at first glance. It measured nearly 2 meters in length, with blood-red eyes and 2 sharp tusks protruding from its lower jaw. Its fur was a light brown, standing erect and appearing quite formidable. It stared intently at Liang Luo, neither attacking nor retreating. Liang Luo performed an identification and the system responded. Ding. Pig Rabbit Chief, a rather fierce beast, its combat prowess comparable to that of a wild boar. The description was succinct yet clear. This pig rabbit bore a striking resemblance to a wild boar, save for its pair of long ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to retreat. The combat strength of a wild boar was beyond what a mere office worker, toiling away day in and day out, could contend with. Just as he prepared to leave, he noticed something glimmering beneath the stone. It was a corner of a treasure chest he had seen in the chat channel. A silver chest, nestled at the feet of the pig rabbit chief. What to do? A silver chest was at stake. Could he afford to abandon it? Cursing under his breath, Liang Luo resolved to return later and devise a more cautious plan. Dragging the 4 rabbit carcasses back to the camp, he noted it was already 3 in the afternoon. Liang Luo promptly accessed the regional trading system, searching for keywords such as traps and animal traps. He found one individual selling a small animal trap, but it was too diminutive, as the system described it could only capture small game. Further searches for weapons yielded generally high prices, including a bone dagger for sale, and an expatriate advertising a wooden bow via global chat, both of inferior quality. Gritting his teeth, Liang Luo spent 3 units of timber on the bow and traded meat for some arrows. It was inconceivable for him to abandon the silver chest, for he understood that advantages accumulate gradually, just as disadvantages do. Thus far, his luck could only be deemed moderate. Once the novice protection period concluded, he would likely encounter others. In this lawless world, should he cross paths with someone stronger, he would become nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. Therefore, come what may, he was determined to secure that silver chest the following day. After rummaging through weapons and finding no iron ones, not even a shovel for digging traps, the only iron implement in his possession was the pickaxe provided by the system, his sole standard grade tool. Liang Luo had contemplated using an upgrade scroll to enhance it to fine quality, but soon dismissed the idea, realizing it would be futile to upgrade the pickaxe. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with a wilderness survival expert named Cui Jiqiang, who claimed to be an experienced outdoor enthusiast with years of survival knowledge and offered paid consultations. Liang Luo exchanged a pound of meat for his advice, inquiring about simple methods for crafting traps. However, Cui Jiqiang cautioned against direct confrontation with adult wild boars, advising against provoking them, as this world lacked medicine, and injuries could lead to severe infections. While the logic was sound, it was not the answer Liang Luo sought, leaving him feeling as though his pound of rabbit meat had gone to waste. The night wore on, and he assessed the sales of rabbit meat for the day. Business was rather dismal. Unlike yesterday, many individuals had awoken to the grim realization that they could not return, growing despondent and beginning to take the situation seriously. The exchange rate for meat and timber had declined, and timber had become a crucial resource for upgrading ships, leading to a surge in demand. By the end of the day, he had only managed to acquire 4 units of timber. Though he had obtained some essential supplies, a pair of sneakers, a pair of jeans, a backpack, a length of coarse hemp rope, and some fresh water. Fresh water was not highly priced due to an abundance of sellers eager to capitalize on the island's remaining days, leading to a price war. Liang Luo sold the unsold rabbit meat to the system shop. Indeed, the system shop could recycle any valuable items, albeit at a rather disappointing rate. Nevertheless, with the current temperature, the raw meat would soon spoil, and once it decayed, the system would classify it as tainted meat, making it unsellable. With a heavy heart, he succumbed to slumber. As he closed his eyes and opened them again, the third day commenced. Liang Luo proceeded to the seaside to wash his face, turning to the system with a query. System, how long until this island disappears? The system responded with a chime, 48 hours remaining. He organized his gear for departure, which included a stone spear, an iron pickaxe, a wooden bow, 30 arrows, and a 10-meter length of stout hemp rope acquired yesterday. Fear was not an option. Liang Luo rallied himself, determined to seize the moment. The system indicated that the combat strength of the pig-rabbit chief was comparable to that of a wild boar, subtly implying it was not as formidable as a true wild boar. Ultimately, it was merely a rabbit with wild boar lineage. First, he returned to the large boulder from the previous day to observe. The pig-rabbit chief was still present. Liang Luo crouched low, stealthily approaching, and climbed a nearby crooked tree, which he had identified the previous day, approximately 30 meters from the pig-rabbit chief. The chief seemed to sense movement, glancing in his direction, yet remained motionless. Much like the other pig rabbits, disinclined to initiate an attack. Liang Luo then tied one end of the rope to a sturdy branch, fashioning the other end into a noose, preparing to ensnare it. Upon completion, he withdrew his wooden bow, nocked an arrow, and with a swift motion, released it. The arrow whizzing through the air to land approximately 5 meters from the leader of the pig rabbit. This bow exhibited a lack of precision, its range capped at 30 meters. Liang Luo, nearly shooting blindly, unleashed a flurry of arrows, over a dozen in rapid succession, yet none struck their target. It was not until the 20th arrow that he finally hit a smaller pig rabbit, possibly a mate or kin of the leader, which collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from its wound. This act seemed to incite the leader's wrath, as it emitted a series of furious cries and charged towards Liang Luo with remarkable speed, reaching the base of the tree in the blink of an eye. With a resounding thud, it collided with the tree, but the sturdy trunk merely swayed slightly. From his vantage point in the branches, Liang Luo aimed his bow at the creature. The proximity made it easier to hit, but alas, the arrows were of poor quality, their stone-tipped heads ineffective. A few found their mark, embedding themselves in the creature's fur without causing significant damage. After expending his remaining arrows, the pig-rabbit leader continued to pace erratically at the foot of the tree, occasionally ramming its head against the trunk or using its sharp teeth to gnaw at the bark. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Luo produced a prepared rope, casting it twice without success. Yet, after persistent attempts, he finally ensnared the creature's neck. In a panic, the pig-rabbit leader thrashed about, initially having ample room to escape, but in a foolish display of instinct, it charged forward, tightening the noose around its throat. Taking advantage of this, Liang Luo leaped from the tree, and as the creature lunged at him, he circled the trunk, wrapping the rope around it until the beast found itself with no room to maneuver. The rope constricted around its neck as it remained oblivious to the simple fact that retreating could have freed it, instead continuing its futile struggles. With fury evident in its eyes, the creature glared at Liang Luo, but no amount of thrashing would help. He took up his stone spear and lunged with all his might, piercing the leader's side. However, the wound was superficial, causing blood to seep slowly. In agony, the creature intensified its struggles. Liang Luo, unfazed, withdrew the spear to retrieve the arrows scattered on the ground, taking aim at its face from a close distance. And as time passed, the pig-rabbit leader found itself increasingly adorned with arrows, one eye ultimately blinded. Its struggles grew weaker. With resolve, Liang Luo drew forth a pickaxe from his belt and struck the creature's head repeatedly until a pale yellow orb emerged, a first-tier magic core, indicating its demise. Relieved, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, though a twinge of apprehension lingered. Had the rope snapped earlier, it might have been his life at stake. Alongside the core, a scroll materialized, and the system announced, "Ding, Strength Scroll, a one-time item that permanently increases strength by 1 point." Liang Luo's spirits lifted at the sight of it, and without hesitation, he opted to use it. The scroll ignited, its strange inscriptions glowing as they ascended into the air, swirling before diving into Liang Luo's body. Checking his status, he noted his strength attribute now stood at 10. a testament to his recent training which had subtly enhanced his capabilities, combined with the scroll S effect bringing him to the average strength of an adult male. He collected the magic core, now possessing 3 in total, aware that these cores could be consumed by magical beasts to augment their power, but were useless to humans except for exchange in the system's marketplace. Chapter 6, The Puppetry Crafting Tome. Liang Luo, momentarily disinterested in the pig-rabbit leader's carcass, hurried towards the silver treasure chest. Upon reaching the boulder, the remaining pig-rabbits scattered in disarray. He unearthed the chest and initiated an appraisal. System, ding, silver treasure chest. High probability of yielding quality grade items, very low probability of yielding excellent or ordinary grade items. Liang Luo was eager to open it, and a blinding light erupted, revealing 3 orbs of light. The system interface activated automatically. Ding, please select one of the following 3 items. It appeared he could only choose one. He scrutinized the descriptions of the 3 items. 1. Fireball Spellbook, grants knowledge of the first tier fire spell, Fireball, item grade, quality, rarity, 50. 2. Attribute Scroll, permanently increases strength, agility, constitution, and mental power by 2 points each upon use. 3. Human Puppet Crafting Tome, allows for the creation of puppets at a crafting station, item grade, ordinary, rarity, 100. Liang Luo stared blankly at the 3 items, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. The fireball spell represented magic, a manifestation of supernatural power. What boy could resist the allure of such abilities? The attribute scroll was equally enticing, enhancing his physical capabilities without the need for arduous training, a necessity in this perilous world. The 3rd item, while shrouded in mystery and deemed an ordinary grade tool, held a rarity that suggested it was not without its significance. Torn by indecision, he felt as though his very heart was twisted in a knot. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose the 3rd option, the Puppetry Crafting Tome. Ding. Selection successful. A luminous orb ascended from the treasure chest, while the other 2 orbs dissipated into sparkling motes of light. A black book landed before him, thin and inscribed with unfamiliar characters. Upon system appraisal, ordinary grade human puppet crafting tome, capable of creating low-quality wooden puppets. Requirements: 1 unit of wood, 1 first-tier energy crystal. Can produce 3 puppets at a time. The system's assessment labeled the low-quality wooden puppets as mere children's toys, serving little purpose beyond entertainment. Somewhat disheartened, Liang Luo acknowledged the tome's limitations, but he had a plan. From his backpack, he retrieved a quality-grade upgrade scroll. This was precisely why he had chosen the puppet book, as he possessed one that could elevate an ordinary-grade item to quality-grade. If the ordinary-grade crafting tome could only create low-quality puppets, he speculated whether a quality-grade tome could produce ordinary ones. System, ding, do you wish to use the quality-grade upgrade scroll on the ordinary-grade puppet crafting tome? Yes. Upon utterance, the scroll ignited in flames. The inscribed words glowed and floated into the air, swirling before entering the puppet crafting tome. The book shimmered momentarily, thickening slightly, its cover adorned with additional golden embellishments, while the upgrade scroll was reduced to ashes. Such was the power of magic. This wondrous transformation filled Liang Luo with exhilaration. Impatiently, he appraised the tome once more. Ding, quality-grade human puppet crafting tome, capable of creating ordinary-grade wooden puppets. Requirements: 2 units of wood, 1 first-tier energy crystal. System evaluation: ordinary-grade wooden puppets, possessing a degree of operational and comprehension abilities. Combat effectiveness is low, but they can serve utilitarian purposes. Upon reading the final 4 words, Liang Luo couldn't help but chuckle, finding solace in the notion that they would suffice for his needs. The mechanics of the crafting tome aligned with his expectations. An ordinary-grade book could yield low-quality items, while a quality-grade tome could produce ordinary ones, and so forth. Stowing the tome in his backpack, Liang Luo resolved to return for a respite, as the pig-rabbit leader was burdensome, weighing nearly 200 pounds, requiring him to drag it along, pausing intermittently to rest. On his way back, he stumbled upon a wooden treasure chest containing 2 bottles of water. Fresh water had been plentiful these past few days, with treasure chests being relatively easy to open, and the trading market bustling with vendors selling water and coconuts. Liang Luo was keen to stockpile more fresh water, yet was hindered by limited container space. He currently possesses a mere 6 bottles of mineral water, while empty bottles are fetching exorbitant prices in the trading market. Coconuts, being naturally self-contained sources of fresh water, have rendered those fortunate enough to reside on islands with coconut trees quite prosperous. Upon returning to his vessel and accessing the trading interface, he discovered that rabbit meat was selling remarkably well today, with 10 trade requests already received within mere hours. The rationale behind this is straightforward. Some less fortunate individuals find their islands devoid of food, and treasure chests have failed to yield sustenance, compelling them to barter wood for food. Liang Luo's pricing, set below market value at 8 pounds of meat for a unit of wood, has further fueled demand, particularly as the rabbit is relatively easy to hunt. 10 pieces of wood appeared before him, bringing Liang Luo's total to 14 units, sufficient for upgrading his ship to level 2. He clicked on the ship interface, initiated the upgrade, and watched as 10 pieces of wood vanished in a flash of white light, elevating his vessel to level 2. The next upgrade would require 30 units of timber. The level 2 ship measures approximately 6 meters in length and 2 meters in width, featuring a wooden cabin situated towards the middle rear of the vessel. This cabin, slightly over 2 meters long and less than 2 meters wide, boasts 2 wooden windows, and upon entering, he found a single bed, 80 centimeters wide. On the forward deck of the ship, there exists a chair connected to foot pedals, which in turn are linked to 2 water wheels on the vessel's exterior. These wooden wheels, equipped with 8 blades, turn as 1 pedals, propelling the ship forward in a manner reminiscent of pedal boats found in parks. Additionally, Liang Luo discovered a new construction option on the ship's panel. Upon exploration, he was elated to find the sole constructible item, a level 1 crafting table, capable of producing various items according to specific blueprints. The requirements were 2 units of wood, 2 units of stone, and 2 level 1 energy crystals. Energy crystals? He recalled the system's mention of their exchange via magic cores. He promptly accessed the system's shop, locating a special exchange section, which displayed energy crystals. These crystals could not be purchased with system currency, but could be exchanged 1-to-1 for magic cores. With 3 level 1 magic cores at his disposal, he exchanged them for 3 energy crystals, watching as the magic cores vanished, replaced by 3 off-white crystals, each approximately the size of a pigeon egg. The system identified them. Ding. Energy crystal, a mineral capable of absorbing natural energies, convertible through magical arrays into various forms of energy, driving mechanical operations, and classified as an eternal clean energy source. Upon reading this description, Liang Luo felt a surge of exhilaration. This eternal energy source, pursued by countless scientists on Blue Star, was now firmly within his grasp. If humanity could harness such energy, it could usher in an era of ease for all. Subsequently, Liang Luo opened the trading panel to search for stone, discovering a plethora of options at exceedingly low prices. He recalled seeing a few unfortunate souls in the chat channel lamenting the absence of trees on their islands, and thus he bartered some rabbit meat for several units of stone before proceeding to construct the crafting table. Soon, a small stone table manifested within the wooden cabin, comprising 4 wooden legs supporting a rectangular stone slab. The upper right corner of the slab featured a recess likely meant for blueprints, while the center displayed a circular magical array, already embedded with 2 energy crystals. His system now included a new circular app labeled Crafting Table. With 1 final energy crystal remaining, he decided to attempt crafting a puppet and retrieved 2 units of wood. Each unit of wood weighed approximately 20 kilograms. If a tree yielded less than that, the system would deem it invalid. Conversely, if a tree exceeded 40 kilograms, it would need to be manually split, as anything less than a 20-centimeter diameter was also deemed ineffective. He opened the crafting table, placed the puppet blueprint in the recess, added the 2 units of wood and 1 energy crystal atop the stone table, and selected the option to create a standard wooden puppet. The magical array glowed, and after a 10-minute wait, a curled wooden figure appeared atop the table. The puppet slowly sat upright, turning to face Liang Luo. Its features were vague, almost faceless, with only 2 tiny eyes that seemed somewhat unsettling. Chapter 7. I am a capitalist. Stepping back a couple of paces, Liang Luo tentatively spoke, and the puppet obediently descended. Standing rigidly before him, he estimated its height to be around 1.5 meters, with somewhat crude fingers and joints, and its movements were stiff. Suddenly, the system chimed, detected a humanoid puppet, special system functionality activated. Liang Luo opened the system to find an additional app labeled Puppet, which displayed the wooden figure. Upon tapping it, the system indicated standard level wooden puppet, strength 5, agility 4, with these being its only attributes. Its strength was slightly lower than that of an average woman. He soon realized he could issue commands to the puppet via the system. Liang Luo leaped off the ship and onto the beach, commanding the puppet to approach him. Please raise your right hand, he instructed, and the puppet complied. Now run around me 3 times. The puppet dutifully jogged around him thrice. Excellent. Quite entertaining. Liang Luo continued to experiment with various commands, thoroughly enjoying the experience. The puppet seemed to understand most of his language and could execute simple instructions, such as attacking a target or defending itself, but struggled with more complex tasks like sweeping or brewing tea. Now, pick up the axe on the ground. The puppet clumsily ambled forward and grasped the stone axe. Liang Luo continued, go over there and chop down that tree. The puppet trotted back and began to hack at the tree. Splendid. Watching the puppet toil away at the tree, Liang Luo felt a wave of joy. Its simplicity of operation exceeded his expectations, despite its somewhat awkward movements. However, the efficiency was disheartening, as after half an hour, the puppet had only managed to penetrate the tree by roughly 3 centimeters. During the wait, an idea struck Liang Luo. Hey system, can this wooden puppet be traded to others? Ding. Puppets are classified as items and can be traded. A smirk creased Liang Luo's lips. This could prove lucrative. He was going to sell the wooden puppet. He opened the system camera and began taking photos of the puppet. Oh, it can even record video? A 1-minute video cost 1 system coin, and having previously sold surplus rabbit meat to the system, he now possessed 3 coins. Liang Luo recorded a brief 2-minute video, ensuring his face was not visible, showcasing the puppet executing various commands, primarily chopping wood and rowing. After finishing the video, he prepared to list it for sale, setting the price at 4 units of wood and 2 magic cores, precisely double the cost. Thus, for each sale, he would net 2 units of wood and 1 magic core, a profit margin of 50%. As for whether anyone would purchase it, he harbored no doubts. Despite the puppet's low efficiency, it required no rest. The puppet could fell a tree in 5 hours, and with over 30 hours remaining until the island's disappearance, it could theoretically chop down 6 trees. He was confident that potential buyers could do the math, even if the island vanished. The puppet would still be capable of rowing, a task many had experienced as laborious. Unsurprisingly, within a minute of listing, inquiries began to flood in. Most prospective buyers first sought information on performance before negotiating prices. Liang Luo paid little heed to them, as someone promptly placed an order. Having successfully traded the completed wooden puppet, I received 4 units of timber and 2 magical cores. I promptly exchanged the magical cores for 2 energy crystals, and then utilized 2 units of timber and 1 energy crystal to continue crafting the next wooden figure. At this moment, I possessed 2 wooden puppets. Liang Luo, well aware of the significance of promotion, decided to reward anyone who successfully completed a trade with a small advertisement in the regional chat, offering 2 liang of rabbit meat in return for a favorable review. It wasn't long before several comments regarding my puppets appeared in the chat channel. An increasing number of individuals, intrigued by these remarks, approached to inquire further. Liang Luo had initially planned to hunt a few more pig rabbits in the afternoon. But to his surprise, the demand for wooden figures surged. Producing one and selling it instantly became a relentless cycle. The manufacturing station required 10 minutes to create a puppet. And during this time, I sold 12 wooden figures and still had 20 orders pending. Liang Luo felt a surge of exhilaration. The pace at which timber was being collected was incomparably superior to the arduous task of chopping trees. Seizing the opportunity while waiting for the manufacturing station to produce more wooden figures, Liang Luo perused his private messages and discovered numerous requests from individuals expressing a desire for more magical cores in exchange for timber. This revelation reminded him that the sluggish sales of his rabbit meat were due to the stipulation of using timber for trade, which was of utmost importance. However, what if he altered the trading conditions to magical cores? Most individuals currently had little use for them, and few were collecting them. He believed many would be willing to exchange. He was particularly troubled about how to sell the hefty pig rabbit leader weighing 200 pounds. Thus, acting on impulse, he changed the exchange condition for rabbit meat to 5 pounds in exchange for 1 magical core. Indeed, the sales of rabbit meat improved significantly. There were quite a few individuals possessing magical cores, and as long as there were animals on the island, there was a chance of obtaining them. Roughly a 1 in 10 probability. Even slaying larger insects or fishing could yield a 1% chance of acquiring magical cores. Liang Luo busily conducted transactions for wooden figures while butchering pig rabbits for meat, working tirelessly until 11 at night, leaving only the skeleton of the pig rabbit leader. Exhausted, he lay down on his wooden bed to rest, yet his spirits were high. Indeed, laboring was no match for the swift profits of business. His puppets were likely a monopolistic product, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could effortlessly amass resources through their sales, while others would still be chopping trees one by one. The thought filled him with elation. He was finally experiencing the sensation of being a nefarious capitalist. Scrolling through the regional chat, Liang Luo noted a distinct shift in the tone of the comments compared to the previous days. After 3 days of torment, most individuals had relinquished hope of returning, coming to terms with reality, and no longer indulged in the light-hearted banter of earlier times. In the tranquil night, each person found themselves isolated on their own island, grappling with an indescribable fear and helplessness. Some wept sorrowfully, others cursed vehemently, while some sought to end their own lives. They began searching for their families in the world and regional channels, fearful of never seeing them again. People often realize the significance of what they had only when it is lost, those things that are most essential yet persistently overlooked. Liang Luo, upon closing the system, felt a twinge of emotion. He quietly gazed out at the starry sky, the vast expanse of stars accentuating his insignificance, prompting memories of his departed family. Liang Luo was an only child. His parents had perished in a car accident 7 years prior when a large truck's brakes failed, resulting in a chain collision that left his family's vehicle overturned multiple times. Ultimately, after various insurance claims, he received 2 million yuan, leading him to a year of silence. Eventually, he sold the family home and, combined with his parents' savings, purchased a house in Suin city outright. Later, when his ex-girlfriend insisted on marriage and having her name added to the property deed, Liang Luo refused. Consequently, the girlfriend he had been with for several years ended the relationship. In moments of solitude during late nights, he would sometimes question whether he had made the right choice. Had he agreed back then, would he have a family now, someone to care for, and who cared for him? Yet, such thoughts fleetingly passed. For Liang Luo believed in his decision. Life is akin to a game of chess, and one must never regret their moves. The next day, awakened by the cheerful chirping of birds, Liang Luo delightedly surveyed his stockpile, a small mountain of timber amassed on the beach, totaling 72 units of timber and 70 magical cores from the previous day's trades. Checking the regional channel, as per the system's announcement, the island beneath his feet would vanish in 24 hours, prompting everyone to hasten their preparations for departure. Liang Luo opened the regional chat channel to dispel his lingering drowsiness. Chapter 8, When Shuna. Ha. Brothers, I found a silver treasure chest this morning, and it yielded a chainsaw. With this, I can fell a tree in 5 minutes. I'm going to get rich. But this thing can't be charged. What energy crystals can it use? Who has this stuff? Damn, you are lucky. I'm still using a stone axe. I wonder if I can gather enough wood to level up today. I'm also using a stone axe. This pathetic tool is exhausting. My hands are about to give out. To the brother who got the chainsaw, since you found such a treasure, shouldn't you share some of that wood with us? We're all survivors here. We should help each other. Everyone. Come look at the durians on my island. They're both stinky and sweet. After today, you won't be able to buy them. Could a kind-hearted brother spare me a piece of wood? I'll send you a 1-minute striptease video in return. I'm 22 years old and a model. Liang Luo chuckled at the antics in the trading channel, feeling amused. Now it was time to attend to the day's business. The first order of business was to upgrade the ship. Having earned a substantial amount of timber from selling puppets last night, I was now quite wealthy. Upon clicking to upgrade the ship, 30 units of timber vanished, and the system indicated that upgrading to level 3 would require 20 minutes. Very well. I would then assess what supplies were necessary for leaving the island. I focused on collecting containers, wooden barrels, wooden basins, wooden cups, stone pots, and stone bowls, all essential for storing fresh water, which was in high demand, while other living necessities were abundant, such as blankets, tissues, soap, instant noodles, and ham sausages. There were even condoms and sanitary pads. These miscellaneous items were sourced from treasure chests or crafted from recipes. The exchange rates for non-essential items compared to timber were not favorable, and Liang Luo felt quite pained to exchange 10 units of timber for 2 small wooden barrels. He also traded for some easily preserved fruits, apples, oranges, sugarcane, and watermelons. After this flurry of activity, the ship's upgrade was complete. The level 3 vessel now measured 9 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width, and the wooden cabin had expanded. The system's ship panel bestowed upon it a lovely name, Captain's Cabin. Ship level 3, status 100. Upgrade requirement 80 units of timber. Facilities, Captain's Cabin. Capable of constructing a power room and a small ballista. Noticing the new facility option, Liang Luo quickly opened it to investigate. Power room contains a power generator, the main source of propulsion for the ship. If damaged, the vessel will lose much of its mobility. Construction materials, 15 units of timber, 5 level 1 energy crystals. Small ballista, a fixed ballista on the ship capable of launching arrows and harpoons. Requires 5 units of timber, 1 unit of ordinary grade steel, and 5 meters of beast sinew or hemp rope. To his surprise, the level 3 ship was already capable of sailing without human power, though the central pedal and water wheel remained, allowing for manual navigation even without constructing a power generator. Liang Luo took out 15 units of timber and 5 energy crystals to build the power room. After a flash of white light, a fixed wooden box of 1 cubic meter appeared at the ship's rear. It resembled a cabinet. Upon opening the door, one could see a complex structure of gears, with the 5 energy crystals glowing in various locations. A propeller had been added to the bottom of the ship's rear, forming a simple propulsion system, which could be directly controlled from the system's ship panel, eliminating the need for a rudder or steering wheel. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the compact crossbow. On his solitary island, he had fortuitously scavenged a common-grade steel, while the sinews of the boar rabbit chieftain remained intact, perfect materials to construct this siege weapon. Selecting the build option, a diminutive naval crossbow promptly materialized at the ship's prow. The crafting interface now displayed a new schematic for crossbow bolts, indicating that fabricating the crossbow unlocked blueprints for its ammunition. Yet, forging these bolts demanded both timber and steel, and presently, he was bereft of steel. Turning next to his commerce, he found that despite retiring for the night, 6 orders had been placed. He busied himself fulfilling these transactions, receiving 12 units of wood and 6 magic cores in return. Over the course of a day, Liang Luo had garnered modest renown within the trading district. All knew of the lumber seller whose wooden constructs could both fell trees and navigate boats. Locals affectionately dubbed him Puppet Brother, and many sought to befriend him. Among these was a familiar acquaintance, Hu Jiangwo, the man who had sold him a lighter on the very first day. Hu Jiangwo inquired, "Brother Liang Luo, that rabbit meat was exquisite. I've finished it already. Do you have more?" Liang Luo responded incredulously, "Big brother, you bought over 10 pounds yesterday. How could you have devoured it so swiftly?" Hu Jiangwo chuckled, "Ha, I'm a devout carnivore. A day without meat leaves me irritable and unproductive. However, I lack magic cores. Could you adjust our trade? I wish to exchange wood instead." Liang Luo assented, "No problem, though I haven't hunted today. I'll procure some shortly for the exchange." Hu Jiangwo pressed, "Hey, your attitude lacks urgency. It's past 8, and I've been chopping wood since 6. Hurry up. I've got plenty of timber. Liang Luo felt chastened. He could hardly compete with a man rising at dawn to toil. Another message piqued his interest. Sent by a woman named Wenshuna. Are you Liang Luo? Did you formerly work at a design firm in Suin City? She queried. Yes. May I ask who is inquiring? Liang Luo replied. How did she know him? He racked his memory from primary school through college, colleagues, and clients. But no Wenshuna came to mind. She quickly responded. How could you forget me? Didn't you register with a matchmaking agency 2 years ago? The matchmaker arranged our meeting. Indeed, Liang Luo had signed up for a local dating site 2 years prior, meeting over a dozen women without satisfaction before letting the subscription lapse. This Wenshuna must have been one of them, though he could not recall which. Seeing Liang Luo's delayed reply, she sent a selfie. Upon viewing the photograph, Liang Luo instantly recognized her as the most stunning woman among those he had met. She had formerly been a micro-business operator, then transitioned to live streaming sales on Douyin. At their first encounter, she had left him awestruck. Her beauty rivaled that of a secondary-tier celebrity, statuesque, over 1.7 meters tall in heels, cascading waves of hair, fashionable yet provocatively adorned with sunglasses. Slender legs encased in sheer stockings, exquisitely featured but heavily made up. A goddess in the eyes of her admirers. What began as a promising match quickly soured. When Shuna disparaged the cafe's modest ambience and insisted men earning less than 30,000 monthly were unworthy of courtship, she declared that men from Daxiao were beneath her, aiming instead to wed a foreigner. Her words shattered Liang Luo's worldview. She implied he was unworthy when he disclosed his parents' passing 7 years prior. She callously remarked that having no in-laws post-marriage was a blessing. Despite this, out of courtesy, Liang Luo restrained his anger and left abruptly. Later, the matchmaker informed Wenshuna that Liang Luo owned a fully paid house in Suin City. She apologized via WeChat, claiming her prior remarks were misunderstood and expressing a desire to continue their relationship. Liang Luo curtly declined, I am unworthy of you, and ceased contact. Remarkably, she still remembered him now. Liang Luo replied, oh, vaguely familiar. What can I do for you? Wenshuna persisted, you say that, but can't old friends just chat? It's rare to encounter a familiar face in this world. Liang Luo curtly answered, sorry, I'm busy today. No time to talk. Goodbye. His impression of her was decidedly unfavorable, and with the island's impending disappearance, he had no leisure for idle chatter. Wenshuna pleaded, wait. I do have a favor. Your wooden puppet fascinates me. As a friend, could you gift me one? Liang Luo suspected her intentions. Wooden puppets are difficult to craft. I can't afford to give one away. If you wish to purchase, please place an order. She retorted, oh, how stingy of you, a grown man. Fine. I want tea freeload. She then sent another selfie, this time half-dressed, one side of her jacket undone, revealing a bare shoulder and pink lace lingerie with prominently alluring curves, a figure indeed captivating. Chapter 9, the hardest to nurture is a woman. Wenshuna declared there, that should suffice. I've even sent you a photo in lingerie. Now you must be responsible. Liang Luo chuckled at her audacity. Though undeniably beautiful, the timing was inopportune. And for a mere wooden figure, she struck all sorts of poses, expecting a free gift. He suspected her mind was not sound. With growing distaste, he bluntly replied, if you want to buy, buy. If not, buzz off. And logged out of the system, ignoring her messages. Many tasks awaited him today, and he had no time for frivolous banter. He planned to capture more boar rabbits, seeking live ones to keep aboard for fresh meat. Simultaneously, he directed his wooden men to fell trees. Holding 47 units of timber, he needed only 33 more to upgrade his ship to level 4. A trivial feat, moreover. Hanging wooden puppets for sale yielded a steady daily income of timber. Yet, the puppets required axes to chop wood, and he possessed only one. Scouring the marketplace, he discovered a seller named Suin offering inferior stone axes at a price of 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of stone each. Hello. I need to purchase stone axes in bulk. Could you offer a wholesale discount? Liang Luo inquired. Suin replied, it's you, puppet brother. I've been waiting for you. Surprised to encounter 2 women so early in the day, he asked, do you know me? Just met yesterday, she answered. Your wooden puppets have boosted my stone axe sales. Customers who buy your puppets come to me for axes. You're my benefactor. Liang Luo understood. She evidently possessed the crafting recipe for axes. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. What about a discount? He asked. No problem, long-term cooperation. How many do you want? 20, he replied. That'll be 10 units of wood and 10 units of stone, she quoted. Liang Luo was taken aback. She was the sole bulk producer of axes, and though she could have charged more, she generously halved the price. Oh, such generosity, he messaged. Hee. Just making friends, she teased. Though puzzled by her largesse, Liang Luo welcomed the bargain, added her as a contact, and acquired 20 stone axes. He then crafted additional wooden men, bringing his total to 15, each wielding an axe to fell trees, while he prepared his gear to hunt rabbits. The efficiency of hunting with a bow and arrow has significantly improved this time. However, capturing live game proves to be quite challenging. After half a day, Liang Luo managed to catch 10 river rabbits, 5 dead and 5 alive. Along the way, he stumbled upon a black iron treasure chest, which contained a large iron pot. A truly valuable item. This pot not only allows for boiling water and preparing meat broth, but can also serve as a container. Liang Luo generously gifted all 5 dead rabbits to Hu Jiangwo, who was overjoyed. He purchased some salt, which, much like fresh water, has become a subject of a price war on the island. Although currently, salt is slightly more expensive than fresh water. Hu Jiangwo salted and dried the rabbit meat, subsequently presenting Liang Luo with 50 pounds of the cured meat. Liang Luo exchanged a portion of it for 20 pounds of grass through the trading channel for feed and traded wood for a large cage, as he contemplated the possibility of developing a rabbit farming venture aboard the ship. After a day filled with productive endeavors, the preparatory work was nearly complete. Aside from a slight shortage of fresh water, the remaining supplies were sufficient for him to sustain himself at sea for 10 days. He opened the trading interface to check the sales of his puppets, only to be taken aback by a barrage of messages beneath his trading information, all of which were negative reviews, approximately 40 or 50 in total. What utter nonsense. I can't fell a single tree in a day. The puppet I purchased fell apart in less than a day. What a loss. This proprietor is unscrupulous. Everyone, please do not buy from him. He is a fraud. How can there be such morally bankrupt individuals? The remarks continued, with even a few positive reviews interspersed, which Liang Luo found incredulous. His puppets, while not extraordinary, were certainly capable of performing some heavy labor. How could they be deemed so inadequate? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the most vociferous critics were merely 7 or 8 individuals, most of whom had never even purchased his puppets. Among them was a familiar name, Wenshuna. It was this woman who was instigating trouble. When he opened their chat history, he discovered a series of messages from her, filled with insults following their conversation that morning. She sent him a photo of herself wearing a foreboding outfit, which he dismissed, feeling rather offended by her antics. Her final message, if you don't buy, just get lost, only served to infuriate her further. Her outpouring of vitriol knew no bounds, as she hurled an array of profanities, culminating in her threatening remark, "You wait. I will make you regret this." Liang Luo felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, pondering whether refusing to give her a puppet had indeed offended her. While her last comment may have been somewhat harsh, it was provoked by her relentless harassment. Truly, it echoed the sage's words. Only women and petty men are difficult to deal with. Fortunately, a few buyers spoke up in his defense. Suin remarked, "You need evidence for your claims. Please provide photos of the broken puppets." And she even shared several images of the puppets she had purchased diligently chopping trees. Naturally, Wenshuna and her cohorts could not provide any photos, as they had never bought from him in the first place. Moreover, the other buyers, having been bribed, had no intention of deliberately damaging the puppets, hence they possessed no images of broken puppets. Ultimately, Wenshuna merely employed seduction to manipulate these men into discrediting him. Without offering them any tangible benefits, no one would intentionally ruin a puppet they had painstakingly purchased for a mere few photographs. Unable to produce any evidence, Wenshuna shifted the topic, exclaiming, "Oh, puppet guy has a lover now. I advise you to choose your men wisely, lest you be ruined by a scoundrel." Indeed, it was evident that this unscrupulous proprietor had hired actors, a pair of shameless individuals colluding together. Liang Luo felt an intense urge to confront this woman. Regaining his composure, he sent a message to Suin, thanking her for speaking up on his behalf. Suin replied, "No problem, just a bunch of trash. I couldn't offer much help. Are you alright?" Liang Luo responded, "I'm fine, just that the puppet sales have taken a hit." Suin offered, "If you need any assistance, just let me know." Liang Luo replied, "Alright, I truly appreciate it." Concluding their conversation, he sent her a pound of cured rabbit meat as a token of gratitude. Upon reviewing his dismal sales figures, having sold only 2 puppets, he realized that his financial prospects had been severely hampered by that wretched woman. Liang Luo took a saltwater bath to calm his frustrations, knowing that despite his anger, he had no other recourse but to go to bed. He set the alarm clock provided by the system for 6 a.m., and the rhythmic sounds of the puppets chopping trees outside provided a somewhat soothing effect, improving his mood slightly. Even if he could not profit from selling puppets, it mattered little. Their relentless tree-felling efforts ensured that his wood supply far outpaced that of most others. Liang Luo felt akin to a heartless employer, making his puppets labor through the night, extracting every ounce of their productivity. Ding ding. The following morning, the alarm and system notification chimed almost simultaneously. The system announced, "Attention, survivors. This island will disappear in 2 hours. This is the only warning. Please evacuate the island promptly. Those who remain will face the consequences." Chapter 10, Transnational Business. Liang Luo yawned as he rose from the captain's quarters. The puppets had toiled throughout the night, accumulating a mountain of wood on the beach. Scanning the area with the system, he found that he now had a total of 91 units of wood combined with yesterday's haul. With enough wood gathered, he could upgrade to a level 4 ship. Clicking to upgrade, 80 units of wood vanished, and the upgrade process would take 1 hour, during which the ship would retain its level 3 form, with all functions operating normally. Liang Luo commanded the wooden figures to load any remaining useful items from the beach onto the ship, raising the anchor as the vessel slowly departed from the shore. As he gazed back at the small island, merely 4 square kilometers in size, and at the fluffy river rabbits, Liang Luo felt a twinge of nostalgia. Just 4 days prior, he had arrived here in a dilapidated 3-meter boat, and now he was on the verge of acquiring a level 4 ship. Everything felt surreal. He mused that he must be ahead of most survivors. After drifting a distance away, Liang Luo paused to witness the island's disappearance, noting that the 2-hour mark had arrived. Suddenly, a bubble enveloped the entire island, which began to tremble violently as if struck by an earthquake. The island severed its connection to the seabed in a magnificent display, shrinking rapidly under the influence of the bubble, creating waves that nearly swept his ship away. Ultimately, the bubble shrank to the size of a blue sphere before plummeting into the depths of the sea, vanishing without a trace. The surface of the water calmed, as if nothing had ever existed. The entire spectacle lasted half an hour. Liang Luo watched this astonishing scene unfold, reminiscent of a breathtaking science fiction film. Opening the system, he found the chat channel buzzing with activity. Wow, it really disappeared. Impressive. Oh no, my friend didn't he manage to leave the island? Their name has turned gray. What now? They can't be dead, can they? Upstairs, your friend is awfully careless. The system warned them, yet they remained on the island. What should we do now? Are we going to starve at sea? What are you worried about? Didn't you see the several treasure chests floating on the water? Haha, for fishermen. It's just a matter of fishing on the island versus fishing from the boat. Collecting treasure chests is exhausting. My hands hurt from rowing. Hey, why don't you buy puppets from Puppet Guy? His puppets can row the boat. At that moment, a system notification interrupted Liang Luo's scrolling. Ding. Your ship upgrade is complete. He looked up to find the captain's quarters had expanded significantly. Excitedly, he rushed out to inspect, discovering that the level 4 ship had grown to 15 meters in length. Featuring 2 levels, one primarily for the engine room and the other for storage, along with 4 paddle wheels on either side. Opening the system's ship panel, he confirmed the ship's status. Level 4, Condition 100, with an upgrade requirement of 200 units of wood. Upgrading the facilities to Level 2 power rooms and Level 2 manufacturing stations enables the construction of a facility warehouse. After completing the upgrade of the Level 4 ship, Liang Luo finds himself with merely 11 units of wood. He resolves to upgrade the Level 2 manufacturing station first, which requires 3 units of wood, 2 units of stone, and 4 energy crystals. Upon clicking the upgrade button, the transformation is completed after 30 seconds, resulting in a significantly larger Level 2 manufacturing station, with a thicker tabletop and more intricate patterns. Meanwhile, in the trading market, the loss of lumber sources has rendered wood increasingly valuable, while the price of freshwater has surged dramatically, becoming nearly unattainable. Conversely, the price of containers has plummeted, and fishing rods and nets are in high demand. Despite the disparaging remarks from Wenshuna, the sales of wooden puppets have suffered, yet Liang Luo remains unfazed, donning a mysterious smile. He harbors a new ambition, to sell puppets globally. If successful, the limited volume in the regional channel will be of little consequence. Merely 2 days prior, he discovered that the System's recycling price for magic cores was rather high. Purchasing a level 1 magic core from the system shop costs 1,000 system coins, while selling it back should yield approximately 10 system coins based on the 100-fold price difference of other items. However, the system's recycling price is set at 20. This subtle detail caught Liang Luo's attention, revealing the system's strong inclination to recycle magic cores. Today, a thought has crossed Liang Luo's mind: world trading. On his very first day, he noted a tool called the World Horn in the global channel. Imagine if his wooden puppets could be sold to everyone worldwide. Would he not become the richest person on the planet? Due to the chaotic nature of the world channel and language barriers, the viewership is minimal. To post trading information, one must purchase the World Horn, which is steadily increasing in price. Initially priced at 100 system coins on the first day, it reached 1,000 yesterday and has now escalated to 1,500 system coins, reflecting an astonishing rate of increase. With 80 magic cores in hand, an accumulation from previous recycling efforts, Liang Luo proceeds to sell 75 of them to the system shop. Ding. Transaction successful. Your system coin balance is now 1502. He then opts to purchase the World Horn. Ding. Purchase successful. Your balance is now 2 system coins. Upon accessing the world trading platform, he finds only a handful of items listed, primarily weapons and everyday goods. It appears that very few individuals have managed to amass 1,500 system coins by the 4th day. However, this scarcity works to his advantage, amplifying the exposure of his products. Liang Luo uploads photos and videos of the wooden puppets and contemplates the pricing. He decides to set it high: 6 units of wood plus 3 primary magic cores. Although steep, with a global populace of 5 billion, there are bound to be buyers. Despite the current inability to fell trees, he had previously emphasized in his video that the puppets could row boats, allowing multiple individuals to gather more treasure. This represents a long-term profit, and he is confident in the value of his puppets. He clicks to publish the product. According to the system's description, the World Horn automatically translates his product information into thousands of languages, and his spoken words in the video will be subtitled. However, The world horn is only effective for 1 hour, after which the product will be automatically removed. Ding. Are you certain you wish to use the world horn to list your ordinary wooden puppet on the World Trading Channel? Confirmed. The product has been successfully published. Within 5 seconds, Liang Luo receives dozens of trade requests and numerous comments. He casually opens 2 comments to peruse. Oh my god, what a delightful toy. Let us discuss the price. I believe this will be a pleasant transaction. Asiba, I happen to have only 5 units of wood left. Will you sell me 5? Having read these 2 comments, he closes the window, as the trade requests continue to flood in incessantly. Within just 60 seconds, he receives over 100 trade requests. The transaction volume is astonishing. Liang Luo experiences ecstasy. Realizing this is the thrill of a surge in orders. He decides to sell the existing 10 wooden puppets while retaining 5 for his own assistance. The puppets transport the traded wood to the manufacturing station, which can produce 1 puppet every 6 minutes. The timing of Liang Luo's posting is impeccable, as everyone appears to be idle, engaged in conversations. He has underestimated the sheer magnitude of 5 billion people. Within a mere 20 minutes, trade requests reach 999. It is no wonder that former business magnates spoke of traffic thinking. The current situation is akin to his puppets being viewed by at least a billion individuals. With such a vast audience, even a brick would find a buyer, let alone such practical puppets. As Liang Luo manages the transactions, he observes the increasing pile of wood on the deck, his spirits soaring. System, is there a time limit on trade requests? The system responds, ding. Trade requests that remain unfulfilled within 48 hours will be automatically cancelled. Ah, does this mean that if I do not deliver within 48 hours, the trades will vanish? Chapter 11, A Fortuitous Beginning. Liang Luo's heart sinks. Indeed, the system imposes restrictions, necessitating a higher pricing strategy. The Level 2 manufacturing station produces 1 puppet every 6 minutes, totaling 10 puppets in an hour. Within 48 hours, he could potentially manufacture a maximum of 480 puppets, earning 4 units of wood and 2 magic cores per puppet, culminating in a maximum of 1,920 units of wood and 960 magic cores, provided he remains awake. After an hour of relentless activity, the effect of the world horn dissipates. While the trade requests remain at 999, the chat logs in the World Channel have vanished. Liang Luo is unable to contact customers, nor can they place new orders. He consumes compressed biscuits with water for lunch, multitasking as he transfers wood to the manufacturing station, then trades the completed puppets. The repetitive nature of the task feels akin to working in a factory, tightening screws. Time drags on until a system notification interrupts him. Ding. Your ship's weight limit has been reached. Further increases pose a risk of sinking. He had forgotten this aspect. Rising to check the deck, he finds it brimming with wood, including the lower hold. System, how much wood do I have? Ding. You possess 230 units of wood. Then I must upgrade to a level 5 ship immediately. Ding. Upgrading to a level 5 ship requires the construction of a warehouse and an upgrade to the power system. How tedious, he exclaims. Let us get to it. Construct as quickly as possible. After a flurry of operations, both the warehouse and power system are completed. Initially, he viewed the warehouse as superfluous, given that the lower hold could store items. However, he finds a pleasant surprise. System description, ding. Warehouse, capable of storing items with a degree of preservation. The captain can access items through this system while on the ship. A new module appears on the interface. Liang Luo tests it, placing an apple into storage. The apple vanishes from his hand, automatically transported to the lower warehouse. An image of the apple appears in the system's warehouse list. Selecting it retrieves the apple, as if by spatial manipulation, a remarkably efficient feature. However, as stated by the system, this storage capability is only usable aboard the ship. Next, he upgrades the power system to level 2, resulting in a slight increase in sailing speed. Finally, the ship upgrade to level 5 takes 3 hours. A flash of white light envelopes the ship, causing the wood to vanish entirely, causing the vessel to sway slightly. Trading can now resume. Soon, 2 days pass. In the days following their departure from the island, the vast majority of survivors find themselves idle, fishing, sleeping, scavenging for treasure chests, and chatting with friends. Every day, Liang Luo managed to survive on a mere 3 hours of sleep, tirelessly operating the system and executing trades until the early hours of the 3rd day. When a mechanical notification chimed, ding, your transactions that have not been completed within 48 hours have now been automatically cancelled. This sound was akin to a liberation, prompting Liang Luo to close his already bloodshot eyes and succumb to slumber. Over the past 2 days, he had successfully completed 402 transactions, amassing 608 units of timber and 804 magic cores. His ship had ascended from level 5 to level 6, having consumed 200 units of timber for the upgrade to level 5 and an additional 500 units for the leap to level 6. The level 5 ship measured nearly 20 meters in length, boasting new facilities such as a restroom and an additional ship-mounted crossbow. Now, the level 6 vessel exceeded 20 meters, featuring 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, complete with external staircases. The captain's cabin was furnished with a wooden table, chairs, cabinets, and a complimentary light bulb. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Liang Luo groggily opened his eyes to find it was around 9 in the evening, the outside world enveloped in darkness. He rose to turn on the lights and access the system. The first order of business was to check if he could still purchase from the World Horn, only to find that he could not, as the system indicated a purchase limit of once every 100 days. TCH, I thought I could buy it continuously. How naive of me, he mused. The World Horn was undeniably a pivotal tool in widening the wealth gap. For with just a viable manufacturing book and the immense traffic generated by the World Horn, one could rapidly accumulate resources. As Liang Luo gazed at his spacious captain's cabin, a sense of elation washed over him. His previous level 4 ship had already surpassed that of most survivors, yet now he possessed a level 6 ship. Achieving this feat before even exiting the novice protection period, something few in the world could claim. It was truly a stroke of fortune. After reveling in his excitement, Liang Luo's mood settled as he opened the system to find a bustling chat channel. The discourse centered around the impending 7th day, marking the final day of the novice protection period, with foreboding dangers anticipated to emerge the following day. Humans possess an innate fear of the unknown. Some were anxious, while others remained unconcerned. Liang Luo, regarding his 20-plus meter-long ship, felt a sense of security in his position. If his level 6 ship faced peril, then surely all survivors would meet their doom. Moreover, he still had 9-10 units of timber at his disposal, while most survivors likely lacked even 10 units. As the unknown risks loomed with the dawn of a new day, many were eager to upgrade their ships, leading to a high demand for timber. Others, having exhausted their food or fresh water supplies, were compelled to part with their treasured possessions for trade. Seizing the opportunity to capitalize on timber prices that would likely plummet soon, Liang Luo resolved to replenish his fresh water supply first. With timber now holding exorbitant value, fresh water had become the currency of the trading market, where even a milliliter could be exchanged. The system automatically scanned transactions, revealing both the capacity and quality of the fresh water, making it impossible to substitute seawater or contaminated water. Upon searching for fresh water, Liang Luo found numerous trading offers, most seeking timber in exchange. He traded 10 units of timber for 1,000 milliliters of fresh water. At that moment, an item caught his attention. Item, seawater purifier. Item grade, excellent. Rarity, 40. Description, converts seawater into potable fresh water, capable of purifying 500 milliliters daily, requiring 2 energy crystals. Price, 150 units of timber. Only a fool would sell such an item, he thought. Although it produced only 500 milliliters daily, it could be upgraded, and upgrade scrolls were not particularly rare. Liang Luo promptly contacted the seller, Zhang Yuhan, whose name suggested she was a young girl. Liang Luo. Hello, may I ask why you were selling the seawater purifier? The response came swiftly, revealing she had yet to retire for the night. Zhang Yuhan, what is it to you? If you're not buying, stop asking so many questions. What an attitude. Liang Luo took a breath and replied. My inquiry stems from my intention to purchase. Zhang Yuhan, 150 units of timber is no small sum. Are you sure you can afford it? After a moment of contemplation, Liang Luo responded. I only have 120 units of timber. Will you sell it? Zhang Yuhan, oh? You're Liang Luo? You're that puppet brother, right? Ha ha ha. Finally, a real big shot has arrived after 2 days of waiting. Sorry. I thought you were just another troublemaker. Liang Luo was taken aback. You flatter me. I am no big shot. By the way, do you think this price is reasonable? Zhang Yuhan. Well, since you're a big shot, I want to hold back. 120 units of timber plus 3 wooden puppets. Liang Luo furrowed his brow slightly, finding the price a tad steep, but given his current wealth, he conceded. All right then. Zhang Yuhan. Wow. As expected of a big shot, you're quite agreeable. Chapter 12, Level 6 Ship. Liang Luo scanned the 120 units of timber and 3 puppets through the system, and in an instant, the items vanished, replaced by a machine half a meter tall. Its metallic exterior housed 3 glowing hollow glass spheres. Upon pouring seawater into the machine, it sequentially flowed through the spheres, emerging as fresh water, a rather exquisite design, with 2 energy crystals already placed in the slots, a generous gesture that endeared Liang Luo to the seller. Liang Luo, I'm curious, don't you need fresh water? Why sell it? Do you have 2 purifiers? Zhang Yuhan replied. Hehe. I can use water bomb technique to directly condense moisture from the air. Water bomb technique. Liang Luo was slightly astonished and continued messaging. Impressive. But even so, wouldn't it be better to keep it? Daily production of water could be exchanged for resources. Selling it seems like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Zhang Yuhan stated. It only produces 500 milliliters a day. Once the islands refresh, fresh water prices will drop. It's better to sell at a high price now. Safety is paramount, and only a large ship can ensure survival in storms or during raids. Her reasoning was clear and compelling, leaving Liang Luo to ponder whether he had overpaid. He began to regard this girl with newfound respect and added her as a friend. After completing the transaction, Liang Luo continued to search for other treasures. When it came to valuable items, spell-related, skill-related, and physical enhancement items were the best, yet none were available for sale. After some thought, Liang Luo searched for manufacturing books and was surprised to find two results: leather armor manufacturing book and stone spear manufacturing book. Upon seeing these two items, Liang Luo's eyes sparkled. Each manufacturing book was a veritable gold mine, capable of providing a continuous stream of revenue and rarely traded unless absolutely necessary. He first clicked on the latter, stone spear manufacturing book, grade, ordinary, rarity, 45, can create low-quality stone spears, requires 3 units of timber and 1 unit of stone. Price, 100 units of timber. How audacious. Liang Luo contacted the seller, Sukai. Brother, do you understand what 100 timber means? Do you think anyone would be willing to part with that much at this juncture? Sukai replied, timber is scarce. You can offer fresh water or other valuable items as substitutes. Huh. Liang Luo scoffed internally and sent a message. I'll offer you 50 units of timber. Will you sell? Sukai. Dude, you just slashed the price in half. There's no way I'm selling at that rate. My minimum is 90 timber. Take it or leave it. Liang Luo. I'll raise it to 60 units. That's my final offer. Sukai, deal. Why so easy? This sudden agreement left Liang Luo baffled. He felt the extra 10 units were unnecessary, but it mattered little, for his coffers were ample. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and Liang Luo gazed at the spear crafting manual in his hands, secretly rejoicing. With this acquisition, he could now equip his wooden puppets with an array of weapons. Curiosity piqued, Liang Luo sent a message. My friend, I can't help but wonder, why part with such a fine item? Sukai replied, if I weren't at my wit's end, I wouldn't be selling it. Just after leaving the island, I accidentally knocked over my water barrel, spilling an entire barrel of fresh water. Now, I've gone nearly 2 days without a drop to drink. Liang Luo nearly burst into laughter. He had struck gold once again. It seemed the owner of the other crafting manual was also in dire straits. After some negotiation, Liang Luo eventually purchased the leather armor crafting manual for 55 units of wood. The leather armor crafting manual, item level, common, capable of crafting inferior quality leather armor, requiring materials such as beast hides and flax. Liang Luo searched the trading market, but could not find the requisite materials, concluding that he would have to wait for the emergence of new islands to gather them. Having completed the transactions for the 2 manuals, he continued to peruse the market for more valuable items to seize. A common-grade iron curved dagger for 20 units of wood, a single-tube telescope for 20 units of wood, and an ordinary-grade upgrade scroll. Each of these items held utility, and he eagerly purchased them all. Holding the iron dagger, Liang Luo felt a surge of excitement. At last, he possessed a weapon of decent quality. He used the newly acquired ordinary-grade upgrade scroll to elevate his inferior wooden bow to common grade, planning to practice archery aboard the ship whenever he had the chance. After searching for another half-hour without finding any other worthy items, he concluded his search. At that moment, he felt no fatigue. After all his endeavors, he had yet to properly inspect his level 6 ship. The level 6 ship had a sleek, elongated design reminiscent of medieval sailing vessels, though devoid of sails, relying solely on the propulsion of energy crystals. The ship's eaves were adorned with intricate carvings, showcasing a commendable sense of design. The captain's quarters featured a wooden floor that was not only thick, but also smooth as marble, making no sound underfoot. The furniture was minimalist and wooden, exuding a sense of quality. The bathroom had a rudimentary waste disposal feature, still requiring some cleaning, but at least it spared him the daily trek to the deck for his needs. Next, Liang Luo opened the ship's panel. Ship level 6, status 100. Constructible facilities: medium shipborne crossbow X5, beast pen, prison, auxiliary power machines X4, shipborne radar. Upgradable facilities: main power room, warehouse, level 3 crafting table. Upgrade requirements: 1,000 units of wood, 50 units of ordinary steel. Having been preoccupied with transactions, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a plethora of new items. The medium crossbow and radar sounded invaluable, but what purpose did the beast pen serve, and what was the prison all about? Upon further investigation, beast pen, capable of housing small wild beasts, increasing their survival rate by 10, with a slight taming effect from long-term captivity, requires 20 units of wood. Prison, can hold captives or untamed beasts, requires 20 units of wood. The prison seemed rather superfluous, so he dismissed it outright. The beast pen, however, reminded him that he still had 5 water bunnies aboard. After tossing some weeds and seawater upon boarding, he had neglected them. He hurried to the deck to check on them. Indeed, 2 had already succumbed, lying still, while the remaining 3 appeared to be in poor condition, seemingly unable to adapt to the ship's sway. It appeared that developing a breeding operation would not be as simple as he had hoped. Liang Luo opted to construct the beast pen, securing the 3 surviving bunnies inside. The 2 deceased ones, he lamented, had likely been dead for some time, and he could only toss them into the sea. If Hu Jiangwo were to see this, he would surely berate him for wasting food. Returning to the captain's quarters, he continued his examination. Shipborne crossbow, a powerful crossbow that cannot be moved and automatically loads and fires. Requires 8 units of wood, 3 units of ordinary steel, and 2 level 1 energy crystals. Shipborne radar, can search for islands within a 20-kilometer radius, detecting the island's level within a 5-kilometer radius, and revealing large sea creatures. Requires 8 units of wood, 5 units of stone, 3 units of steel, 1 detection stone, and 4 level 1 energy crystals. Auxiliary power machine, installed on either side of the ship to enhance speed and maneuverability. Requires 10 units of wood and 2 level 1 energy crystals. Wood was manageable, but the crossbow required steel, and upgrading to a level 7 ship would also necessitate steel. From levels 1 to 6, the upgrade materials had been solely wood. But starting at level 7, steel became essential. Where would he find so much steel at sea? Liang Luo realized that advanced ships would undoubtedly rely heavily on steel, indicating a need to stockpile it in advance. As for the detection stone required for the radar, he had no leads and could only set that aside for now. There were also 3 facilities that could be upgraded. The main power room required steel, the level 3 crafting table required stone, and currently, no one at sea had stone. The warehouse upgrade required 15 units of wood and 3 energy crystals. Liang Luo decided to upgrade the warehouse to level 2. The level 2 warehouse not only expanded in size, but also increased the item retrieval range to within 5 meters of the ship. A highly practical feature that eliminated the need to carry items aboard. Proximity alone would suffice for storage. He then constructed the 4 auxiliary power machines he could build and checked his wood inventory, which still held 500 units. Chapter 13. The survival begins in earnest. Closing the system, Liang Luo stepped out of the captain's quarters to enjoy the sea breeze. This marked his first evening aboard the ship. Gazing at the night sea in this world, the pitch-black surface of the ocean was illuminated solely by the dim light of his vessel, his only bastion of hope. The moon in the sky appeared larger than a basketball, casting a pale glow that reflected on the water, mirroring the solitude and helplessness felt by each survivor at that moment. Liang Luo inhaled deeply, shaking off these negative thoughts. He had already gained an edge, yet he must continue to expand his advantage. If this were a survival game, his singular objective was to outlast all others. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the system's notification chimed punctually, as nearly everyone awaited this moment. Liang Luo opened the system announcement. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully enduring the initial 7 days. The beginner protection period has concluded. We trust you have acclimated to life at sea. You will now confront the more authentic ocean. Brave sailors, ride the winds and waves. May you continue to breathe in the next moment. Ding. Another announcement followed. The first phase of survival has commenced, with the following adjustments. 1. Survivor isolation has been lifted. You may now encounter one another. 2. Each survivor's initial position is 300 nautical miles apart. 3. Islands will refresh randomly, lasting 3 to 8 days, with the highest island level being madness. 4. High-tier sea beasts and severe weather will not appear for the time being. 5. The likelihood of treasure chests appearing in the wilderness and at sea has been reduced. 6. After 10 days, the system will conduct a rating based on each individual's performance, with rewards for higher scores. After reading the 2 announcements, the second one contains significant information. System, how many levels are there for islands? Liang Luo inquired. The system responded, ding. The welfare level during the beginner protection period does not count. Presently, islands are classified into several levels based on difficulty. Simple, common, dangerous, madness, calamity, malevolence, nightmare, and hell. So many levels existed, and the latter ones sounded exceedingly daunting, impressive in their severity. At that moment, Liang Luo suddenly felt the ship rocking more intensely. Stepping outside, the sea breeze tousled his slightly long hair, while waves battered against the hull. The ocean had been as calm as a lake these past few days, causing one to forget the true nature of the sea. He opened the regional chat, where it was filled with laments. Just now, a massive shadow passed beneath my ship. It was terrifying. Hey, why are the waves so huge here? My ship is only level 2. Is this meant to doom me? Wah, the sea is covered in ice. Have I drifted to the Arctic? Brothers, I am feeling quite frigid. Would someone be so kind as to bestow upon me a warm coat? I would be willing to do anything in return. Oh, dear system, please do not diminish the chances of treasure chests. Your refusal to grant them is tantamount to condemning me to death. Enough of your clamor. Is anyone in a more dire predicament than I? A colossal octopus has already ascended my vessel, and I must engage in battle with it. Today, it shall either consume me, or I shall feast upon it. I am faring relatively well here, save for the sudden emergence of an island that has risen from the depths of the sea, which startled me greatly. Do none of you suffer from seasickness? I have already expelled my stomach acid twice. Goodness, a shark is circling around me. I fear my small boat may capsize. Could someone lend me 30 units of wood to upgrade my vessel? I promise to repay you tenfold in the future. It appears numerous individuals are encountering peril. Liang Luo has moved to the bow of the ship, using a telescope to scan the horizon. There are no islands in sight, yet 2 sharks are loitering nearby. Fortunately, their size poses no threat to my substantial 25-meter-long, 7-meter-high ship. If only I had a harpoon, I would at least capture a shark to savor its fin. Liang Luo retrieved a chair from the captain's cabin and settled at the bow, relishing the sea breeze while perusing the system. occasionally glancing through the telescope to avoid missing any islands. The price of timber in the regional trading market has risen, and Liang Luo has managed to acquire a powerful spotlight, a kettle powered by energy crystals, and a standard-grade upgrade scroll. His next plan is to procure steel while the opportunity presents itself. Liang Luo composed and dispatched a message seeking to exchange timber for steel. I am purchasing steel. 1 unit of timber for 1 unit of steel. Interested parties, please contact me. The response was swift. What a remarkable individual, exchanging timber for steel at such a time. Could they have no further need for timber in upgrading their ship? Perhaps they possess a manual for crafting metal tools. Steel will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. This is a prudent precaution. To those above, why concern yourselves with such matters? I am in dire need of timber. If I do not upgrade my ship soon, I may perish. This person seems to resemble the one who previously sold puppets. Could it be that Puppet Brother is now constructing robots? Liang Luo disregarded the chatter, focusing solely on completing transactions with interested parties. By nightfall, he had exchanged a total of 116 units of steel and utilized a considerable amount of timber to manufacture 100 wooden puppets. With the steel acquired, Liang Luo upgraded the main power room to level 4 and constructed 5 ship-mounted crossbows. Upon completion of the crossbows, the system interface featured a new app for onboard weapons, and the system generously provided a crafting manual for medium crossbow bolts, requiring 3 units of timber and 1 unit of steel to produce 20 bolts at a time. Each bolt measures 18 meters in length, with a menacing iron tip. 20 bolts can be loaded simultaneously into the crossbow's launch platform, allowing for direct control of the crossbow's firing through the system interface. Liang Luo tested a shot, estimating the range at around 400 meters. Quite impressive. After completing these tasks, he intended to retire early for the night, albeit feeling quite unwell himself, having succumbed to seasickness twice, the unpredictable swells rendering him dizzy. The following morning, Liang Luo resumed his routine of checking the system while observing the sea, occasionally receiving messages from others wishing to trade steel for timber. At this moment, he felt a sense of urgency, as since yesterday afternoon, individuals had begun discovering islands. Yet here, he was the next morning with no sight of one. In the chat channel, voices clamored. Brothers, have you all reached an island? I just landed on one swarming with wolves, over 20 of them. How am I supposed to get past that? You managed to reach an island so quickly? I haven't caught a glimpse of even a hare. Huh, wolves are nothing. I have tigers on my island. What should I do? Has anyone identified the island's level? The system can assess that. I have identified mine. It is a simple level. I too have identified it. Likewise, a simple level, yet it is teeming with crocodiles. Goodness, tigers, wolves, crocodiles. Does this system have a misunderstanding of the term simple? To the friend with tigers, I am Chui Jiqiang, a wilderness survival expert. Allow me to offer a suggestion. When confronting large felines, remain calm, crouch low, and maintain eye contact. You may create noise or brandish a weapon to intimidate it, exude a spirit of defiance. And under no circumstances should you turn your back or flee. Such actions would surely lead to a more dignified demise. The conversation grew lively, and Liang Luo gleaned some useful information. At that moment, a message caught everyone's attention. Good afternoon, I am Song Jinian, the former mayor of Anzhou. Fellow citizens of the Daxiao Nation, you have endured much these past few days. The Daxiao government has now re-established contact through the World Channel and is in the process of reorganizing institutions. I implore all citizens to unite and not to give up easily as we collectively confront this threat. We will promptly organize rescue efforts to ensure the safety of our people. Upon hearing this, a wave of excitement surged among the Daxiao populace. The inherent trust and reliance on the government surged, and the announcement felt like a lifeline. I am from Anzhou. Mayor Song, are you truly our mayor? Oh, how wonderful. There is finally news from the authorities. Hurry, rescue me. I have run out of water and food. Please send supplies immediately. Do not be deceived. There are many with the same name. I heard just 2 days ago of someone impersonating officials to swindle supplies. The authorities? Liang Luo murmured softly, skeptical of the credibility. Even if they could still function, what could they achieve in this world where everyone is on edge? As he pondered, he suddenly noticed a dark cloud looming in the distance to his right. Surely, that cannot signify an impending storm? Encountering a tempest at sea is no trifling matter. The system had claimed there would be no severe weather, yet although his ship had reached level 6, it measured merely over 20 meters in length. One great wave could easily capsize it. Just as Liang Luo contemplated fleeing, his eye caught a dark spot. Is that an island? Liang Luo trained his telescope on it, and, indeed, it was an island. For a fleeting moment, excitement coursed through him, only to be replaced by gravity. The island lay to the east, while the ominous cloud hovered to the southeast, leaving him uncertain of the storm's trajectory. If he set sail toward the island now, he might encounter the tempest. Lacking maritime knowledge, the safest course would be to flee northwest at full speed while the cloud remained distant. Liang Luo furrowed his brow, debating whether to escape or approach the island. After a minute of deliberation, he resolved to take the plunge. Fortune favors the bold. Missing this island could mean an indefinite wait for the next opportunity, should he wander for days without finding another island. The initial advantages he had amassed would be lost to those who pursued him. This game, while appearing to be about survival, was, in reality, a competition. Falling behind would mean facing consequences. Those who failed to comprehend this would inevitably be eliminated. Liang Luo accessed the system and promptly altered his course, propelling his ship toward the island. After an hour of sailing, the sky darkened, and the winds grew increasingly fierce. Another hour passed, and the howling winds resembled the cries of the damned. The ship rocked violently. Liang Luo remained in the captain's cabin, peering through the window at the approaching island. Icy seawater mixed with rain splattering against the glass. His heart raced with trepidation. Should fortune fail him, today might be his last. Fortunately, with the ship's level 6 engine at full throttle, it was traveling at approximately 10 knots. After 3 hours, he was nearing the shore. Liang Luo discerned that the storm had not shifted eastward. He had merely grazed the edge of it. Otherwise, his fate today would have likely been grim. The vessel gradually approached the sandy shore, revealing a rather expansive island. As darkness had fallen, the details of the island remained obscured. Previously, the mayor named Song Jinian had disseminated some scientific posts, claiming conclusions drawn from official investigative data. The findings indicated that current survivors could only challenge the simplest tier of islands, and even then, they ought not to delve too deeply. Simple tier islands harbored fierce beasts, posing significant danger to the present-day survivors. Encountering a standard tier island would be tantamount to folly. One should turn back without a second thought. Fortunately, although the system's novice protection had been lifted, there were still certain allowances. Presently, 80 of the islands encountered were of the simple tier. Liang Luo retrieved the system with a tinge of anxiety. He had ventured to this island at the risk of his life. Surely, it could not be too formidable. With a chime, 5 characters appeared on the system's display, chilling Liang Luo's heart. Flower Island, standard tier. How could I be so unfortunate? After such effort to find an island, it turns out to be of standard tier. One must remember that even simple tier islands were home to lions, tigers, and crocodiles. What manner of creatures could possibly inhabit a standard tier island? A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning split the sky, momentarily illuminating the pitch-black island. Liang Luo beheld a myriad of bizarre, twisted plants swaying gently in the torrential rain, exuding an atmosphere of chilling terror. At the island's center stood a towering, disc-like visage, grinning ominously at him. What on earth was that? Liang Luo's hair bristled with trepidation. The seas remained tumultuous, yet the shallow waters posed little threat. Liang Luo anchored the boat approximately 20 meters from the island, securing the doors and windows as the wind howled outside, rain seeping through the wooden frames. Tonight, any action was out of the question. Reclining on his bed, Liang Luo perused the system, noting that his wooden puppets had surprisingly completed several transactions today. It appeared some had found the island and resumed their tree-felling activities, with an occasional negative review surfacing below. Even now, the reviews continued. It seemed that when Shuna, that woman, was perhaps bored and had a rather petty spirit. Steel, another 40 units sold today. Later, Mayor Song shared a highly valuable piece of information. Every island harbored a relatively powerful monster, which would guard a specific area and rarely stray far. Such locations typically exhibited distinct characteristics and contained the finest treasure chests on the island. The authorities now referred to these spots as the island's core. Conquering the island's core would signify a complete mastery of the island. Furthermore, some individuals had discovered mysterious shops on the island, which were somewhat concealed and challenging to locate. Upon finding them, one could purchase items unavailable in the market with system currency, often at significantly lower prices than in the system store. This information was rare and crucial. However, Mayor Song generously made it public, hinting at some official backing. Liang Luo felt a growing fondness for this Mayor Song. As dawn broke, Liang Luo stretched and stepped out of the captain's quarters. The storm had subsided, and the sun shone brightly, blinding him with its brilliance. He maneuvered the boat to the beach, approaching the deck's edge for a closer look at the island. By daylight, it appeared far less menacing, true to its name. Flower Island was adorned with a plethora of flora. Yet, the blossoms were remarkably large, with diameters exceeding a meter, showcasing a myriad of colors and types, certainly not resembling any earthly species. At the island's heart stood a small hill, crowned by a colossal flower reminiscent of a chrysanthemum. Its hue a vivid, blood red. The grinning visage Liang Luo had glimpsed the previous night was indeed this flower, if he was not mistaken. This crimson giant and the hill beneath it constituted the so-called island's core. No signs of fauna were apparent on the island, not even the chirping of birds, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Should he venture ashore? The regional channel warned of dangers on simple tier islands, and indeed, they were perilous. Yet, Liang Luo believed danger to be relative. If he had mastered supernatural spells such as fireball or water blast during his novice phase, or if his physique had been enhanced, coupled with superior weaponry, he might stand a chance. Moreover, most voices in the commentary section were likely from novices. He trusted that true experts remained hidden. In the case of this standard tier island, normally it would be best left untouched, yet Liang Luo was different. He possessed puppets and could send them forth to explore. even if only to gather some resources from the periphery. At that moment, on the second level of the cabin, over 100 ordinary wooden puppets lay in wait. Liang Luo summoned 5, entrusting one with his iron pickaxe to collect fragments of stone from the beach. The remaining 4 would first engage with the flowers. The puppets seemed to operate without distance restrictions. As long as Liang Luo could see them, he could issue commands through the system. The wooden puppets traversed the sandy shore, where danger was minimal. They then wobbled into the flower thicket, where the density of blooms was not overwhelming, allowing the 4 puppets to navigate through the midst. Chapter 15, Poisonous Pollen. Initially, the flowers exhibited no reaction, remaining still as if they were merely flora. Liang Luo refrained from disembarking, choosing instead to observe quietly from the deck. Suddenly, a plant resembling a Venus flytrap rapidly extended its stem and opened its maw to devour a puppet in an instant. The speed was astonishing. Liang Luo barely registered the event. Had it been a person, they would have met their demise. Goodness, how ferocious! Liang Luo's heart raced. Subsequently, the flytrap writhed and spat the puppet back out, coated in a viscous slime, yet still able to function. It couldn't digest wood? Speaking of wood, Liang Luo recalled that there were no trees visible on this island. All the flora were herbaceous, devoid of any woody plants. An island without trees could not yield timber, leaving Liang Luo in a state of despair. After observing the chat channel for so long, he noted that most islands boasted trees. Liang Luo had initially planned to land and chop wood, bringing over 100 puppets to harvest quickly, a strategy that had bolstered his confidence in trading wood for supplies. Now, however, he found himself with merely over 200 units of timber remaining. Returning to the present, another puppet came under attack as a flower resembling a sunflower suddenly expelled several seed-like projectiles. These seeds squirmed as they burrowed into the puppet's body, some penetrated, while others failed, yet the wooden puppet showed no signs of distress. Another puppet had inexplicably sprouted tiny mushrooms. Meanwhile, one puppet brushed against a massive trumpet flower, inadvertently touching its petal. The trumpet flower opened its thick, sausage-like lips and unleashed a cloud of pollen, clearly toxic. If a human were to explore this island, even 9 lives would not suffice. Liang Luo, peering through his binoculars, observed that these plants could not act continuously. For instance, after expelling pollen, they became motionless. While they certainly appeared formidable, they remained plants, he mused. Their primary mode of attack was through toxins, predominantly via the dispersal of various poisonous pollen. Fortuitously, his puppets were immune to toxins, implying that these plants could hardly inflict harm upon them. Witnessing this, a smile gradually blossomed on Liang Luo's face. Since he could not fell trees, he would take out his frustrations on them instead. Liang Luo accessed the panel and located Suin. Are you there? I would like to order a batch of axes. How many do you need? She replied. Liang Luo, I'm short on stones. Can I exchange magic cores for now? Suin, no need. I have 30 axes in stock and can lend them to you. Liang Luo felt a surge of gratitude, yet he remained puzzled. He and this woman had been strangers before, and in a world where everyone was on edge, she generously assisted an unknown individual. Could she be the fabled saint? Unable to comprehend any further, he decided to cease his pondering and opted to exchange for 60 magic cores, in addition to the 30 he had previously acquired, thus totaling 60 stone axes. With a grand gesture, Liang Luo commanded 60 wooden puppets, each wielding a stone axe, to emerge from the ship's cabin, traverse the sandy shore, and advance towards the delightful blossoms. At that moment, if the flowers could utter a word, their most fervent plea would undoubtedly be for him to refrain from approaching. These flora were herbaceous, possessing robust roots and stems, yet still lacking the hardness of wood. The puppets swung their axes with a resounding crack, causing the sap to flow, while the flowers retaliated sporadically by releasing toxic pollen. Alas, their efforts proved futile, and soon, numerous roots and stems lay severed. To his astonishment, Liang Luo discovered that upon being severed, these flowers would yield magic cores, with an approximate probability of 1 in 10. Of course, the puppets did not emerge unscathed. Liang Luo commanded them to drag over a massive plant resembling a carnivorous pitcher plant, which could expel a tongue several meters long and slowly digest the puppets once consumed. It was one of the few plants capable of digesting puppets. After a considerable effort, the other puppets managed to chop it down to its roots. Utilizing the system for identification, he received the notification, "Ding, mutated carnivorous flower, a first-tier magical beast." Liang Luo was astounded. This was indeed a first-tier magical beast. He inquired of the system, "What is the probability of obtaining a magic core from a first-tier magical beast?" The response came, "Ding. Possessing a magic core is a prerequisite for becoming a magical beast. First-tier magical beasts possess a 100 chance of having a magic core, while the probability for other ordinary mutated plants is around 10. Liang Luo gazed at the vast expanse of flowers, his eyes gleaming with excitement. How many magic cores could be found here? He found these flowers rather enchanting, truly captivating. Even more thrilling was his discovery that the carcass of the pitcher plant could be sold to the system's marketplace for an impressive price of 6 system coins. He tried evaluating other mutated plants, which fetched between 2 to 3 system coins. To put it into perspective, a complete several kilogram rabbit only cost 2 system coins. He could hardly believe the value of these floral remains. If he were to harvest all these flowers and sell them to the system, how many system coins would he amass? Moreover, could this system truly sustain losses? Could these plant remains perhaps be used for brewing liquor or serve as materials for potions? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Liang Luo. He commanded the puppets to discard a morning glory, revealing its inner stamens, which were still dusted with pollen. Upon using the system for identification, he was rewarded with the following. Ding, paralysis powder. Inhalation results in total bodily weakness and loss of consciousness. He proceeded to identify several other varieties of pollen. Ding, hallucinogenic powder. Inhalation induces hallucinations. Ding, toxic blindness powder. Causes temporary blindness in animals and induces unbearable itching upon inhalation. These pollens were indeed treasures. No wonder the system offered such high buyback prices. Additionally, the viscous substance within the first-tier pitcher plant, capable of digesting wood, would undoubtedly be unpleasant if splashed upon a person. If he could collect it, it would prove to be a formidable weapon. However, he pondered what kind of container would suffice. Cloth might allow the pollen to leak. Liang Luo opened the trading market and searched for paper. Numerous options appeared. Yet most were of inferior quality, prone to tearing. He found regular-grade paper, albeit slightly overpriced. After some consideration, he searched for bags and discovered several cloth bags. But none of the affordable plastic bags he sought. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a particular item, banana leaves, advertised as suitable for rolling into containers. Of course, this item's primary purpose was for toilet use. Players lacking a restroom would utilize banana leaves for this necessity and dispose of them into the sea afterward. The price for banana leaves was exceedingly reasonable, and Liang Luo traded 10 milliliters of fresh water for 10 leaves, feeling quite satisfied with his acquisition. These circular leaves, measuring approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, were relatively tough, reminiscent of the leaves typically used for wrapping zongzi, rice dumplings. He instructed the wooden puppets to lay the leaves flat and began to vigorously knead the stamens. They were quite soft, crumbling easily under pressure, and a copious amount of pollen scattered across the banana leaves. However, the puppets lacked the intelligence to package them properly, and several leaves crumbled upon contact. Liang Luo watched with mounting anxiety, yet he dared not intervene personally, fearing an inadvertent inhalation of the powder. Ultimately, he had no choice but to have the puppets perform a rudimentary folding to prevent the leaves from spilling, wrapping them with an additional layer just enough to contain the pollen. He could still sell the discarded remains of the flowers to the system for 1 system coin. Liang Luo purchased an additional 500 banana leaves from the seller, feeling liberated to proceed with his plans. He summoned 50 more puppets from the ship's cabin. The initial 60 wooden puppets were tasked with flower harvesting. 20 were responsible for dragging the cut flowers to the seaside, while 30 were engaged in crushing the stamens to extract pollen, and 1 puppet was busy striking stones. In no time, the entire beach was enveloped in a gentle haze of pollen, prompting Liang Luo to steer the ship a safe distance away to avoid inhalation. He observed and directed the operations through binoculars, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly and methodically. As time elapsed, the puppets sustained considerable losses due to the first-tier magical beast plants. Furthermore, defeating a first-tier magical beast also bore a chance of dropping attribute scrolls. Liang Luo received 1 such scroll from a puppet, and the system indicated, ding, mental attribute scroll. Permanently increases mental power by 1 point. He chose to utilize it, and as the familiar glow enveloped him, the scroll disintegrated, its essence merging with him. Liang Luo felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind, akin to awakening from a deep slumber. Once the puppets were assigned their tasks, they mechanically repeated their actions, allowing Liang Luo some leisure time. He decided to check on the livestock. Among the 3 rabbits, 2 appeared to be in excellent spirits, while the third was on the verge of death. Realizing its imminent demise, Liang Luo pulled it out, preparing to roast it for dinner. With a curved blade in hand, he swiftly pierced its throat to let it bleed out, a butchering process taught to him by Hu Jiangwo. He carefully skinned the rabbit, cleaned it, and retained 1 leg for himself, handing the remainder to Hu Jiangwo for preservation. Next, Liang Luo aimed to experiment with the 2 manufacturing books he had acquired. He placed the freshly skinned rabbit hide and the beast hide clothing manufacturing book on the crafting table, curious to see if the beast hide clothing could yield a new revenue stream. The virtual panel displayed the crafting options, and upon entering, a 3D rotating image of a garment appeared, an exceedingly unattractive, fuzzy vest. System, can I choose the style of the clothing? Ding, the manufacturing books level is too low. The area of the beast hide provided is insufficient for selection. With a resigned sigh, he clicked on manufacturing, and a small vest materialized on the crafting table. Its cut irregular and still bearing the odor of the rabbit. Wearing it resembled the appearance of a savage, unless one were on the brink of freezing to death. No one would don such an outfit, he mused. It seemed that the clothing could only be sold once the book was upgraded. He then turned his attention to the stone spear manufacturing book. 2 puppets carried a unit of stone onto the ship, and Liang Luo placed it on the crafting table. along with 3 units of wood and the stone spear manufacturing book. Upon clicking to manufacture, he successfully produced 10 stone spears in one go. The spear shafts were made of wood, measuring 15 meters in length, with sharpened stone heads affixed at the top, suitable for both close combat and range throwing. Liang Luo listed the spears for trade, pricing them at 3 spears for 1 unit of wood and 1 unit of stone. Once everything was settled, night had fallen. Liang Luo reviewed his day's harvest. The puppets had felled over 2,000 flowers and plants, yielding 266 magic cores, crafting 280 packets of poison powder, and selling various floral remains for a total of 2030 system coins, alongside 6 attribute scrolls, 1 enhancing strength, 1 agility, 2 constitution, and 2 mental power. His current attribute value stood at strength 11, agility 12, constitution 10, mental power 14, with the skill archery mastery LV0, 25. He could be considered a physically capable adult male. Today has been a bountiful harvest. This flower island has proven to be an excellent choice. Liang Luo felt as though he could awaken with a smile, even in slumber. Ultimately, he crafted a dozen more puppets to replenish his losses, restoring the number of flower-cutting puppets to 60. This time, Liang Luo enjoyed an exceptionally refreshing sleep. The searchlights remained illuminated throughout the night, while the puppets toiled tirelessly. Upon emerging from the cabin the next morning, Liang Luo beheld a vast expanse of flower and grassland that had been entirely cleared, with a mountain of plants heaped on the beach, evoking a twinge of guilt for the ecological devastation he had wrought. Through his binoculars, he observed 4 treasure chests scattered across the barren ground, 2 wooden chests, 1 black iron chest, and 1 bronze chest. He commanded a wooden puppet to retrieve the chests. The wooden chests contained a beef hamburger and 2 bottles of mineral water, while the black iron chest yielded a pound of black tea leaves. To his delight, the bronze chest revealed a pair of black leather ankle boots. The system identified them. Ding. Boots of speed. A magical item that can be infused with energy crystals to slightly enhance running speed. Item level, ordinary, rarity, 70. Upon donning them, they felt a tad snug at first, but within moments, they conformed perfectly to his feet, evidently capable of adjusting in size. Truly, they were magical artifacts. A small groove at the heel allowed for the insertion of energy crystals. Satisfied with his new footwear, Liang Luo gleefully dashed about, feeling as though the soles were equipped with some sort of propulsion device, indeed running faster than usual. Suddenly, a jarring system alert interrupted his revelry. Ding. Your puppets are under attack. What was happening? Liang Luo glanced toward the horizon, noticing several wooden puppets advancing toward the island's center. His expression hardened. The inevitable had come to pass. Using his binoculars, he focused on the towering crimson chrysanthemum at the island's core, the so-called Flower King. Beneath it lay a small hill, the very heart of the island. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a singular eye, a round pupil with a vertical slit, staring back at him from the center of the flower. Though it emitted no sound, Liang Luo could feel its profound resentment. A chill ran down his spine as he looked below to see several thick vines, each as wide as a calf, thrashing menacingly. Any wooden puppet that drew near would be ensnared, crushed beneath their might. Scattered across the ground lay remnants of puppets, limbs, and shattered parts. Checking the system, he noted that only 30 remained, a reduction of half from the previous night. Excluding the losses incurred overnight, it was evident that at least 10 had been obliterated by the vines in mere moments. Fall back, Liang Luo commanded the system. Having observed through his binoculars that the wooden puppet stone axes inflicted negligible damage on the vines, often ensnared or flung away before they could even approach the core. Fortunately, the roots remained immobile. He ordered the puppets to navigate around the vine's attack range, maintaining a safe distance while clearing away surrounding vegetation. Retreating to the captain's cabin, he pondered his strategy. A direct assault was untenable. The combat capabilities of ordinary wooden puppets were woefully inadequate. Engaging in a frontal confrontation would be tantamount to self-sabotage. What to do? He had already reaped significant rewards from the periphery. Was he truly to abandon the island's core? System, how much time remains for this island? Ding. This island has 58 hours remaining. Liang Luo closed his eyes, tapping his index finger on the table deep in thought. The only viable plan he could conceive was to employ fire. Regardless of the danger posed to the puppets, he himself was safe. Thus, he opened the chat channel, searching for keywords related to fire. Among the results were lighters and various ignition tools, but one item stood out: a torch, requiring 1 unit of wood for each. Liang Luo procured several torches. He then searched for flammable, but found no results. Next, he searched for gasoline and alcohol, eventually discovering a type of strong liquor known as erguo. After some consideration, Liang Luo posted a high-priced offer for white alcohol, specifying a high concentration, whether previously consumed or not, limited to that day, inviting interested parties to contact him directly. He repeated the message every 15 minutes, incurring a cost of 3 system coins for each subsequent post after the first. However, Liang Luo was not short on funds. Before long, inquiries began pouring in regarding various types of spirits, including erguo, homemade liquor, and disinfectant alcohol. Liang Luo welcomed them all, ultimately amassing nearly 10 pounds of high-proof liquor, expending over 30 units of wood. Yet, facing a 10-meter-tall giant floral creature, it was evident that mere alcohol would not suffice. He could hardly afford to burn precious timber. A sudden realization struck him. He had overlooked the most economical combustible, hay. During his novice phase, he had even purchased weeds for feeding the rabbit. Without delay, he searched for suppliers of hay, discovering several selling it at a bargain. After inquiring, he focused on securing dry hay, ultimately settling on a few vendors, trading 5 units of wood for 30 bundles, each bundle larger than a wooden puppet. With his preparations complete, he replenished his ranks with an additional 50 wooden puppets. At this point, Liang Luo's wood supply dwindled to just over 100 units. Filling him with trepidation, success was imperative, or he would incur significant losses. Chapter 17. The Fiery Assault on the Flower Demon King. By afternoon, the plants surrounding the Flower King had been cleared, and within a 300-meter radius, no other flora remained. He called all his puppets back to the beach for assembly. Totaling 100, the Flower King's vines numbered no more than 7. Liang Luo's strategy was straightforward, leveraging their numerical superiority to breach the vine's defenses and ignite a stack of hay at its roots, thereby incinerating it. With the operation underway, the 100 puppets were divided into 4 groups of 25, encircling the Flower King from 4 directions. The front line consisted of 5 puppets designated as the sacrificial squad, igniting themselves as they charged forward. The 6 rear puppets each carried a bundle of hay, already doused in liquor to expedite ignition, tasked with delivering the hay to the roots. 5 others were assigned to douse the creature with liquor, while 2 held torches to ignite the hay. The remaining 7 served as support and reserves. With roles clearly delineated, the 4 groups of puppets gradually approached. The colossal red flower loomed above, gazing down at the puppets as though they were mere ants. Yet it would soon realize how misguided its arrogance was. From the 4 directions, the foremost 5 wooden puppets ignited, flames erupting as they were engulfed. For a brief moment, the Flower King hesitated, appearing at a loss. Liang Luo, stationed on his vessel with binoculars in hand, issued the command, "Charge." With that order, all but the torch-bearing puppets surged forward. The Flower King, witnessing the fiery wooden puppets barreling toward it, exhibited a flicker of panic in its singular eye. It attempted to ensnare several with its vines, intending to crush them, but quickly released them, evidently scorched. "Huh, you truly fear fire," Liang Luo shouted in delight. However, his mirth was short-lived, as a grin froze on his face. The Flower King's 6 immense leaves suddenly darkened, resembling colossal blades, one of which swung toward a burning puppet, cleaving it cleanly in 2. In mere moments, 7 more puppets were severed in half, revealing the formidable power of its leaf attacks. "Guard the igniters," Liang Luo called out nervously. As the 2 winged guard teams wielded their stone spears, using their bodies to shield the wooden figures laden with hay and white wine in the center. Despite the Flower King's desperate attempts to fend off the onslaught with leaves and vines, the sheer number of puppets proved overwhelming. Soon, several wooden figures surged towards the feet of the Flower King from all directions. They clutched the hay and piled it at the base, then retreated, allowing others to stack more atop the previous heaps. The giant Flower King, seemingly oblivious to the purpose of these heaps accumulating at its feet, instinctively sensed danger and attempted to dislodge the hay with its vines. There was no time to waste. "Ignite it now," Liang Luo shouted. Without waiting for more hay to be delivered, the puppets behind promptly hurled torches forward, while some of the wooden figures, with their spears smeared in white wine, ignited and launched them as well. The dry hay, already highly flammable, caught fire instantly, sending thick smoke billowing into the air and flames soaring high. The wooden figures, still clutching hay, approached and directly tossed their bundles into the inferno. Others splashed white wine onto the leaves and vines, and the fire quickly spread across the entirety of the Flower King. The Flower King writhed, using its massive leaves to swat at the flames, but soon, the leaves and vines themselves were ignited, and with each swat, more areas caught fire. Suddenly, it emitted a shrill cry reminiscent of an infant's wail, sending chills down Liang Luo's spine. After piling up the hay and dousing it with wine, the puppets began to retreat, allowing the fire to continue its relentless assault. At that moment, the Flower King was engulfed in agony, its inner turmoil collapsing into despair as it screamed heart-wrenchingly. Suddenly, the entire body of the Flower King began to glow. "What is happening?" Liang Luo felt an ominous premonition. Could it be preparing to self-destruct? All the light converged at the apex of the flower, the blood-red petals radiating a blinding crimson glow, which then focused into the central eye. Pulses of light surged along the flower's filaments, clearly gathering energy. "This is bad, scatter!" Liang Luo cried out, but it was too late. A beam of red light shot forth from that eye, carrying immense energy that struck the swarm of wooden figures, instantly dissolving those it touched. The beam had great range and power, and the puppets had no time to retreat. The light swept back and forth among the surrounding figures, reducing many to mere ashes upon contact. What a trick! Liang Luo slammed his fist against the ship's eave, furious to the core. The beam continued its assault for 30 seconds before ceasing. Afterward, the Flower King seemed to collapse in exhaustion, its vibrant red flower fading to a pale pink, visibly shrinking. Liang Luo checked the system to assess the number of puppets remaining. This laser had annihilated around 60, leaving fewer than 20. He had not anticipated such a powerful move from the Flower King. The losses were severe, and he commanded the remaining wooden figures to disperse and retreat, allowing the fire to burn for a while longer. The Flower King's vines, roots, and leaves were ablaze, and the flames continued to climb. It hung its head, eyes half closed as it gazed towards Liang Luo, seemingly aware that eliminating these wooden puppets was futile. Only its own demise would suffice. Suddenly, it let out another anguished scream directed at him, then twisted its stem to uproot itself from the ground. It was evident that this act caused it immense pain, as many of the roots snapped, dripping with crimson blood. The scene through the telescope left Liang Luo astounded. He had assumed this creature was immobile, yet here it was, engaging in such a drastic maneuver. Clearly, this was a devastating act of self-harm for the Flower King. After uprooting itself entirely, it began to crawl towards him using its leaves, its roots dragging along the ground and leaving a long trail of blood, its body still ablaze and appearing utterly wretched. Liang Luo observed the burning creature crawling towards him, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he wore a serious expression and ordered the crossbows on the ship to be readied. It wasn't mere bravado. He feared this entity might possess further means of survival, and if he were to leave the shore, it could escape, which would spell trouble. Now that it was approaching with desperation, it played into his hands. The great red Flower King crawled swiftly, covering approximately 4 kilometers in 10 minutes. By this time, its color had shifted to a pale pink, and it could no longer move, its leaves having burned away, leaving it about 200 meters from Liang Luo. Upon closer inspection, the diameter of its flower head was around 4 to 5 meters, with the petals and filaments writhing like countless caterpillars, presenting a rather grotesque sight. The system identified it as a flower demon, a second-tier magical beast, confirming its formidable strength. In the midst of its struggle, the ailing Flower King emitted a faint glow, with light converging in its eyes, reminiscent of before. Could it unleash that beam once more? Liang Luo's heart raced. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Fire." The 3 crossbows released their bolts almost simultaneously, as the flower demon's light beam shot forth. Only one bolt struck the flower demon, but it missed the eye. The powerful inertia caused the flower to tilt, redirecting the released red light at a 45-degree angle toward the sky. In reality, this beam was weak, far less lethal than the first, and the entire flower nearly turned white, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The previous beam had seemingly been its last act of defiance. Liang Luo, seizing the moment, quickly loosed another barrage of bolts, thwack, 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 striking the flower head. The great red Flower King emitted a whimpering sound akin to that of a baby, and after 2 minutes of futile cries, it lay still. Liang Luo continued to load and fire until the magical core materialized beside the Flower King, finally allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. This was a second-tier magical core, capable of being exchanged for second-level energy crystals. In addition to the magical core, there was a tome and a scroll. The wooden puppets retrieved the book and scroll, which he then scanned with the system. Ding. Thorn Magic Book. Thorn, a first-tier shadow magic. Capable of ensnaring targets and injecting paralysis toxins, casting range of 20 meters, with a mana cost of 10 points. Chapter 18, Superior Quality Puppet. Is this magic? I can finally learn magic. Liang Luo exclaimed joyfully. Based on the name, it appeared to belong to the plant or wood element. Yet it turned out to be of the shadow type. System, what is my mana? Ding. Mana value is 10 times your spirit power and recovers through sleep. With a spirit power of 14, that meant his mana was 140, allowing for 14 casts. Eagerly, he began to learn. As the book opened, glowing text surged into his body, while the physical tome remained intact, just devoid of its words. It felt as though some strange knowledge had been added to his mind. Though it was elusive, raising his hand, he directed it at a wooden figure and unleashed a spell. He sensed an invisible energy flowing from his brain to his palm, then released it. Instantly, several pure black thorny tendrils sprouted from beneath the wooden figure's feet, each armed with sharp spikes, binding the puppet tightly. The thorns exhibited immense strength and resilience, easily damaging the puppet's fragile form. Incredible! Liang Luo shouted in excitement, akin to a child receiving their most cherished toy. He experimented with a couple more casts before concluding. The scroll was an attribute scroll. Ding. Attribute scroll. Increases strength by 1 point, agility by 1 point, constitution by 1 point, and spirit by 2 points. What a treasure! The Flower King's demise yielded significant rewards. Liang Luo decided to use it. The scroll ignited, and his attributes now read: Strength 12, Agility 13, Constitution 11, Spirit 16. Next, Liang Luo approached the corpse of the giant Flower King. Its stem and leaves reduced to charcoal. It would take countless years for a chrysanthemum to evolve into a second-tier magical beast. Given the difficulty of your cultivation, I shall take good care of your remains. Liang Luo solemnly paid his respects for 2 seconds. He checked the system's recovery price, 50 system coins. Is it really that valuable? He sliced the flower open and extracted the eye. Scanning the eyeball, he received another notification. Ding. 40 system coins. This indicated that the eye was the most valuable part of the corpse. Gazing upon the colossal eyeball, its pupil now dilated and lifeless. Rigid and glassy like a crystal orb, a system appraisal chimed. Ding. Flower spirit's eye, a partial advancement artifact for plant-type magical beasts. Advancement artifact for magical beasts? What on earth is that? It might prove useful in the future, better to keep it for now. The remaining corpses were promptly sold to the system's marketplace for a mere 10 system coins each. Liang Luo, accompanied by about 20 wooden puppets, resolved to venture deeper into the island. Areas already cleared by the puppets should be safe, and his goal was to reach the island's core. Encircled by 20 wooden puppets forming a protective ring around him, he advanced toward the island's center. Upon ascending a small hill, he found himself where the Flower King had once thrived. The soil here bore a deep crimson hue, surrounded by peculiarly shaped stones. This must be the island's heart. Beside these enigmatic rocks, Liang Luo began to dig fervently. Soon, a golden radiance emerged. What was this? A golden treasure chest, truly befitting an ordinary level island. Liang Luo's excitement surged. Quickly excavating it from the earth, he hoped it wouldn't be a mere trifle. His hands trembled with nervous anticipation as he opened the chest, revealing 3 radiant orbs. The system interface automatically appeared. Ding. Please select one item from the following 3. 1. Electromagnetic cannon. A mobile, vehicle-mounted heavy artillery piece powered by energy crystals. It requires a lengthy recharge, but boasts tremendous destructive power. Rarity 83, item grade, excellent. 2. Mutant hammerhead shark egg, a second-tier magical beast and a fearsome predator of the ocean. It can be blood-bonded prior to hatching. Rarity 65, item grade, excellent. 3. Excellent grade item upgrade scroll, capable of upgrading fine-grade items to excellent grade. Rarity 45. After the introduction, Liang Luo's heart sank at the first 2 choices. Both were extraordinary. The electromagnetic cannon promised immense offensive capability. Had he possessed it earlier, he might have obliterated the Flower Spirit King with a single shot, sparing himself the arduous battle. The mutant shark egg offered the prospect of nurturing a powerful second-tier aquatic beast, complete with the rare blood-bonding ability. Given that the Flower Spirit was itself a second-tier entity, raising such a creature would be undeniably impressive. To forsake either seemed almost sacrilegious. Despite the pang of regret, Liang Luo resolutely selected the third option, the excellent grade upgrade scroll, his most pressing need, as the combat effectiveness of his ordinary grade wooden puppets was woefully inadequate. The choice confirmed. The interface vanished, and the remaining 2 orbs, along with the golden chest, disappeared. In his hand appeared a modest, unadorned scroll. Without delay, he returned to his ship, retrieved the puppet crafting manual, and, holding the upgrade scroll, addressed the system. System, upgrade the puppet crafting manual. A chime responded, ding. Are you sure you wish to use this upgrade scroll to elevate the fine-grade puppet crafting manual to excellent grade? Confirmed. The scroll's inscriptions glowed, then soared into the manual, which thickened, its cover adorned with a more intricate magical array. System appraisal followed. Ding. Excellent grade humanoid puppet crafting manual, capable of producing fine-grade puppets. Liang Luo placed the manual on the crafting bench's upper right corner, opened the system panel, and navigated to the crafting menu, revealing 4 options. Inferior grade wooden puppet, ordinary grade wooden puppet, fine-grade wooden puppet, and fine-grade stone puppet. At last, fine-grade wooden puppets, and even a fine-grade stone puppet. Selecting the fine-grade wooden puppet for inspection. The description read, a barely serviceable puppet capable of performing basic tasks and engaging in combat. Requirements, 8 units of wood for energy crystals. Next, he examined the fine-grade stone puppet, constructed from stone, possessing considerable strength, but moving as sluggishly as a snail. Requirements, 6 units of stone, 5 energy crystals. Liang Luo's stone reserves were scant, and his wood stock barely exceeded 100 units. He elected to craft a fine-grade wooden puppet first. His heart raced, hands trembling as he initiated production. A flash of white light, and soon a fine-grade puppet was born, standing 165 centimeters tall, a head shorter than himself, with clearly sculpted features and flexible joints. The meticulous craftsmanship exuded an aura of sophistication, far surpassing ordinary puppets in refinement. Opening the system's puppet statistics. The fine-grade wooden puppet boasted strength at 9, agility at 12, though lacking any mental attributes. Liang Luo sensed its intelligence was markedly superior to that of an ordinary wooden puppet. He conducted various tests outdoors. The puppet sprinted 50 meters in approximately 11 seconds. Proficiently shot arrows, launched spears with greater distance and accuracy, executed evasive maneuvers, and even swam. It could perform simple chores, cleaning, mopping, and even attending to the needs of a capybara-like creature by scooping its waste. Compared to this, ordinary wooden puppets were utterly obsolete. Subsequently, Liang Luo crafted a fine-grade stone puppet. A stone figure appeared in the captain's quarters, standing around 170 centimeters tall, resembling a statue. Magical runes connected its joints, but its movements were sluggish, and its intelligence seemed inferior even to the fine-grade wooden puppet. Reviewing its stats, strength 16, agility 5. Its strength was formidable, but its agility matched that of an ordinary wooden puppet. Having consumed 56 units of wood to produce 7 fine-grade wooden puppets, Liang Luo lacked sufficient stone to fabricate more stone puppets. Fortunately, with one stone puppet in tow, he entrusted it with an iron pickaxe to exploit its strength for mining, boosting efficiency more than threefold. Despite the considerable losses endured in the day-long battle with the Flower King, the acquisition of the excellent grade puppet crafting manual rendered all sacrifices worthwhile. Chapter 19, Blood Bonding. With the aid of fine-grade puppets, tasks became considerably more manageable. At night, Liang Luo refrained from sending the fine-grade wooden puppets to harvest flowers. Instead, they were tasked with pollen collection. This was partly because only about 30 units of wood remained, losses could not be afforded, and partly because the fine-grade puppet's dexterity ensured superior pollen collection with minimal spillage. The remaining 20 or so ordinary wooden puppets wielded stone axes to fell flowers, harvesting as much as possible. Upon awakening on the third day of island exploration, Liang Luo noted that, according to system timing, the flower island would vanish in 2 more days. However, he planned to depart early, as the island lacked trees. He needed to locate an island abundant with trees, where, aided by the stone puppet's strength, he could swiftly harvest vast timber resources. Moreover, several ordinary wooden puppets had perished the previous night, leaving only a dozen or so. Further flower harvesting had become inefficient. This island lacked any valuable special resources, containing only aggressive flora. Suddenly, Liang Luo pondered, could plants be tamed and taken along? The thought sparked inspiration. When opening the golden chest yesterday, the mutant hammerhead shark egg could be blood bonded before hatching, perhaps a clue. He decided to query the system, recalling that Song Jinian had posted a tutorial, warning that the system was taciturn, withholding information unless explicitly asked. Therefore, frequent inquiries and appraisals were crucial. System, can plant-type magical beasts be blood bonded? He inquired. Ding, yes. How is blood bonding achieved? Liang Luo pressed further. Ding, there are 2 methods. First, using a magical beast taming scroll to directly tame. Second, blood bonding at the seed stage. Once sprouted, plants cannot be blood bonded. So that's the process. Liang Luo exclaimed. System, how do ordinary flora and fauna advance into magical beasts? Ding, through fate and opportunity. What does through fate mean? You are rather vague. System, Liang Luo grumbled. Then with a sudden spark of cunning, he timidly asked, if I pay, could you provide a more detailed explanation? Ding, affirmative. Payment of 5 system coins will unlock an advanced response for you. Goodness, this system was indeed cunning. Had he not inquired earlier, he might never have discovered the existence of this advanced response option. Liang Luo currently possesses an abundance of system coins, with over 1,000 magic cores still unsold in his warehouse. Liang Luo, regarding that earlier query, I wish to initiate an advanced response. System, ding. 5 system coins have been successfully deducted. Concerning the evolution of magical beasts, ordinary animals and plants must first cultivate a magic core within their bodies to evolve into magical beasts. The presence of a magic core is contingent upon the individual's innate talent, with approximately 1 in 10 ordinary flora and fauna possessing one, excluding insects. Once a magic core is nurtured, consuming other creatures with magic cores can augment its energy. When the energy of the magic core reaches a certain threshold, it triggers a genetic mutation, resulting in the evolution into a first-tier magical beast. How does one ascend from a first-tier magical beast? Liang Luo inquired further. Ding. It depends on opportunity. Opportunity, my foot. Provide me with a proper advanced response. Liang Luo could no longer contain his frustration and erupted in expletives. Ding. 5 system coins have been successfully deducted. To advance, a magical beast must utilize key components from a higher-tier magical beast of the same type as guidance and consume a higher-tier magic core. The mutation tier varies among different species. For instance, a dog mutating into a magical beast becomes a first-tier creature, while a lion immediately becomes a second-tier upon mutation. Moreover, offspring from 2 high-tier magical beasts are inherently magical beasts and do not require mutation. For example, 2 third-tier lions will produce cubs that are born as magical beasts, maturing into third-tier upon reaching adulthood. Liang Luo comprehended this notion of hereditary power and lineage. Realizing that finding ordinary plant seeds on the island would yield a minimal probability of mutation into magical beasts, he must seek seeds from plants that have already mutated into first-tier magical beasts. Furthermore, possessing the flower spirit's eye, he understood that if he could locate seeds from first-tier mutated plants of the same type as the flower spirit and perform a blood bond, he could eventually evolve into a second-tier flower spirit. System, which types of plants can the flower spirit's eye be used on? Ding. It can be applied to most flowering plants. That simplifies the task. However, the flower corpses I harvested yesterday have already been sold, leaving me no choice but to search for first-tier plants anew. The previous day's losses had been substantial. He had fewer than 20 wooden puppets at his disposal. rendering his efficiency woefully inadequate. He decided to deploy the exquisite-level rock puppets, which took considerable time to retrieve merely 4 first-tier plant corpses. Frustrated by the time wasted, he dissected 3 of them, finding no seeds, but discovered 10 seeds from a mutated sunflower in the last corpse. Well, a sunflower will suffice. Being a first-tier seed is all that matters. After securing the seeds and gathering some soil, Liang Luo prepared to leave the island. Wishing not to squander any more time on a place devoid of value, raising the anchor, the vessel commenced its journey, slowly at first, then accelerating to full speed. On the deck, Liang Luo and the wooden puppets constructed a flower bed, pouring the soil brought from the island into it. He then retrieved a bowl and placed the 10 mutated sunflower seeds within, slicing his finger to let drops of blood fall onto them. The seeds absorbed his blood without a trace remaining. System, is this method of blood bonding valid? Ding, it is. After confirming that each seed had absorbed his blood, Liang Luo planted them in the soil, knowing that if these seeds were to thrive, he would likely acquire a second-tier flower spirit magical beast in the future. The thought of a second-tier flower spirit was exhilarating. Subsequently, Liang Luo reviewed his inventory. Only 35 units of wood remained, 7 units of stone, 170 units of steel, and a total of 1,403 magic cores accumulated over the past few days, including 632 recently acquired and 804 obtained through world trading. After deducting the cores used for constructing puppets, he also possessed 4,416 system coins and 708 various types of poisonous pollen packets. Given the high demand for wood in the market, wooden puppets were not easily sold, while stones had no demand. Liang Luo resolved to list the exquisite-level rock puppets, pricing them at 12 units of stone and 10 energy crystals, ensuring a profit of twofold. Selling one would net him a gain of 1. He proceeded with the usual routine of taking photos and videos, emphasizing the rock puppets' immense strength and adeptness at felling trees and quarrying stone. As soon as the rock puppets were listed, multiple purchase inquiries poured in, and soon enough, the chat channel buzzed with discussions. Hey look, Puppet Brother has listed something new, a rock man. It looks quite formidable. Damn, the system claims this is an exquisite level item, which implies he possesses an excellent manufacturing blueprint. What in the world? An excellent level item? Aren't those solely found in golden treasure chests? Could it be he has already conquered an ordinary level island? Heaven forbid. Just a few days have passed. Is he even human? I can't even manage a simple level island. Upstairs. Simple level islands also have a minuscule chance of yielding golden treasure chests, and silver chests can occasionally produce excellent level items. This individual must possess extraordinary luck. But claiming he can conquer ordinary level islands at this stage is implausible. Stop speculating. But seriously, how effective is the Rockman? Has anyone purchased one? If it truly possesses such strength, I want to acquire one. Just buy one and see. Upgrading the ship doesn't require stones anyway. Liang Luo paid no heed to the discussions. Instead, he remained focused on the horizon, anxious not to miss any sight of islands. Chapter 20. Beware of Pirates. Beep beep. Liang Luo, who had been idly browsing the system, received a message from Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo. Liang, have you had dinner yet? Caught off guard by the sudden realization that it was mealtime, Liang Luo had not noticed the darkening sky. Not yet. Have you eaten? He replied. Just in time. I caught 4 big fish today. I cooked 2, and I'll give you one. Over the past couple of days, Hu Jiangwo had acquired a fishing rod. He was an avid fisherman, down-to-earth by nature, and a chef at a 5-star hotel with remarkable culinary skills. He often shared his catches with Liang Luo, and their friendship had blossomed. You're sending me fish again? How embarrassing. I haven't had meat lately. I can trade you some wood. What fish could possibly be worth a piece of wood? Stop with the nonsense and just accept it. After eating, remember to wash the bowl and return it. Ding. You have received a trade from Hu Jiangwo, 1 bowl of fish soup for none. Upon clicking accept, a steaming bowl of fragrant boiled fish appeared. Liang Luo relished it with steamed buns, savoring the flavorful fish, meat devoid of any bones. He had never tasted such delicious boiled fish even on Blue Star. Truly, he was a chef of exceptional caliber. The flavor was simply beyond words, stirring a sense of gratitude within him. After finishing the meal and washing the bowl, he reviewed his day's haul, 5 transactions yielding 60 units of stone and 50 energy crystals. Just as he was preparing to craft rock puppets from the stones, beep beep, Hu Jiangwo sent another message. I just returned the bowl? What could he want now? He opened the message. Hu Jiangwo, brother, something has gone wrong. I'm under attack and can barely hold on. Upon reading this, Liang Luo sprang to his feet. What is going on? Is it other survivors? Not at all. It's a group of monsters with pig heads, 4 or 5 of them, aboard a small boat. I didn't see them in the dark. They climbed aboard. I managed to shoot one, but the others are battering my door. I need help, quickly. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Liang Luo realized that the rock puppets were still in the lower cabin, and that trade items must be present before him. He immediately summoned the 7 exquisite-level wooden puppets on deck. The 7 spear-wielding wooden puppets dashed over rapidly as he initiated a trade. Quickly accept. But on the other end, they were clearly engaged in combat and unable to respond. Damn it. Liang Luo slammed his fist on the table. After 3 minutes, the trade was accepted. But no further communication ensued. Liang Luo felt a surge of anxiety, pacing restlessly in his room, and after another 20 minutes, a message finally arrived from the other side. Hu Jiangwo, the monsters have all been slain, and your puppets have been immensely helpful. I regret that I lost 2 of them. Liang Luo, feeling a wave of relief, intended to inquire if everything was all right, only for Hu Jiangwo to send another message. Hu Jiangwo, little brother, I fear I won't make it. I don't have many friends here. I'm giving you all my belongings. Please accept them. Upon hearing this, Liang Luo's heart tightened, and he hastily messaged back. Brother Hu, are you gravely injured? Don't worry, I will find you some medicine. Hu Jiangwo, there's no need for that. I was struck hard in the chest by a wolf's tooth club, my bones are shattered, and my leg is broken. I cannot survive this. That lead bastard was ferocious. In the end, it severed one of my legs, but I managed to decapitate its pig head, haha. Liang Luo, please don't speak like that. This world possesses supernatural powers. Let us find a way to survive. Surely there exists some miraculous medicine to heal serious wounds. Despite his words, Liang Luo understood well that life-saving medicine is never sold by anyone. Neither he nor Hu Jiangwo would have access to it. Searching the trading channel yielded nothing but items like diarrhea medicine and cold powders. There were no antibiotics, not even painkillers, let alone supernatural remedies. Ding. Hu Jiangwo sent a trade request. Exchange 5 exquisite wooden puppets for nothing. Ding. Hu Jiangwo sent another trade request. Exchange a refined crossbow for nothing. Ding. Hu Jiangwo sent yet another trade request. Exchange an ordinary large machete for nothing. Ding. Hu Jiangwo sent a final trade request. Exchange an ordinary round shield for nothing. Liang Luo stared blankly at the screen, his eyes slightly reddened, his mind swirling in confusion as he struggled to find words. Brother, hurry up. I'm in excruciating pain. I've given you my belongings. I might as well jump into the sea and beg for mercy. Reluctantly, Liang Luo trembled as he clicked to confirm the trade. One item after another appearing before him. Hu Jiangwo continued to send messages. Brother, let me tell you, I miss my parents. I've been married for 3 years and Haven T had a child. My wife's name is Zhou Lin. She's an art teacher, 6 meters tall, with a mole at the corner of her eye. If you see her, please tell her that I have wronged her in this lifetime. If she meets someone she likes, she should marry. The cliché dialogue from a drama now sounded like the most sincere words in Liang Luo's ears. Just as he was about to reply, he noticed that Hu Jiangwo's name had turned gray. Messages could no longer be sent. Liang Luo slumped helplessly in his chair, gripping the lighter he had exchanged from Hu Jiangwo. He wanted to lament the cruelty of this world, but which world isn't cruel? Perhaps what we perceive as cruelty is nothing more than the norm to higher dimensional beings. The next day, Liang Luo, sporting dark circles under his eyes, organized the items sent by Hu Jiangwo: a refined crossbow, a large machete, a round shield, a fishing rod, an iron axe, an iron pickaxe, several daggers, kitchenware, salt, oil, chili peppers, 5 bottles of mineral water, 40 units of wood, and 4 units of steel. The refined crossbow was Liang Luo's favorite. Its iron body allowed for long-range shots with high precision, usable even with one hand. After securing these treasures, he continued to gaze at the horizon while checking for messages. Upon doing so, he discovered that he was not the only one attacked last night. A system notification had been issued. Pirates sighted, please exercise caution. The system message was sent at 8 p.m. the previous night, but he had been too despondent to notice it. The chat channel was filled with anguished cries. Someone has been killed. I've been wounded. Am I going to die? A dog-headed creature bit my calf. Does anyone have anti-inflammatory medicine? I encountered 3 toads larger than my golden retriever. Where on earth did such large toads come from? I faced a rooster-headed creature that looked like a punk at first glance. It was terrifying. Hey, I also encountered dog-headed creatures. They saw my level 4 ship and fled. Wow, someone up there has a level 4 ship. That is impressive. Great one, please take me along. Liang Luo scrolled through the messages and found that the most commonly reported encounters were with dog-headed and rooster-headed creatures, both of which were not particularly formidable. Yet, there was no mention of the pig-headed creatures, indicating that Hu Jiangwo had met with a more formidable opponent last night. The question remained, why had he not encountered one himself? Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted something on the distant sea. Raising his telescope, he saw 3 small boats, each manned by 4 humanoid creatures wielding paddles. How fortuitous. Just as they were mentioned, they had arrived. Liang Luo summoned all his puppets to the deck. Having completed 17 transactions for rock puppets yesterday, he now commanded 6 exquisite wooden head puppets, 18 exquisite rock puppets, and 20 ordinary wooden puppets, all armed with short spears, ready for action. Meanwhile, he loaded his crossbow, preparing to fire. As the 3 small boats drew closer, Liang Luo got a clearer view. They were a peculiar assortment of humanoid creatures, grayish in hue, with large alien-like eyes dominating their faces, 3-part mouths, and 2 tentacles protruding from their chins. He couldn't discern noses or ears, and in his aesthetic judgment, they were simply hideous. Liang Luo scrutinized them through his telescope. It appeared that they were also observing him. Suddenly, They ceased rowing and seemed to whisper among themselves before abruptly turning their boats around and fleeing. Chapter 21. The Slave System. Why are you running, fellow countrymen? Liang Luo commanded a pursuit. The speed of his level 6 ship far surpassed that of paddles, and he quickly closed the gap. Without hesitation, he fired a crossbow bolt, which whizzed past one of the small boats from 300 meters away, causing the creatures atop to duck down in fright. The other 2 boats halted as well. All the creatures raised their hands in surrender. This amused Liang Luo. According to the system, these monsters were supposed to be pirates, yet they were surrendering before any conflict had ensued. Had he inadvertently exerted too much pressure on them? Oh, this damned sense of intimidation. Should I give you a bit more time, a little more greeting, and not take everything away? Should I grant you a bit more space? A touch more tenderness, to spare you such discomfort? He hummed to himself as he steered the ship closer. The vessel halted approximately 30 meters from them, and he initiated an identification scan. System, ding, native species, sea flea people. What on earth is a sea flea? Liang Luo scoffed, shouting, "Hey, can you speak human language?" The creatures exchanged bewildered glances before looking back at him with blank expressions, clearly unable to comprehend. At that moment, one of the boats inched forward, and a creature, presumably their leader, tossed over a cloth bag, which was deftly caught by one of Liang Luo's exquisite wooden puppets. He signaled for the puppet to open it. Inside, he found items resembling coins. Liang Luo picked one up. It was round, slightly larger than a coin, seemingly made from some shellfish material. He scanned it with the system, ding, ocean coin, equivalent to physical system currency. This item is equivalent to system currency? System. Are you saying this can be exchanged for system currency? Ding. Yes, it is a one-to-one exchange. Then can the system currency in my account be converted into this physical form? Liang Luo inquired. Ding. Yes, simply request the conversion to ocean coins. Then exchange 2 for me to see. Ding. Exchange successful. Liang Luo indeed found 2 identical coins, ocean coins, in his hands. What does this mean? It implies that the system currency in his account is interchangeable with the currency of this world's native species. But what on earth are these native species? Are they NPCs? Since the pig-headed creature attacked Hu Jiangwo last night, Liang Luo had been pondering this. Besides players, animals, and monsters, what other species existed in this world? How many types of native species were there? Did they have villages or cities? If not, how would these ocean coins be utilized? If they did, how would they construct in this vast ocean? Would they build underwater? A cascade of inquiries surged through Liang Luo's mind. Why were they rowing? Could the sea-dwelling creatures not even swim? At that moment, the leader of the sea fleas, unable to contain himself any longer, tapped his oar, signaling whether he could depart. Liang Luo, a person of considerable curiosity, brimmed with a desire to explore this world. He glanced at the sea fleas, clapped his hands, and had an epiphany. He would allow them to return home, trailing behind them, confident that they would lead him to their dwelling. Thus, Liang Luo stepped aside, picked up a coin, pointed at it, and inquired, "Where have you spent this coin?" The sea fleas exchanged bewildered glances, and the leader gestured towards the others, who parted slightly to reveal a wooden box at the back of the boat. The leader approached and opened it, only to find it empty. Turning back to Liang Luo, it remained silent. Liang Luo, equally perplexed, interpreted the empty box as a sign that there were no more coins. His earlier gesture had been misconstrued as a query about insufficient funds. Amused yet exasperated by the misunderstanding, he waved his hand, indicating they could proceed, choosing to follow them to see where they were headed, as he had no means of locating an island himself. The peculiar creatures twisted their waists, seemingly pleased, and began to row away. However, after a while, noticing Liang Luo trailing behind, they grew uneasy and began to whisper among themselves. Suddenly, 3 boats simultaneously pivoted towards Liang Luo, weapons drawn, knives and short spears fashioned from fish bones. Did they intend to fight? How amusing. All the stone beings raised their stone spears, and as they drew closer, at Liang Luo's command, over 20 spears shot forth, striking the sea fleas and sending them tumbling into the sea, resulting in significant casualties within just a single volley. To Liang Luo's surprise, the remaining sea fleas leapt into the air when they were still about 10 meters away. Besides their 2 human-like arms, they sprouted 2 arthropod legs from their abdomens, sharp like claws, allowing them to scale the sides of the boat with agility. Interesting, Liang Luo thought, counting a total of 9 sea fleas who survived the initial onslaught, all of whom managed to climb aboard. The wooden and stone puppets had long awaited their arrival, and as the sea fleas reached the edge of the boat, they were swiftly dispatched. Those that managed to evade capture brandished their fishbone knives and engaged in combat with the puppets. The leader, having jumped out of the puppet's encirclement, spotted Liang Luo standing on the deck and charged directly towards him. Yet its movements were sluggish, reminiscent of an elderly man. Liang Luo remained unfazed. Having practiced his shooting skills diligently over the past few days, he was quick and accurate within 10 paces. He raised his fine-grade crossbow, and, with a swift twang, shot an arrow that struck the creature in the head, resulting in an explosion of blue brain matter as it collapsed to the ground. What a pathetic lot these sea fleas were. They seemed to belong to the weaker ranks of native species, possessing little strength or agility beyond their ability to jump. Approaching the corpse, Liang Luo found no magical core and decided to toss the body into the sea. With a command, the wooden beings removed the carcasses and cleaned up the blood. Thus, the pirate threat was effortlessly neutralized by Liang Luo. Next, he searched the 3 small boats and made an unexpected discovery, aside from some inferior fishbone knives. He found a white stone the size of a soccer ball in one of the wooden boxes. The system identified it as, ding, detection stone. Infusing magical energy allows for the detection of large objects within a certain range. Rarity, 30. Isn't this used for constructing radars? He recalled seeing in the chat channel that survivors who had defeated pirates mentioned finding detection stones. It seemed these pirates utilized this item to locate the ships of survivors. Liang Luo, frustrated with his inability to find an island, was eager to construct a shipboard radar. The 3 dilapidated wooden boats were reclaimed by the system at a rate of 3 system coins each. 20 minutes later, the radar was completed. A circular device 2 meters in diameter and 1 meter tall now gracing the deck, with the detection stone at its center surrounded by iron rings like coils of incense. A new app labeled Radar appeared on his system panel. Upon opening it, he found only a red dot and an arrow. The red dot indicated his location, while the arrow pointed towards what was presumably the direction of an island. This wretched radar doesn't even display distance. Liang Luo muttered as he set sail in the direction indicated by the arrow. With the presence of fine-grade wooden beings, he no longer needed to worry about sanitation or farming aboard the ship. After 2 hours of sailing, devoid of a phone and conversation, the chat channel became his sole means of passing the time. Suddenly, a red system announcement erupted, shocking and exciting all survivors. Ding. The total number of survivors has fallen below 4.5 billion. The slave trade system is now activated. All survivors may choose to become slaves before death. The system will temporarily transport you to an alternate space. Slaves will be sold in the system mall. Survivors with strength should take note. This message detonated in the chat channel like a nuclear bomb. What does this mean, brothers? Are we returning to a slave society? This is a regression of civilization. It's outrageous. One may kill but cannot humiliate. I vehemently protest. Hey, the system isn't forcing you. It's merely offering a choice to those who can't survive. If you don't want to be someone else's slave, you can always choose death. Damn, this game is wild. I love it. I feel invigorated. Is there any girl out there who doesn't want to strive? Come to me. I promise to treat you well. Get lost, you filthy men. I would rather die than choose to be a slave. Have 500 million people already perished? I feel like my future is bleak. Woohoo, this game is too cruel. I'm done playing. Please, just let me return to the original world. ID even work 996. Actually, the previous world was just as harsh. How many people go missing globally each year? We just didn't feel it living in our own country. Exactly. At least in this world, all lives are equal. We all get a fresh start. We can compete on the same starting line with the rich second generation and the bureaucrats. I think that's great. Wow, everyone look. The system mall already has slaves for sale. Upon reading this message, Liang Luo promptly opened the system mall, which now featured a major category for slaves, displaying 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. They had names and real avatar photos, all appearing to be middle-aged. Upon clicking, various statistics appeared, including age, height, weight, and 4 attributes, with prices ranging from 500 to 1,000 system coins. Liang Luo found little interest in these individuals, but was intrigued. He inquired, System, are these individuals all players from this area? Ding, yes. You are currently in Zone 55, District 168. Eliminated survivors are trading only within this district. Liang Luo continued. How do I control these slaves? Is there a contract or some form of mind reading? Ding, there are no contracts or similar means. You may purchase different levels of slave collars in the system mall, which have electric shock functions. No contracts at all. Liang Luo immediately recognized the issue. Although the slaves had lost their items, their attributes and skills remained intact. According to the system, it was entirely possible for a slave to retaliate against their master. Liang Luo asked, what happens if a slave kills their master? Ding. Upon the demise of a survivor, all their possessions, including vessels, tools, and slaves, shall transfer to the individual who caused their death, including the slaves themselves, who will regain their eligibility as survivors. In other words, if a slave were to slay their master, they could seize everything belonging to that master. It seems this game is even more intriguing than I had anticipated. Liang Luo mused with a smirk. As he pondered, the total number of slaves for sale swiftly surged into the hundreds. How could so many people have fallen into slavery in just 10 minutes? System, why are there so many slaves in such a short time? Liang Luo inquired. Ding. These individuals were abducted by pirates during last night's raid. The pirates sell the survivors to the system in exchange for currency. What? Do these indigenous tribes also have a system? Liang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Ding. No, the indigenous tribes sell to the system via the obelisk. What on earth is this obelisk? Liang Luo's curiosity deepened. Ding. Information regarding the obelisk is currently unauthorized. The system has declined to answer this question. even if Liang Luo wished to pay for the information. Very well, I shall refrain from inquiring further. He then casually perused the profiles of the slaves, noting their dismal attributes and lack of skills. As he already had puppets to perform tasks, he had little interest in purchasing someone who spent their days contemplating his demise. In the chat channel, many astute individuals were discussing the matter of acquiring slaves. Brothers, this endeavor carries risks. Be sure to scrutinize attribute values before purchasing. Avoid those with higher attributes than your own, lest you be backstabbed. Isn't there a collar? Has anyone already bought one to share their experience? Heh, I purchased one. The collar is effective. At the lowest setting, a jolt renders the wearer immobile. Wow, you must be quite the spender to drop hundreds of system coins. That collar is quite pricey. I think I'll stick to buying puppets from Puppeteer Brother, cheaper and safer. Spend your money wisely. Hoarding system coins serves little purpose. Brothers, I've discovered an exquisite beauty for sale at 500 system coins. Can anyone afford that? Upon seeing this message, Liang Luo felt a stir of excitement and decided to peruse the system marketplace for the beautiful maidens. He wouldn't explain his motivations, simply admitting to a strong curiosity. Little did he know, upon viewing the listings, he was taken aback. Not only was she stunning, but she was also someone he recognized. Shuna. How could this woman be listed as a slave? Truly, the world operates in a cycle of retribution. Who escapes the wrath of fate? He thought. Though it made sense, this woman, with her ample bosom and lack of intellect, squandered her time while others diligently pursued their fortunes. It was no surprise she had met such a fate. Liang Luo, reveling in this turn of events, clicked to view her details. Name, Shuna. Age, 27. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attributes, Strength 7, Agility 9, Constitution 10, Spirit 9. Magic, none. Skills, proficient with polearms LV0, 26. Such abysmal attributes commanded a price 4 to 5 times that of other slaves. Was it merely due to her physical appearance? This insidious system seemed to understand the desires of human males all too well. As for purchasing her, he scoffed at the idea of spending such a sum on a mere decorative object, especially one who had maliciously rated him poorly. Was Liang Luo the sort of man to be swayed by looks alone? However, Ding, are you certain you wish to spend 500 system coins to purchase the slave Shuna? Confirmed. The irony was palpable. Despite his logical reasoning, his hand acted of its own accord. This accursed hand would surely face dire consequences. Liang Luo cursed under his breath. His cheeks flushed as he clicked confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. As a first-time buyer, you receive a slave collar as a complimentary gift. His system coin balance plummeted to 1,966. In a flash of white light, a woman appeared before him, unconscious. Adorned with a collar. Liang Luo swallowed hard and approached to examine her closely. It was indeed Shuna. At that moment, she lay in a loose, soiled silk nightgown, covered in bird feathers and bearing an unpleasant odor. Her hair was disheveled, and compared to his recollections, her skin appeared slightly darker. Without makeup, she looked more haggard. Yet her bare face still retained a goddess-like quality, and her curvaceous figure was hardly hidden by the oversized nightgown. After observing her for a moment, he noticed her eyelids fluttering. Liang Luo quickly returned to his chair, picked up his cup, and sipped his tea with an impassive expression. Shuna opened her eyes, groggily surveying her surroundings, and murmured in a soft, raspy voice, "Where am I? Who are you?" She lifted her gaze to Liang Luo and froze in shock. "Oh, you are. Shuna stammered, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Liang Luo took a sip of tea, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. After 10 seconds of stunned silence, Shuna seemed to piece together the situation. She altered her previously arrogant demeanor from their online interactions and spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone. "I never imagined it would be you to save me. Thank you. You are truly a good person." Liang Luo frowned at her words. This woman was quite adept at adapting to circumstances, swiftly bestowing upon him the title of good person as if attempting to manipulate him into submission. Chapter 23. I forgive you. Liang Luo was not so easily swayed. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the surface, and resumed browsing the system. Noticing his silence, Shuna continued, "It's been 2 years since we last met, and you've become even more handsome. The misunderstandings we had online are all in the past. I forgive you. You mustn't upset me again." "What nonsense is this? You forgive me?" Liang Luo chuckled at her remark, incredulous that she might genuinely be lacking in common sense. His expression darkened further as Shuna sensed the shift in atmosphere. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she bore a tremendous grievance. In a delicate tone, she lamented, "This is also your fault. You knew I had feelings for you, yet you treated me so poorly, refusing to even give me a puppet. Do you have any idea how heartbroken that made me? Feelings for me? Ridiculous." She had once berated him with venomous words, enlisting several men to leave disparaging reviews on his puppets, causing their sales to plummet. Had it not been for his ability to afford a world trumpet, she might have ruined him entirely. Now, she is dismissing their previous conflicts with a mere misunderstanding while claiming to have forgiven him, expecting him to thank her in return. This woman possessed a vindictive nature, Unless thoroughly subdued, he would never find peace. Thus, Liang Luo chose to ignore her, continuing to sip his tea and browse the chat. Seeing his continued silence, she pressed on. I know you have feelings for me, but simply lack the means to express them. How about this? I agree to be your girlfriend, with no other demands. Just be kind to me from now on. Still met with silence, Liang Luo merely sipped his tea, prompting Wenshuna to rise and wander about the room, seeking to alleviate the awkward tension. Is this your captain's quarters? It's so spacious. What level of ship is this? I had no idea you were so impressive. The first time I saw you 2 years ago, I thought you would surely achieve great things. By the way, I'm a bit hungry. What shall we have for dinner? Wenshuna rambled on. And when she noticed Liang Luo's lack of response, her urgency grew. Approaching the edge of his bed, she caressed the soft mattress, blushing as she spoke. Your place is so nice, with a bathroom, a mattress, and blankets. Shall we sleep here together tonight? This is likely her ultimate technique. Observing such a beautiful woman delicately uttering these tantalizing words, any ordinary and naive young man would have succumbed to 1,000 points of critical damage, utterly ensnared. Unfortunately for her, Liang Luo is not susceptible to such tactics. Realizing that her grand gesture had failed, Wenshuna became increasingly agitated, unable to restrain herself any longer. She shouted, Hey, are you deaf or mute? Can you hear me when I speak to you? Liang Luo smirked slightly, setting down his teacup to regard her, and slowly replied, Please, do continue your performance. Why have you stopped? I was just about to present you with an award. Wenshuna perched herself on the edge of the bed, crossing her arms defiantly and rolling her eyes, adopting a haughty demeanor. Humph. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a few negative reviews? Is that really worth your time? Are you even a man? A few negative reviews? A trivial matter? You are clearly intent on driving me to my demise. With your familiarity in this game, I can only assume you've harassed others before. Liang Luo's tone was frigid, laced with anger. That is what you deserve. You pathetic loser. I offered you a chance to receive a gift. Yet you squandered it, and even dared to tell me to leave? Consider yourself fortunate that I haven't obliterated you. Wenshuna shouted, her attitude suddenly transforming into one of brazen arrogance, as if Liang Luo had committed an unforgivable crime, completely oblivious to the situation. Very well, very well. The more you behave this way, the more exhilarated I become. Liang Luo, uninterested in arguing further, opened the newly added slave section of the system. Within, he found an option for electric shocks, which revealed 3 choices: mild punishment, moderate shock, and lethal shock. He selected the first option, mild punishment. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity surged from her neck throughout her body, causing Wenshuna to tremble violently before collapsing to the ground. Liang Luo approached, looking down at her with an icy demeanor. Who permitted you to sit on my bed? You wretched creature, you dare to electrocute me? Before she could finish, Liang Luo, noticing her obstinacy, shocked her again. Oh no, you pathetic loser, in the past you wouldn't even have qualified to grovel at my feet. Scoundrel, cretin, bullying a woman. She cried out, her voice trembling. No, please, stop shocking me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, I beg you no more. After several rounds of electric shocks, Wenshuna found it difficult to articulate her words. Her hair was disheveled, her body trembling uncontrollably, and faint burn marks marred her delicate, pale neck. Liang Luo squatted down to observe her, smiling as he said, I still prefer your earlier defiant attitude. So, can we communicate properly now? Wenshuna struggled to speak, swallowing hard before nodding. Liang Luo felt an immense sense of satisfaction swell within him. First, do not treat me as you did those previous sycophants. I did not purchase you to serve me. Henceforth, do not inquire about our meals. It is solely about what I will consume, understood? Wenshuna's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. She feigned a violent cough, refusing to respond. Secondly, I do not appreciate loud women. From now on, speak only when spoken to. Answer my questions directly, and obey my commands without question. Do you comprehend? Still, she remained silent. Liang Luo furrowed his brow and activated the system again, opting for a mild shock. Ah, please, no more. I understand. I get it. Incorrect response. Liang Luo's voice sounded mercilessly. Ah, please. Yes, yes. Wenshuna stammered, her voice trembling. Thirdly, should you harbor any thoughts of betrayal or engage in any subterfuge, I will not grant you a second chance. I am not a benevolent individual. I will ensure your existence becomes a living hell. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Wenshuna whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Liang Luo returned to his chair, lifting his teacup to speak. Now, tell me what transpired before your arrival. With great difficulty, Wenshuna rose to kneel on the ground, wiping her tears as she recounted, I was rowing when suddenly a small boat appeared, approaching me. It was manned by 5 bizarre beings with rooster heads. They had feathers, chicken feet, and human hands, their combs resembling extravagant hairstyles. After a few choked sobs, Wenshuna continued, once they boarded, they surrounded me. I was unable to fight them off and was bound and taken away. After a long time, they brought me to the base of a black tower, situated upon the sea, surrounded by numerous other monstrous vessels and other captured humans. All the monsters knelt before the tower in worship. Then, Two of the rooster-headed beings seized me and brought me to the tower's front, where a series of incomprehensible characters appeared on the tower's wall. Subsequently, I was drawn into the tower, entering a pitch-black space where a voice from the system informed me that I had lost my vessel and had been eliminated, destined to become a slave. After that, I fainted and awoke here with you. It seemed that the Black Tower was indeed what the system referred to as the obelisk, and the creatures were using it to trade and purchase goods, including captured humans. These monsters were not particularly strong, and it was likely that the system utilized the obelisk to issue tasks, prompting native species to capture humans in exchange for rewards, such as resources or ocean currency. Liang Luo speculated. Chapter 24. First Encounter with Survivors. Having clarified the situation, Liang Luo purchased a book titled The Complete Guide to Huaxia Cuisine from the trading market and tossed it in front of Wenshuna, instructing, "Study this thoroughly on how to cook. I'll procure the ingredients, and I expect a meal by noon tomorrow." Wenshuna gasped, "What? I can't cook. I've never made a meal in my life." "Humph." Liang Luo's gaze turned icy. "Have you forgotten what I just said?" "Ah, yes. Wenshuna responded, tears streaming down her face. Due to her foul odor, Liang Luo was reluctant to touch her. He commanded, "Bring in 2 finely crafted wooden figures to confine this woman in the prison beneath the ship." The 2 wooden figures hoisted Wenshuna away. "Wait a moment. Take your book with you and study it well. Here are your dinner and breakfast for tomorrow." Liang Luo selected a pack of compressed biscuits and half a bottle of mineral water from the warehouse. Wenshuna took the book and food, weeping as she departed. Once the door was closed, Liang Luo finally relaxed. Phew. Speaking this way is rather exhausting, yet it also brings a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden has been lifted. The pent-up frustration of the past few days has finally dissipated. The following day, Liang Luo purchased several tomatoes, eggs, eggplants, and potatoes from the trading market. As more people arrived on the island over the last few days, various supplies became abundant, and the prices of freshwater and timber had significantly decreased compared to earlier. However, the price of magic cores had risen, indicating that many individuals possessed magical beasts or had discovered the high exchange rate of magic cores for system currency. Liang Luo glanced at the radar and noticed 2 red dots appearing on the screen. He exited the cabin and took a telescope to survey the horizon, where the outline of an island began to materialize. The island directly ahead was the one the radar had indicated yesterday, while another island appeared to be newly emerged to his right, with a considerable distance separating the two. Liang Luo examined the radar and tapped on the red dot directly ahead, which revealed information about the island. Cat Island, easy level. He then tapped on the island to the right, which displayed Cannibal Island, normal level. Goodness, another normal level. Liang Luo had already experienced the dangers of normal levels. Had it not been for his puppet's immunity to pollen toxins, he would have made no progress at all. Moreover, the name Cannibal Island alone was terrifying. Which direction should he choose? To err on the side of caution, he contemplated venturing to the easy level island. However, a sudden thought struck him. What was there to fear? System, turn right. We shall pay a visit to Cannibal Island. The ship traced a graceful arc across the sea, heading towards Cannibal Island. Subsequently, Liang Luo summoned the wooden servant to bring Wenshuna aboard, handing her the ingredients procured that day. For lunch, he instructed her to prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, followed by sautéed eggplant. Wenshuna's eyes were red-rimmed, with traces of tears lingering at the corners. Perhaps she had wept for a prolonged period the night before. However, Liang Luo harbored no compassion for this woman. On the deck stood a stone stove, complete with the pots and pans left behind by Hu Jiangwo, along with an array of condiments. Wenshuna bowed her head and approached to gather the ingredients. But Liang Luo shot her a glare, reminding her, "Have you forgotten what you ought to say?" "Yes, master," Wenshuna replied, her voice both crisp and feeble. "Oh, you've suddenly become enlightened and added the title of master. How delightful," Liang Luo mused, feeling a rush of exhilaration. It seemed her reflections from the previous night had borne fruit. "Very well, proceed," he said, maintaining an impassive expression. Wenshuna gathered some hay to start the fire and began slicing tomatoes. Although Liang Luo gazed at the ocean, his eyes frequently darted to Wenshuna's hands. While he did not suspect her of harboring poison or any ill intent, he remained vigilant. He commanded a finely crafted wooden servant to watch over her, instructing it to report any instance where she might introduce anything beyond the designated seasonings into the food. An hour later, the dishes were ready, and Liang Luo regarded the 2 plates, which bore a semblance of culinary success. "You may each take a couple of bites," he instructed. Wenshuna, seemingly misunderstanding, was elated at the prospect of sitting down to eat together. However, just as she took her first bite, Liang Luo's voice interrupted. "That's enough. You may leave now and stand over there." Taken aback, Wenshuna quickly comprehended the implication. He feared she might poison him. Disheartened, she rose and withdrew. Liang Luo sat down to eat. The eggplant was slightly charred and overly salty, while the scrambled eggs with tomatoes featured undercooked chunks of tomato. Nonetheless, he managed to finish both plates. Turning to Wenshuna, he remarked, "From now on, I shall call you Nana. I find today as cooking unsatisfactory. Your lunch will consist of compressed biscuits. Only when you meet my standards will you be allowed to dine. When Shuna nodded, her eyes filled with melancholy, prompting another sharp glare from Liang Luo. Yes, master, she replied hastily. As he observed her alluring figure and countenance, Liang Luo felt a stirring desire, yearning to engage in something more intimate with her. Yet, pressing matters took precedence, for Cannibal Island loomed ahead. This island was larger than Flower Island, shrouded in dense jungle. To Liang Luo's astonishment, a ship was already moored on the beach. It appeared to be a level 4 vessel. All his puppets stood ready, armed and poised for action. 20 ordinary wooden puppets, 6 superior wooden puppets, and 50 elite stone puppets. Liang Luo cautiously approached the ship, clearing his throat before calling out, "Is anyone aboard?" Receiving no response, he surmised the vessel was deserted. He ordered the stone golems to disembark and dispatched 2 elite wooden puppets to scout the opposing ship. However, before they could embark, an unforeseen event unfolded. From within the island's jungle came a cacophony, as a large pack of wild beasts howled. Suddenly, a man burst forth from the trees, approximately 300 meters from the shore. Spotting Liang Luo, their eyes met, and Liang Luo raised his binoculars to scrutinize him. The man was robustly built, adorned with tattoos on his arms. As he ran, he waved his hands, seemingly uttering something unintelligible. Yet, it soon became clear to Liang Luo that he was crying for help, as a horde of wild men surged from the forest behind him. Though referred to as wild men, they bore little resemblance to humanity. These creatures were tall and hairy, with limbs of equal length, their skin a grayish hue, and their mouths gaping wide with sharp teeth, exuding a terrifying countenance. Armed with an assortment of wooden and stone weapons, they shouted as they pursued the man. Liang Luo immediately commanded his stone puppets to form ranks and prepare for confrontation, keeping his own ship 20 meters from the shore, the crossbows drawn. The man ran with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary human, swiftly creating distance from the wild men. In mere seconds, he had covered approximately 150 meters, indicating his impressive agility. Moreover, as he sprinted, he turned to unleash crescent-shaped spells that sliced through the air. Is this man also a spellcaster? Liang Luo pondered, recognizing the man's capabilities. Regrettably, the green blades lacked sufficient potency, inflicting only minor wounds on the wild men. As he continued to flee, the man gestured, causing patches of land behind him to transform into quicksand, ensnaring 2 wild men who were swiftly absorbed. This individual possesses some strength. No wonder he dares to explore a level 4 island, Liang Luo muttered to himself. Yet, he had underestimated the dangers presented by ordinary level threats. In a sudden turn of events, the largest wild man hurled a spear, which accurately pierced the man's thigh, causing him to collapse in agony. He writhed on the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The pursuing wild men quickly closed in, and the towering wild man stomped on him, raising a stone to smash the man's head. With a single blow, the man's skull burst like a watermelon. This gruesome scene did not escape when Shuna's notice, and she let out a piercing scream that drew the wild men's attention. Liang Luo shot her a fierce look, gesturing for the nearby wooden puppet to escort her to a cell. He then turned his focus back to the wild men, who met his gaze with an unwavering ferocity before charging towards him. At this juncture, the stone puppets were already on the beach, and retreat was no longer an option for Liang Luo. Since they had arrived, a confrontation was inevitable. The 50 stone puppets formed 5 rows, creating a simple square formation. The wild men, now numbering 14, began hurling stones, axes, and short spears as they approached within 100 meters. However, such attacks proved minimally effective against the stone puppets. When they were approximately 50 meters away, Liang Luo issued the command, and the stone puppets launched their stone spears, sending 50 projectiles arcing through the air to strike the wild men. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed as 6 or 7 wild men were hit, 4 of whom fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining 10 continued their advance, prompting the stone puppets to retrieve additional short spears and form a spear wall. Despite their lack of agility, the stone puppets boasted commendable strength and defense, remaining steadfast against the wild men's charges, who found their strength inadequate against the stone constructs and were skewered instead. Only the leader managed to use his stone axe to topple a few stone puppets. At this moment, Liang Luo commanded an offensive maneuver, and the stone puppets surged forward to encircle the wild men. Lacking intelligence, the wild men did not retreat, and thus found themselves gradually overwhelmed by the stone puppets. What followed was a one-sided massacre, as the wild men's weapons inflicted minimal damage on the stone puppets, who merely needed to maintain their formation and tighten the encirclement. Liang Luo maneuvered his ship closer, using his identification ability on them. Ding. Ogre, mutated human, possessing demonic bloodline, with a penchant for consuming human flesh. He then focused on the tallest among them. Ding. Ogre chief, a tier 1 magical beast, a formidable presence among the ogres. Liang Luo's understanding deepened, realizing why the island bore such a fearsome name. Despite their relatively modest strength, the ordinary ogres were only slightly more powerful than the average male human. As he contemplated this, the ogre chief, noticing Liang Luo, abruptly hurled his stone axe. propelled by formidable force and spinning through the air. Fortunately, his movements were rather pronounced, allowing Liang Luo to anticipate his actions. She swiftly sidestepped. You are truly ruthless. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a barrage of thorny vines. Shadows coalesced beneath the feet of the ogre leader, and dark thorns erupted from the darkness, ensnaring him tightly. The sharp spikes pierced his skin, and the paralyzing toxin seeped into his veins. The ogre leader struggled frantically, but to no avail. He soon succumbed to weakness. Impressive. This was Liang Luo's inaugural use of magic against an adversary, and she never anticipated that this spell could so swiftly subdue a first-tier magical beast. It seemed that these black thorn vines were far more resilient than she had imagined. Fire the crossbow. Two massive bolts soared with a fierce whistle, piercing through the chest of the ogre leader and pinning him to the ground. A magic core and a scroll materialized beside him, while the remaining ordinary ogres were swiftly dispatched by the stone golems. The wooden puppet presented Liang Luo with a scroll and 4 magic cores. The scroll was a strength scroll, augmenting her power slightly. She utilized it immediately, boosting her strength to 13 points. It appeared that this skirmish had concluded for now, with only 4 stone golems lost in the fray. She commanded the remaining golems to gather wood and instructed the wooden puppet to drag the man's corpse over. Liang Luo was no stranger to human corpses. Yet facing a headless body with a crushed skull, it was disingenuous to claim she felt no trepidation. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she rummaged through the corpse and discovered 3 10-milliliter red vials and a scroll. The vials resembled the oral liquid she was accustomed to. She had the system identify them. Ding. Micro-regeneration potion, oral use, can rapidly heal wounds, common grade. Could this be a medicinal item? Liang Luo felt a surge of excitement. Had Hu Jiangwo possessed 3 of these, he might have been able to salvage his life. She reflected somberly. She examined the scroll next. Ding. First-tier beast taming scroll. Can directly tame a first-tier magical beast. Requires 1 minute, during which the target must be incapable of resistance. Quality, fine grade. Upon seeing these 2 valuable items, Liang Luo's eyes gleamed with excitement. This man had evidently sought to capture a first-tier magical beast for himself. With his quicksand technique, it was indeed plausible to control one. Alas, his misfortune led him to provoke a horde of ogres, culminating in his gruesome demise. Liang Luo observed the corpse in a moment of silence before stowing the items away. As for taming an ogre leader, she had no intention of doing so. It was simply too grotesque, exuding a foul stench and drooling incessantly. Keeping it aboard her ship would be most unpleasant. After securing her newfound treasures, she ventured onto the man's ship, where the captain's quarters appeared rather untidy. As she entered, the system chimed. Ding. Unclaimed vessel detected. Would you like to claim it or dismantle it? Liang Luo opted to claim it. The system's ship panel unveiled a module labeled guardship, which contained a vessel. Upon inspecting its attributes, she confirmed her suspicions. It was a level 4 ship, nearly identical to her own when it had reached that level. She tested it and found she could issue various commands to the ship through the system, including follow, attack, and defend. When given an attack command, the ship would automatically fire upon foes. Subsequently, Liang Luo explored the cargo hold, discovering an assortment of tools, including axes and pickaxes, along with materials like timber and a small quantity of steel. To her astonishment, there was even a fine-grade upgrade book. This man must have been unable to find suitable items for an upgrade, hence his decision to leave it unused. It was a fortunate find. No wonder they said that stealing from others was a swift way to gain wealth. Had he not met his demise here, this man could have developed into a formidable survivor. This served as a stark reminder for Liang Luo to remain vigilant, avoiding arrogance and impatience. She shook her head and returned to her tasks. Back aboard her own ship, she used the fine-grade upgrade scroll to enhance her spear-making book. The scroll was incinerated, and its words flowed into the spear-making book. The ordinary spear-making book was upgraded to a fine-grade spear-making book, capable of producing ordinary iron spears, requiring 3 units of wood and 1 unit of steel, and could create 5 at a time. Liang Luo crafted a spear to test it, finding it remarkably effective. 8 meters in length, its sharp iron tip gleaming coldly. Now her puppets had truly upgraded their arsenal, gaining substantial combat prowess. The pressing question remained: how to navigate the treacherous terrain of the nearby Ogre Island. The island's landscape was far more intricate than the previous Flower Island, characterized by towering mountains and dense forests. Once her puppets entered the woods, they became invisible, rendering her unable to direct them. Moreover, the stone golems struggled with climbing, and the mountainous terrain hindered the formation of spear formations. Without a proper formation, the rock golems were too sluggish, and the wooden puppets lacked adequate defense, making combat against the ogres risky and potentially devastating. After much contemplation, Liang Luo concluded that luring the ogres to the beach for battle would be the most advantageous strategy. She opened the trade channel and searched for keywords like camera and surveillance. To her surprise, she found an item labeled mini camera, capable of recording video and functioning as surveillance, linking to the system with a maximum range of 5 kilometers, albeit with low clarity, classified as common grade. The exchange required 50 magic cores. Chapter 26, Golden Bell Shield. Liang Luo opened the seller's information, only to discover that the seller was a friend of hers, Zhang Yuhan. The one from the seawater purifier. What a twist of fate. Liang Luo sent a message. Hello, lovely lady. Your camera seems impressive, though the price is a bit steep. How about 45 magic cores? Are you a bandit? Zhang Yuhan quickly replied. Oh, are you interested in my camera? We truly are fated to cross paths. Liang Luo, indeed. Why have you opted for magic cores instead of wood this time? Zhang Yuhan, I captured a magical beast a few days ago, a large dog. This dog only eats meat and not fish, but I've run out of meat and can't find an island these days, so it can only eat magic cores. Alas, I'm rather impoverished, and I don't have many magic cores left. Would you be so kind as to spare me some dog food? Liang Luo felt a wave of frustration. Why don't you trade for meat at the market instead of swapping magic cores for dog food here? I can hardly recall the last time I had meat. Zhang Yuhan. Hee, don't be mad. I just wanted to level up quickly. So, do you still want the camera? Liang Luo. No, I can't continue this conversation. I'd rather eat less than your dog. Zhang Yuhan, don't say that. I'm counting on you for help. How about 40 magic cores? Liang Luo, what use is this shabby camera? Do you think magic cores are so easy to come by? I wouldn't give this to anyone for even 10 magic cores. Zhang Yuhan, that is a bit harsh, don't you think? This camera is worth at least 30 magic cores. Liang Luo, then take your time selling it for 30. Let me know when you do. I'd like to see which fool buys it. Zhang Yuhan, come on, just give me a price, I'm all ears. Liang Luo, 15 magic cores. And that is only because you're a beauty. Zhang Yuhan, deal? Hey, you haven't even seen me, and yet you call me beautiful. How about you add 2 magic cores, and I'll send you a selfie to prove it. No need, thanks. Liang Luo replied, and soon the transaction was complete. She received a camera the size of a brick. Ding, camera device detected. Would you like to connect to the system? The system's voice chimed in. The system panel now featured an app that, when opened, displayed the camera's view. Though the clarity was low, Liang Luo was quite satisfied. She sent Zhang Yuhan a message expressing her pleasure in the transaction, to which she received a selfie in return. A sweet-faced young girl, certainly at least a campus beauty, with an oval face and a ponytail. The system's camera lacked beautification features, revealing a pure, unadorned beauty. Zhang Yuhan, what do you think? Why not team up with me? I promise you'll have meat every day. Liang Luo, I don't believe you. Goodbye. The conversation concluded, and outside, the stone golems exhibited remarkable efficiency in felling trees, managing to cut down over 100 units of timber within just 2 hours. Liang Luo utilized this wood to craft 20 exquisite wooden puppets, intending to dispatch a reconnaissance squad of 10 elite wooden puppets to ascertain the number, location, and distribution of ogres within the forest. He cleverly bound twigs and grasses to these wooden beings for effective camouflage, equipping one of them with a camera while the others formed a protective escort, clearing the path ahead. Thus, the 10 wooden figures ventured into the forest to investigate, while Liang Luo activated the system aboard his ship, observing the screen as if watching a live broadcast of a wilderness survival scenario. The area was a primeval forest, resonating with the sounds of birds and insects, shrouded in a light mist. The shortest trees towered at 5 to 6 meters, with occasional glimpses of deer or wild rabbits, and snakes with alternating black and white patterns suddenly dropping from the branches above. After some time, they stumbled upon a river, a fortunate encounter providing a freshwater source on this island. The wooden reconnaissance team followed the river upstream, as any ogre tribe would likely reside not far from such a waterway. Indeed, it wasn't long before they discovered a small settlement housing approximately a dozen ogres. Their dwellings constructed from stacked stones resembling burial mounds. This was merely an entrance. In reality, they had excavated caves underground to reside in. Liang Luo commanded the remaining wooden figures to conceal themselves and sent 2 puppets to provoke the ogres. The 2 elite wooden puppets swaggered to within 20 meters of the tribe, drawing the ogres' attention, who looked up with evident curiosity at these bipedal beings. Liang Luo instructed the elite puppets to pat their backs and extend their right hands, raising a middle finger in defiance. At that moment, several ogres armed with wooden clubs approached menacingly. The wooden puppet retaliated by hurling a stone spear at the nearest ogre, which struck true, embedding itself in the creature's arm. An uproar erupted as all the ogres charged angrily towards the puppets, who swiftly fled, only to be pursued by an additional 10 ogres emerging from their cave, totaling around 30 in pursuit. Once they had put sufficient distance between themselves and their pursuers, the remaining 8 wooden figures ventured into the settlement, only to find it completely deserted, as all had rushed out after the fleeing puppets. Liang Luo had anticipated encountering some elderly, infirm, or young ogres, but it was clear this was merely a temporary dwelling, not a permanent base. To his surprise, they discovered a silver treasure chest hidden beneath one of the caves. The wooden puppets fled towards the seaside, and fortunately, the elite wooden figures were agile enough to navigate through obstructing branches, leap over protruding tree roots, and evade the stones and spears hurled from behind. However, the ogres were equally swift, and one puppet was ultimately caught and dispatched. After several minutes, the remaining wooden puppet, now pierced by a wooden spear, emerged onto the beach, closely followed by 30 ogres. At this moment, Liang Luo had already ordered the stone golems into formation on the beach. He reinforced their ranks to a total of 60, equipping them with iron-tipped spears, significantly enhancing their lethality. The ogres, lacking in intelligence, charged recklessly, resulting in a gruesome scene of bloodshed and heavy casualties among their ranks. Unexpectedly, 3 ogre captains emerged, brandishing stone axes and hammers, toppling stone golems with their might. Liang Luo commanded several nearby elite wooden puppets to harass the ogre captains with arrows, while he entrusted one of his elite crossbows to a wooden puppet, knowing it could inflict damage upon the first-tier ogre captains. He himself maneuvered the ship closer to the beach, utilizing the ballista for increased accuracy in his assaults. The ballista's formidable power proved too much for the first-tier ogre captains, who succumbed under its relentless onslaught. Liang Luo, taking refuge in the captain's cabin, maintained a distance of 30 meters from the shore for risk-free shooting. Ultimately, the iron spears pierced through the bodies of the ogre captains, toppling all 3, while the remaining ogres proved no match for the stone golems. Though the battle unfolded at a gradual pace, the outcome was inevitable. In the end, 2 of the leaner ordinary ogres fled, sensing the tide had turned against them, and the entire confrontation lasted an hour. Liang Luo collected 3 strength scrolls and 10 magic cores, his strength attribute now reaching 16. To his delight, the silver treasure chest from the earlier encounter had been delivered by a wooden puppet, and upon opening it, he discovered yet another spellbook. His luck seemed to be on an upswing. He activated the system to identify the spell book. Ding! Golden Bell, a first-tier light magic spell, conjures a bell-shaped protective shield to absorb damage for 20 minutes. Should damage exceed the threshold, it will shatter, consuming 25 points of mental energy with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Liang Luo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he read the description, unable to conceal his smile. It was a defensive spell. Without hesitation, he decided to learn it. As he opened the book, the text flowed into his body, and he felt a new understanding blossom in his mind. Without the need for any incantation, he concentrated his thoughts, summoning a translucent golden bell to envelop him. This bell, though seemingly ethereal, allowed his hands to extend outward while preventing external objects from entering. Liang Luo commanded a stone golem to attempt an attack, and the bell emitted a deep resonance, remaining steadfast and unyielding, instilling him with a profound sense of security. Chapter 27. The Terrifying Aspect. After acquiring the camera, Liang Luo noted that dusk had settled. He decided to pause for a moment, replenishing his puppet numbers before continuing the exploration at dawn. As night cloaked the surroundings, the rock golems engaged in quarrying or timber harvesting, while the wooden puppets took on the duty of patrolling for vigilance. Liang Luo dispatched a few wooden puppets to the riverbank to fill several large barrels with fresh water, which they filtered and boiled. The system confirmed it was potable, and Liang Luo treated himself to a rejuvenating hot bath. During this time, he had been bathing in seawater, which, despite being rinsed with fresh water afterward, left his skin dry, peeling, and irritated due to the limited freshwater supply. After his bath, he invited Wenshuna to wash up as well, purchasing her a new nightgown from the trading market. Clean and dressed, Wenshuna transformed from her previous ragged appearance, now exuding a subtle fragrance, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, appearing enchanting. Liang Luo led her to the captain's cabin, a hint of playfulness in his tone as he remarked, "You should understand your situation and the purpose behind my bringing you here." Wenshuna smiled softly, leisurely unfastening the buttons of her nightgown, as if she were entirely accustomed to the act. Liang Luo gazed at her alluring figure, a surge of warmth rushing through him, the enhancement of his physical attributes seemingly restoring him to a youthful state. He produced a length of rope, stepping closer to bind her hands behind her back. "Ah, master. So you enjoy this sort of play?" Wenshuna murmured softly, her head lowered. Liang Luo offered no response, knowing his intentions were to prevent any potential threats, however unlikely they may be. Throughout history, countless female assassins have utilized seduction as a means to eliminate their targets in the bedroom, leaving men in a state of vulnerability. He had no desire to fall victim to treachery, yet he couldn't deny the thrill of the situation. The following morning, Liang Luo awoke feeling invigorated and in high spirits. When Shuna was preparing breakfast at the stove on the deck, her demeanor appearing equally cheerful. After an evening filled with intimacy, he had returned her to her cell, preferring the comfort of solitude for his sleep. Today's objective was to continue exploring the island, seeking its core. Thanks to the diligent efforts of his puppets overnight, a substantial heap of stones and a mountain of timber had accumulated along the shore. Liang Luo initiated a system scan, revealing a total of 50 units of stone and over 500 units of wood, materials that needed swift conversion into combat power. His manufacturing station had its work cut out for it. Fortunately, with 2 ships at his disposal, the other vessel also housed a manufacturing station operated by elite wooden puppets, allowing for the creation of weaponry such as spears, freeing up his ship's manufacturing station to focus solely on producing more puppets. On this side, A squad of finely crafted wooden puppets formed a scouting team to continue their reconnaissance on the island. They swiftly discovered a small ogre tribe, even more diminutive than the one encountered the previous day. Liang Luo employed the same tactic to lure them to the seaside, where stone giants encircled and annihilated them with their spears. These ogres exhibited an insatiable desire to chase bipeds, seemingly capable of pursuing them indefinitely. The river, quite extensive, saw the wooden scout team exploring upstream until they encountered a waterfall, with water cascading down from a 30-meter cliff. The wooden beings navigated a route around to ascend the precipice. What unfolded on Liang Luo's screen was a lake, its surface bubbling, the very source of the river. Adjacent to the lake stood a large ogre tribe, with hundreds of earthen mounds visible, each concealing at least one ogre beneath. A rough estimate suggested that over 500 ogres resided here. The sheer number took Liang Luo aback. It was evident that this tribe constituted the core of the island. Should all these ogres be lured out, his mere 100 puppets would be utterly insufficient to withstand them. Moreover, besides the male ogres he had previously encountered, there were naked female ogres, some of reasonable physique and possessing a slightly more appealing appearance than their male counterparts. If he could capture one of the first tier, taming her might not be out of the question, Liang Luo mused. At the heart of the tribe lay a high platform constructed from stones, resembling a miniature pyramid, with a flat summit where two ogres donned peculiar masks stood. A throng of ogres had gathered beneath the platform, kneeling in reverence. Among them, one was a diminutive, hunched figure, bouncing about with a stick, while the other was tall, wielding a massive cleaver. The wooden scout team concealed themselves within a thicket several hundred meters away, their camera lens magnifying the scene, albeit in a manner reminiscent of watching an old tape from the 1980s. Suddenly, several dark humanoid creatures dragged two individuals toward the altar. Had they fortuitously arrived in time for some local ceremony? Liang Luo decided to immerse himself in the local customs. His camera was capable of recording, but its insufficient level restricted its magnification to a mere 10 times. It was only when the captives reached the altar that he discerned the familiar figures of the dark humanoids. They were the sea jumpers he had previously encountered. The captives were ordinary humans, one male and one female, dressed in loose casual attire and sneakers, clearly fellow survivors, captured by the other sea jumpers. What connection existed between these jumpers and the ogres? Were they not supposed to sell survivors to the obelisk? What purpose did it serve to bring them to this island for the ogres? Confusion swirled in Liang Luo's mind, and a chill ran down his spine. Had he been unable to defeat those sea jumpers earlier, he too might have been ensnared and sacrificed to the ogres. The fate of these two individuals was all too predictable. The sea jumpers deposited the two survivors atop the altar before retreating in a hasty, disheveled manner. Fearing they might be too late to escape, the male survivor's face turned pale, his expression ashen, as the towering ogre approached, seizing him with one hand and pinning his arms to a wooden stake with a dagger, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from the man. The female survivor nearby shrieked in terror. While a multitude of ogres had already gathered beneath the altar, the diminutive ogre plunged a dagger into the man's abdomen, slicing downward, and the man's entrails spilled forth, blood mingling with his viscera. Liang Luo, watching the screen, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The gruesome spectacle left him profoundly shaken. Although he had seen horror films before, they were merely fictitious. This was an unvarnished live broadcast. Vivid crimson blood trickled down the steps. The man's eyes widened in horror, his complexion turning beet red, veins bulging, as he flailed helplessly, emitting a wretched wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, sending shivers down one's spine. The diminutive ogre reached into the man's abdomen, extracting a crimson organ, indiscernible in form, and tossed it down to the ogres below, who clamored in excitement, scrambling for the discarded morsel. Witnessing such scenes, Liang Luo was drenched in cold sweat. This world harbored such terrifying facets. Once the man had been dealt with, it was evident that the woman would be next. Liang Luo, unwilling to witness further bloodshed, commanded the wooden scout team to withdraw, maneuvering around the outskirts of the tribe to survey the surrounding terrain. The retreat was executed with utmost stealth. He endeavored to maintain a safe distance from the ogre tribe, unaware that the slender ogre atop the altar had paused, turning to gaze in their direction, its peculiar masked visage concealing a pair of red eyes that scrutinized the thicket. Lost in thought, as Liang Luo mentally recalibrated the island's danger level, he had just scanned the ogre throng beneath the altar with his camera. Among them, a cluster of towering ogres numbered at least 30 to 40, likely first-tier ogre leaders, and undoubtedly, there were even more formidable second-tier ogres present. It was clear that he was not a match for such combat prowess. Abandoning the core of this island in favor of felling some trees, extracting stones, and searching for treasure before departing seemed the most prudent course of action. As night fell, the stone giants continued their work in the forest, felling trees and quarrying stone. Liang Luo had constructed numerous ordinary wooden puppets scattered throughout the surrounding woods for vigilance, while his two ships were anchored 30 meters from the island's shore. In an unknown territory, anything could transpire. It was best to exercise caution. Soon, Liang Luo's prudence was vindicated. A system notification jolted him from a half-dream state. Ding. One of your wooden puppets has been destroyed. The ensuing alert echoed. Ding. Radar detection. Unidentified vessels are approaching. Chapter 28. The Ogre King. The dual system alerts roused Liang Luo from his slumber. What was happening? He executed a nimble roll from his bed, and the radar revealed 4 small red dots advancing from the sea toward his ship, while the ordinary wooden puppets stationed in the woods were being eliminated one by one. Wooden scout team, grab torches, and head to the scene of the incident. Liang Luo commanded the system. All remaining finely crafted wooden puppets were to return to the ship, while the elite stone giants formed a line along the beach. Having issued the orders, he hastily donned his clothing and armed himself, exiting the captain's cabin. The ship's searchlights illuminated the vicinity, revealing 7 small boats approaching. Sea jumpers were leaping onto the boat's edges, some climbing aboard, while others had already reached the deck. The defending elite wooden puppets began engaging them in combat. How dastardly. An ambush. Liang Luo fumed. Given that a significant number of his puppets were still occupied by their work along the shore, he had not anticipated the enemy's direct boarding from the sea. Thus, his forces were outnumbered by the jumpers. During the melee, several sea jumpers trampled his flower bed, scattering soil everywhere and trampling the freshly sprouted sunflower seeds. It seemed his gardening endeavor was doomed. Ah, my flowers. Liang Luo seethed, his teeth grinding in anger. A bunch of trash, seeking their demise. He loosed an arrow at one jumper, then unsheathed his curved blade to dispatch another charging toward him. This marked Liang Luo's inaugural close-quarters combat against a monster, and it was also his first time wielding a blade against another being. As the sharp curve of the knife pierced the jumper's abdomen, it felt akin to tearing through a tattered cloth. Alongside his anxiety, exhilaration coursed through him. After 5 minutes of tense struggle, the ship gradually approached the shore. Nearly 100 elite wooden puppets brandishing spears surged onto the deck, swiftly overwhelming dozens of jumpers. Liang Luo, now fueled by fury, resolved that this group, having launched a nighttime ambush and trampled his sunflower patch, must be eradicated to quell his wrath. Liang Luo released another crossbow bolt, piercing the chest of a flea person. Discarding the crossbow, he seized his curved blade and shield, rushing forth to join the puppets in the slaughter. In a brief span, the flea people were vanquished, and Liang Luo, brandishing his bloody blade, felt an unexpected thrill of exhilaration. It was utterly surprising that these primitive races would collaborate with ogres for a surprise attack. How despicable. When did they discover my ship? Liang Luo pondered. At that moment, the island's forest erupted with a cacophony of roars, echoing through the night. Liang Luo activated the system, and through the reconnaissance team's cameras, he discerned shadows darting through the woods. All ogres, their numbers indeterminate, but surely in the hundreds. There was no time to flee, for the stone golems moved too slowly to board the ship, and the beach was laden with abundant supplies. Humph. If I do not seek you out, you come to me. Then let us annihilate you here. Liang Luo muttered fiercely, though his palm was slick with perspiration upon gripping the crossbow. To claim he was unperturbed in the face of so many ogres would be a blatant falsehood. Soon, pairs of glowing red eyes emerged from the underbrush, dense and innumerable. Then, a more daunting sight materialized. A colossal ogre emerged from the shadows. Towering nearly 4 meters in height, its corpulent form adorned with sharp fangs and a beer belly. Around its neck and waist hung necklaces and belts fashioned from skulls, while it wielded a massive spiked club topped with a silver skull resembling that of a bull. With a single kick, it shattered a tree thicker than its waist. The sheer force and oppressive aura made Liang Luo's heart race, and he almost wished to abandon the rock puppets and make a hasty retreat. Trailing behind the rotund ogre were 5 masked ogres, each brandishing a cleaver, the very type he had seen on the altar the previous day. Following them were dozens of ogre leaders and a multitude of common ogres, creating a formidable throng. No, dear ogre, is there a misunderstanding between us? Must you make such an extravagant display? Liang Luo queried, glancing skyward. Narrowing his eyes, he noted the calmness of the night. Surely, this was a stroke of fortune. The hefty ogre halted 100 meters away, and the others followed suit, the din of their howls abruptly silenced, plunging the scene into an eerie stillness. Hundreds of crimson eyes fixated on him, the suffocating atmosphere pressing in. Remain calm, Liang Luo murmured to himself through trembling lips. This distance allowed for system identification, and he aimed at the leading ogre. Ding. Ogre King, second-tier beast, immensely powerful, the mightiest among ogres. Next, he targeted one of the masked ogres wielding a cleaver. Ding. Ogre Butcher, first-tier beast, an elite member of the ogre clan, possessing greater combat prowess than the ogre leaders. By the heavens, the king has emerged. Yet, he wondered what the enemy awaited. Was this psychological warfare? Were they anticipating his flight? Breaking the silence, Liang Luo retrieved a damp cloth he had prepared, tying it around his face. With a thought, he activated the system, accessing the warehouse, and tapped his finger, summoning stacks of lotus leaf-wrapped parcels onto the deck. Indeed, these were the poisonous flower powders he had gathered on Flower Island. All wooden puppets. Equip the powder packages and advance. He commanded the system, then turned and dashed toward the captain's cabin, slamming the door shut. For soon the air would be thick with dust. Upon witnessing Liang Luo's retreat, the Ogre King let out a thunderous laugh, seemingly mocking him. It raised its spiked club and charged forward, the other ogres following suit with wild shouts. The elite wooden puppets moved swiftly, approximately 70 wooden golems, each clutching several poison powder packages, swiftly disembarking to join the fray. The ogres collided with the elite stone golems on the beach. This time, however, the Ogre King led the charge, making it challenging for the spear formation of stone golems to hold. With a sweeping blow of its club, 2 stone golems were obliterated, and another swing sent 3 more flying. It rampaged through the spear formation, and the morale of the ogres surged as they relentlessly battered the stone beings. Once the majority of the elite wooden puppets had disembarked, Liang Luo immediately set sail away from the coast. He had no desire for close encounters with the Ogre King. The wooden puppets reached the battlefield, unleashing the poison powder. These packages were of ordinary quality, easily dispersing upon being thrown. Liang Luo had not categorized the types of poison powder, but he knew there were at least 3 varieties: paralysis powder, blinding powder, and hallucinatory powder. The wooden puppets opened the packages, spraying the powder everywhere, quickly enveloping the beach in a faint haze. Meanwhile, the ship had drifted a significant distance from shore, and as the searchlight illuminated the mist, it resembled a light show, revealing only blurred silhouettes engaged in battle. Liang Luo monitored and commanded the conflict through the system's cameras, instructing the wooden puppets to direct the flower powder at the ogres' faces, particularly that of the Ogre King. 7 or 8 elite wooden puppets climbed upon it, some sprinkling powder on its face while others stuffed the poison packages into its mouth. Although the Ogre King could crush an elite wooden puppet with ease, the simultaneous assault from multiple puppets left it covered in powder. These puppets charged fearlessly, evidently imposing considerable psychological pressure on the Ogre King. In its eyes, it had only been pursuing prey and had never anticipated such a reckless assault from the feeble bipedal beings. Gradually, it began to falter, swinging its club wildly at the air. The other ogres fared no better. Some writhed on the ground, others trembled as if electrocuted. Some were blinded and collided with one another, while others clawed at themselves, leaving themselves bloodied and bruised. The elite wooden puppets surged forward, mercilessly dispatching the lives of the ogres, prioritizing the elimination of the ogre leaders and butchers, as Liang Luo ordered through the system. As for the Ogre King, its vision obscured by the poison, it flailed its club in a frenzy, allowing it some time to lose control before he would engage. In a brief span, a multitude of ogres succumbed, with many ordinary ogres perishing due to excessive inhalation of the poison powder. Liang Luo then dispatched 2 more wooden puppets, each carrying a large iron bucket filled with the viscous slime of first-tier mutated pig trap plants, capable of digesting wood to dust within a mere 2 minutes. Chapter 29. Victory through undue means. At this moment, the Ogre King, partially blinded, was entirely unprepared. One wooden puppet splashed the slime directly onto the Ogre King, while the other ascended a nearby tree, pouring the corrosive liquid onto its face as it approached. White smoke billowed from the Ogre King's body, and it frantically rubbed its face and eyes, yet the more it wiped, the more the slime was pushed into its eyes, exacerbating its blindness. Before long, the Ogre King was drenched in blood, its skin corroded to expose the flesh beneath. Its hide was thick, making it difficult for spears to penetrate. However, the slime had effectively eroded its outer layer, weakening its defenses. The puppets wielded iron spears, targeting its mangled wounds with remarkable efficacy. Just as Liang Luo believed victory was assured, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a tsunami, startling every bird on the island into flight. Liang Luo was taken aback, wondering what was happening. He beheld the Ogre King's skin turning red, steam rising from its body. Was it preparing to unleash a formidable attack? Liang Luo's expression turned grave, and he commanded all puppets to scatter, distancing themselves from the Ogre King, while urgently instructing the ship to retreat further from the island. The Ogre King's physique had grown even larger, its taut red skin rippling with muscle. The wounds, recently corroded and punctured by slime, appeared to be healing, and its height reached an impressive 5 meters before it ceased to grow. Sharp horns sprouted from its head, and spines jutted from its back. Muscles bulged, transforming its once prominent beer belly into a chiseled six-pack, while waves of heat radiated from its body, scattering the pollen in the vicinity. What sorcery is this? Liang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Ding! This is evil frenzy, a state achieved through the sacrifice of life, which fully awakens the demon bloodline within, significantly enhancing combat capabilities for a brief period. Liang Luo inquired casually, surprised at the system's benevolence in answering. An enhancement of a full tier meant it had ascended to a tier 3 beast. Was this something he could contend with? The game was certainly lacking in fair play. In its frenzied state, the Ogre King's speed doubled, its spiked mace creating afterimages as it swung, whipping up a tempest that stirred the sands of the beach like a sandstorm. Yet, it seemed to be striking at mere air. Had its pollen-induced blindness persisted even in its rage? Or had its prior attempts to rub its eyes merely introduced the slime into them, rendering it blind? Regardless, this was fortuitous for Liang Luo, who felt a surge of elation as a rock golem brandishing a spear charged at it. To his astonishment, the Ogre King reacted with astonishing speed, seizing the stone giant with one hand and flinging it 200 meters away as though it were a mere chick. This spectacle left Liang Luo dumbfounded. He knew that the stone giant weighed approximately 150 kilograms. What terrifying strength did this creature possess? Although the Ogre King could not see, its hearing was acutely perceptive, and as two more stone giants and two wooden golems attacked from behind, it swiftly turned. The skull of the mace glowed ominously red, and with a tremendous smash against the ground, a yellow shockwave erupted, instantly reducing the four well-crafted golems to rubble. Good heavens! Liang Luo realized that further confrontation would result in the loss of all his possessions. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded through the system, "All golems, lie flat and remain silent." Accordingly, the golems complied, flattening themselves against the ground. Silence was effortless for them, being non-living entities. They emitted no breath and resembled statues when inactive. Once all the golems lay still, the beach became considerably quieter, save for the chaotic frenzy of several hundred ogres afflicted by pollen madness. To Liang Luo's astonishment, the Ogre King, having lost its target, smashed the skull of one of its own kind. What? It attacks its own. Ding. Creatures in an evil state will indiscriminately attack surrounding beings. The system's voice resonated, and Liang Luo's smile widened once more. Excellent. An indiscriminate attack combined with its blindness, while the other ogres are incapacitated by the pollen. This is a perfect feedback loop. Truly, a blessing in disguise. The Ogre King, deprived of a target, began to wreak havoc upon its erratic, screaming kin. Witnessing the Ogre King slaughtering its own subordinates filled Liang Luo with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He found himself wide awake even after a night of little sleep. As dawn broke, casting rosy hues across the beach, hundreds of ogre corpses lay strewn about, their blood staining the sands. At this moment, the Ogre King had reverted to its original rotund form. The backlash from its evil frenzy was severe. Blood streamed from its orifices as it knelt on one knee, propping itself up with its mace, yet it did not fall. In the crimson light of the rising sun, the scene bore a poignant resemblance to an ancient battlefield. Liang Luo maneuvered his vessel closer to the shore, wary that the blood pooling on the sand might attract sharks, and large sea creatures could pose a danger. He seized the opportunity to strike, firing 3 bolts from his crossbow that struck the Ogre King, toppling it to the ground, where the golems surrounded it. Liang Luo disembarked from the boat, enveloping himself in a protective shield before approaching the fallen Ogre King. With a swift motion, he ensnared it with shadowy thorns. The Ogre King's eyes bled profusely, but its vision began to return slightly. It exhaled heated breaths, fixating its gaze on Liang Luo, its eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. "Ah, blame your ill fortune," Liang Luo mused, observing it for a brief moment before gesturing for the golems to converge upon it. With blades and axes, they swiftly procured a mid-tier magic core and a scroll. Upon opening the scroll, the system chimed, "Ding." Attribute scroll acquired. Strength, agility, constitution, and spirit each increased by 2 points. Without hesitation, he consumed the scroll, feeling a surge of power coursing through him, his mind sharpening instantly. His gaze then shifted to the beach, where a multitude of magic cores and scrolls floated amidst the heaps of corpses. The wooden golems quickly scoured the battlefield, collecting 67 low-tier magic cores, 6 strength scrolls, 4 agility scrolls, 5 constitution scrolls, and 1 spirit scroll. He utilized them all, resulting in his attributes now reading: Strength 21, Agility 19, Constitution 18, Spirit 19, Bow Mastery LV1, 15, Sword Mastery LV0, 40, Light Mastery LV0, 37, Shadow Mastery LV0, 61. This substantial increase of 8 points in strength caused his muscles to tighten and ache, compelling him to perform 200 push-ups. A strength of 21 far surpassed that of the average adult male, allowing him to barely lift a 150-kilogram stone giant, an impressive feat in the context of his former world. Subsequently, the wooden golems piled all the ogre corpses together, each fetching 2 system coins, while the Ogre King's body commanded 10 coins. Upon selling them all, he amassed 910 system coins. To his astonishment, the Ogre King's mace was valued at 120 system coins. Intrigued, he performed an appraisal. Ding. Ogre King's scepter. Forged from fine-grade steel. The skull of the magical ram at its apex serves as an advanced material for certain first-tier demon and barbarian beasts. Oh. So it was akin to the eye of the flower demon, both serving as materials for advancement. But what exactly were demon and barbarian beasts? Suddenly, Liang Luo struck his thigh in realization. He could not find another of the same type, but ogres were certainly available. With a first-tier beast taming scroll in his possession, if he captured an ogre to tame, could it potentially evolve to a second tier? Although he initially found the ogres repulsive, the power of this second-tier Ogre King was undeniably formidable. What did appearance matter when strength prevailed? With a hearty laugh, he celebrated his victory. Despite some misgivings about luck and fairness in battle, a win was a win, and Liang Luo was in high spirits. Thanks to the boosts in constitution and spirit, he felt completely alert after a night of little rest. With the main force of the ogres decimated, he resolved to seize the island's core with renewed vigor. Chapter 30. No room for carelessness. Liang Luo swiftly gathered the remaining golems, counting their numbers. Currently, he had 27 fine-grade rock golems and 49 fine-grade wooden golems, each armed with a few poison powder packets. Taking the lead himself, they set off. The team advanced slowly toward the ogre stronghold, with the scouting party clearing the path ahead, while the golems encircled Liang Luo in the center. Fortunately, aside from encountering a few snakes and wild boars, they faced no other dangers along the way. Due to the slow pace of the stone golems, it took them half a day to reach the waterfall. Liang Luo perched upon a large rock to rest, ordering the scouting party to investigate the surroundings. He had to admit, the scenery was exquisite, a picturesque landscape with clear mountains and waters, occasionally interrupted by glimpses of deer and monkeys. As he reveled in the beauty, a chilling system notification rang out. Ding. Your golem has received an attack. Ding. One golem has been destroyed. Startled, Liang Luo wondered if the reconnaissance team had fallen under attack. Raising his gaze towards the wooden puppet scout team ascending the mountainside, he was struck by the sight of numerous ogres standing atop the waterfall cliff, approximately 50 or 60 of them. Damn, how could there be so many? These ogres were careening down the waterfall, grasping nearby vines, and Liang Luo noticed that a significant portion of them were female ogres, young and old alike. It seemed that the main force had indeed been vanquished. As these ogres descended with raucous cries, he scoffed. What a pitiful remnant. The rock and wooden puppets brandished their weapons to confront the approaching foes. The combat prowess of the female ogres was evidently inferior to that of their male counterparts, and the number of first-tier ogres was scant. Upon engagement, several were swiftly felled. Just as Liang Luo began to feel a sense of relief, two incongruous figures leaped down, two masked ogres, one a butcher and the other the diminutive ogre he had encountered at the altar. Although the butcher was also a first-tier ogre, his combat strength surpassed that of the ogre leader, causing Liang Luo to feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet, he was mistaken. The true threat lay with the small ogre, who brandished a peculiar wooden staff and thrust it into the ground. A green light radiated forth, and to his astonishment, the injured ogres began to heal rapidly. Rising once more. What in the world is this? Group healing? Liang Luo was utterly taken aback and promptly used his identification skill on the masked small ogre. Ding. Ogre Shaman, an intellectually superior individual among ogres, second only to the ogre king, adept in certain shamanic and magical arts, a second-tier magical beast. The last four words left Liang Luo in shock. This creature was also a second-tier entity. Before he could ponder further, the ogre shaman waved its staff, conjuring a massive fireball over a meter in diameter, which it promptly directed towards Liang Luo. A wave of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Golden bell shield. He instinctively shouted, conjuring a translucent golden bell around him. However, the fireball's might was unparalleled. Upon contact, it detonated like a bomb, obliterating two nearby puppets and shattering his protective shield. Liang Luo had previously tested the golden bell shield's resilience, and yet it had succumbed to a single blow. Fortunately, it had managed to mitigate the impact, as he had thought he was facing certain death just moments ago. Nevertheless, the ensuing wave of heat singed his clothing and blackened his face. What kind of magic is this? He mused, still trembling from the encounter. Ding. This is a second-tier fire magic, fireball technique. No wonder it could obliterate a first-tier shield with a single strike. Almost immediately, a second fireball began to coalesce. What the hell? It can unleash consecutive attacks. His golden bell shield had a cooldown of 30 minutes. This was dire indeed. With no time for contemplation, Liang Luo rolled to the side as the fireball hurtled towards him. Two stone puppets surged forward to intercept it, and with a thunderous explosion, the fireball obliterated them into dust. Though Liang Luo managed to evade some distance, the shockwave sent him flying 2 meters, a searing pain radiating through his back. Damn it. All wooden puppets, attack the ogre shaman. Liang Luo commanded fervently. A dozen finely crafted wooden figures charged at the shaman, simultaneously hurling poison powder packets. In response, the ogre shaman was compelled to cease its fireball, raising its staff in defense. Liang Luo seized the moment to catch his breath, but the shaman, seizing the defensive pause, cast a spell upon the nearby ogre butcher. Veins bulged on the butcher's arms as blood seeped from his skin, staining him crimson. A sense of foreboding washed over Liang Luo. What spell was this? Ding. Bloodlust technique. The afflicted target becomes impervious to pain, enhancing agility and endurance. This was akin to a smaller version of the malevolent frenzy. The shaman could wield such a spell. The situation was urgent. There was no time to ponder. The ogre butcher charged forward with alarming speed, bypassing the intercepting puppets and bearing down on Liang Luo. He fired a crossbow bolt, which lodged itself in the butcher's chest but proved ineffective. Realizing the danger, Liang Luo fled. Although he had gained a considerable boost in strength and agility, Confronting the bloodthirsty butcher head-on was far too perilous. He needed to buy time and ascertain the duration of the bloodlust effect. With an agility of 19, he sprinted swiftly, aided by the speed-enhancing boots he had acquired previously. To his surprise, the bloodthirsty butcher struggled to keep pace with him. Since arriving in this world, this was the closest he had come to death. As he ran, Liang Luo lamented his earlier complacency. His experience from Flower Island had led him to naively believe that an ordinary island would only harbor a single second-tier magical beast. Defeating the Ogre King should have sufficed to claim the island's core. Yet, no one had ever claimed that an ordinary island could have only one second-tier beast. He resolved never to allow such presumptions to cloud his judgment again. This game brooked no negligence. After sprinting for 5 minutes, Liang Luo's stamina waned, and he gasped for breath, unable to continue. Meanwhile, the butcher relentlessly pursued him. At this point, he was far from the waterfall, with no other ogres or puppets in sight. Turning to face his pursuer, he unsheathed his curved dagger. What had once felt cumbersome now felt as light as a wooden blade. The ogre butcher charged with a massive cleaver, and when their weapons clashed, a jarring metallic sound echoed, forcing Liang Luo back several steps, his hands numb as he struggled to maintain his grip on the hilt. He had anticipated that his 21 points of strength would be so inadequate against the butcher. The ogre, equally surprised that this frail prey could withstand its attack, hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Liang Luo unleashed a shadow thorn spell, ensnaring the butcher in dark thorns. Yet, in its bloodlust state, the butcher seemed capable of breaking free. With a furious roar, it tore through 2 of the thorns. Liang Luo swiftly maneuvered behind it, stabbing the dagger deep into its back. The blade pierced through, and the butcher spat blood as its struggles began to wane. Concurrently, the venom from the thorns took effect, rendering it unable to escape. Liang Luo plunged the dagger into the butcher several more times until a magical core finally emerged, at which point he collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. As he relaxed, the sharp pain in his back became apparent. He turned to inspect the damage, revealing charred skin and severe burns around his waist. His clothing melted and adhering to his skin, a grim realization washing over him. Damn, this hurts like hell. Liang Luo gasped, cursing under his breath. Suddenly, he remembered the regeneration potion. He retrieved a vial of miniature regeneration potion from his waist, one of 3 he had scavenged from a man upon arriving at the island. He drank one, feeling the pain in his back quickly diminish, granting him a moment of respite. Chapter 31, The Two-Legged Lamb. What a miraculous potion. It was a veritable elixir for external wounds. Although the sting persisted, he could now move with greater ease. Fearing potential infection, he consumed another potion, which brought him significant relief. After storing the last vial, he opened his system camera, observing that the ogre shaman had been slain by his puppets. Despite being a second-tier magical beast, it was a mage with a focus on support, possessing inferior melee capabilities compared to first-tier ogres. Even so, the poison and the assault of dozens of wooden puppets had proven fatal, resulting in the loss of 25 finely crafted wooden figures. Liang Luo exhaled deeply, retrieving his dagger and making his way back to the waterfall's previous location. The ogres have been vanquished, and from the ogre shaman fell a mid-tier magical core along with a scroll that enhances mental prowess by 4. Upon usage, Liang Luo's mental acuity surged to 23. He also decided to identify the staff in his possession, and with a chime, he discovered it to be an apprentice's staff. A universal tool for mages that extends casting range by 5 meters, with a rarity of 25 and a quality rating of fine. Not bad, it possesses some utility. Liang Luo stowed away the apprentice's staff and led the remaining puppets up the hillside, where the scouting party confirmed there were no immediate dangers. As he entered the ogre tribe, he was met with a nauseating stench of blood and decaying flesh. The interior revealing one of the most horrifying sights he had ever witnessed in his life, reminiscent of the descriptions of the lion-turtled mountain and journey to the west. Human heads were impaled on stakes, dismembered limbs carelessly strewn across chopping boards, human skins hung on ropes to dry, and some individuals were suspended by iron hooks from their chins, seemingly still clinging to life. Despite having witnessed considerable bloodshed, Liang Luo found himself retching violently at this gruesome spectacle. Experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different ordeal compared to viewing it through a lens. Curiously, he pondered the origins of such a multitude of bodies. They bore no resemblance to survivors, their features distinctly not those of the Huaxia people. With a sense of intrigue, Liang Luo continued his exploration. The tribe was extensive, with an occasional ordinary ogre emerging from caves, swiftly dispatched by his puppets. Liang Luo first ascended the altar to search for treasure, but found none, indicating that this altar was not the heart of the island. However, the altar was quite elevated, and using his binoculars, he scanned the surroundings, spotting a larger structure nearby that resembled a fortress made of stone, backed by a towering mountain riddled with caves. The mysteries within unknown. Descending from the altar, Liang Luo ventured into the stone edifice, where the dim light revealed a few torches on the walls and a stone chair that likely served as the Ogre King's throne. This was indeed the palace of the Ogre King. After surveying the area, he finally spotted something of interest, Beneath the throne lay a gleaming golden chest, a treasure. With exhilaration, he approached and opened it, greeted once more by the familiar blinding white light. A system voice resonated, prompting him to select one of 3 items presented before him. 1. A spellbook for wind control, allowing mastery of the wind control spell. This second-tier wind magic enabled flight, consuming mana until depletion. Quality rating, excellent. Rarity, 80. 2. A tortoise-shell array disc, capable of forming a protective barrier against physical and magical damage within a certain range, safeguarding vessels or structures, powered by energy crystals. And self-repairing if damaged. Quality rating, excellent. Rarity, 95. 3. An upgrade scroll for excellent grade items, capable of enhancing fine grade items to excellent quality. Quality rating, excellent. Rarity, 50. Liang Luo was already aware that the treasure chests at the island's core presented a choice of 3. Yet, each decision weighed heavily on him. Particularly the first option, flight, was the ultimate dream for humanity. Who could resist such an ability? The second item, a protective shield, would have been invaluable against previous ambushes from the flea people, allowing sunflowers to flourish uninterrupted. The third, an upgrade scroll, was also appealing, as he possessed several fine-grade crafting books that could benefit from enhancement. The turmoil of choice. Liang Luo tugged at his hair in frustration. After a fierce internal debate, he ultimately chose the second item, the tortoiseshell array disc. At heart, he was still plagued by insecurity, and with this, he could finally rest easy at night. Upon confirming his selection, a flash of light engulfed the other 2 orbs, along with the chest, vanishing from sight. In his hands appeared a square object resembling a Go board, capable of accommodating 49 energy crystals, with 4 small flags at each corner. This was a cultivation artifact. He had initially assumed this world was akin to Western fantasy, yet here lay a formation technique, whether Eastern or Western, if it proved effective. That was all that mattered. Satisfied, Liang Luo tucked away the tortoiseshell array disc. Continuing his search for other valuable items, he ventured out of the fortress, surrounded by his puppets, toward the gaping mountain filled with holes. Upon entering the cavern, Liang Luo was once again profoundly shaken. His fragile psyche had been battered numerous times today. The mountain appeared nearly hollowed out, its vastness a miracle in itself, illuminated only by a sparse few torches. Yet the dim light revealed much. Inside were wooden cages, each containing naked humans, men, women, and children, but no elders. Layers upon layers of cages held hundreds of individuals, each confined with a dozen others. Liang Luo approached one cage with a torch to inspect closely. Though they were human, they appeared peculiar, overweight, devoid of hair and brows, with particularly small eyes and vacant expressions, resembling fools who uttered only incoherent sounds. Among them was the female survivor from the altar, still clad in her t-shirt from that day, suggesting she had not been killed during the ritual, but rather taken here and imprisoned. Liang Luo opened one cage, gesturing for the occupants to come out, but they recoiled in abject terror, huddling deeper into the cage. Even the female survivor shrank back, pressed against the corner alongside the others. It was evident she too had succumbed to madness. What was the fate of these people? Where had they been captured from? With a growing sense of dread, Liang Luo directed his system identification at one of them. Meat person, the system chimed. Humans bred as livestock by ogres, catalyzed to grow rapidly using specific magical potions. Shock coursed through Liang Luo, though he had suspected as much. This was a massive human breeding ground. Each of these individuals was akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. Witnessing these vacant-eyed kin filled him with rage, and he recalled a lamentable term from history, two-legged sheep. Watching quietly, none dared to meet his gaze, only fear reflected in their eyes. Liang Luo's fury morphed into somber reflection as he retracted his torch and ventured further inside. In the dim depths of the cave, a passage led to another small cavern, reminiscent of a separate chamber, shrouded in darkness. At its center, a stone platform was faintly visible, surrounded by numerous large water tanks, bubbling with foul-smelling liquid. A puppet carrying a torch approached to investigate, only to discover several female ogres curled up in a corner, one brandishing a staff and wearing a mask. Startled, Liang Luo thought, could this be yet another ogre shaman? If it were a second-tier one, he would surely be overwhelmed. Fortunately, these ogres merely bared their teeth, not launching an attack. Liang Luo quickly assumed a combat stance and identified the figure. Apprentice ogre shaman, heir to the shaman, a first-tier magical beast. Relief washed over him. It was merely an apprentice. He exhaled deeply. Chapter 32, The Tortoiseshell Array Disc. This female shaman appeared quite appealing, with an alluring figure, her mask concealing a repulsive face. However, Liang Luo's thoughts shifted. He had no intention of taming ogres as magical pets, for these beings reveled in human flesh, treating humanity as livestock, utterly malevolent and an enemy of mankind, which he found repugnant. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the wooden puppets and stone golems to encircle their target. The witch doctor unleashed two small fireballs in a futile attempt at resistance. However, the fireball spells had little effect on the rock golems. After a brief struggle, The female ogres were swiftly pierced by the long spears that were thrust their way. Confirming that the danger had passed, Liang Luo approached to investigate. To his astonishment, the stone platform in the center resembled a manufacturing station from the system, complete with a slot for production books, though it lacked an energy crystal. Upon the platform rested 2 tomes. Could they be manufacturing books? Liang Luo immediately employed the system's identification feature. Ding. Growth hormone manufacturing book, capable of creating basic growth hormones. These hormones can accelerate animal growth, with varying speeds based on concentration, the maximum growth rate reaching 10-fold, requiring materials: water, sand motherflower stamen, and licorice dew. Item grade, excellent. The other book chimed in. Ding. Huan-Su manufacturing book, capable of producing Huan-Su, which induces a strong mating desire in animals, facilitating rapid reproduction. Required materials: water, jade flower. Item grade, excellent. To his surprise, both books were of excellent quality, essentially hormones designed to stimulate animal growth and reproduction. He recalled how livestock such as chickens, ducks, and pigs back on Blue Star had consumed these substances, only to find them repurposed for human use here. A bitter irony. With a wry smile, Liang Luo tucked the 2 tomes away. Nearby, a basket held various herbs. Upon inspecting them with the system, he found they were precisely the materials needed for the 2 hormones: sand motherflower, licorice dew, and jade flower. There were several large baskets filled with these, alongside some seeds likely belonging to the 3 types of herbs. The ogres were evidently engaged in cultivating these herbs, subsequently using the manufacturing books to create hormones to feed the flesh golems, thus establishing a cycle. Liang Luo showed the 3 materials to the excellent grade wooden puppets, signaling them to venture outside to gather more. The puppets stared for 15 seconds before turning to leave. He then commanded the stone golems to open all the cages, indifferent to whether the flesh golems could escape. Having completed these tasks, he felt an urgent need to vacate the area and return to the ship with the remaining stone golems. Having endured a sleepless night compounded by the day's fierce battles, he was utterly fatigued, with the burns on his back throbbing painfully. He could only lay on his bed and drift into slumber, uncertain of how long he slept. Liang Luo groggily opened his eyes to find it was already 6 in the morning the next day. The burns on his back had begun to scab, indicating that his enhanced constitution also improved his wound recovery speed. Stepping out of the cabin to inhale the fresh air, he noticed a group of stone golems still busy felling trees and quarrying stones, while his stomach grumbled in protest. As he munched on some bread, he retrieved the tortoiseshell array plate. The array plate can stay in the captain's quarters, he mused, then took out 49 level 1 energy crystals and placed them into the designated slots on the array plate, sticking 4 small flags at the bow, stern, and both sides of the ship. The system interface displayed an app for a protective magic array. Upon activating it, a spherical blue light shield enveloped the entire ship, even covering the hull, alleviating any concerns about marine creatures attacking from below. The system indicated the shield status was at 100. Upon further examination, Liang Luo discovered that while his crossbow bolts could be shot out from within, any attacks from outside would be repelled by the shield. Even with the hull protected, the ship could still navigate. Moreover, it featured both a daily mode and a combat mode. In daily mode, the shield appeared transparent, virtually invisible, and well ventilated, rendering it imperceptible while still defending against typical ambushes and minor biological incursions. The combat mode maximized output power, changing the shield's color to blue and displaying a tortoise-shell-like hexagonal pattern, cutting off all external air. According to the system, the combat mode could also resist psychic attacks. Liang Luo was thoroughly pleased with his findings. At that moment, when Shuna awoke and approached Liang Luo, who was engrossed in the regional chat, she offered to massage his shoulders while peering over to see what news was unfolding. Since her fall into slavery, she had lost access to the system interface, leaving her reliant on Liang Luo's insights. Feeling the warmth of her gentle touch, Liang Luo was in good spirits and paid her no heed. The regional chat was bustling with chatter as users continued their usual banter. I'm so anxious. The system is grading tomorrow, and I haven't even conquered a simple island yet. I'm waiting online. Why panic? Look at me. I've only just reached a level 3 ship. Am I worried? Haha, me too. Level 3 ship here. Is everyone so impressive? I'm still floating with a level 2 ship. What the heck? How are you still at level 2? Did pirates not catch you last time? A bunch of losers. Let me show you my level 5 ship, JPG. Whoa, we've got a big shot here. Everyone, hurry and cling to his leg. Oh, big shot. Lend me some wood. I need to upgrade my ship. We're all from the Great Xia. Let us help each other through tough times. Why are you all fixated on ship levels? The grading 1T solely consider that. Look at me. Although my ship is level 3, my character attributes are low. Even with low attributes, my items are lacking and my resources are scant. Liang Luo couldn't help but chuckle at this pity party, while when Shuna behind him also found amusement in it. She likely recognized that this man before her possessed considerable strength, akin to a wealthy tycoon in her previous world. This realization shifted her mindset, as her innate attraction to strength surfaced. After a moment of massage, when Shuna's hands ventured toward Liang Luo's collar, caressing him softly while whispering in his ear, "Master, why haven't you summoned me to your bed these past few days? Nana feels so lonely at night." Liang Luo smiled subtly at her words. He had often heard online commentary lamenting that women betrayed honest men, yet rarely did men prefer honest women. If one were to seek a relationship without marriage, one would indeed need to find a flirtatious partner, someone skilled in the art of seduction. With a swift motion, Liang Luo swatted away her other hand, pulling the one that had ventured into his collar out with a gentle tug, uttering 4 words, "Just wait, you." He then rose to observe the island, noticing the wooden puppets returning with several large baskets filled with herbs, raw materials for producing growth hormones and aphrodisiacs, along with some seeds. These hormones were intended for testing on the 2 guinea pigs in the cabin, one male and one female. Unfortunately, they had been lethargic and unproductive for days. If there was no change soon, Liang Luo contemplated the drastic measure of culling them for meat. At the manufacturing station, he crafted some growth hormone. The scent reminiscent of the foulness from the cave. Thankfully, the material consumption was astonishingly low. Just 100 grams of each herb and 500 milliliters of water yielded 500 milliliters of growth hormone. He instructed the wooden puppets to relocate the guinea pig nest to another ship. That vessel lacked a beast pen, but it mattered little as raising animals was odorous. It was better to keep his own ship clean. Next, he produced a small quantity of Huan-Su for the 2 guinea pigs. Once administered, the previously languid creatures began to engage in frenzied mating activities. Liang Luo found the scene too much to bear and left shortly after administering the potion. He tallied the wood harvested from the previous night. Due to significant losses among the puppets, their felling efficiency had declined. They managed to chop down over 400 units of wood, yet upgrading to a level 7 ship required 1,000 pieces. And he needed to stockpile more wood before departing the island. Chapter 33, The Xuanwu Ship. Liang Luo was in urgent need of additional puppets as laborers. With no other options, he ventured to the trading market, exchanging magic cores for a substantial quantity of stone, thus replenishing 30 stone golems. Some were dispatched to fell trees, while others were tasked with transporting water from the river. The fresh water brought back was then put up for sale. Currently, there were many vendors in the market selling fresh water, and a price war had erupted, driving the cost of fresh water down with each passing day. Yet Liang Luo did not harbor expectations of profiting from fresh water. Thus, he set his prices lower, willing to sell as much as possible, even if it meant exhausting his competitors. Soon, the puppets were diligently performing their designated tasks, and by the end of the day, they had accumulated a substantial yield. By nightfall, the timber had reached 1,008 units, and he exchanged fresh water for stone, allowing him to create an additional 20 rock puppets. He now boasted a total of 40 fine quality wooden puppets and 70 fine quality rock puppets. He had amassed several large crates of herbal materials on another vessel, and the scouting team had discovered a bronze chest and 2 wooden chests. The bronze chest contained a beast taming scroll, intended for the taming of ordinary beasts of little use. But he could sell it when the opportunity arose. The wooden chests yielded flour and coffee beans. Next, he aimed to upgrade his ship to level 7. Liang Luo currently possessed 65 units of iron, which was sufficient for his resource needs. He opened the ship panel and selected the upgrade option, resulting in the disappearance of 1,000 units of timber and 50 units of iron. However, this upgrade was unlike any before. The system presented an option. Ding. Please select your ship's upgrade direction. 1. Technological. 2. Magical. Upgrade direction? Puzzled, he inquired of the system for an explanation of the 2 paths. Ding. The technological ship advances towards modern technology, emphasizing artillery range and power, while the magical ship excels in functionality and versatility. Is that all? System. Is there a more advanced explanation available? Ding. Yes, an advanced response to this question requires a payment of 20 system coins. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Ding. 20 system coins have been deducted. Below is a detailed explanation. High-level technological ships possess long-range artillery and ultra-long-range missiles, with the potential to construct aircraft in the later stages. Their iron hulls provide robust defensive capabilities, and they boast faster sailing speeds. If additional blueprints are available, magical devices can also be equipped. However, the technological ships require a significant amount of iron, gunpowder, and other rare materials. The magical ships, depending on their evolutionary branch, can develop unique abilities such as flight, submersion, and invisibility, and they do not demand excessive quantities of iron and gunpowder. However, they necessitate magical materials. The downside is that magical turrets lack the range and power of technological cannons. After all this discussion, a clear answer remains elusive. Liang Luo pondered deeply. Summarizing the system's implications, technological ships are more formidable in combat, yet the materials for upgrading are scarce, while magical ships offer more options and easier upgrades. Thus, he decided on the magical route. After all, no matter how powerful the cannons, they still require gunpowder, and in this world, materials are exceedingly hard to come by. Liang Luo had sensed this. Iron was not as readily available as timber, and even if it were, how much could be collected in just 4 or 5 days? He reasoned that even if he became formidable later, he would need to wait for that moment to arrive. Furthermore, with his turtle shell defense, he felt confident in his defensive capabilities, equal to iron. After much contemplation, he made his decision. System, I choose the magical direction, Liang Luo declared to the system. Ding. Selection successful. Upgrade time, 8 hours. Checking the time, he noted it would coincide perfectly with the evaluation the following morning. Setting an alarm for 6:30 a.m. He drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, awakened by his alarm, he found the ship had successfully upgraded to level 7. Rising from the expansive luxury of his chamber, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. The floor, doors, windows, and walls had all been skillfully polished, smooth, and even. Walking barefoot on the wooden floor was an exquisite pleasure. The door was iron, and the windows featured a double layer, one of iron mesh and the other of wood, ensuring excellent sealing. Pushing the door open, he stepped onto the outer deck. From the outside, the captain's cabin was encased in steel, and the ship's eaves and outer hull were similarly clad in iron, giving the entire vessel a harmonious and fluid shape, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Opening the ship panel, he saw, Ship Level 7, Type, Magical. Ship Status, 100. Facilities available for construction, Arrow Towers X2, Guardian Tower, Magical Turrets X3, Reservoir, Magic Wheel. Facilities available for upgrade, Warehouse, Manufacturing Station, Prison, Shipborne Crossbow, Radar. The requirements for the next upgrade included 1,200 units of timber, 30 units of stone, and 150 units of ordinary iron. There were numerous new facilities available. He explored them one by one. Arrow Tower, for close combat, automatic firing, effective range of 150 meters. Capable of targeting boarding enemies and aerial units. Construction requires 7 units of stone, 20 units of timber, 3 units of iron, and 7 energy crystals. The Guardian Tower can summon the spirits of deceased sailors to protect the ship. Capable of summoning 10 ship spirits that obey the captain's commands and can attack illegal intruders, but cannot leave the ship. Construction requires 8 units of stone, 1 soul stone, and 10 energy crystals. The magical turret can integrate various elemental magics. Construction requires 5 units of stone, 10 units of timber, 5 units of iron, and any one of the elemental stones, flame, ice, lightning, or storm, along with 10 energy crystals. The reservoir can hold fresh water, with a capacity of 3 tons. Construction requires 15 units of stone, 15 units of timber, and 5 energy crystals. The magic wheel is a magical tire installed on the basic water wheel, which can expand upon infusing magical energy, allowing the ship to navigate on land. Construction requires 12 units of iron, 15 magic sponges, and 8 energy crystals. After reviewing the descriptions, he noted the practicality of these facilities. The first two, the Arrow Tower and the Guardian Tower, were essentially defensive structures for home protection while he explored the islands, alleviating concerns of theft. The reservoir was particularly useful, as he needed a means to store large quantities of water, and the magic wheel was astonishing, enabling the ship to traverse land. However, he pondered where to acquire such peculiar materials. Soul stones, flame stones, and magic sponges were all unfamiliar to him. Ding. Your ship has reached level 7. According to the rules, you must name your ship. Once named, it cannot be changed at will, the system chimed. Oh, he could name it. Liang Luo paced thoughtfully, examining his ship, with its turtle shell-like protective shield partially above the water, resembling a colossal turtle swimming from a distance. In ancient China, there existed a type of warship known as the turtle ship, renowned for its defensive capabilities. He mused. He couldn't simply call it the turtle. A name struck him, one of the 4 divine beasts of the Great Xia, the black tortoise. Let us call it Xuanwu, Liang Luo exclaimed. Ding. That name is available. Do you confirm naming your ship Xuanwu? Confirmed. Ding. Naming successful. This name cannot be used by other survivors. Would you like to name your subsidiary ship? He anticipated having more subsidiary vessels in the future and did not wish to expend effort naming each one. After a moment's thought, he decided that since it was a subsidiary ship, it would be akin to a guardian vessel, thus naming it Xianwei No. 1. Ding. Naming successful. This name cannot be used by other survivors. With the naming issue resolved, he turned his attention to collecting the fruits of the puppets' labor from the previous night. The puppets had managed to fell 720 units of timber, 55 units of stone, and a mountain of herbal materials. The growth hormone produced from the herbs was foul-smelling, and Liang Luo was disinclined to handle it himself. He contemplated purchasing a slave specifically for agricultural duties. Thus, Liang Luo opened the system panel and selected the slave trading option, perusing the hundreds of available slaves. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a middle-aged man named Zhao Hongda, whose profile indicated proficiency in animal husbandry. His appearance suggested he was a trustworthy individual. Liang Luo purchased him for 600 system coins. A subtle spatial fluctuation enveloped the deck, akin to the opening of a portal, and then a dark-skinned, weathered middle-aged man materialized before him. He stood timidly, averted his gaze, clearly aware of his circumstances. Why you? Hello, my name is Zhao Hongda, he stammered. Liang Luo smiled warmly. Hello, I harbor no ill intent. As long as you work diligently in the future, I will treat you well. Zhao Hongda was somewhat taken aback, responding, yes, master. Liang Lu, uninterested in having a man address him as master, waved his hand and said, oh, don't call me master. Refer to me as captain instead. From now on, I'll call you Lao Zhao. Now, tell me, Lao Zhao, what did you do for a living back on Blue Star? Zhao Hongda replied, I used to be a farmer. And later, I worked at a breeding farm back in my hometown. Liang Lu nodded in satisfaction and continued, what kind of animals did the breeding farm raise? Are you knowledgeable about breeding techniques? Zhao Hongda's enthusiasm surged as he spoke. The farm primarily raised pigs, along with a few chickens. It wasn't very large. And when the manager wasn't around, I mainly took care of everything myself. As for breeding techniques, you needn't worry. I've been in this line of work for many years. Liang Lu, even more pleased with his response, engaged in a brief conversation with him before leading him onto the Xianwei No. 1. He stated, this ship will be developing a breeding industry, and you will be in charge. Here are 2 breeding rabbits. Shortly, I will head to the island to catch some wild deer and wild boar. These are growth hormones and aphrodisiacs, along with these seeds for raw materials. Plant them well and take good care of them. You can manage the dosage of the aphrodisiac yourself. Upon hearing this was his task, Zhao Hongda was overjoyed, nodding and bowing his head in assurance that there would be no issues. Once aboard the Xuanwu, it was nearly 8 o'clock, and everyone anxiously awaited the announcement from the system. The system's voice sounded precisely on time. Ding, congratulations to all survivors for reaching day 18. Today, the system will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your performance. The evaluation criteria include ship level, buildings, personal attributes, equipment, items, magical beasts, and all resources and assets. The results will be categorized into 7 grades: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The top 1 to 5,000 globally will receive an S grade. From 5001 to 100,000 an A grade. From 100,000 to 5 million a B grade. From 5 million to 100 million a C grade. From 100 million to 1 billion a D grade. From 1 billion to 3 billion an E grade. And anything above 3 billion an F grade. Please wait for the evaluation results. Suddenly, the system screen went black, and a flurry of incomprehensible text flashed by. Liang Lu remained relatively relaxed as he gazed at the screen, while Wen Shunna stood behind him, holding her breath, appearing even more anxious than Liang Lu. Ding, congratulations. Your evaluation result is S grade. A large golden S appeared on the screen, and Liang Lu let out a slight sigh of relief, nervous yet unsurprised. However, behind him, Wen Shunna's mouth fell agape, and she exclaimed S. It's S grade. She hugged Liang Lu's neck, shouting in excitement. Liang Lu shot her a glance and pushed her away, retorting, what are you shouting about? It's so noisy. It's just an S. I receive them often in school. Wen Shunna fell silent, realizing that this man was indeed formidable. But she had not expected him to achieve S grade. With over 4 billion people left in the world, he was among the top 5,000. Roughly 1 in 100,000. Though she had no grasp of numbers, she understood that it was impressive. Liang Lu, however, was more concerned about the rewards. Ding. The rewards for the scoring are now announced. S grade receives 1 golden treasure chest. A grade receives 1 silver treasure chest. B grade receives 1 bronze treasure chest. C grade receives 1 wooden treasure chest, and D grade and below receive no rewards. Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued. What kind of ridiculous system is this? An A grade gets only a silver treasure chest? Haha, after all this effort, I only get a bronze treasure chest? I could find one just by wandering around the island. I strip down, and this is what I get. Wooden treasure chest? I find those every day? Haha. We've all been played. Luckily, I didn't take it seriously and stabilized myself at E grade. Liang Lu wore a dark expression, yet he maintained a positive attitude, understanding that the system's approach was meant to accommodate those further behind. Otherwise, only the front-runners would receive hefty rewards, exacerbating the wealth gap. Ding, your reward has arrived. A golden treasure chest appeared before him, and Liang Lu stepped forward to open it. A flash of golden light revealed a book, which Liang Lu picked up for appraisal. Ding, fiery words, a second-tier sword technique, instant cast, formidable power, requires mastery of swordsmanship at level 2. Upon seeing this, Liang Lu frowned. Truth be told, he preferred the path of a mage, and since his swordsmanship had not yet reached level 2, he couldn't utilize it. It would be better to put it up for sale, swapping it for something more useful. The system stipulated that each person could list only 3 items for sale. Currently, his offerings included freshwater, rock puppets, and wooden puppets. Reluctantly, he took down the freshwater and listed the second-tier sword technique, seeking to exchange it for an equally exceptional item. Wow, look, an S-grade big shot is selling something. A second-tier martial technique. Liang Lu, isn't this the puppet guy? Turns out puppet guy is so impressive. Is selling puppets that lucrative these days? As Liang Lu observed. He noticed his name in the chat channel had transformed into a large golden font with an S following it, placed at the top of the regional chat list. Alongside 2 other golden names, Xiao Jiong and Suin. Wait, Suin? Could it be a coincidence? Liang Luo immediately opened his friends list, where he saw the name Suin had also turned gold. Indeed, it was her. Goodness. My friends list now contains just 2 people, Suin and Zhang Yuhan. One of them is an S grade, and Zhang Yuhan is actually an A grade. I unwittingly added 2 experts. At that moment, Suin sent a message. Congratulations. S grade. I knew you were remarkable. Liang Luo replied, same to you. I never expected you, a girl, would achieve S grade. Suin responded, don't call me a girl. I'm nearly 30. Besides, what's wrong with being a girl? Are you looking down on women? Liang Luo chuckled. I didn't mean to offend. It's just that combat and survival games can be less forgiving to women. Suin replied, at first, it might have been, but don't you know the system favors women? Not only do they start with an iron axe, but they also have a higher probability of finding treasure chests. Huh, is that so? Liang Luo realized he was unaware of this information, as he rarely engaged with others. Suin added, you should check out the world chat. There's plenty of useful information. Liang Luo replied, the world chat has very few Chinese comments. I can't understand it. Suin laughed, well, that's what you get for not studying English properly. You're at a disadvantage now. After exchanging pleasantries, Liang Luo stood up to attend to today's tasks. Over the course of the night, over 400 units of wood had been piled up on the beach, a testament to the diligent efforts of his puppets, yielding results that would take others a week to accomplish. According to the system, the island would disappear tonight, leaving him with just 1 day. The stone puppets continued chopping trees, while the wood puppets were divided into 6 groups of 10, equipped with lassos and nets to capture wild beasts. Liang Luo also took a few wooden puppets to hunt, hoping to uncover any hidden shops. His thorn technique proved exceptionally effective. He captured wild boars and deer with ease, ensnaring them effortlessly. By day's end, they had collectively caught 8 wild boars, 6 deer, 6 wild chickens, and several smaller creatures like squirrels and hedgehogs, though unfortunately, he did not discover any hidden shops. Chapter 35, Regional Channel. Liang Luo handed over all the animals he had captured that day to Zhao Hongda, instructing him to ensure they breed quickly, but not to feed them growth hormones. Zhao Hongda then shared good news with Liang Luo. The female breeding rabbit was already pregnant, and it wouldn't be long before it gave birth. It seemed that the days of enjoying meat freedom were not far off. As dusk descended, Liang Luo diligently transferred all available supplies onto the ship, preparing for departure from the island. Upon inventorying his resources, he found 730 units of timber, 20 units of stone, 30 units of steel, 577 primary magic cores, 2 intermediate magic cores, and 800 system coins. The Xianwei number 1 had ascended from level 4 to level 5, and the hold was brimming with an array of fruits, wild herbs, animals, and materials for creating hormones. He had 80 exquisite wooden puppets and 70 exquisite rock puppets, and the reservoir was filled with fresh water. Everything was in readiness for the voyage. Just before setting sail, Liang Luo suddenly spotted a figure standing on the shore. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the deranged woman, who had somehow escaped from the ogre's cage. Approaching her, the system's voice chimed in. You have the authority to enslave this survivor. Do you wish to proceed? At the sound of this notification, the woman collapsed to her knees, repeatedly pleading, don't eat me, don't eat me, don't eat me. Liang Luo sighed, shook his head, and turned away. The 2 ships slowly sailed away from the island, while the woman remained kneeling on the ground, gazing at Liang Luo from a distance. He pondered the fate that awaited her as the island sank beneath the waves, perhaps death, or perhaps a perpetual existence upon the island. But regardless, he felt powerless to assist her. Upon returning to the captain's quarters, he reclined on the comfortable bed. After upgrading to level 7, the ship's sway had considerably diminished, and the protective barrier provided a sense of security. Liang Luo enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following morning, a new notification from the system chimed in. Due to a decrease in regional population, the large district chat channel is now open, allowing survivors to communicate within the district, though trading is not permitted. For item transactions, please purchase a district trumpet. Liang Luo recognized the significance of this announcement. Having experienced the benefits of the world trumpet previously, he was eager for this new opportunity. System, how many people are in the district? He inquired. The response came. This world is divided into 100 districts, each initially housing 50 million inhabitants. Each district contains 500 subdivisions, each with a population of 100,000, all spatially isolated. You are currently in District 055, with a remaining population of 43,665, 238. Over 40 million. That was indeed a substantial number. He promptly accessed the system marketplace, discovering the district trumpet priced at 2,000 system coins. It was quite steep, just days prior. He had purchased the world trumpet for only 500 coins, and now a district trumpet cost 2,000. Reluctantly, he sold 100 primary magic cores to gather the necessary coins and purchased a district trumpet. After some contemplation, he decided to sell wooden puppets as well. He prepared a detailed description for the exquisite wooden puppets. Perhaps a video would be more engaging, he mused, and promptly searched for women's business attire and high heels in the trading channel. He swiftly acquired a suitable outfit and summoned Wenshuna to wear it. Assuming Liang Luo was in a playful mood, she cheerfully changed into the attire. Upon her emergence, he was indeed struck by her appearance. Her tall figure clad in a flight attendant's uniform, the blazer unbuttoned to reveal a generous neckline, paired with a smart skirt, nude stockings, and high heels, she was as captivating as when he first encountered her years ago. Noticing Liang Luo's speechlessness, Wenshuna blushed and inquired, "Master, are we indulging in uniform seduction today?" Liang Luo, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and replied, "This shall be your work attire from now on. I need you to film a promotional video for the puppets." "Oh, very well," she responded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Liang Luo summoned an exquisite wooden puppet and provided her with a script. Drawing upon her prior experience as a micro-business operator and livestream seller, this task was second nature to her. The 10-minute video showcased the puppet's varied capabilities, including assassination, archery, throwing, swimming, transporting, and lumbering, all narrated by Wenshuna's stunning beauty and engaging delivery, making it utterly compelling. Satisfied with the outcome, Liang Luo proceeded to list the product, pricing it at 16 units of timber, 8 units of magic cores, and an additional unit of steel, essentially doubling the price, yet including an extra unit of steel. This pricing strategy was influenced by the rising cost of steel, which had become increasingly difficult to procure through the regional trading channel. Rather than directly listing it with the district trumpet, he first shared the video in the district chat channel. As anticipated, it sparked a tremendous buzz. "Wow, what a stunning beauty. So graceful. I could enjoy those long legs for a year." One comment exclaimed, "Is this seller the puppet brother? What luck. If I had such a beauty beside me, it would be worth dying for." Another chimed in, "Is that goddess wearing a collar? Is she a slave?" No, my goddess has been defiled. I can't go on living." "Hey Liang, draw your sword. I challenge you to a duel." Another user shouted, "Enough with the talk. Puppet brother, name your price. I want this woman. Stop dreaming, she's mine. I've seen her before. When the slave system first opened, she was already stunning. Albeit dirty. I recall the price was over 2,000 system coins back then." Liang Luo rolled his eyes at the comments, exasperated. "You're here for the puppets, not for the beauty." Nevertheless, the response was overwhelmingly positive, and even before listing the trade, inquiries flooded in, predominantly about the woman's price. "Am I a trafficker?" He fumed at the private messages. Once the excitement peaked, Liang Luo activated the district trumpet, listing the puppets for sale. Trade requests poured in, and he reveled in the transactions. Over the next 2 days, the district channel recorded 321 sales, prompting him to restock with an additional 120 exquisite wooden puppets. Now, his inventory boasted a total of 200 exquisite wooden puppets, with remaining resources of 2 for 126 units of timber, 85 units of stone, 2 for 115 primary magic cores, 2 intermediate magic cores, and 352 units of ordinary steel. The district trumpet, akin to the world trumpet, had yielded substantial profits, though it too faced a 100-day cooldown period before he could purchase again. Reluctantly, Liang Luo closed the district channel. With the success of the past 2 days, he gathered enough resources to upgrade his ship. Liang Luo's advancement was unparalleled. Most players hadn't even reached level 4 yet. However, the facilities for the level 7 ship had yet to be constructed, preventing further upgrades. He wondered where to acquire materials for magical turrets and other necessities. But inquiries in the chat channel yielded no answers. Frustrated, he resolved to continue exploring for islands. He moved a lounge chair to the ship's bow, leisurely enjoying the ocean view. With no negative reviews to hinder sales, the demand for exquisite puppets began to rise again. Seeking to enhance Wenshuna's wardrobe, he purchased several more uniforms for her, branding them as work attire. That night, Wenshuna was summoned to the captain's quarters, where they engaged in a detailed discussion about the nuances of wearing uniforms, both gaining new insights. Following Wenshuna's promotional video, the regional trading channel saw an influx of beautiful women promoting their wares. Although many lacked her striking beauty and poise, their audacity drew attention. The system imposed no restrictions on the content shared, permitting any graphic, violent, or suggestive imagery without censorship. Consequently, the trading district's standards began to escalate dramatically. Chapter 36, Sand Crab Island. Thus, leisurely, Liang Luo practiced his magic and archery on the deck during the day, and at night, shamelessly explored the intricacies of attire with Wenshuna. Life was simply exquisite. 2 days later, Liang Luo finally spotted a red dot on the radar, indicating the emergence of an island. During the 2 days of respite, he felt as though he was being drained by the enchanting Wenshuna. If he rested any longer, he would be utterly incapacitated. Liang Luo opened the radar interface and clicked on the red dot ahead, revealing a small line of text, Crab Island, easy level. A hint of inexplicable disappointment washed over him. Having already conquered 2 normal level islands, he found himself devoid of interest in an easy level 1. However, upon reflection, he realized that his victories over the previous 2 islands were partly due to fortunate circumstances. As he pondered, he arrived at the island, which was exceedingly small, roughly the size of Dolphin Island. The terrain consisted mainly of sandy and barren land, with sporadic patches of weeds and low shrubs. A few tall coconut trees stood out along the coastline, their presence starkly noticeable. Peering through his telescope, Liang Luo observed giant spider-like crabs scuttling up the trunks of the coconut trees. He recognized these crabs from images seen back on Blue Star. They were coconut crabs, renowned for their delectable flesh. Having not tasted any seafood since arriving in this world, Liang Luo felt his mouth water at the sight of them. As the boat docked, the puppets leaped into action, intent on capturing the coconut crabs. Liang Luo eagerly shouted, but as soon as he jumped ashore, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A horde of crabs erupted from the sand, surrounding the puppets. These crabs were even larger than the coconut crabs, measuring around 60 centimeters in length. With their sandy yellow shells bristling with sharp spikes, their enormous pincers were raised high, presenting a formidable challenge. Liang Luo employed the system to assess them. Ding. Sand crab. A species of crab that dwells beneath sandy beaches, feeding on small fish. They can move beneath the sand and possess a strong territorial instinct, with delectable flavor. Upon seeing the last 4 words, Liang Luo's interest peaked. The last time he heard such praise from the system was about dolphin meat, which indeed proved to be succulent. At that moment, some puppets had already engaged in combat with the sand crabs. To his astonishment, the finely crafted wooden puppets struggled to penetrate the crab's defenses. While those powerful pincers could easily snap the wooden spear shafts and even crush the wooden puppet's shins. Within 10 minutes, 3 finely crafted wooden puppets had been lost, prompting Liang Luo to inhale sharply. Were the monsters on this easy-level island truly so formidable? Fortunately, the pincers could not break the stone puppets, and a few of the stone puppets, wielding hefty hammers, began smashing down, creating a dent in the crab shells, with yellow and white crab meat oozing from the cracked exoskeleton. Witnessing this, Liang Luo purchased 20 stone hammers from the trading market for the stone puppets, then recalled all the wooden puppets, leaving only the stone puppets to systematically annihilate the sand crabs. Soon, the sound of shattering crab shells echoed continuously along the beach, leaving over 100 dead sand crabs in their wake. The pincers of the sand crabs, no matter how they clamped down, could only leave white scratches on the stone puppets. Eventually, the remaining sand crabs, realizing their defeat, burrowed into the sand to escape. Liang Luo commanded the puppets to gather wood and stone, while he set about boiling water, eagerly anticipating the delectable crab meat. One crab claw was as large as a pig's trotter, and his iron pot could only accommodate half a sand crab. He opted for no seasoning, simply steaming it to perfection and enjoying it with soy sauce and vinegar. The experience was truly delightful. It was the essence of pure, fresh ingredients requiring only the simplest of preparations. Liang Luo summoned Wenshuna and Zhao Hongda to join him, and the 3 of them set up a large pot on the beach to steam crabs, featuring both sand crabs and coconut crabs. The system's evaluation was quite accurate. The best part was being able to indulge in hearty portions, unlike previous experiences where eating crabs involved tedious shelling for minimal meat. Dipping the crab in soy sauce and vinegar, Zhao Hongda was moved to tears, never expecting that following this boss would lead to such culinary delights. Wenshuna, too, abandoned any pretense of decorum, devouring the crabs voraciously. Liang Luo instructed Wenshuna to record a video, showcasing the crabs directly on the trading market. Knowing that the 3 of them could not possibly consume over 100 crabs, Liang Luo set a reasonable price. After all, they were already dead and would spoil by the next day. In the video, as Wenshuna ate, she extolled the taste of the sand crabs, declaring it a rare delight, claiming that not tasting it would render one's life unfulfilled. True enough, once listed, the crabs garnered endless praise, and within 3 hours, all over 100 large crabs were sold, yielding over 300 units of wood in exchange. After finishing the crabs, Liang Luo let out a satisfied belch and retired to sleep, experiencing for the first time in his life the sensation of feasting on crabs to his heart's content. Meanwhile, the puppets worked through the night, felling trees. The island had few trees, with only sparse coconut palms remaining. The puppets worked diligently, chopping down nearly all the trees by morning. The next morning, Liang Luo groggily awoke to the system alerting him that his puppets were under attack. He quickly rose and made his way to the deck, discovering that the puppets' tree felling had provoked the wrath of the Sand Crab King. A crab, the size of an electric tricycle, was thrashing about amidst the stone puppets, occasionally burrowing into the sand and re-emerging, presenting a challenging adversary. Liang Luo yawned, unconcerned. As the creature posed no threat to the stone puppets, its pincers could not sever their stone arms. "Nana, what as for breakfast?" Liang Luo inquired. Wenshuna, beaming, replied, "Master, today we shall have steamed sand crab for breakfast." Another sand crab? Liang Luo looked at Wenshuna with a hint of dismay, as the piece of crab meat before him was larger than his palm. If he continued this way, he would surely exceed his cholesterol limits. After breakfast, Liang Luo approached the vicinity of the Sand Crab King and utilized the system to assess it. Ding. Sand Crab King, a first-tier magical beast, known for its delicious meat that can enhance physical constitution when consumed regularly. First-tier magical beasts were hardly worth his notice now. Had it not been for its high defensive capabilities, he wouldn't have even needed to intervene. He commanded the puppets to lure it towards the sea, then ensnared it with a thorny vine, rendering the sand crab king immobilized and unable to burrow. The stone puppets surged forward, wielding their hammers in a frenzy. Yet the crab shell was too robust to penetrate. Observing this, Liang Luo issued orders for one stone puppet to seize a leg, while the others targeted its joints with their hammers. The stone puppets, equipped with their massive hammers, began striking at the joints of the crab's legs, which were the weak points for all crabs. No matter how tough the shell, the joints remained vulnerable. And the sand crab king was no exception. Shortly thereafter, both pincers and all 8 legs were severed, yet it still clung to life. The sand crab king lay on the ground, its eyes wide, as it sporadically expelled large amounts of sand in a futile attack. One stone puppet thrust a spear into its mouth, while several others employed iron tools to pry open its shell. As the shell cracked, the sand crab king struggled momentarily before falling still. Liang Luo collected a magical core and an attribute scroll, enhancing his strength and constitution. He climbed atop the sand crab king's back, surveying the island, noting that all the coconut trees had been felled, save for one tall coconut tree remaining in the northwest. Curious, he inquired of the nearby stone puppet why that tree had not been cut down, but the stone puppet merely shook its head in silence. A bit puzzled, Liang Luo shifted his focus back to his primary task of obtaining the treasure chest. The entire island appeared barren, resembling a desert, and in the distance, he spotted a stone shaped like a shuttle, which he instinctively knew was the island's core. He and his puppets began digging in the sand near the stone, soon unearthing a silver treasure chest. Upon opening it, 3 orbs of light emerged. Ding. Please select one of the following 3 items. 1. Wasp Queen, a first-tier magical beast. While its combat ability is weak, it can command a swarm of bees in battle, complete with a hive. As long as the queen remains alive, the swarm can replenish indefinitely, and its strength increases with the queen's level. Rarity, 70. Chapter 37. The hidden shop. The treasures unearthed from the island's core chest seldom disappoint. Even a mere silver chest offers a choice of 3 items. The Wasp Queen piqued Liang Luo's interest immensely. Who could resist the relentless assault of a swarm of bees? The concealed poison needles might serve as a surprise tactic, catching adversaries off guard at critical moments. However, what Liang Luo truly craved were offensive skills. With his light-based golden bell shield approaching level 1 proficiency, he pondered briefly before opting for the light blade spellbook. A flash of white light enveloped him, and the chest vanished, leaving a cream-colored skill book in his grasp. Liang Luo promptly learned from it, the text melding into his consciousness, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his mind, as if he had grasped a new power. He lifted his hand, his awareness coalescing in his palm, and a translucent golden dagger materialized, hovering gracefully above it. The dagger bore a slight curvature, adorned with serrated patterns along its spine, reminiscent of the golden bell shield. Pointing at a nearby stone, he commanded the dagger, which flew forth with remarkable speed, embedding itself into the rock. Moments later, it vanished, leaving behind a fissure approximately 20 centimeters long. While the attack power was somewhat underwhelming, its short cooldown and low mana cost, along with the ability to maneuver the dagger through turns, rendered it a practical skill. Satisfied, Liang Luo stowed the blank spellbook away, while his puppet began to clear the battlefield. A considerable amount of wood and coconuts was loaded onto the ship, alongside tightly bound sand crabs and coconut crabs. However, Zhao Hongda had no intention of keeping crabs, and it was likely they would perish within days. Now, with the island of sand crabs devoid of valuable resources, Liang Luo cast a final glance at the small island, preparing to depart. Yet, the peculiar coconut tree still stood in the corner, and unable to quell his curiosity. He decided to investigate further. Accompanied by 2 wooden puppets, he approached the coconut tree. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary coconut tree. He signaled the wooden figure to strike it with an axe, but to his astonishment, the stone axe shattered upon impact, while the tree remained unscathed. A revelation dawning upon Liang Luo. This was precisely why the stone golem had refrained from attacking it. Drawing his curved blade, he struck the trunk, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, which reverberated through his arm, leaving it numb. This tree was no ordinary flora. Its trunk was harder than steel. Attempting the light blade spell once more yielded no results, compelling him to abandon the effort. He resorted to the system for identification. Ding. Strange coconut tree. Frustrated, he realized this was a cryptic description. Circling the tree twice for a thorough examination, he finally noticed a narrow, elongated hole near the upper trunk, reminiscent of a coin slot found in arcade machines, cleverly concealed within the bark's patterns. A coin slot. Liang Luo recalled the system currency and ocean coins. Accessing the system, he exchanged for an ocean coin, which appeared in his hand, embossed with a wave pattern. He inserted the coin into the slot, and the coconut tree trembled slightly, yet offered no further reaction. Puzzled, Liang Luo suddenly had an epiphany. He quickly exchanged for 20 ocean coins, depositing them one by one. As he placed the 10th coin, the system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, you have discovered a hidden shop. You are the 2089th survivor worldwide to find this hidden shop. Would you like to enter? Goodness. It seemed luck was abundant, with so many having found the hidden shop. The initial announcement by Song Jinian had never hinted that it could be accessed through a coin slot. Evidently, he had withheld some information, and others who had discovered it remained tight-lipped. Were it not for his keen observation, he might have overlooked this opportunity. Open it. Liang Luo responded without hesitation. Ding. The hidden shop will be accessible for 30 minutes. After this period, you will be automatically teleported out. Please manage your time wisely. With that, peculiar characters illuminated the trunk of the coconut tree, swirling before coalescing into an oval-shaped blue portal. Liang Luo cautiously stepped through. Upon entering, he found himself in a small chamber, where rows of shelves were neatly arranged, resembling a supermarket. Floating above each shelf were luminous orbs, each representing an item. As he approached, details and prices appeared, all purchasable with system currency. Liang Luo summoned the system. He currently possessed only 30 units of system currency, depleted by his previous purchase of a regional loudspeaker. However, he had amassed 2,465 low-level magic cores through world and regional trades. Selling them all to the system would yield a staggering 49,300 units of system currency, a veritable fortune. Excited, he promptly sold 2,000 low-level magic cores, netting him 40,000 system currency, akin to a wealthy patron in a convenience store, ready to purchase anything he desired. After browsing, he noted that all items were of inferior quality. No wonder they are so inexpensive, he mused, until he noticed a small green door on the right side of the room, its texture reminiscent of a bronze treasure chest. Approaching the small door, he pushed against it, finding it immovable. The system chimed in at that moment. Ding. Would you like to spend 30 system currency to open the bronze door? Yes. Ding. 30 system currency successfully deducted. The bronze door swung open, and Liang Luo stepped inside, greeted by yet another room filled with rows of shelves. Inspecting the items, he found them reasonably priced, predominantly ordinary-grade items. To his left stood a silver door. He approached and pushed it gently. Ding. Would you like to spend 120 system currency to open the silver door? Yes. Ding. 120 system currency successfully deducted. The silver door creaked open, revealing a room lined with shelves, all stocked with exquisite-grade items, albeit at a higher price point. As he perused, he discovered a plethora of desirable items, such as firestones, ice stones, and magic sponges, materials essential for crafting magical tires, alongside soul stones for building guardian towers. Liang Luo mentally noted these items, but refrained from making any purchases just yet. Moving to the right, he encountered another golden door. He pushed it lightly. Ding. Would you like to spend 500 system currency to open the golden door? Liang Luo hesitated momentarily before inquiring about future visits to hidden shops. If I find another hidden shop, will I need to spend currency to open the door again? Ding. All hidden shops share a universal access. You have gained entry privileges to this room. Previously opened doors do not require payment again. Oh, so if I find another hidden shop in the future, the doors I've already paid for will remain open? Ding. Correct. Then I shall open this door. Ding. 500 system currency successfully deducted. The golden door creaked open, and Liang Luo stepped into a room brimming with excellent grade items. The prices were exorbitantly high, making him reconsider his purchasing power before meticulously selecting his items. An abundance of excellent grade weapons, armor, spellbooks, crafting manuals, materials, and various auxiliary tools awaited his scrutiny, revealing two notable characteristics. One is that the rarity of these items will not exceed 60, and the other is that every room contains an item upgrade scroll. For instance, a room of ordinary grade will certainly have an ordinary grade upgrade scroll, while a room of exquisite grade will contain an exquisite grade upgrade scroll. And the same applies to superior grade rooms. Does this imply that the next room will have a perfect grade upgrade scroll? If so, might he not elevate his puppet manufacturing book to perfection? With this thought, Liang Luo disregarded other items and approached the gleaming white door, pushing it slightly. Ding. Do you wish to spend 3,000 system coins to open the platinum door? Liang Luo gritted his teeth and chose to open it. Ding. 3,000 system coins successfully deducted. The platinum door slowly creaked open. Goodness, I haven't even purchased anything yet, and opening the door has already cost me so much. Liang Luo lamented with a tinge of pain. Upon entering the platinum room, he immediately spotted a perfect grade item displayed on the shelf at the front. Approaching the orb of light, the information materialized. Perfect grade item upgrade scroll, capable of elevating excellent grade items to perfect grade, priced at 20,000 system coins. Good heavens, how exorbitant! Liang Luo exclaimed in excitement. But with over 10 minutes having passed, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to hesitate. He promptly chose to purchase it. Chapter 38, Excellent Grade Puppet. Ding. Purchase successful. The item has been stored at the shop's entrance. Damn, now I have less than half left. What a lavish expenditure. This is far from sufficient. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed, leaving him with no choice but to buy the most essential items first. Returning to the exquisite grade silver room, he first encountered magic stones priced at 1,200 each. He bought 2 fire stones, 1 ice stone, 1 lightning stone, and 1 storm stone, totaling 5 in all. Next were the soul stones, necessary for constructing guardian towers, priced at 1,800 each, such a steep price. In truth, Liang Luo possessed a protective shield and a puppet protecting vessel, rendering guardian towers unnecessary. Yet, without constructing one, he could not upgrade to an 8th level ship, so he reluctantly decided to purchase one. Following that were the magic sponges. At 100 system coins per unit, he bought 20 units, leaving him with only 6,550 system coins. With time pressing and merely 6 minutes remaining, Liang Luo pondered purchasing some exquisite grade upgrade scrolls, as he had too many items requiring exquisite upgrades. The exquisite grade upgrade scrolls were 1,200 each. He bought 6, leaving him with just 550 system coins. Liang Luo did not intend to sell any other magic cores, as energy crystals were vital materials for puppet creation, and he could not afford to deplete his reserves. With less than 5 minutes left, he reflected that inferior grade items might still possess value, given that they could be upgraded with scrolls. The key, however, lay in their additional attributes and rarity. For instance, his speed boots, although ordinary grade, enhanced movement speed, showcasing significant potential for upgrades. Returning to the inferior grade room, he noticed a dilapidated fish scale armor that caught his eye upon entering. The system description read, damaged fish scale armor made from the scales of an unknown fish, offering average protection. Its flaws include multiple damages, rendering it incapable of comprehensive defense. Item grade, inferior, rarity, 60, priced at 280 system coins. This price was relatively high for inferior grade items, yet Liang Luo decided to purchase it. Another item piqued his interest, a giant helmet resembling a motorcycle helmet. Item, hair clipper, capable of trimming hairstyles. Item grade, ordinary, priced at 270 system coins. Liang Luo was not being finicky. He had not cut his hair since arriving in this world, only trimming it with scissors when his bangs obstructed his vision. His current hairstyle was a rather unkempt mess, something he had tolerated for quite some time. Thus, he resolved to spend his remaining coins on this item. Within a minute of completing his purchases, he was teleported out, emerging from the elliptical blue portal, which then spat out the items he had just acquired. Subsequently, the portal vanished, and tranquility returned. Liang Luo observed that the tree no longer had the coin slot it once did, and he could peel off its bark, indicating it had transformed into an ordinary tree. He instructed his puppet to chop at it a few times, and indeed, it fell with ease. With his newly acquired items, Liang Luo was in high spirits, astonished to have discovered a hidden shop on such a small island. With a buoyant stride, he made his way back to the ship. The moment he had been anticipating most was the creation of a stronger puppet. He took out the perfect grade upgrade scroll and shouted at his puppet manufacturing book, upgrade. In his excitement, Liang Luo shouted a bit too loudly, feeling somewhat juvenile. Ding. Do you wish to use the perfect grade upgrade scroll to elevate your excellent grade puppet manufacturing book to perfect grade? Yes. This time, a deep golden light burst forth. The text from the scroll soaring into the air before embedding itself within the puppet manufacturing book, which began to shimmer with golden radiance. Ding. Your puppet manufacturing book has been upgraded to perfect grade. Please check the manufacturing station for newly added puppets. Eagerly, Liang Luo placed the book on the manufacturing station, opened the system, and accessed the puppet app. Within it, the manufacturing options now included 3 new puppets: excellent grade wooden puppet, excellent grade stone puppet, and excellent grade iron puppet. This time, the addition of the iron puppet was exciting, but he was not in a hurry. He would examine them one by one. First, he selected the excellent grade wooden puppet, revealing its attributes. Excellent grade wooden puppet, attributes, strength 12, agility 29, skills, archery mastery, LV1, sword mastery, LV1, throwing mastery, LV1, gun mastery, LV1. Equipment, magical eye, underwater propeller, hidden weapon shooter. Required materials, 25 units of wood, 25 low-level energy crystals. The strength was average, but the agility was remarkably high. The wooden puppet had always been his core combat unit. Although the system did not specify, the understanding capacity of wooden puppets surpassed that of stone puppets, which was indeed the case as wooden puppets could handle a greater variety of tasks. Liang Luo decided to create one immediately, following the latest upgrade. The manufacturing station could now seamlessly connect with the warehouse. Materials did not need to be transferred to the station, as clicking to build would automatically deduct the materials from the warehouse. Soon, a wooden puppet, taller than the exquisite grade wooden puppet, emerged, standing approximately 178 centimeters, similar to his height. Its arms and legs were slightly thicker than those of the exquisite grade puppet, yet its overall form remained well-proportioned and elongated, with distinct facial features, exuding a certain handsomeness. Its mouth could open, revealing a jet device, presumably for launching hidden weapons, capable of firing poison darts or even spraying toxic gas or liquid. Although the materials needed to be supplied by him, such a finely crafted puppet, entirely made of wood, could only be described as a masterpiece. Craftsmanship comparable to that of Liu Ban. Liang Luo clapped in admiration. He took it outside for a trial. The excellent grade wooden puppet could sprint 100 meters in 8 seconds, effortlessly navigating various complex terrains, performing consecutive backflips, and showcasing swordplay and marksmanship. Truly impressive. The magical eye functioned like a camera, connecting to Liang Luo's system, allowing the excellent grade puppet to relay real-time visuals and sounds to the system panel. Furthermore, Liang Luo could directly use the magical eye function to identify targets, far superior to a traditional camera. Thus, he could dispose of his old camera. In the water, the excellent grade wooden puppet could extend its feet to reveal propellers, swiftly propelling forward, a functionality of the underwater propeller. Moreover, the puppet is capable of infusing toxic pollen into its own body, subsequently compressing it into pill-sized glass beads that it can expel through its mouth, resulting in an explosion upon impact. This method significantly enhances both the range and efficiency compared to merely scattering pollen. Furthermore, its archery skills surpass its own, showcasing an exceptional level of comprehension. While a fine-grade puppet may merely perform rudimentary tasks such as sweeping and mopping, an excellent-grade puppet diligently cleans every nook and cranny, dusts surfaces without displacing objects, and even boils water for tea. Aside from cooking, its capabilities are nearly on par with those of a typical human. In comparison, the fine-grade wooden puppet seems utterly obsolete. After familiarizing himself with these advancements, Liang Luo found their utility far exceeded his expectations, leaving him exceedingly satisfied, with a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Next, he turned his attention to the prowess of the excellent grade rock puppet. Upon accessing the panel and selecting it, the system displayed the following information: excellent grade rock puppet familiarity, strength 43, agility 7 skills, mastery of throwing LV1 device, eye of magic materials required, 35 units of stone, 30 energy crystals. From the data, it was evident that this puppet was a powerhouse. With a limited supply of stone, Liang Luo decided to construct one for evaluation, which would take approximately 20 minutes. After a patient wait, the notification chimed: manufacturing complete. Is it ready? Where is it? Liang Luo surveyed the empty captain's cabin, perplexed. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside. Its presence was outside. It turned out that the manufacturing platform was located within the captain's quarters, and the rock giant, being too large, materialized outside upon completion. Chapter 39. Upgrade items. Before him stood a towering 3-meter-tall rock giant on the deck. Its robust physique and fists larger than basketballs presented a stark contrast to the excellent wooden puppet, embodying a clumsy yet endearing demeanor. While its strength and defense were formidable, it lacked any other distinguishing features. Like its counterpart, it possessed the eye of magic, though its comprehension was inferior to that of the excellent grade wooden puppet. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, strength conquers all, and Liang Luo found himself rather fond of this behemoth. Now, he turned to the final newcomer, the excellent grade iron puppet. Attributes: strength 35, agility 21 skills, mastery of swords and blades LV2 device, eye of magic materials required, 27 units of ordinary or fine-grade iron, 35 energy crystals. This puppet appeared to be more balanced, yet the requirement of 25 units of iron was a source of concern for Liang Luo. While acquiring 25 units of wood was relatively easy, 27 units of iron posed a significant challenge. Currently, he possessed over 300 units of iron. But future upgrades for the ship would demand a substantial amount, and the lack of a reliable source for acquisition was troubling. However, driven by curiosity, Liang Luo chose to construct one, which would take 30 minutes. After a long half-hour, the manufacturing was complete, revealing a fully armored iron warrior wielding a sword. Standing at 185 centimeters, this iron puppet resembled a knight from medieval Europe, complete with a helmet through which glimmering red eyes shone, casting a captivating glow. Liang Luo sensed its formidable strength, its overall combat prowess surpassing the previous two puppets, particularly with its sword mastery reaching level 2. The iron puppet knelt on one knee, sword planted into the floor, reminiscent of a knight pledging loyalty. This display was unprecedented among the previous puppets, and Liang Luo was genuinely pleased, a smirk gracing his lips. Very well. From now on, you shall be my night guard. However, please refrain from planting your sword into the deck. We wouldn't want to damage my solid wood flooring. The iron puppet swiftly rose, resting the sword upon its shoulder. After assessing the capabilities of the three puppets, Liang Luo felt elated. Though a new concern arose regarding the insufficiency of magic cores. With only 400 magic cores remaining and the hidden shop having depleted his stock, he realized he could hardly produce many excellent grade puppets. Setting aside these thoughts, he decided to examine the other items he had acquired. He retrieved a low-quality fish scale armor, a complete outfit comprising a top and trousers, transparent and resembling thin fish skin. It was essentially a tattered fish hide, riddled with holes and exuding a foul odor, rendering it unwearable. Liang Luo then produced an ordinary grade upgrade scroll, the origin of which he could scarcely recall. Upon using the scroll, the tattered fish scale armor was upgraded to ordinary grade, shedding its dilapidated status. Ding. Fish scale armor crafted from special fish scales. This inner armor possesses cut-resistant capabilities. Level: ordinary rarity. 65 all holes vanished, and the foul odor dissipated, making it wearable at last. However, Liang Luo had no intention of donning it as is. He retrieved a fine-grade scroll to elevate the fish scale armor further. The system assessed it and announced, "Ding! Fish scale armor crafted from scales of special sea beasts. This inner armor boasts exceptional cut-resistant capabilities and can regulate temperature according to the environment. A magical item that additionally provides 3 resistance to fire and 3 resistance to ice." Rarity, 75. The fine-grade fish scale armor appeared remarkably exquisite, with elastic fish skin adorned with tiny scales shimmering with a blue glow under the sunlight, while maintaining its transparency. Upon wearing it, the armor clung to his body yet remained soft and breathable, akin to wearing thermal undergarments, providing coverage up to the neck. Liang Luo was thoroughly satisfied, as a slash from a fine-grade dagger yielded no response, confirming the quality of his purchase. With 5 fine-grade upgrade scrolls remaining, Liang Luo resolved to upgrade 4 items, reserving 1 for future use. The selected items were the Boots of Speed, the Sea Water Purifier, the Hair Clipper, and the Beast Skin Armor Manufacturing Book. After a flurry of upgrades, he obtained 4 fine-grade items. Boots of Speed. Boots imbued with the power of wind, effectively protecting the legs while enhancing movement speed and significantly increasing jumping height through wind magic. Item level, fine rarity, 73. Sea Water Purifier, capable of purifying 5 liters of seawater daily and producing 150 grams of pure sea salt. Item level, fine rarity, 45. Hair Clipper, a machine capable of creating various intricate hairstyles. Item level, fine rarity, 35. Beast Skin Armor Manufacturing Book, capable of producing ordinary-grade beast skin jackets and trousers, with quality dependent on the beast skin used. Item level, fine rarity, 68. As Liang Luo donned the Boots of Speed, he felt as though his feet were no longer weighted but propelled by jets. With a mere thought, he experienced a powerful thrust, though he was still adjusting, stumbling with each stride. In the powerful propulsion mode, he could leap up to 9 meters, significantly enhancing his agility. The fine-grade seawater purifier served as a strategic asset, alleviating concerns regarding freshwater and salt supply fluctuations in the trading market. The Beast Skin Armor Manufacturing Book had long been an item of interest, long overdue for an upgrade. Liang Luo's warehouse was stocked with ample beast skins, including wild boar hides, deer skins procured from the Cannibal Island, and various pelts acquired from the trading market. However, fine-grade manufacturing books could not utilize monster pelts as materials. Placing the book on the manufacturing platform, Liang Luo meticulously designed the style on the panel, resulting in the production of ordinary-grade leather jackets and trousers. In this world, ordinary-grade clothing was already considered upscale compared to what he had known on Blue Star. The leather jackets made from wild boar skins could be worn by wooden puppets, enhancing their defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the jackets could be put up for sale, providing an additional source of income. After attending to these matters, the day had grown late, and Liang Luo allowed himself to unwind. He felt it was time for a haircut. After washing his hair, he equipped the newly upgraded high-quality hair clipper, which automatically connected to the system. A hairdressing app appeared on his panel, offering a variety of hairstyles for both men and women, complete with perming and dyeing features, as well as options for styling gel and shaving. He selected a refreshing hairstyle he had often worn in the past. 10 minutes later, he removed the clipper and gazed into the mirror, witnessing his transformation from a disheveled uncle back to a youthful and radiant young man. When Shuna emerged to prepare dinner, her eyes softened with affection upon seeing Liang Luo's new look. Master, she began, I practiced yoga yesterday, but I couldn't manage a particularly challenging pose. Do you have time tonight to assist me with it? Liang Luo, in high spirits, replied, I am curious to see this difficult pose, but do be warned, if I apply too much pressure, do not cry out in pain. That evening, in the captain's quarters, Liang Luo assisted Shuna in executing various peculiar yoga positions, which elicited numerous pain sounds from her. However, upon waking the next day, she was rejuvenated and rosy-cheeked, clearly benefiting from the yoga practice, which indeed proved to be an excellent exercise for both body and mind. Having been preoccupied with helping Shuna, he neglected to utilize the magical materials purchased from the hidden shop. Today, he planned to experiment with them before departing Crab Island. As usual, he enjoyed breakfast, steamed buns paired with millet porridge, all prepared by Shuna. Since learning of Liang Luo's S-rank status, her culinary skills had improved dramatically. She was not unintelligent. Otherwise, she could not have previously captivated multiple men simultaneously. Rather, she had been somewhat snobbish, treating impoverished men with disdain, yet when it came to pleasing genuine elites, she demonstrated remarkable cleverness and resourcefulness. Chapter 40, New Magical Facilities. Liang Luo lounged, savoring his steamed buns, while leisurely browsing the system chat for messages. Shuna stood behind him, giving him a massage, but as soon as he opened the chat, he was bombarded with a single message flooding the channel. My goodness, how can such individuals exist? Are they even human? I might vomit up my New Year's Eve dinner. What if one day we are captured by these people? Oh, I can't bear it any longer. Heaven, have mercy on us. Let me return. Fortunately, there remains spatial isolation, May we never encounter them. Everyone, there's no need for alarm. Such occurrences have happened before on Blue Star. One can simply access the dark web to see. Liang Luo was bewildered by these messages. After perusing for some time, he discovered the situation. It appeared that someone had pinned gruesome photographs and videos of brutal killings in the World Chat channel. Upon switching to the World Chat, he realized that pinned messages required payment, and there were only a few, none of which were in Chinese. Clicking through, he found one that contained a plethora of images and videos. The footage depicted several bearded men committing various atrocities against others, appearing to be from the Middle East, with many of the victims also of similar descent, alongside some blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals. Their methods of murder were heinously brutal, with beheading being the least cruel act among them. There were also images of disembowelment, limb severing, and flesh cutting, all uncensored. The system's photographic capability lacked any censorship or beautification features, capturing reality as it was. Such videos were difficult for the citizens of the prosperous Ya kingdom to digest, and when Shuna, witnessing the horrific scenes, turned away, gagging. Liang Luo, having seen similar sights on Cannibal Island, found it somewhat easier to endure, though the bun in his hand became increasingly unpalatable. He had thought that the ogres were the epitome of cruelty, only to realize that unrestrained humans could be even more merciless towards their own kind. Accompanying the images were captions in Middle Eastern script, which Liang Luo could not decipher, until an adept translator in the regional chat provided clarity. The general message indicated that they belonged to an organization called the Squid Cult, which claimed to be chosen by the divine. They had allegedly made contact with the creator deity of this ocean world, and had been appointed as agents. Thus, all must worship the Squid Cult. From this point forward, everyone was mandated to offer various resources to them, and only those who complied would be eligible to become believers. Failure to do so would result in brutal executions upon capture. At the bottom of the post was a trade offer, proposing the exchange of a piece of grass for 30 units of wood and 5 magic nuclei, also broadcasted through the world speaker. Their intentions were clear, to intimidate and swindle resources from the timid. The citizens of Xia Kingdom, upon hearing this translation, were incensed. What nonsense! They want to swindle my wood and magic nuclei? I'm right here, let them come. Indeed, what a ridiculous cult. If they truly had divine connections, they wouldn't need such trivial resources. The two upstairs should stop bragging and focus on strengthening their powers. Who knows when these threats might materialize? They seem to be gathering in numbers. We too should cultivate our own forces. Yes, look at the new scrolls released by the system. They are meant to unite us. New scrolls? Liang Luo was taken aback, having been preoccupied with his own affairs and neglecting current events. He opened the system shop and discovered a new section offering 4 types of scrolls. 1. Basic Return to Ship Scroll. Instantly returns the user to their ship from any location. Casting time is 30 seconds. Item level is high quality. Rarity is 30. Priced at 4,000 system coins. 2. Joint Exploration Scroll. Designates an island and allows the user to invite a friend to explore it together. The scroll can teleport the friend and their ship to the island's vicinity, automatically returning them to their original coordinates after 3 days. Item level is high quality. Rarity is 30. Priced at 3,000 system coins. 3. Alliance Scroll. Allows 2 survivors who have met to form an alliance through this scroll, sharing coordinates and certain items, with the ability to teleport to each other at any time for a duration of 10 days. Item level is high quality. Rarity is 30. Priced at 3,000 system coins. Liang Luo was surprised to find these 3 scrolls now available in the system shop. He had seen them in the hidden shop previously and noted that their prices were only a quarter of those in the system shop. However, lacking sufficient funds, he had refrained from purchasing them. What struck him as curious was that the descriptions of these scrolls failed to mention one critical detail. Mutual harm was prohibited. Imagine, he mused, teleporting foolishly into enemy territory, only to find the other party lying in wait to kill him and seize his belongings. How to defend against that? As for the Squid Cult, Liang Luo had little interest in engaging with them. The people from the Middle East had a penchant for religious beliefs, as if they could not survive without some deity to worship. For now, as they were not in the same space, he felt no fear of their approach. Finishing his millet porridge, Liang Luo rose to attend to his tasks for the day. He retrieved several materials from the warehouse: magic stones, soul stones, and magic sponges. He decided to experiment first with the magic sponge. Accessing his panel, he navigated to the shipbuilding section and selected to construct a magical tire. Each magical wheel required 10 units of steel, 15 units of magic sponge, and 8 energy crystals. Liang Luo proceeded to construct all 4 wheels. On the ship panel, a new option labeled landing appeared. Upon clicking it, a prompt inquired whether to activate landing mode. Selecting yes, the 4 auxiliary power water wheels on the side of the Xuanwu ship suddenly expanded with a brown substance, enveloping the blades until they were fully encased, forming genuine tires. The front 2 wheels were still capable of steering, and with a swift acceleration, Liang Luo charged towards the Shanghai beach. Indeed, the 4 wheels glided effortlessly across the sand, demonstrating commendable shock absorption, with only a slight jolt upon encountering stones and tree stumps. However, The vessel's considerable size rendered it unable to navigate through forests or other complex terrains. Liang Luo found this experience rather intriguing. After driving for a while, he disembarked to inspect the craft closely. The tires, enveloped in magical sponge, boasted a diameter of nearly 2 meters. When he poked one with his finger, the expanded sponge proved remarkably firm, requiring 8/10 of his strength to compress it by less than half a centimeter. This contraption was indeed impressive. With it, his ship could be regarded as an amphibious landing craft, Liang Luo thought with a grin. Next on his agenda was the construction of magical turrets. Currently, his level 7 ship could accommodate 3, and since he had purchased 5 magical stones the previous day, 2 fire, 1 ice, 1 lightning, and 1 wind, he proceeded to construct 3 magical turrets using the fire stone, ice stone, and lightning stone respectively. Each turret was capable of unleashing a distinct second-tier spell: fireball, ice spike, and thunderbolt. Liang Luo decided to test them out. He had previously witnessed the formidable fireball spell while dealing with an ogre shaman, and its power was indeed substantial. Although the ice spike had slightly lower attack power, its freezing effect could incapacitate an opponent at a crucial moment, albeit it would be negated by the fireball. The thunderbolt spell, while the most potent and swift, also possessed a paralyzing effect, allowing it to shatter a massive boulder instantly. However, its short range and lengthy cooldown were notable drawbacks. Armed with these 3 magical turrets, along with his original crossbows, and the ability to land on shore, Liang Luo mused whether he could now traverse ordinary islands with ease. The final structure was the Guardian Tower. According to its description, it could summon the ship's spirit to protect the vessel. Curious to see its appearance, he initiated its construction. The Guardian Tower took over an hour to complete, resulting in a 3-meter-tall white circular stone pillar that emanated a blue light. Blue orbs flew out from within, transforming into humanoid figures, 10 in total, all translucent blue with scruffy beards, vacant eyes, and tattered pirate attire. Chapter 41. The official meeting. Liang Luo scrutinized this band of pirates and inquired, "What are your capabilities?" To his surprise, it was the system that responded. Ding. These are the souls of deceased pirates, summoned to guard this ship. They lack a physical form and are immune to physical damage, yet they can interact with objects aboard the vessel, wield its various weapons against foes, and perform menial tasks such as guarding prisoners. The ship's spirits cannot leave the ship. Indeed, as the system had described, these spirits would be invaluable to other players. Yet they felt somewhat superfluous to him since his ship was already assisted by puppets. Liang Luo proceeded to assess the capabilities of these spirits and discovered their functions were quite limited. Their comprehension was even inferior to that of high-quality wooden puppets. In combat, they exhibited decent speed but only average strength, with their sole advantage being physical immunity. With a resigned smile, Liang Luo felt somewhat duped. An hour later, Liang Luo set sail from Sand Crab Island. Sitting on the deck, he opened his inventory list to tally his resources. This island expedition had yielded little aside from the hidden shop, merely over 300 units of wood, and just over 100 stones, with around 20 magical cores. His total resources now stood as follows: 2,712 units of wood, 110 units of stone, 233 units of ordinary steel, 158 primary magical cores, 2 intermediate magical cores, 0 system currency, 190 high-quality wooden puppets, 60 high-quality rock puppets, 8 excellent wooden puppets, 2 excellent rock puppets, and 2 excellent steel puppets. The gentle sea breeze caressed his face as the Xuanwu sailed against the waves, bravely venturing into the wind. When Shuna stood beside Liang Luo, her expression grave. Since watching those terrifying videos from the squid cult that morning, she had not uttered a word, clearly shaken. Liang Luo himself felt an unease. Given the nature of this game, an encounter with those individuals seemed inevitable. He sensed a looming danger, akin to a tempest, pursuing him relentlessly, compelling him to remain vigilant. At that moment, a friend request caught his attention. It was from the mayor, Song Jinian. What business could he have with Liang Luo? Curiosity piqued, he accepted the request. "Hello, Mr. Liang," Song Jinian initiated the conversation. "Hello, Mayor Song. What can I do for you?" Liang Luo replied politely. Song Jinian stated directly, "I am reaching out on behalf of the official government of the Great Xia Kingdom to invite you to participate in a video conference tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Liang Luo instinctively felt averse. He merely wished to develop quietly without seeking trouble. Moreover, he had no clarity on whether this was an official matter or a private organization. "Mayor Song, I am just a common citizen and not well versed in national affairs. Additionally, I have prior commitments tomorrow morning, so I will have to decline the invitation." Liang Luo responded, "There is no need for concern, Mr. Liang. As an S-grade survivor, your prowess is widely recognized. You have seen the videos released by the squid cult today. If you were to confront them one day, how would you manage alone? Even if you could handle it, how would you feel witnessing them slaughtering your compatriots? This conference is an invitation for you to join the Huaxiao Alliance, to collectively discuss our future development strategies." This reasoning held some merit, making it difficult for Liang Luo to refuse. After all, it was merely a video conference. Listening would incur no loss. Just as he was about to respond, Song Jianian sent another message. If you attend punctually, regardless of the meeting's outcome, we will grant you 30 primary magical cores as a gesture of goodwill, starting with a gift of 10 cores. Oh, they are quite generous. Perhaps this truly is the official government and not merely a private organization, Liang Luo thought as he accepted the magical cores. In the spirit of revitalizing Huaxia civilization, I shall participate promptly tomorrow morning. Following this, Song Jianian informed Liang Luo that he would send a device to initiate the video conference at 8:30 a.m. the next day, and he need only accept it on time. After concluding his conversation with Song Jianian, Liang Luo soon received a message from Suin. Liang Luo, you received the official conference invitation as well, right? Yes. Will you be attending? Liang Luo inquired. Indeed, this conference is a gathering of all S-grade players from districts 168, 169, 170, and 171. Liang Luo felt a flicker of confusion. How did this woman always have such timely information? Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, how do you know this so well? Haha, unlike you, I'm not a recluse. There's another S-grade survivor in District 168 named Xiao Jiao. I have some dealings with him. He is part of a special forces unit, and he shared these trivial details with me in advance. Ah, I see. Did he mention the content of the conference? Liang Luo probed. Suin replied, what it entails will be revealed tomorrow. I just wanted to check in and confirm your attendance. I'm quite looking forward to meeting you. Liang Luo felt somewhat exasperated. They had not known each other before. Yet it felt akin to an online romance about to come to fruition. Well, see you tomorrow, he concluded, closing the chat. During dinner, when Shuna hesitantly spoke, can I sleep with you tonight? I'm a bit scared. No, Liang Luo replied without a moment's hesitation. The very thought of sharing a bed with her terrified him. What if she turned on him in the night? When Shuna lowered her head in silence, tears cascading down her cheeks. Will you always protect me? Please don't sell me to others. I promise to serve you well. Observing when Shuna's earnest demeanor, Liang Luo sensed a mix of feigned innocence and genuine fear. Today, she had indeed been frightened and had come to truly comprehend the depths of darkness that could envelop a world devoid of law. With a soft smile, Liang Luo reassured her, rest assured, what would you fetch if sold? I wouldn't even consider it. When Shuna's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger rendering her speechless, Liang Luo, with a smile, added, since you claim you will serve well, I shall await the results. Should I find myself dissatisfied, I shall not hesitate to impose a severe punishment. Upon hearing this, when Shuna's expression softened slightly, she playfully punched Liang Luo and retorted, then feel free to punish me as you wish, you annoyance. The following morning, Liang Luo meticulously prepared his attire and hairstyle, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. As the clock struck 8, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. A survivor has utilized the item, the Mirage Disc, and has sent you an invitation to meet. Do you accept? Accept. He responded. In an instant, the lighting in his room dimmed, and a magnificent chamber materialized around him, where he found himself seated at a circular conference table. All the furnishings appeared tangible, yet were intangible to the touch. Was this the captain's quarters? If so, the ship must be at least level 8. The room was spacious, with all attendees arranged in a circle, and Liang Luo recognized that he was seated in the very chair of his own captain's quarters. The capabilities of this Mirage Disc were astounding. Everything appeared so vivid and lifelike. The objects were colorfully projected, the clarity stunning. Even the patterns on the table and ripples in the cups were discernible, as if he had genuinely been transported there. At the center of the round table sat an elderly gentleman, perhaps around 60 years of age. Yet he exuded vigor and charisma, approachable and warm. Suddenly, flashes of light indicated the arrival of others, each person appearing as a full projection, their forms almost indistinguishable from reality, with even the wrinkles on their faces visible. To the elder's right sat a well-dressed middle-aged man with an upright posture, Song Jianian, while to the elder's left sat a robust man with a resolute countenance. Beside this man was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, and Liang Luo found himself seated next to her. Upon his arrival, she turned to him with a slight smile and uttered, Liang Luo. Taken aback, Liang Luo quickly realized. You are Suin. What a surprise. Surprise about what? Suin inquired with a smile. Ah, well, I didn't expect you to be so stunning, Liang Luo confessed, regretting his impulsive words. Suin, observing Liang Luo's flustered demeanor, stifled a giggle. Chapter 42. The official conference 2. Liang Luo spoke candidly. Suyin's features were exquisite. Her complexion fair, her beauty rivaling that of Wenshuna, yet her aura was overwhelmingly superior. Clad in professional attire, a crisp white blouse paired with tailored trousers and heels, her hair elegantly pulled back with a stray lock framing her face, she embodied the image of a corporate executive. Suin leaned back slightly, creating space, and introduced the muscular man beside her. Xiao Gu, this is Liang Luo. She then turned to Liang Luo and continued, this is Xiao Jiong, my big brother. He was once the commander of the Special Operations Brigade in the Southeast Military District, a champion of the Southeast Military District's combat competition, and has executed numerous perilous overseas missions, earning considerable accolades. Wow, A king among special forces, the archetype of a novel's hero. Could this fellow be a destined figure? Liang Luo thought. Too kind. Greetings, brother Liang. Xiao Zhiyong responded with a robust voice, full of vigor. Hello, Xiao Gu, Liang Luo replied, nodding enthusiastically, realizing he could not afford to offend someone who might be a protagonist. As all attendees gathered, Liang Luo scrutinized each of them. Most were dressed impeccably, reflecting their attention to appearance even in this treacherous world. He counted a total of 16 individuals present. Once everyone was settled, the middle-aged man to the elder's right stood and spoke. Thank you all for taking the time to attend this meeting. I am Song Jinian, the head of District 168. This gentleman beside me is Mr. Gu, the chief representative of our Daxia government in District 055. I now invite Mr. Gu to share a few words. The room fell silent. The elder rose slowly. Though his hair was grizzled, his posture remained erect. In a congenial tone, he began, I previously worked in Xinyang Central. In this rapidly changing world, our Daxia government and military have restructured through unique communication codes. I humbly serve as the head of District 055. Our aim is to reconstruct the great civilization of Huaxia in this perilous and uncertain world. Each of you present here represents the wisdom of our nation. I hope we can collaborate sincerely. At that moment, a brash young man interrupted. Hey, old man, quit the rambling. I'm busy. The world has turned upside down. What does this national government even mean? Just tell us what benefits we gain from following you. If you can't provide tangible advantages, don't waste our time with your nonsense. A thick silence enveloped the room, with many, including Song Jinian and Xiao Zhiyong, casting disapproving glares at the young man, who appeared unfazed. Mr. Gu tapped his fingers on the table, and the young man's projection abruptly vanished. Calmly, he continued, I tend to ramble at my age. Now, I will hand over to Xiao Song for further details. Song Jinian nodded, rising to address the assembly. According to our measurements, each district is a planet of the same size as the original blue star, the distinction being that these planets are devoid of land, only vast oceans. Initially, each district hosts 100,000 individuals evenly distributed across the ocean's surface. The crowd stirred, murmuring anxiously. Silence, please, Song Jinian commanded, clearing his throat. The projection device has limited time. Here are the main topics of this meeting. First, we invite all present to serve as the official peacekeeping fleet of our Huaxia government, representing us to maintain peace and stability in this region. Second, you may accept missions within our official internal group. Completing these tasks will yield predetermined rewards. The tasks will encompass, but not be limited to, defeating enemies, supporting allies, recruiting talents, and searching for items. Third, radar of level 2 or higher will display your coordinates. For special missions, you will need to report your coordinates to facilitate our directives. Upon hearing this, the attendees grew increasingly restless. Liang Luo too furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of disclosing his coordinates. What if he became a target for treachery? Song Jinian raised his hand to quiet the crowd, continuing. What I have stated is entirely voluntary. Should anyone feel uneasy, you may decline to join the official ranks. Furthermore, as official members, you must uphold justice and not exploit the weak. At this proclamation, discontent rippled through the assembly. The notion of refraining from oppressing the vulnerable implied an outright prohibition against robbery, an unrealistic expectation in a world where survival hinged on ruthlessness. Several individuals, disenchanted, opted to exit the meeting. Unperturbed by their departure, Song Jinian continued as if they had never existed, raising his voice. Now, let me outline the advantages of joining. First, information. We will disseminate news about this world promptly within the group, granting you a competitive edge over others. Second, trade. We maintain an internal trading group, where item prices are regulated to be lower than market rates, particularly for essential goods. Additionally, when you require specific items, we will assist in locating them through our internal channels. Third, alliances. Our military personnel from Blue Star have established initial connections in this world. With your inclusion, we will form a formidable coalition. Any who dare to attack official personnel will face pursuit orders. Fourthly, there is honor. Outstanding completion of missions shall be rewarded with military merits. We shall bestow honorary ranks upon you based on your character, prowess, and military achievements. As our strength grows in the future, each of you present here will be esteemed as founding heroes. That is the gist of it. Other rights and obligations will be gradually refined in due course. Does anyone have any questions? A man wearing an iron helmet spoke up. The laws of this world are evidently those of the survival of the fittest. If one does not seize resources by force, then one forfeits a vital means of acquisition. If I refrain from plundering others today, tomorrow I shall be plundered myself. Indeed, others chimed in, without strength. One is at the mercy of others. The system's rule is conquest. Failing to rob others will inevitably lead to falling behind. Nods of agreement spread throughout the assembly. Song Jinian coughed lightly, and the room fell silent. He said, you may combat criminals and have the authority to confiscate their possessions. However, wanton killing and looting are strictly prohibited. Do not harbor illusions of impunity or engage in duplicity. lest you bear the consequences. As for whether this will impede development, you must weigh the pros and cons yourselves. The crowd murmured. Some shook their heads, others frowned. Song Jianian continued. Our official aim is to rebuild civilization. To this end, preserving the population and establishing authority are paramount. You have one day to deliberate. You may choose not to join the official ranks. But whether you operate independently or form your own factions, do not cross the official red line. We shall convene again at the same time tomorrow. Those willing to join, please come forward. Having spoken, he glanced at Elder Gu. The old man opened his half-closed eyes, waved his large hand, and all the phantasms vanished. Liang Luo returned to his room. He crossed his arms and paced a few steps. Soon, a private message from Suin arrived. Handsome, any thoughts? Liang Luo grimaced at the nickname and replied, what is there to think about? Join, obviously. What do you reckon? Suino? So straightforward. But as encounters with players increase, capturing a slave will be quite profitable. Not being allowed to plunder could be a serious disadvantage. Liang Luo, didn't you hear Song Jianian? We can fight crime and board ships for inspection without looting. Like you said, if we don't rob others, we lose out. Everyone thinks that way. So who is truly clean? Suin. There is some truth there. Is that really feasible? Liang Luo, right now? The official's main goal is to win hearts and minds and to recruit us S-rank individuals, even if only nominally, to maintain order. It's better than opposing them. So as long as we restrain ourselves and don't go overboard, no one will interfere. Have you watched One Piece? Are you familiar with the 7 warlords of the sea? It's quite similar to us. Suin, I haven't seen that, but you have a point. However, some groups claim to represent official departments. What if they're imposters and ambush us after we share coordinates? Liang Luo, they're not frauds. Don't ask why. Just trust my intuition, he said confidently. Suin, haha, alright then. I'll trust you. Liang Luo sighed, feeling as if he were brainwashing her. The next morning, at the same time, he received another meeting invitation. Upon acceptance, his projection reappeared in yesterday's grand conference room. However, this time, only 11 individuals were present. Besides Elder Gu and Song Jianian, 3 were administrators from other districts. This meant only 6 players had attended, all of whom had accepted the official invitation and intended to join. Among them, the 3 S-rank players from District 168 were present. Song Jianian was elated. Elder Gu nodded with a smile. Xiao Jiong needed no introduction, being military personnel. The arrival of Suin and Liang Luo was unexpected for Song Jianian and the others. Elder Gu beamed at Suin. You must be Suin. Young lady, you are remarkable. I have long admired your reputation. Suin was momentarily stunned. You know me? Elder Gu chuckled. Haha. You were the top scorer in the Imperial exam in Modu 10 years ago, the campus belle and academic prodigy of Yinbei University. A finance PhD who, at a young age, successfully invested in multiple major projects. The financial world calls you the Midas, who turns everything to gold. How could I not know such talent? Chapter 43, Rescue Mission. His words left several players, including Liang Luo, wide-eyed. Never had they anticipated such a formidable background in this beauty. Suin merely smiled faintly and replied, Elder Gu, you flatter me. I've merely been fortunate a few times. Elder Gu beamed. I heard you even declined a generous scholarship from Harvard to develop domestically. Such responsibility at a young age is truly admirable. The youth are indeed promising. Haha. Thereafter, Elder Gu acquainted himself with each S-rank player, including Liang Luo, formalizing their agreement. Xiao Xiong warmly greeted Liang Luo. Brother Liang, I was right about you. From now on, we are comrades in arms, jointly safeguarding the peace and stability of District 168. Indeed, I look forward to your guidance. Brother Xiao, Liang Luo answered humbly. Song Jianian then expounded on the procedures for issuing and accepting missions, as well as the regulations all must abide by. After the meeting concluded, Liang Luo messaged Suin. Liang Luo, may I ask you something? Suin, what is it? Go ahead. Liang Luo, when we first met, we never saw each other. Yet you always spoke on my behalf and frequently aided me. I didn't understand why before, but now I do. Are you treating me as an investment project? After a pause, Suin replied, exactly. Professionally, I am drawn to anyone or anything with potential. I believe everything is centered on people when I seek projects. I first evaluate the individual. Liang Luo pondered, then sent another message. But you never met me. How did you know I would appreciate and value? Suin, based on your puppet, you must have a crafting manual. That alone gives you potential. Besides, I haven't invested much, just a few small favors. Liang Luo stared at her reply, exasperated. Haha, your nickname, which is truly apt. Seems you've invested in quite a few people. Suin, not really. Aside from the puppet manual, I also believe in you personally. Don't ask why, just intuition. Liang Luo, I never expected that. I thought investment firms just exploited novices. Hyped concepts, ran Ponzi schemes, then cashed out at the top. Suin, hey, that is a broad stereotype. Many in our circle value genuine investment. Liang Luo, regarding joining the officials, you have your own thoughts, right? Was yesterday's inquiry just a test? Suin, not a test. Great minds think alike. Liang Luo, alright. Alright. Since President Su has invested, I must work hard and not let you down. They ended their chat. After closing it, Song Jinian pulled Liang Luo into a group chat. Soon, missions were posted, some rescue operations, others targeting certain gangs. The group comprised themselves, Suin, and other A and B rank survivors, each accepting tasks according to their capabilities. Since a week ago, District 168 had seen the emergence of numerous organized groups. They connected online, shared coordinates, and gathered nearby, forming various gangs or fleets of differing sizes. Certainly, there are numerous deceivers impersonating officials, luring individuals into traps for robbery and murder. Liang Luo glanced at the coordinates of the task, realizing they were leagues away from him. Rather than accepting missions, he yearned to explore the islands. Thus, he seldom paid attention to the group chat, focusing solely on his quest for discovery. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. A day later, Song Jinian sent him a task notification. Xiao Liang, Song Jinian wrote, I have an urgent assignment for you. An agricultural expert has gone missing, and he is crucial to us. The last reported coordinates are quite close to your location. I need you to investigate. Liang Luo was reluctant to comply, but given that his radar had failed to detect any islands recently, he decided to treat it as a casual expedition. However, he did not respond affirmatively right away. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, regrettably, Mayor Song, I am currently on an island and am about to complete my exploration. I'm unable to assist at this moment. Perhaps you could find someone nearby to provide support? Song Jinian, upon reading the response, felt a wave of frustration. If I had others available, I wouldn't be calling on you. How about this? I will reward you with double military merit for this mission. And regarding the second-tier sword technique, Flame Word, which you exchanged with me, I have already contacted the buyer. If you can successfully complete this task, I will ensure it is yours. That second-tier sword technique had long felt like a burden to Liang Luo, as there were too few individuals with comparable skills to trade it with. He promptly replied, very well, Mayor Song. With your assurance, any island pales in significance. I guarantee the completion of this task. Shortly thereafter, Song Jinian sent him the task details, which involved locating an expert named Wang Yuming. Closing the conversation, Liang Luo promptly steered his vessel towards the designated coordinates. After a day and night of navigation, Liang Luo was finally nearing the target location when a red suddenly appeared on the radar, accompanied by several yellow dots. He was elated. The red dot likely indicated an island, and its sudden emergence suggested it was a newly formed landmass. However, when Liang Luo clicked on the red dot, no information was displayed. Under normal circumstances, the radar would convey basic information about an island at such proximity. The yellow dots represented other survivors, while green dots indicated allied members. Among those yellow dots, there was a strong possibility of locating the individual Song Jinian was searching for, prompting Liang Luo to head towards the red dot. Within 10 minutes, a thin mist began to rise on the sea. But Liang Luo paid it no heed and continued onward. As the fog thickened, after an hour, he reached the position of the red dot. Visibility had diminished to less than 100 meters, but he finally discerned the true nature of the red. It was not an island at all, but a massive cruise ship. Indeed, it resembled one of those grand luxury liners from the former Blue Planet. The fog obscured its full outline, but its length was undoubtedly over 200 meters, with a towering height that instilled a sense of awe in Liang Luo. He was left agape. Was this not a magical world? How could a modern cruise ship exist here? Without further contemplation, he activated the system for identification, and the result left his mouth agape once more. Ding. Ghost ship, danger level unknown, contains mysterious treasures. That succinct line was packed with information. It was indeed a ghost ship. No wonder it lay still, silent as the grave. Yet the allure of mysterious treasures tugged at his heartstrings. Should he venture aboard? Almost forgetting his primary objective, he recalled the several yellow dots. According to the radar, they were situated on the opposite side of the cruise ship, prompting Liang Luo to maneuver his vessel around. As he rounded the ship, he spotted 5 smaller boats clustered together, 2 of which were bristling with crossbow bolts. On the deck of the larger vessel, several individuals appeared to be engaged in some activity. Liang Luo surmised that their ships were of low caliber, thus he boldly approached. Upon closer inspection, he realized the nature of their actions, for men were mercilessly beating another, who curled up on the ground, bloodied and defenseless. Beside them stood a young girl, disheveled and clad in tattered rags, her hands bound behind her back, her eyes vacant and body marred with wounds. The assailants continued their brutal assault, and thanks to the fog, they remained oblivious to Liang Luo's approach until he was within 20 meters. One of the assailants, a blonde-haired man, finally looked up, bewildered to see Liang Luo standing at the bow of his ship. He alerted his companions. Bro, there's someone here. The bald, portly leader and the others turned, shock etched on their faces. How the hell did you let someone sneak up on us? Prepare for battle. The bald man bellowed ferociously. Liang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. His ship, the Xianwei No. 1, was already level 6, while their largest vessel was only level 5. And all their crossbows and magical cannons were aimed at them. What battle did they think they could wage? The blonde man hesitated momentarily before stammering, "Bro. It might be too late. His crossbows are already aimed at us." The bald man's expression morphed into one of dismay, his face contorting painfully as he contemplated his next move. Eventually, he forced a smile that resembled a twisted pretzel, saying, "May I inquire as to which hero stands before us? Perhaps we could be friends?" Hearing the foolish utterance from the portly man, Liang Luo stifled a laugh, but maintained a stoic demeanor. Coldly, he declared, "I will say this only once. All four of you must lay down your weapons. Raise your hands to your heads, and line up facing away from me. Go squat over there." The four men exchanged glances, and it was the bald man who finally spoke, pulling out several magical cores. Brother, we are from the Wild Wolf Gang, and we have about 20 brothers. Our leader is an A-grade survivor. Take these magical cores, and let us retreat amicably." Liang Luo questioned their intelligence. Did they not realize the level of their own ship? Growing impatient, he stated, "I will count to 3, 1, 2. At that moment, the bald man suddenly erupted, shouting, "Damn it, are you trying to provoke me?" He clenched his fists, glowing blue energy emanating from them, as if he intended to unleash a martial technique. Unfortunately, the fully drawn crossbows were swifter. Leaving him no time to react, a bolt flew forth with tremendous force, piercing through the bald man's chest and sending him sprawling backward. He lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, soon to breathe his last. The remaining 3 assailants, witnessing their leader's demise, fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Liang Luo guided his ship closer, and 5 wooden puppets boarded the opposing vessel, binding the remaining 3 men. 2 of the wooden figures assisted the beaten man to his feet. Liang Luo, noticing the man's bloodied visage, realized he was no young lad, but rather in his 50s. How shocking it was that someone of his age had endured such barbarity at the hands of these young ruffians. The man, struggling to speak, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Young man, please check on the girl over there. She has endured torment for an entire day." Liang Luo signaled one of the wooden puppets to untie the girl, then inquired, "Sir, are you Professor Wang Yuming?" The man looked surprised. "You know me?" Liang Luo nodded. "Yes, I was sent by the authorities to rescue you. Please take a moment to drink some water and rest." Wang Yuming took a sip of water, wiped the blood from his face, and gradually began to converse with Liang Luo. "I passed through this maritime expanse 3 days ago," he recounted. "From a distance, I spotted this colossal vessel. Driven by curiosity, I approached to investigate, only to discover that the system indicated the presence of treasure here. I decided to embark on an exploration. When I arrived, that girl was already here. She had come a day earlier than I and, like me, wished to explore. Did you venture inside? What was it like?" Liang Luo inquired. "The interior is vast and devoid of any human presence, but bloodstains are scattered everywhere. Most doors are locked and impervious even to an axe. We dare only to explore by day and return at night, for the ship intermittently illuminates with eerie lights and emits terrifying sounds after dark. This sounds rather unsettling. It seems we have encountered a genuine ghost ship." What transpired next? Liang Luo's interest was piqued by Wang Yuming's account. Wang Yuming took another sip of water and continued. "Then they arrived. Yesterday afternoon, while I was inspecting the cruise ship, the system suddenly alerted me that we were under attack by outsiders. In a panic, I rushed out and found 3 boats had closed in on us. That girl had already been captured by them, and they were preparing to commit violence. I attempted to reason with them, but they resorted to violence immediately. Naturally, I was no match for 4 young men and was quickly subdued. They intended to kill me, but upon learning of the ship's situation, they spared my life, demanding that I board at night to assist them in treasure hunting. That girl was tormented by them in turns throughout the night, while I was compelled to explore at their behest. Was there any difference between the night and day inside?" Liang Luo pressed further. "Indeed," Wang Yuming replied. "Doors that could not be opened by day were accessible at night. However, I was somewhat lackadaisical, merely wandering on the first floor. It was a spacious reception hall, featuring a stage at its center, behind which lay a dressing room. I noticed light seeping through the door crack and opened it, only to be met by a gust of wind that swept from the room. To my horror, I discovered rotting corpses hanging from the coat racks." "What?" Liang Luo exclaimed in shock. Wang Yuming continued. "Aside from the terror, there were fortunately no other immediate dangers. So I exited and spent the night on the outer deck. However, since last night, a thick fog has settled over the sea. The following morning, those ruffians called for me to come down. I intended to hide within the cruise ship, but these brutes lacked the courage to board themselves and instead relentlessly beat that girl, threatening to chop off her hands if I did not comply. Seeing her plight, I reluctantly descended. After they inquired about my treasure-seeking efforts, they began to beat me, and then you arrived." He sighed deeply, having conveyed the essence of his ordeal. Liang Luo approached the girl, who was huddled with her disheveled hair, delicate figure, and knees drawn to her chest, her fair face marred by bruises and blood. "Hello. I am an official sent to assist you. I mean you no harm. What is your name, and how old are you?" he asked gently. "My name is Ding Shanshan, and I just turned 18 this year," she replied softly. "My goodness, she's still just a student. How could those brutes act so mercilessly?" A swell of indignation ignited within Liang Luo. "Can you continue on your own?" he inquired further. The girl nodded, revealing a surprising resilience. Liang Luo couldn't help but admire her fortitude. You could navigate the ship away, or accompany this Uncle Wang to the coordinates where official soldiers will meet you and ensure your safety. She nodded but suddenly lifted her head, saying, "Aren't you one of the officials? I want to follow you." "That's not feasible. It would be inconvenient for me to take you along." Liang Luo replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. The girl appeared disappointed and lowered her head, burying her face in her knees. Subsequently, Liang Luo approached the three men. They reeked of trouble. One had yellow hair and earrings, another sported a buzz cut, dressed in flip-flops, shorts, and a tank top, with tattoos adorning his arms, while the third wore a slave collar, gaunt and disheveled, with a scraggly beard. "Ding. 3 survivors have been subdued by you. Would you like to claim them as slaves?" "Absolutely not," Liang Luo decisively rejected. "Such scum would only tarnish my ship." With a smile, he addressed them, "You 3 cowards. Relying on this uncle to seek treasure for you. How shameless. Just as I lack the courage, tonight you shall be the ones to hunt for treasure." Upon hearing this, they fell into a cacophony of pleas. "No, big brother, please. That ship is haunted. I've been terrified of ghosts since childhood. Indeed, we'll be your dogs. You can command us however you wish. I don't want to go up there, please." They begged incessantly. At this moment, it was still early. Liang Luo commandeered the boats belonging to the 3, naming them Xianwei 2, Xianwei 3, and Xianwei 4. Xianwei 2 was a level 5 vessel, while the 3rd and 4th were level 4. After inspecting their supplies, most were standard grade items, but there were 6 exceptional grade items, 2 large iron hammers, a spear, a bow, and 2 exceptional grade upgrade scrolls. He distributed all weapons to his superior puppets, and also gathered 80 units of wood, 9 units of steel, 48 magic cores, and 500 system coins. His current resource cache stood at 2,812 units of wood, 110 units of stone, 253 units of standard grade steel, 229 primary magic cores, 2 ultimate magic cores, 500 system coins, 190 exceptional grade wooden puppets, 60 exceptional grade rock puppets, 8 superior grade wooden puppets, 2 superior grade rock puppets, and 2 superior grade steel puppets. Furthermore, Liang Luo inspected Wang Yoming's ship and began to understand the urgency behind the official's desire to rescue him. His vessel resembled a verdant garden, with a plethora of fruits and vegetables cultivated in buckets and atop rocky outcrops, primarily through soilless methods. Peppers, garlic, cucumbers, tomatoes, chives, and more flourished vibrantly, indicative of the expert's considerable skill in nurturing produce under such rudimentary conditions. Chapter 45, A Live Horror Show. Wang Yuming revealed to Liang Luo that he had previously researched agriculture and was deeply intrigued by this new world, where the growth cycles of plants far surpassed those on Blue Planet. Moreover, many mutated varieties exhibited unexpected flavors and functions. Liang Luo found himself favorably inclined towards this capable expert. Song Jinian had already dispatched personnel to retrieve him, and over the next few days, Liang Luo must ensure Wang Yoming's safety. That being said, fulfilling the official mission was one aspect, but the system had hinted at the treasure-laden ghost ship before them, and Liang Luo could not let such an opportunity slip by. He scrutinized the formidable vessel before him. Its hull was marred by large patches of peeling paint, revealing rusted metal beneath. It appeared to have been abandoned for many years, with a dozen rope ladders hanging down, which Wang Yuming claimed had been there since their arrival. Seemingly for our convenience in climbing aboard, Liang Luo dispatched an exceptional grade wooden puppet along with 10 exceptional grade wooden puppets to investigate. The exceptional grade puppets took the lead, while the exceptional grade puppet with the eye of exploration brought up the rear, providing visibility. It was now 4 in the afternoon, just as Wang Yuming had described. The ship was deserted during the day. The cruise liner boasted 8 decks, each spanning at least 1,000 square meters. The first and second floors served as gathering halls and dining areas, while floors 3 to 8 contained guest rooms. Below the deck lay 5 additional levels, with the basement designated as the kitchen and the stairway doors to the other levels locked, leaving the secrets of the depths unknown. Tables and chairs, both on the first and second levels, lay scattered haphazardly upon the ground, accompanied by an array of rusted iron utensils strewn about. Dried bloodstains marred the surroundings, and every door to the guest rooms on the 3rd floor was locked, seemingly ensnared by an enigmatic force, rendering the wooden barriers exceptionally resilient. Even axes were ineffective against them. After a cursory examination, the puppets yielded no significant findings. As dusk approached, Liang Luo resolved to retreat temporarily, intending to observe the vessel's movements later that night before seizing an opportunity to act. As night fell, Liang Luo divided the puppets into 3 groups, each comprising 1 elite-grade wooden figure accompanied by 10 finely crafted wooden companions. Each group was equipped with a standard flashlight and 2 torches, while 3 ruffians were coerced aboard, each assigned to a respective group. The ruffians were placed at the forefront of the formation, with the elite wooden figure providing visual oversight from the rear. Upon witnessing the multitude of puppets, Wang Yuming, Ding Shanshan, and the trio of ruffians were left astounded, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Liang Luo, his eyes narrowed, awaited the stirrings aboard the grand vessel. As midnight approached, Wang Yuming alerted him, prompting Liang Luo to fully open his eyes. He observed that several windows of the guest rooms flickered to life with lights, their intermittent glow casting an eerie ambience, accompanied by haunting wails echoing from an unknown source. At this juncture, all three groups of puppets had ascended to the deck of the cruise ship. Liang Luo activated the system, displaying the visual feeds from the three elite wooden figures upon the screen. Commence, Liang Luo commanded, simultaneously activating the combat mode of the Xuanwu's protective shield. Group 1 ascended to the rooftop to explore downward. Group 2 began their investigation from the first floor upward, while Group 3 ventured down from the basement. The ruffians, their faces etched with despair, were prodded forward by the puppets wielding spears. At this moment, Wen Shunna and Ding Shanshan approached to gaze at the screen, with Wen Shunna gripping Liang Luo's arm, too anxious to dare open her eyes. The feeble flames cast an ominous glow within the darkened cabin, and Liang Luo fixated on the screen as if immersed in a horror film. Following the conventions of such narratives, unexpected events soon unfolded. First, Group 2, exploring the first floor hall, encountered a spacious area dominated by a performance stage. A chilling breeze swept through, extinguishing 2 torches in an instant, causing the buzzcut man to crumble to the ground in tears. Despite his imposing stature and dragon tattooed on his arm, he succumbed to fear, sobbing uncontrollably as the wooden figures prodded him forward with their weapons. Suddenly, several spotlights flared to life beside the stage, casting a flickering red glow that converged upon the center. The red curtain slowly drew back, revealing 5 severed heads descending from the ceiling. Indeed, they were heads, appearing as those of vengeful spirits, each tethered to elongated vertebrae, devoid of any internal organs or ribs. The spines, stretching over 10 meters in length, writhed like serpents, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of bones grinding against one another, with bloodied scraps of flesh dangling from them. Suspended from above, the heads faced downward, their empty eye sockets hollow voids of crimson, their mouths grotesquely torn, exuding a terrifying visage, while long strands of hair cascaded like waterfalls. Upon witnessing this, Wen Shunna gasped and shielded her eyes, while Ding Shanshan clutched Liang Luo's arm in fear. Although somewhat startled, Liang Luo's composure remained largely intact. The magical eye of the elite wooden figures could directly identify what they observed. Ding, the system announced, remnants of a banshee, dark servants controlled by mysterious forces, possessing average combat capabilities, adept in mental attacks. Grasping the system's assessment, Liang Luo felt reassured, knowing that the puppets were impervious to mental assaults. Just as he prepared to command the puppets to attack, the buzzcut man abruptly rose and strode toward the stage. Wasn't he just crying? What is he doing? Ding Shanshan inquired in confusion, watching as the man approached the center of the stage and kissed the mouth of the foremost banshee. The other 4 banshees slithered closer, extending their 3-meter-long tongues to ensnare the buzzcut man. He may have succumbed to an illusion, Liang Luo replied, and with a thought, commanded the elite wooden figure to hurl a short spear with remarkable precision. The spear pierced one of the banshee's heads from a distance of around 10 meters. The banshee emitted a shrill, piercing scream, spewing forth green liquid, but Liang Luo adjusted the system to minimize the volume, ensuring the sound was barely audible. The remaining 4 banshees, witnessing this, relinquished their hold on the buzzcut man and advanced toward the wooden figures, slithering like serpents with their vertebrae. Yet, as the system had indicated, their prowess lay in mental attacks, rendering their actual combat abilities quite lackluster. Their crawling speed was slow, and their methods of attack limited to spewing toxic mists and lunging with their tongues. Liang Luo scoffed disdainfully. What a pitiful sight, merely terrifying in appearance, yet lacking substance. The wooden figures brandished their machetes, hacking at the vertebrae with decisive blows, severing the bones with ease. The elite wooden figure leapt atop the shoulders of a finely crafted wooden companion, striking down upon the banshee's head with a flourish, quickly dispatching all 5. As the elite wooden figure approached the fallen buzzcut man, he found his face gruesomely mangled, flesh torn away to reveal bloodied gums, yet his eyes remained half-closed, an expression of twisted enjoyment lingering. Meanwhile, as the first-floor chaos subsided, the other 2 groups swiftly encountered their own predicaments, beginning with the basement. This vast kitchen, spanning hundreds of square meters, was cluttered with rusted utensils scattered across countertops and the floor. Decayed meat and shattered bones lay upon the cutting boards, swarming with flies and maggots. Upon entering, the buzzcut man was immediately overwhelmed by the rancid stench, retching violently. The presence of such rotting flesh was absent during their earlier exploration, and even from the screen, Liang Luo felt nauseated. After a brief investigation, the puppets uncovered 3 treasure chests within the cabinets and refrigerator, each coated in strange viscous substances, their classifications indiscernible. An elite wooden figure opened the first chest, only to discover a human head within. The head abruptly opened its eyes and, in an inexplicable manner, propelled itself into the air, laughing maniacally. This shocking scene caused Liang Luo to recoil, while Wen Shunna and Ding Shanshan clung tightly to his arms. The head's laughter echoed for several seconds before it lunged at the nearest elite wooden figure, exploding upon impact, Splattering blood mist across the surrounding puppets and the buzz-cut man's face. The puppet that had been closest was utterly obliterated. Damn it, Liang Luo cursed under his breath. Soon after, another puppet ventured forth to open the second chest. Inside, a writhing tongue was revealed. What is this? Liang Luo exclaimed in shock. As the chest itself resembled a massive mouth, drooling with sharp teeth. The tongue shot forth, ensnaring the elite wooden figure that had opened the chest, dragging it into the maw and severing its head in a single bite. A chest monster? This is quite the peril. Liang Luo commanded another puppet to open a chest, this time with an elite figure standing guard. As the chest opened, a swift strike pierced its mouth, silencing the creature with a pained shriek. For the third chest, Liang Luo prepared meticulously, ensuring all puppets were poised with weapons, determined not to fall victim again. As it opened, a radiant orb materialized. What is this? The system assessed, ding. Spellbook, Tooth of the Undead, Necromancy Level 1. Liang Luo's eye twitched in exasperation, yet the elite wooden figure collected the tome. This floor has been sufficiently explored. Let us proceed to the next level, Liang Luo instructed. At that moment, the man with the chicken coop hairstyle suddenly approached the stove, seized a piece of putrid meat from the cutting board, and began to consume it voraciously. The rotting flesh was teeming with maggots, yet he relished it. Taking bites alternately with each hand, his mouth soon smeared with blood. When Shuna covered her face with one hand, shielding her eyes, while peering through her fingers to sneak glances at the screen. If you're scared, you might as well return to sleep. My arms are all scratched up from your grip, Liang Luo remarked, speechless. The two women released their hold, sharing an awkward smile, yet neither chose to depart. After indulging for a while, the man suddenly clutched his throat, his eyes turning crimson and his face contorted in agony. As if choking, likely obstructed by a splinter of bone lodged in his throat. After struggling for a brief moment, he fell silent. Liang Luo frowned. They had only been inside for half an hour, and 3 humans had already perished. The peril of this ghost ship undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary island. Indeed, the yellow-haired man who had ventured to the top deck was also dead. The rooftop, which featured an open-air swimming pool, was now filled to the brim with blood. The yellow-haired man, upon approaching, was ensnared and dragged beneath the surface by a tentacle that emerged from the pool, thrashing momentarily before becoming still. This situation had likely reached the threshold of a dangerous level island, and a sense of unease settled in Liang Luo's heart. He ordered all vessels to maintain a distance of approximately 50 meters from the ghost ship, the flickering lights barely visible through the mist. The 3 groups of puppets continued their exploration for another hour, encountering a myriad of bizarre and terrifying dangers, yet yielding little reward. As the finely crafted wooden puppets suffered significant losses, doors that had been locked during the day swung open at night, rendering the heavy iron hammer prepared for breaking them down utterly useless. Liang Luo sensed that something was amiss aboard this ship. As the second group descended further, they discovered a vast arena on the negative second floor, crowned with an iron cage, resembling a duel stage. The negative third floor revealed a series of eerie cells, with some larger ones containing iron beds, shackles binding hands and feet, and an array of surgical instruments on a nearby table. These tools appeared to be intended for organ harvesting. Was this ship engaged in the trade of human organs? Given the losses sustained by the finely crafted puppets, Liang Luo realized that without them acting as cannon fodder, continuing the exploration would likely jeopardize the more valuable superior-grade wooden puppets. Reluctantly, he decided to retreat temporarily and devise a new strategy the following day. Thus, he dispatched Suin No. 4 to retrieve the remaining wooden puppets, which were stained with rotting flesh and blood, to avoid toxicity. Liang Luo did not intend to make direct contact. As dawn broke the next day, he assessed the spoils of the previous night, acquiring 2 ordinary-grade items and 2 finely crafted items. The ordinary-grade items included an iron axe and a bicycle, while the finely crafted items comprised a soil mastery scroll and a spellbook titled Tooth of Bone. The system assessed the items. Ding. Soil Mastery Scroll accelerates the mastery of soil spells. Upon use, it lasts for 48 hours. During this period, any soil magic cast will increase comprehension speed by 50. Ding. Tooth of Bone fires a magic dart crafted from bone, inflicting a weakness effect upon impact. Liang Luo wished to learn Tooth of Bone, but the system informed him that it was impossible to do so. Ding. Your skill slot is full. To learn a new skill, one must be unlearned first. Liang Luo was perplexed. Could a skill be learned and then unlearned? Was a person limited to mastering a maximum of 3 skills? It appeared so, and whether the skill slots could be expanded remained to be discovered through exploration. With no other option, he stored the book away. The Soil Mastery Scroll was a valuable item. Although he could not wield soil magic himself, it could be traded. Liang Luo temporarily placed these items aboard Xianwei No. 4. He then commanded a superior-grade wooden puppet to open a diary he had found in a lavish suite on the 8th floor the previous night. The diary repeatedly mentioned several English words that Liang Luo recognized. The Dark Heaven, presumably the name of the ship, as he had seen the same name on a wall in the first-floor lobby. He believed that the diary could provide more information about the vessel. The diary was written entirely in English, and with his rudimentary grasp of the language, He could have understood it somewhat during his senior year, but now, it was a mere heh. He utilized the system's photo function to capture each page of the diary. Are you there? Su, the talented scholar. I need your assistance with something, Liang Luo messaged. After several minutes, Suin replied, what is it? Speak. Liang Luo sent her the captured pages of the diary. This is a diary I found on a cruise ship. Could you help me decipher its contents? After another brief wait, Suin responded. The diary describes extremely bloody and dark events. I'm curious. Please tell me more about your encounter with the cruise ship. Liang Luo recounted his exploration of the vessel from the previous night, and after a few moments of silence, Suin sent another message. The ship you encountered is called the Dark Heaven, a luxurious cruise liner catering to the world's elite. According to the author, a man named Kuba, dozens to hundreds of slaves are transported here daily. Some are war refugees, others kidnapped, predominantly young women and strong men, including many children. Once aboard, they are auctioned off on the stage in the first-floor lobby, where the wealthy may do as they please with them, including various forms of abuse, and even kill them at will. Liang Luo inhaled sharply, his initial suspicions confirmed by Su Yin's words, sending a chill down his spine. Humanity, after all, had failed to eradicate the institution of slavery. He replied, indeed, the elites relish the power to transcend all moral and legal boundaries, wielding dominion over others' lives and deaths. They even believe that exchanging blood with young children can delay aging. In addition to human trafficking, the cruise also hosted various performances, including duels in the negative second-floor arena, where male slaves purchased by the wealthy would engage in life-and-death battles. If victorious, the wealthy would reap substantial profits. If defeated, the deceased slaves would be sent to the negative third floor, where their bodies would be disassembled and sold as parts. Liang Luo narrowed his eyes as he absorbed Su Yin's message. Was this ship truly a tangible entity on Blue Star? He set aside his doubts for the moment and replied, the Western tradition of spectating gladiatorial contests has evidently endured through the ages. Suin responded, indeed. Aside from one-on-one duels, there are also multi-person brawls and even beast versus human combat. The diary details numerous other events, though I won't elaborate on them now. Liang Luo inquired, does the diary mention what ultimately transpired aboard this ship? The author must have remained until the end. After a few moments of silence, Suin replied, yes, the final entries describe events from August 23, 2015, when the Dark Heaven was hosting its 20th anniversary celebration, which featured a theatrical performance. The organizers had somehow summoned a group of individuals clad in black robes, resembling wizards, to perform an ancient evil ritual for the wealthy. They drew a massive magical circle on stage, arranged various bizarre props, and proceeded to hang 5 young and beautiful girls, disemboweling them before the audience, who cheered in excitement as if it were merely a show. In the days following the ritual, strange occurrences began to unfold aboard the ship. Every night, those residing in their cabins could hear an eerie heartbeat, slow yet powerful. Upon thorough investigation by the crew, it was discovered that the sound emanated from the engine room, the location of the ship's main engine. However, every staff member dispatched to inspect the engine room mysteriously vanished without a trace. Soon, the ship lost control and began to navigate on its own, unaware of the destination it was heading towards. A dense fog enveloped the vessel, severing all signals of communication with the outside world, effectively trapping everyone aboard. The ensuing days proved to be more terrifying than a nightmare for this group of wealthy individuals, as one by one, the trapped souls perished in horrific ways, be they aristocrats or slaves. Some sought to escape in lifeboats, but the corpses of those who attempted to flee mysteriously returned to the ship. According to the diary's accounts, all the deaths and strange occurrences began on the 4th sublevel, gradually spreading upwards, suggesting that the source of this malevolence likely resided in the engine room of that very level. Chapter 47, The Iron Beast. Upon hearing Su Yin's translation, Liang Luo found clarity. Evidently, the sinister ritual was not merely a performance, but a genuine summoning of some unclean entity, coupled with the ship's own ominous energy. It provided fertile ground for this malevolent presence to thrive. If his intuition was correct, the ship's engine, its heartbeat, might have gained sentience. Or perhaps a vile force had invaded the engine room, seizing control of the vessel. Regardless, a visit to the engine room was imperative. Resolute in his decision, he promptly messaged Suin, I am profoundly grateful. Your translations have proven invaluable and have truly aided us greatly. What supplies do you currently lack? Liang Luo spoke from the heart. Suin replied, haha, no need for thanks. It was a mere trifling effort. However, since you insist, I shall consider it a favor owed to me. Then I shall provide you with timber, Liang Luo replied, as he preferred uncomplicated, straightforward relationships. I do not require timber, nor am I in need of anything. I simply want you to owe me a favor. Suin insisted, her demeanor unwavering. Liang Luo felt a vein of frustration. Concluding the conversation, he prepared to organize a team to the engine room. The daylight brought fewer monsters, and last night had merely been reconnaissance. Today, he had a clearer objective and plan, and he was ready for a full assault. Assessing his forces, Liang Luo dispatched 2 elite iron puppets, 6 elite wooden puppets, 10 fine-quality wooden puppets, 40 fine-quality stone puppets, and 50 ordinary wooden puppets. The ordinary wooden puppets were designated as expendable, serving as cannon fodder. The ship was rife with traps and lurking monstrosities. The previous night's loss of fine wooden puppets was due to such ambushes. Hence the decision to employ the more economical ordinary puppets to scout ahead. The elite stone puppets, due to their size, were unable to climb the rope ladders and remained behind to guard the base. This could be described as a significant mobilization, with all forces directed towards the engine room. Liang Luo equipped the iron puppets with hammers to smash the doors, only to discover, much to his surprise, that the doors were left ajar during the day, unlatched. The ship was eerily silent, devoid of any apparitions. The puppets quickly located the engine room on the 4th sublevel, though the iron door presented a challenge. However, Liang Luo had anticipated this. He had previously procured several iron crowbars from the trading market specifically for prying open doors. Under the combined efforts of the elite iron puppets and the fine-quality stone puppets, the iron door soon began to yield. Yet, as the lock was forced open, blood began to seep from the damaged area, indicating that the puppets' actions had evidently provoked the ship's wrath. Suddenly, the corridor of the 4th sublevel was littered with grotesque, bloody remnants of flesh, which began to writhe and crawl, coalescing into a massive, soft-bodied creature resembling a snail, without a shell. Damn it, can't we encounter something more conventional? Liang Luo cursed inwardly as the snail-like monstrosity grew larger, its gaping maw opening to unleash dozens of tentacles aimed at the puppets. The stone puppets quickly formed a defensive formation, brandishing their blades to fend off the tentacles. Although the tentacles could be severed with relative ease, they would rapidly regenerate, rendering conventional weapons ineffective. Additionally, the creature exuded a highly corrosive slime capable of eroding even stone and steel, leading to the swift deterioration of several stone puppets. Fortunately, the narrow corridor constrained the monstrosities, allowing the stone puppets to block the passage effectively. Meanwhile, the 2 iron puppets successfully pried open the door, with the ordinary wooden puppets entering first. As expected, a host of monsters awaited beyond the threshold, dozens of headless bodies with spider-like legs, adorned with hard hats reminiscent of maintenance workers, scuttled swiftly across the ground and walls. The moment the door swung open, they leaped to entangle the heads of the ordinary wooden puppets, swiftly decapitating them. Thankfully, these ordinary wooden puppets were merely expendable, and the elite wooden puppets quickly drew their bows, delivering precise shots. Not far away loomed a centipede-like creature, haphazardly stitched together from multiple headless corpses. However, the 2 elite iron puppets proved formidable, their sharp swords slicing through the centipede's remaining limbs with ease, soon leaving it in disarray and immobile. As the monsters within the engine room were swiftly dispatched, the ghost ship seemed to grow anxious. Creatures that would ordinarily only emerge at night now stirred to life, flooding from the top deck to the 3rd sublevel, converging upon the 4th sublevel in a throng, a veritable tide of horror. This overwhelming surge inflicted heavy losses upon the elite stone puppets guarding the entrance, but the narrow corridor prevented the monsters from exploiting their numbers, resulting in a chaotic scene akin to hell itself as they trampled over one another in the stairwell. Outside, Liang Luo observed the screen with growing concern, astonished by the ferocity of the monsters' response. Should they breach the engine room, his legion of puppets would likely be annihilated. Contemplating how to alleviate the pressure within while simultaneously testing whether the ship had truly come to life, Liang Luo maneuvered the Xuanwu closer, then unleashed several crossbow bolts at the port side of the dark paradise. Perhaps due to age, the bolts embedded themselves into the ship's hull. To Liang Luo's astonishment, crimson blood began to flow from the breached vessel. Just then, an even more shocking phenomenon occurred. A multitude of eyes appeared along the entire side of the ship. No, not just one eye, but many of varying sizes, covering the hull, all fixated on his Xuanwu. A chill coursed down Liang Luo's spine as he sensed an ominous premonition. Dear ghost ship, might I suggest that this is all a misunderstanding? However, an even more astonishing circumstance unfolded. A chilling wind swept across the sea, dispersing the fog, as dark clouds gathered in the sky, causing the ghost ship to tremble violently. In the next moment, the bow of the ship split open with jagged fissures, extending laterally across the hull. The gap widened, resembling a massive mouth, and soon stretched nearly 30 meters before halting, slowly revealing itself. This 200-meter-long vessel had now transformed into a colossal sea creature, its gaping maw echoing with the sound of serrated edges grinding together. Liang Luo could clearly see the ship's internal structure through that enormous mouth, revealing the dueling arena on the 2nd sublevel, the prison cells on the 3rd, and the staircases beyond. By the heavens, Liang Luo could not suppress an exclamation, utterly bewildered by the surreal scene unfolding before him. How could this iron structure possess the ability to open a colossal mouth? A plea for rationality echoed in his mind. But there was no time for complaints about this nightmarish situation. That monstrous maw was now lunging towards him. System, initiate full-speed retreat. Liang Luo shouted at the system. Cursing his ill fortune, he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. At this moment, the Xuanwu was less than 50 meters away, and it was evident that the approaching vessel was swifter, disregarding other ships, and charging directly towards Liang Luo. At this time, Ding Shanshan and Wang Yuming were aboard their own vessel, and upon witnessing the scene, they were utterly terrified. Soon, the Xuanwu was overtaken. Its modest 40-meter length appeared diminutive compared to the massive 200-meter behemoth, whose gaping maw seemed poised to swallow it whole. Chapter 48, Malevolent Spirit. Hard to port. Liang Luo calmly commanded the system. The Xuanwu swiftly turned to the left, while the ship's magical artillery opened fire. The Dark Paradise's turning arc could not keep pace with the Xuanwu. However, the Xuanwu did not entirely evade the impending doom, as the colossal jaws descended. Ding Shanshan and Wang Yuming, from a distance, squeezed their eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. A single bite would be fatal for most vessels. Even if it could not entirely engulf the ship, merely severing a third would spell disaster. Yet the Xuanwu was different, at that moment. It was merely struck from the side. Liang Luo steadied himself against the table, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. It turned out that he had observed the situation closely. The maximum distance between the jaws when fully opened was merely 30 meters, while his tortoise-shell protective barrier was a circular sphere approximately 50 meters in diameter. Having previously worked in interior design, Liang Luo was acutely aware of measurements, and he could estimate distances with remarkable accuracy. He knew that his shield was smooth to the touch from the outside, meaning that a mouth with a maximum opening of 30 meters would struggle to bite a moving sphere with a diameter of 50 meters. Thus, he was confident he could withstand the impending blow. System, report the status of the protective barrier. Beep. Ship status, 98. Shield status, 81. Excellent. At this moment, the Xuanwu had fully turned to the left of the Dark Paradise, while the large ship, attempting to follow suit, found itself unable to do so. This exemplified the advantage of a smaller vessel's maneuverability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several crossbow bolts flew towards the ship's flank, two striking the ship's eye. Simultaneously, fireballs and bolts of lightning were launched at the massive vessel. However, Liang Luo understood that these attacks would have little effect against the steel giant. His primary opportunity lay within the engine room, where the puppets were stationed. Due to Liang Luo's actions outside, the internal monstrosities had indeed diminished in number. The previously imposing flesh and blood amalgamation of a shell-less snail monster was struggling to maintain its form, slowly dissolving. Other creatures exhibited evident sluggishness, confirming that his gamble had paid off. These monsters were not independent entities, but relied on the ship's energy to function. When the exterior was in motion, the creatures inside were significantly affected. This was akin to how a person's cognitive abilities diminish during strenuous exercise, and digestion slows due to limited energy resources. Liang Luo's actions had greatly alleviated the pressure on the puppets. The rock puppet at the entrance of the engine room had dwindled to less than a third of its original size, while the monsters inside had been nearly cleared out by the superior-grade steel and wooden puppets. The scene within the engine room revealed a massive engine towering over 10 meters high, beside which was a large, pulsating entity resembling a heart, a brain, or even a tumor, entwined with innumerable delicate tendrils. Outside, the situation was urgent. The Dark Paradise was readjusting its trajectory, preparing to launch another assault. There was no time to hesitate. The steel puppet raised its great sword, ready to strike at the heart. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the engine room, and simultaneously, the creatures in the corridor on the fourth floor ceased their attacks, as did the ghost ship against the Xuanwu. Liang Luo stood in the captain's quarters, hearing the voice through the system. It was a hoarse and anguished sound, indistinguishable in gender, seemingly a chorus of multiple voices lamenting in unison. I am so miserable. They have locked me on the operating table, severing my kidney, removing my liver, my heart, gouging out my eyes without administering anesthesia. They watched me struggle with cruel smiles, then cast me into the icy depths of the sea. I am so cold. The sea is a banquet for sharks, tearing me to shreds. How wretched I am. After a momentary pause, the voice resumed. They all deserve to die. I will kill them all. Everyone should perish. I must have my revenge. Spare me, spare me, spare me. I must have my vengeance. Liang Luo was momentarily stunned. Was this entity pleading for mercy? However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this only confirmed that the heart was its vital weak point. Listening to the villain's monologue at such a critical juncture was a grave error. With a swift thought, Liang Luo transmitted his intent to the steel puppet through the system. The steel puppet swung its great sword down with ferocity, cleaving the heart open, blood gushing forth, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Why won't you spare me? Why? You too shall die. I will kill you. As the voice spoke, an indistinct mass erupted from the heart, which visibly withered at an alarming rate. The nebulous entity pierced through the thick walls, soaring outside the Dark Paradise, heading straight for the Xuanwu. Liang Luo was taken aback. Could it traverse walls? What was happening? The mass collided with the protective barrier, but did not break through instantly. Instead, it slowly infiltrated. Liang Luo glanced at his shield's energy level, still at 67, intact. Why could it penetrate? System, can it pass through the protective barrier? Liang Luo inquired. Beep. The entity is a spirit, not bound by physical constraints. The tortoise-shell protective barrier offers some resistance to spirits, but cannot completely isolate them. The system responded. Ah, I see. Liang Luo assessed the entity with a system appraisal. Beep. Malevolent spirit, formed from a convergence of intense resentment, a Tier 3 undead creature. Lacking a physical form, a Tier 3 creature. Liang Luo felt a surge of panic, contemplating his next move. System, deduct funds for an advanced appraisal. Beep. 10 system coins deducted successfully. A Tier 3 malevolent spirit is an upgraded version of a wraith, in its spiritual state. It cannot survive long without attaching to another being or object. Prolonged attachment may solidify its form, but this malevolent spirit's corporeal state has been forcibly disrupted, leaving it gravely injured. Thus, at the moment the heart was cleaved, its essence had sustained significant damage. Liang Luo felt slightly reassured. At this juncture, the malevolent spirit was still lodged against the protective barrier, but a substantial portion of its form had already penetrated. The spirit struggled to breach the protective barrier, expending great effort and becoming increasingly transparent. Liang Luo calculated the angle. The lightning cannon could hit it. The cannon discharged a Tier 2 thunderbolt spell, striking the malevolent spirit. Enveloped in crackling electricity, the spirit emitted a heart-wrenching wail, yet it exerted its utmost strength, stubbornly clawing its way inside. Still alive? Liang Luo felt a pang of anxiety. If this Tier 3 entity breached his defenses, his fragile form would not withstand it. However, the lightning cannon required cooling time, and the other artillery was unable to target it due to angle constraints. Liang Luo reluctantly commanded the 2 superior-grade puppets beside him to draw their bows and shoot. Regrettably, the arrows passed through the malevolent spirit without inflicting harm. Before long, the spirit had fully entered, disregarding the superior-grade wooden puppet that attempted to intercept it, and lunged directly at Liang Luo. At that moment, to claim he was unafraid would be a falsehood. After all, encounters with spirits were entirely unfamiliar to anyone. With a resounding clang, a loud bell echoed as the malevolent spirit collided with a semi-transparent golden bell, the very manifestation of Liang Luo's golden bell shield. Ah, no. How could you possess light? No. Upon seeing this, Liang Luo felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, his golden bell shield was a light-based spell, capable of warding off the evil entity, and it even held a restraining effect. The malevolent spirit attempted to infiltrate the golden bell shield, its pale claws slowly penetrating the golden barrier, the radiance scorching its fingers. Despite being less than a meter away from Liang Luo's face, it found itself unable to advance any further. Chapter 49, The Treasure. Liang Luo concealed his right hand behind his back, having already coalesced a gleaming golden dagger, a first-tier light magic known as Light Blade. With a graceful flick of his wrist, the light blade shot forth. Die, you wretched creature of darkness. The golden dagger pierced through the spirit's form, eliciting a pained, shrill cry from the malevolent entity, which clearly suffered significant injury, though it appeared not to be fatal. As anticipated, a first-tier light spell proved insufficient against a third-tier undead, even one that was already gravely wounded. At that moment, the malevolent spirit, realizing its power could not breach the golden bell shield, sought to flee. However, several ambush figures suddenly emerged to ensnare it. These were the ship spirits summoned by the Guardian Tower constructed days prior. These spirits served as protectors of the Xuanwu, existing in a state akin to that of spirits rather than puppets. Their weapons were capable of directly attacking the evil spirit, though their strength was inadequate for prolonged engagement. Yet, it was sufficient time for Liang Luo to conjure a second light blade. With a swish, the second blade pierced through the spirit's head, causing even greater damage. It could no longer maintain its form, its shape twisting and wavering, unable to escape the clutches of the ship's spirits or move swiftly. Before long, the third and fourth blades followed. When the fifth light blade was unleashed, it did not pass through its head, but rather embedded itself within, shattering the spirit's head like glass with a resounding crash, its entire form dissipating slowly into the air. Liang Luo did not hastily withdraw the golden bell shield. Instead, he waited until a scroll, a magic core, and a golden orb materialized in the space where the spirit had just vanished, finally allowing his heart to settle. A third-tier magical beast had been vanquished by his own hand, and Liang Luo felt a tremor of apprehension. Upon reflection, the myriad of monsters aboard the ghost ship were devoid of magic cores. All creatures were a part of this third-tier malevolent spirit's essence, or rather, its abilities. Thus, its powers included control over the ship's monsters and the animated Black Paradise itself, categorizing it as a summoning and control-type third-tier demonic entity, whose main body was not particularly strong, which allowed him to exploit a vulnerability and defeat it. Approaching, he picked up the scroll. Ding. Attribute scroll, mentality 10. Ding. Third-tier magic core. Ah, third tier, a valuable item. He also discovered the golden orb. Upon touching it, the system screen illuminated. Ding. Laser dagger, an energy dagger forged from immense power, reaching temperatures of 8,000 degrees Celsius, capable of slicing through superior grade steel. Requires 2 second-tier energy crystals to activate. Use with caution. The system is not responsible for any injuries sustained. Item grade, perfect. A perfect grade item. Liang Luo held the object, resembling a miniature flashlight, and examined it closely. It bore a striking resemblance to the lightsabers wielded by Jedi in Star Wars, crafted from high-quality metal, with a base that could be opened to accommodate energy crystals. Second-tier energy crystals could be exchanged for second-tier magic cores, and Liang Luo possessed 3 second-tier magic cores, one obtained from defeating the Flower Demon King on Flower Island, and the other 2 from slaying the Ogre King and the Ogre Shaman on Cannibal Island. He retrieved 2 second-tier magic cores from his storage menu, exchanging them for 2 second-tier energy crystals to fit into the base. Golden patterns began to ripple across the entire handle, and Liang Luo felt a surge of excitement. The Jedi lightsaber had been his favorite weapon in childhood. Placing his thumb upon a fingerprint-like design, a burst of blue flame erupted, coalescing into a beam, resembling a Jedi lightsaber, albeit with a length of merely 20 centimeters. Taking a unit of stone, he drew the dagger across it lightly. The stone split effortlessly in 2. Without any resistance, molten lava dripping from the freshly cut surface. The power was astonishing, though its short length significantly diminished its practical utility in combat. Liang Luo toyed with the laser dagger for a moment, deep in thought. The system had mentioned a vast treasure aboard this ship. However, in his exploration, he had uncovered no gold or silver, nor many treasure chests. Yet the system could not deceive him. This immense treasure likely referred to the ship itself. Constructed of steel, this modern vessel, with the laser dagger in hand, could be dissected for steel, thus transforming the ship into a colossal iron mine. Steel was currently the most vital resource, especially since upgrading ships required considerable quantities of it. Moreover, creating steel puppets also necessitated steel. As this realization dawned upon him, Liang Luo's thoughts became crystal clear. He immediately summoned the remaining puppets. By now, the Black Paradise had returned to a state of tranquility. With the dissolution of the third-tier malevolent spirit, all monsters vanished, leaving behind a litter of decayed flesh and ancient corpses scattered across the ground. Counting the returning puppets, he noted 2 superior-grade steel puppets, for superior-grade wooden puppets, 2 fine-grade wooden puppets, 8 fine-grade rock puppets, and 9 ordinary-grade wooden puppets, losses that could hardly be deemed substantial. Now, he aimed to personally inspect the vessel. Stepping onto the deck of the Black Paradise, he marveled at the opulent yet antiquated facilities, sensing the vessel's former luxury and grandeur. Entering the interior, he found the space littered with dried yellow hair, which upon examination, was identified as a nerve network adhered to the walls. The heart of the malevolent spirit had channeled energy through these dense neural pathways, controlling the entire ship. As the heart withered, these nerve lines fell from the ship's walls, carpeting the floor. Liang Luo activated the system's identification function to assess usable items, directing the puppets to collect all functional furniture, kitchenware, and utensils, which he planned to sell online later. This ship was indeed tailored for the wealthiest of elites. The kitchen was stocked with various knives and tools, many of which remained usable, and the security room housed 6 sets of blast shields and batons, all identified as fine-grade by the system. Equipping the puppets with these enhanced their combat capabilities significantly. Liang Luo was truly reaping bountiful rewards, though he lamented the absence of firearms. Finally, he arrived in the engine room, where the massive heart lay fallen on the ground, blood mingling with yellow-green slime, creating a foul stench. Liang Luo activated the system to identify the engine, which revealed it to be an abandoned ship engine, with its core components made from superior-grade steel, suitable for extraction. To his delight, superior-grade steel was currently exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. The engine was substantial, estimated to weigh several tons, according to system specifications. With 25 kilograms constituting 1 unit, there could potentially be over 1,000 units of superior-grade steel within. Additionally, the external hull contained considerable amounts of fine-grade and ordinary-grade steel, truly a windfall. Liang Luo entrusted the laser dagger to a steel puppet, commanding it to first cut the engine into several large sections for transport to his ship, intending to gradually reduce it to smaller pieces later. The other puppets were instructed to disassemble and retrieve any steel and wood from the upper levels. Before leaving, Liang Luo discovered a golden treasure chest within the engine room. Upon opening it, a flash of white light revealed 2 pills resting within. What is this? Liang Luo was momentarily taken aback, and the system identified them. Ding. Bone strengthening agent. Enhances bone structure, strengthens meridians, promotes bone development, increases bone hardness and resilience. Physical limit 6. Effects last for 3 days post-consumption. Item grade, fine. Is this a potion? Liang Luo remained somewhat bewildered, his curiosity prompting him to inquire, System, what is the limit of vitality? Is there truly a limit to my vitality? Chapter 50, Task Completion. Ding. Indeed, every survivor's attributes cannot grow indefinitely. Upon reaching the limit, growth ceases, with varying limits for different survivors. Then how can I enhance this limit? Liang Luo continued to question. Ding. There are numerous ways to increase the limit, such as consuming potions, acquiring professions, obtaining talents, and mastering specific skills and techniques. Oh, then what is my limit? Liang Luo queried. Ding. Would you like to spend 20 system coins to check your limit? The system posed its cheeky question once more. Must I pay to check a limit? Wretched system, just show me. Ding. 20 system coins have been deducted. Your limits are as follows: Strength 36, Vitality 36, Agility 36, Spirit 45. An additional reminder. The Vitality limit determines both the Strength and Spirit limits, while Spirit and Vitality collectively dictate the Agility limit. Understanding dawned on Liang Luo. It was clear that the Vitality limit influences the Strength limit, as one cannot possess great strength without a robust body. Similarly, Spirit is derived from Vitality. Agility, being a manifestation of mental reaction speed combined with muscular coordination, is also justifiably influenced by both Vitality and Spirit. Thus, it became evident that Vitality is a fundamental attribute. While the game design does not allow for an increase in defensive capabilities through Vitality, it remains the foundation for other attributes. Without Vitality, one cannot enhance Strength or Spirit, and without Spirit, Agility is unattainable. Liang Luo examined his own attributes: Strength 21, Agility 19, Vitality 19, Spirit 19. Given this, it seemed he would soon reach his limits. Thus, the potion that could enhance these limits appeared quite valuable. He pocketed the potion without haste, returning to the Xuanwu ship to contact Song Jinian, inquiring about the whereabouts of the rescue team. Song Jinian informed him that the team was en route and provided Liang Luo with coordinates for their rendezvous. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Luo resolved to leave his puppets, Xianwei 2, 3, and 4, behind to continue dismantling the Black Paradise ship, while he would escort Wang Yuming to the designated location. Without further delay, Wang Yuming and Ding Shanshan set sail aboard their vessel, following Liang Luo as they departed from the ominous Black Paradise. Once matters settled, Liang Luo retrieved the potion he had acquired. First, he utilized the scroll obtained from the third-level Malevolent Spirit, a scroll that would augment his spirit attribute by 10 points. A flash of white light enveloped him as the scroll's text soared into his mind. He experienced a momentary dizziness and unsteadiness, accompanied by a slight throbbing in his head, likely due to the substantial one-time boost. After some time seated on his bed, he regained his composure. Subsequently, he felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind, as if a long-standing conundrum had been resolved, granting him an epiphany. At that moment, even the greatest challenges seemed surmountable. Upon opening his attribute panel, he noted that his spirit had risen to 29 points, with a magical energy of 290 points. Next, Liang Luo produced a skeletal enhancement potion, a small vial of black liquid reminiscent of an oral solution from a pharmacy. Is this it? He mused, before consuming it in one gulp. Initially, there was no reaction, prompting him to adopt a meditative posture akin to a Taoist. After 15 minutes, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, with a subtle ache in his joints. Unlike the scroll's effects, this discomfort was persistent and intensifying, showing no signs of abating. As time passed, Liang Luo felt a flush of heat enveloping him, drenched in sweat. He was compelled to shed his garments. Yet even in the nude, the heat remained unbearable, prompting him to drink copiously. He reflected, the scroll was far superior. Attributes were instantly augmented without suffering. At this moment, he regretted not having the skeletal enhancement potion undergo advanced evaluation. System, does this potion require any specific techniques for refinement? Ding. No. Such a low-level potion can be consumed by an ordinary person. And how long will the symptoms persist? Ding. The skeletal enhancement effects will completely dissipate in 3 days. Blast it. Does that mean I will endure 3 days of bone pain? Thus, Liang Luo endured 3 days of discomfort and heat. On the morning following this ordeal, Liang Luo stood before his bed, astonished to find he had grown taller. His previous pants were now cropped at the ankles. Indeed, he must have grown at least 3 centimeters in those 3 days. To his surprise, at the age of 30, he could still gain height. Elated, Liang Luo reconsidered his earlier dismissal of the potion. Despite the discomfort, it yielded unexpectedly favorable results. He opened his attribute panel, Strength 21, Agility 19, Vitality 22, Spirit 29, Archery Mastery LV1, 16, Swordsmanship Mastery LV0, 55, Light Mastery LV1, 5, Dark Mastery LV1, 9. During this period, Liang Luo focused on honing his magical skills, resulting in significant growth in both Light and Dark Mastery, elevating them to level 1. With both magic domains reaching this level, his Light Blade technique now summoned 2 flying daggers simultaneously, while the Golden Bell shield had increased in size and thickness. The length and quantity of dark thorns had expanded by 1/3. This indicated that as the mastery of spellcasting advanced, the potency of each spell also intensified. Liang Luo found himself favoring the path of a mage. Engaging in close combat posed too great a risk. In the midst of his contemplation, a notification from the system chimed. Ding, the coordinates you set are about to be reached. Realizing this, Liang Luo activated the system radar, confirming 2 yellow dots glowing ahead. likely the individuals sent by Song Jinian. He ascended to the deck, spotting two ships approaching in the distance. Approximately half an hour later, the vessels drew alongside one another. On the opposite ships stood a middle-aged man and a younger man, both upright and resolute in appearance, evidently military personnel. They presented their official credentials to Liang Luo, who then communicated with Song Jinian to verify their identities, successfully completing the handover. As they prepared to depart, Ding Shanshan expressed her desire to accompany Liang Luo once more. However, he declined again, prompting her to remark forlornly, "Brother Liang, I understand. You must be disgusted after witnessing those vile individuals mistreat me. I do not blame you. I will become stronger." Liang Luo was taken aback by her words, confounded by the disconnect. He bore no disdain toward her, merely wishing to avoid the burden of an encumbrance. This young girl was indeed remarkable. Even after enduring such trauma, she maintained her composure, revealing her inner strength. As the official ship gradually receded into the horizon, Ding Shanshan's parting gaze appeared lonely and helpless. A pang of bittersweetness tugged at Liang Luo's heart. Yet, who among the world is not deserving of compassion? What power did he possess to assist others? Returning to the cabin, he accessed the system and discovered a message from Song Jinian. "Brother Liang, you have truly been a tremendous help this time. Professor Wang is a pivotal figure in our base's agricultural development, and I extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of the authorities. Mayor Song, you are too modest. This is simply my duty as a citizen of Huaxia and a representative of the authorities, merely fulfilling the task assigned to me." Song Jinian beamed with joy, indeed. Truly the descendants of Huaxia possess high awareness. The progeny of our great Xia nation undoubtedly bear a sense of responsibility. Your praise is excessive. But what do you propose regarding the rewards for this mission? Song Jinian, with a head full of dark lines, responded, "Your double military merit has been recorded. You have earned a total of 1,000 points for this mission. Once our maritime base is established, you may come and exchange your military merits for whatever you desire. Furthermore, regarding the second-tier sword technique you mentioned previously, we managed to locate someone with a similar second-tier skill book via our internal network in the World Channel. As per your specifications, light or dark attributes would be preferable, but archery skills are acceptable as well. How does this look?" As he spoke, Song Jinian sent a screenshot. Liang Luo opened it to find a system identification screenshot of the Shadow Sphere spellbook, a second-tier dark magic spell that condenses an infinitely devouring sphere of darkness, capable of absorbing and consuming all objects it encounters. Chapter 51, Level 8 Ship. Liang Luo's heart leaped with joy at the sight of the second-tier shadow magic skill. He promptly replied, "No problem. This book is exactly what I need." He then presented his second-tier sword technique, Fire of Words, and initiated a trade. The transaction was swiftly completed. The sword technique vanished from his possession, replaced by an antiquated black tome. Upon system identification, it confirmed the Shadow Sphere spellbook to be identical to the screenshot sent by Song Jinian. Liang Luo was immensely satisfied, and he felt a twinge of admiration for the official's methods. He had listed his second-tier skill book on the trading channel for an extended period without a single inquiry, while the officials managed to sell it in just a few days. He wondered what secret channels they employed. Eagerly, Liang Luo opened the system to learn the Shadow Sphere spell, but the system's message doused his excitement with cold water. Ding. Learning this spell requires Dark Mastery Level 2. Damn. Liang Luo was at a loss for words. First-tier spells had no prerequisites. One could learn them at level 0. He had assumed that second-tier spells could be learned at level 1, but to his dismay, they required level 2. After reaching level 1, his mastery progression felt painfully slow, akin to a tortoise's pace. Each day, he practiced casting shadow thorns against a puppet, but his dark mastery barely improved. At this rate, it would take an eternity to reach level 2. It seemed he would have to ask the officials to exchange his Earth Mastery Scroll for a Dark Mastery one. Reluctantly, he stored the book and went to the deck, where he fervently unleashed shadow thorns at a rock puppet. With a magical power of 290, he was able to practice spells more frequently, thus accelerating his progress a tad. With no other ships to hinder its speed, the Xuanwu sailed at an astonishing pace, returning faster than it had departed. Liang Luo estimated he would reach the location of the Dark Paradise in less than a day. He anticipated that the puppets had dismantled a considerable amount of valuable materials during these past couple of days. The journey was smooth, with only minor waves, but upon arrival, Liang Luo was taken aback. The entire Dark Paradise was half submerged in water. Was it sinking? It had been perfectly fine when he left. He inquired of Zhao Hongda, who was tending to pigs aboard the Xianwei. Zhao appeared unfazed, claiming not to have noticed anything amiss. Liang Luo suspected the system was orchestrating this. With iron prices soaring daily, if the ship did not sink, he could simply profit from selling iron without lifting a finger. The system would not allow such a scenario. Hence the ship, like the island, would sink once the time was up. Liang Luo was unperturbed, as substantial amounts of steel had already been cut away, particularly the premium-grade steel within the engine. The Xianwei were nearly filled to capacity. Liang Luo conducted a count and found approximately 20 tons of premium-grade steel and about 35 tons of refined steel. If cut into units of 25 kilograms each, this would yield at least 2,000 units of steel, all of premium and refined quality. Additionally, a significant quantity of wood had been salvaged from the ship. Scanning with the system, he estimated around 1,000 units of wood were recognized by the system. Before long, the dark paradise sank completely beneath the waves. As Liang Luo gazed back at the abundant steel on his ship, he felt a sense of reassurance. Although cutting it into smaller pieces would take time, it would eventually all belong to him. Finally, he could upgrade to an 8th level ship. A gentle white light enveloped the entire Xuanwu, and the system indicated that upgrading to an 8th level ship would require 24 hours. After some contemplation, Liang Luo decided to upgrade the Xianwei 2 to level 6 and the Xianwei 3 and 4 to level 5, expending a total of 100 units of wood. He then replenished some puppets, manufacturing 5 premium-grade wooden puppets and 1 premium-grade steel puppet. His remaining resources were as follows: 181 units of wood, 130 units of stone, 3 units of ordinary-grade steel, 106 beginner magic cores, 0 intermediate magic cores, and 1 advanced magic core, along with 560 system coins, 90 refined-grade wooden puppets, 26 refined-grade rock puppets, 11 premium-grade wooden puppets, 2 premium-grade rock puppets, and 5 premium-grade steel puppets. The magic cores had been depleted, as the monsters slain aboard the Dark Paradise had all been summoned by third-tier evil spirits, yielding no magic cores upon defeat. Moreover, the sales of puppets had not been particularly promising lately. Since the system opened slave trading, some capable survivors preferred to purchase slaves as cheap labor. Additionally, the number of survivors in Liang Luo's community had dwindled to just over 60,000, a decrease of more than 30. With fewer people, demand naturally diminished. Liang Luo couldn't help but lament the situation. If this was the trend across all regions, it implied that over the course of just a month, billions of survivors worldwide had either perished or been reduced to slavery. His most pressing concern was to find an island quickly and slay some monsters to replenish his magic cores. With his newly expanded small fleet, Liang Luo set sail once more across the vast ocean, standing at the bow, scanning the surface of the sea and occasionally checking the radar for any red dots. Unfortunately, fate was not in his favor. After a full day of sailing, he had yet to catch sight of any islands, and an inexplicable anxiety began to creep in. Ding! Your ship has completed its upgrade. Liang Luo immediately accessed the system panel. Ship level 8. Type magical. Ship status 100. Constructible facilities: main cannon, smelting furnace, arrow towers X2, magic turrets X2. Upgradable facilities: main power room, radar, beast pen, level 4 manufacturing station. Requirements for next upgrade: 700 units of wood, 80 units of stone, 500 units of refined grade steel. Upon opening the detailed description, main cannon, the ship's forward artillery, with an extensive range and tremendous power, but a lengthy charging time. Only large vessels can equip it. Construction requirements: 20 units of wood, 40 units of stone, 100 units of refined grade steel, and 2 level 2 energy crystals, with 3 magic stones each of fire, light, and lightning attributes. Smelting furnace, a furnace capable of refining steel. Function 1, can convert iron ore into ordinary grade steel. Function 2, can purify ordinary grade steel into refined grade steel, with 3 units of ordinary grade steel yielding 1 unit of refined grade steel. Function 3, can directly melt large steel blocks into standard units of steel. Construction requirements: 20 units of stone, 50 units of refined grade steel, and 1 level 2 energy crystal. Liang Luo's eyes lit up at the sight of the smelting furnace. He had been troubled by the slow cutting of dozens of tons of steel, managing only about 20 units per day with a laser dagger, and even that came with losses. Now, if he could construct the smelting furnace, he would rapidly acquire a substantial quantity of usable steel. Looking at the main cannon and the materials required for the next ship upgrade, it was evident that they demanded a significant amount of refined grade steel, a staggering figure for ordinary survivors. Moreover, his ship followed a magical route, whereas those opting for a technological path had an even greater need for steel. The price of steel in the market has begun to surge dramatically. Top survivalists, including various national authorities, are fervently acquiring and stockpiling steel. 1 unit of ordinary grade steel can now be exchanged for 200 units of lumber, and yet it remains scarce. As for upgradable facilities, the main power chamber requires 2 level 2 energy crystals and 20 units of superior grade steel for its next upgrade. But Liang Luo currently lacks a level 2 magic core and cannot proceed. Upgrading the level 4 manufacturing platform will increase the speed of production, which is particularly beneficial for Liang Luo as it shortens the time required to manufacture puppets. The level 2 beast pen will expand its area, further enhancing the survival rate of beasts and offering a slight chance for mutations. The required materials include 40 level 1 energy crystals, 10 units of lumber, and 15 units of stone. In Chapter 52, The Invitation from the Beauty, both the main cannon and the furnace are lacking materials, halting the construction of new facilities. On board the Xianwei No. 1, Zhao Hongda approaches Liang Luo, expressing that the breeding process is progressing smoothly and that the dolphin rabbits will soon produce offspring. Additionally, the 2 wild boars and 2 deer brought from Cannibal Island have successfully mated, and with the aid of growth hormones and stimulants, he believes they will soon yield a stable profit. Over the course of the next week, Liang Luo discovers a simple great island, which yields disappointing results, leaving him quite frustrated. Another day passes, and after completing his daily training, he languidly enjoys the sea breeze on the ship. Suddenly, a message notification flashes on the system panel, displaying Suyin's avatar. Suin, are you there? How have you been lately? Liang Luo, not much to report, just busying myself with nothing in particular. Do you need something? Suin, can I reach out just to keep in touch? Liang Luo, in touch? Are you saying you're feeling lonely and need some company? Suin, get lost. I misjudged you. Let's talk business instead. Liang Luo, I'm all ears. Suin, I've discovered a mad level island and would like to invite someone to explore it with me. Her words nearly caused Liang Luo to spit out the water he was drinking. Liang Luo, wait, are you serious? I haven't even ventured into a dangerous level island. And you're suggesting we go straight to a mad level one? If you're looking for trouble, you can go alone. Liang Luo had consulted the system and learned that beyond ordinary great islands, there are dangerous and mad level islands, with mad level islands being the highest currently known, appearing with a very low probability. Following that, there are disaster, ferocious, nightmare, and hell level islands, none of which are currently in existence. Suin, don't be so quick to decline. Do I look like someone who would seek death? We don't need to conquer the island. We just need to stealthily take some valuable items. Liang Luo, have you scouted it out? What treasures does it hold? Suin, of course there are valuable items. But I need someone to assist me. Regardless of what we collect, it'll be a 50-50 split. Also, I'll cover the cost of the joint exploration scroll to invite you. After hearing Su Yin's proposal, Liang Luo ponders. The so-called joint exploration scroll allows the holder to invite another survivor, temporarily teleporting the invitee and their ship to their location. After 3 days, the invitee will automatically return to their original coordinates. Although the scroll implies a joint exploration, it does not prevent the holder and the invitee from engaging in conflict. Thus, if Liang Luo were to accept the invitation, it is conceivable that Su Yin could ambush him upon his arrival, as they would have ample time to prepare. Even if Su Yin harbors no ill intentions, the risk of venturing into a mad level island at this stage seems excessive and unwarranted. With this in mind, Liang Luo instinctively prepares to decline. At that moment, Su Yin sends another message. Why the silence? Are you afraid I might betray you? This is ridiculous. How about this? To show my sincerity, I'll throw in a mid-level magic core. What do you say? This offer causes Liang Luo to pause in his response. A mid-level magic core is precisely what he needs. He had previously used his last 2 mid-level magic cores in his laser daggers and currently possesses none. While constructing the furnace requires one. Only by building the furnace can he rapidly convert a large quantity of steel into combat power, whether for constructing the main cannon, upgrading the ship, or manufacturing steel puppets. With that thought in mind, he replies, since the beautiful lady is so generous, it would be rather unchivalrous of me to refuse. You give me the mid-level magic core, and I will follow your lead. On the other end, Suin rolls her eyes at his reply, thinking him to be a man who only acts when he sees results. She responds, very well, your awareness is commendable. I will invite you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and we shall discuss further reconnaissance and planning. After concluding the conversation with Suin, Liang Luo contemplates making some preparations within his means. After much thought, he decides to purchase a teleportation scroll to return to his ship, just in case. However, after searching the trading channel for quite some time, he finds no one selling it. The prices in the system shop are exorbitant, so he contacts Song Jinian, hoping to procure one through official channels. Soon, Song Jinian replies, but he hesitates, claiming it is difficult to acquire. After some back-and-forth negotiation, Liang Luo finally secures a teleportation scroll for 20 units of superior-grade steel. While navigating the trading channel, he stumbles upon another valuable item, a magic scroll. Unlike a magic book, a magic scroll is a one-time use item that seals a particular spell. The user does not need to possess the corresponding skill to use it, nor does it consume mana. This means that anyone can activate the scroll to unleash the magic contained within. The magic scroll currently available for sale is a 4th-tier Earth-type spell, Meteorite, classified as an excellent grade item by the system. The power of a 4th-tier spell is indisputable, making it a potentially life-saving tool in critical moments. As the saying goes, one should harbor no ill intentions, yet remain vigilant. Although Liang Luo and Su Yin share a good rapport, he is still a person of significant value. What if she harbors thoughts of treachery? Traveling so far to be teleported to her side requires some contingency plans. With this in mind, Liang Luo promptly contacts the buyer. Liang Luo, hello, your request is for an item of the same grade. How about this? He sends over the information for his excellent grade wooden puppet. The recipient, a person named Li Weiran, replies, oh, an excellent grade puppet? You can't possibly be puppet brother, can you? Ah, great, yet another who knows him. It seems his promotional efforts have borne fruit. Liang Luo, yes, brother, you know me? Li Weiran, of course. Puppet Brother's name is well known. The entire 168 district knows it. Puppet Brother has a super beautiful female streamer. Liang Luo is left with a black line across his forehead, realizing that men's interests are all too similar. While they may not remember your product, they certainly remember your beautiful sales representative. Liang Luo, have you purchased my puppets before? Li Weiran, I have. Initially, I bought it for the beauty, but to my surprise, it works quite well and can perform many tasks. Liang Luo thinks to himself that this is promising. He promptly replies, Brother, since you've used it, you know it's from my previous generation of products. This excellent grade puppet has performance metrics 3 tiers higher than the one you have. In comparison, your puppet would be unceremoniously discarded. I haven't released this for public sale yet. Only my diamond tier members are eligible to purchase. What do you think? Would you like one? Li Weiran, while your words ring true. You must understand that this item is crucial for life-saving moments, or can even enable one to strike above their weight against formidable foes. Here's the deal. Provide me with 3 of these exceptional grade puppets, and we shall finalize the transaction. Upon hearing this, Liang Luo felt a twinge of irritation. The audacity of this individual was indeed staggering. However, he was in dire need of that scroll, and with neither magic cores nor system currency at his disposal. Exchanging iron for it was utterly implausible. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Your item is indeed admirable, yet it remains merely a single-use tool. Furthermore, my exceptional grade puppet can also be a lifesaver. The system classifies them all as exceptional grade items, given that we are dealing with items of the same caliber. Do you truly believe it fair to exchange one for 3? Realizing he was asking for an exorbitant price, the other party took a few minutes before responding. All right then. Brother, name your price. Liang Luo, given my appreciation for your item, let us settle on 1 exceptional grade puppet in exchange for 5 refined grade puppets. Li Weiran, then it shall be 1 exceptional grade puppet for 8 refined grade puppets, along with half an hour of conversation with my goddess. And we have a deal. Goddess? Which goddess could he possibly mean? Surely, it couldn't be Wenshuna. Liang Luo was taken aback, astonished that this person was such a sycophant. It was hard to fathom how someone with such a grand name could possess such an item. Chapter 53, The Sorceress Suin, Part 1. Liang Luo acquiesced. Whether this individual was a sycophant or not was of no concern to him, as long as he achieved his objective. The transaction was swiftly completed. 1 exceptional grade wooden puppet and 8 refined grade wooden puppets vanished, replaced by a scroll crafted from thick parchment, with the system description reading, Meteor Magic Scroll. Capable of casting a 4th tier earth spell, Meteor. A one-time use item. Upon activation, it designates a specific location where a massive meteor will descend 15 seconds later. Caution. Maintain a distance of at least 200 meters from the designated spot during use, or bear the consequences. Liang Luo stored the scroll, feeling quite satisfied. He then summoned Wenshuna, instructing her to engage in conversation with Li Weiran. Conducting business with integrity meant he could not go back on his word. Wenshuna pouted in dissatisfaction. Humph, you're just using me as a tool. Liang Luo smirked, replying, What else would you prefer to be? Seeing Liang Luo's serious demeanor, Wenshuna dared not say more and proceeded to chat with Li Weiran. The system allowed for a separate panel for slaves. With operational permissions set by Liang Luo, who granted her the ability to converse with Li Weiran. With a blink, another day had passed. On this morning, Liang Luo was to meet Suin. It was his first time using a teleportation scroll and meeting an S-class survivor in person, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. He rose early, groomed himself, styled his hair, donned his scaled armor, and equipped his speed boots, while his puppets stood ready with blast shields. At precisely 8 a.m., Suin sent a message, inquiring, How are you ready? Liang Luo responded with an OK gesture. Moments later, the system chimed, announcing, Ding. Your friend has used a shared exploration scroll to invite you. Do you accept? Liang Luo chose to accept. In an instant, he and the Xuanwu ship, including Xianwei 1 through 4, were enveloped in a blue glow, which transformed into a beam of light shooting skyward, with mysterious text floating amidst the radiance. The dazzling blue light blinded him momentarily, and in the blink of an eye, he sensed his surroundings had transformed. Though still surrounded by vast oceans, the temperature, color of the water, and scent of the air had all altered, and the sight before him confirmed his intuition. Approximately 20 meters ahead of the Xuanwu ship lay a 5th-tier vessel. Clearly, in the blink of an eye, he and his 5 ships had been transported to Suin's coordinates. However, as an S-class survivor, Suin's ship could not possibly be of merely 5th-tier caliber, indicating that the vessel before him was not her primary ship. Surveying the surroundings, Liang Luo spotted a large island in the distance, with another ship anchored nearby. He raised his binoculars to observe. It was an 8th-tier vessel, of the same magical type as the Xuanwu. Yet, neither the distant 8th-tier ship nor the nearby 5th-tier ship revealed Suin's presence. Liang Luo opened the system and messaged Suin. Where are you, beautiful? You invited me over, but your master is nowhere to be seen. Isn't that rather impolite? Having received no response, a sense of unease crept over him. A while later, a piercing, raspy cry akin to an infant's wail echoed from above, startling Liang Luo. He looked up abruptly, squinting against the blinding sunlight, struggling to discern the source of the sound. It appeared to be a massive creature resembling a bat, which circled twice in the air before landing on the fifth-tier ship. Only then did Liang Luo realize that it was not a bat at all, but a black horse with bat-like wings, or more accurately, wings reminiscent of a dragon. Upon its back sat a stunning woman, Suin. Liang Luo silently implored the system, identify that creature. Ding. Mutated black Pegasus, a third-tier magical beast with dragon lineage. The brief description stirred a tempest within Liang Luo's mind. A third-tier magical beast. This woman possessed a steed of such caliber, one capable of flight. Had Suin harbored malicious intent and struck from the sky, he would likely have met his end. Of course, others would have perished. But with the Xuanwu's protective shield, he wouldn't have died instantly. At that moment, Suin dismounted. Today, her appearance starkly contrasted with the composed and dignified image she had projected during the official meeting. She wore a meticulously tailored set of fitted leather armor that accentuated her graceful curves, topped with an imposing long black coat, knee-high riding boots adorning her feet, and wielding a staff as her weapon. Paired with her naturally exquisite features and an air of elegance, she resembled a character stepped right out of a video game. A beautiful, powerful, and cold-hearted female warrior, her aloof, commanding presence was precisely to Liang Luo's liking, leaving him momentarily entranced, as if his mind had temporarily short-circuited. True to her status as a business elite, Suin understood the importance of showcasing her formidable strength upon their initial meeting. This was likely the thinking of the wealthy. Descending from the skies on a powerful magical beast, she sought to establish her dominance. However, Liang Luo remained unfazed, as he inherently preferred a low-key demeanor. As his thoughts swirled, the two ships drew closer together. From Suin's ship emerged two strikingly handsome men clad in white shirts, ties, and tailored trousers, projecting the image of modern urban elites. Yet, the metallic collars adorning their necks introduced an incongruous element, for reasons unknown. Seeing these two men incited a flicker of displeasure within Liang Luo. The pair set about arranging a wooden tea table and two chairs. Suin sat, a playful smile gracing her lips as she called out, "Hey, handsome over there, are you coming over or shall I come to you?" Liang Luo internally scoffed. "You've already set up the table and chairs. It's clear you want me to come over." That said, Suin was indeed quite cautious. Not only had she initially flown above without revealing herself, but now she insisted on conversing on her ship, clearly taking precautions against him. Liang Luo, however, saw no reason to quibble with her. With a flash of light from his speed boots, he leaped onto her ship, his three exceptional-grade wooden puppets following closely behind. Miss Su was indeed quite careful. She invited him over yet exhibited more caution than he did. Did she truly believe he would harbor ill intentions against her? Liang Luo remarked with a hint of exasperation. Suin felt that she may have overstepped her bounds a little, and with a hint of embarrassment, she chuckled and said, I apologize. But who could resist your charm and prowess? As a girl, I must tread carefully." Liang Luo rolled his eyes, unwilling to engage in her banter. Suin gazed at him with a beaming smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes reminiscent of a delicate moon, truly enchanting. "I genuinely mean it. You are far more handsome in person than in the projection during that meeting." This flattery melted Liang Luo's irritation. After all, having taken a skeletal enhancement agent, he had grown a few centimeters taller and improved his complexion. With a hint of shyness, he replied, "Oh, not at all. You, too, look much better than that day." His compliment was sincere. Today, Suin exuded a carefree and radiant demeanor, a side of her he had never witnessed in meetings or casual conversations. Her exquisite attire and makeup hinted at her considerable capabilities. Those without such prowess rarely possess the resources to enhance their appearances. Much like Liang Luo's leisure in purchasing a hair clipper, as the two exchanged mutual compliments, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Liang Luo became intrigued by Su Yin's steed and approached the magnificent black Pegasus for a closer view. Up close, the creature appeared even more striking. Its sleek ebony coat shimmering with allure. Its mane and tail blazed a vibrant crimson, complemented by a pair of glowing scarlet eyes. A magnificent horn, approximately 30 centimeters long, adorned its head, while two sharp fangs protruded from its upper lip, and yellow-brown scales were visible on its limbs and back, suggesting a draconic lineage. The formidable aura of this third-tier magical beast deterred Liang Luo from advancing further. He suddenly realized a troubling thought. Should Suin wish to make a move against him now, escaping unscathed would be a daunting challenge. He should not have so easily left the Xuanwu ship to board this proverbial pirate vessel. Indeed, Su Yin's beauty had clouded his judgment. Noticing Liang Luo's mixture of envy and trepidation, Suin felt a surge of pride. She approached the Pegasus and gently caressed its mane, smiling as she said, "Its name is Mocha, my partner. Rest assured, it will not attack unless I give the command." Wasn't this implying that at her beckoning, this third-tier magical beast would indeed turn against him? Liang Luo felt a pang of regret. If this were a game of strategy, he had already fallen to the disadvantage. However, he remained composed, casually walking to the table and sitting down, smiling as he remarked, "Truly, there is always someone more exceptional and beyond the heavens. There are even greater beings." Suin joined him at the table, crossing her legs elegantly. Her long, slender legs, accentuated by tight leather pants, left Liang Luo momentarily speechless. At that moment, one of her male attendants approached with 2 cups of coffee, softly saying, "Ms. Su, your coffee." Due to the low coffee table, the handsome young man bent down to place the cups before them, then knelt on the floor, beginning to massage Su Yin's calves. Witnessing this display, Liang Luo's mind was once again overwhelmed. He instinctively glanced at the man, immediately recognizing him. He recalled seeing this fair-skinned youth in some gossip news. He was a newly debuted young star from the post-2000 generation, though his name escaped him. Liang Luo looked at Suin in astonishment and asked, "Isn't he that newly debuted singer, part of some group? He even starred in that movie. What was it called again?" Suin replied with a playful smile, "Indeed, that's him. He has been in the industry for a few years, but he has only recently gained popularity." Liang Luo felt a twinge of jealousy as he remarked, "Ms. Su has such refined tastes, even having a youthful star as a servant." Since the young man had referred to her as Ms. Su, Liang Luo followed suit. Suin sipped her coffee, fixing him with a teasing gaze. Slowly, she said, "What's this? Are you feeling jealous? Would you like to come over and give my legs a massage? If so, you may take his place." Her words left Liang Luo momentarily speechless after 3 seconds. He stammered, "I'm sorry, Ms. Su, I cannot do that." Suin giggled as if she had gained some advantage, saying, "Well, since it's the end of the world, we might as well indulge. And besides, as if you have no interest, what about that charming lady who sold you puppets? Why isn't she here to join us for a drink?" Liang Luo felt that the conversation had taken a turn for the absurd. No wonder old Gu had referred to her as the witch. The moniker was well-deserved. With an awkward smile, Liang Luo said, "Ha, Ms. Su, you jest. She cannot possibly compare to you. Let us return to serious matters. That island over there is our target, correct?" Upon mentioning business, Su Yin's tone shifted to one of cold seriousness. "The objective I brought you here for is this," she said, transmitting an image, a screenshot of a system appraisal depicting a small pool of water labeled Fountain of Youth. Drinking from it would reverse aging and cure ailments. Every 500 milliliters could restore a year of youth, with a rarity rating of 99. After reviewing the description, Liang Luo felt a wave of excitement. Such a thing truly existed. "How did you discover it? Have you explored the island?" he inquired. Suin shook her head. "I merely flew over on Mocha and spotted the pool. I intended to land and take a sip, but a horde of mutated velociraptors attacked, forcing me to take flight. Before leaving, I was curious as to why they were so fiercely protective of this little pool, so I appraised it, only to discover it was indeed the Fountain of Youth. I attempted to steal it, but they were exceptionally vigilant, leaving me with no opportunity." Liang Luo immediately seized on a crucial detail. "Mutated velociraptors? What tier are they and how many?" Suin replied, "All are 2nd tier, but the number is unclear. I estimate around 60 or 70. Liang Luo inhaled sharply. He understood the strength of 2nd-tier magical beasts. Considering the Flower King on Flower Island and the Ogre Chieftain and Shaman on Cannibal Island, he could handle 1 or 2 with relative ease now. However, facing 60 or 70 at once would be tantamount to seeking death. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Is this spring the core of the island? If so, there must be even more powerful magical beasts nearby." Suin took another sip of her coffee and sent over 2 more appraisal screenshots, one of a mutated Titan Python, a 4th-tier beast, and another of a mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex, also a 4th-tier creature. Liang Luo's mind buzzed at the sight. Suin continued, "These 2 beasts are located on the eastern and western sides of the island, respectively. I suspect the island's core lies near one of them. While our Fountain of Youth is to the south, the island is vast, and they are quite distant from each other, so we need not provoke the 2 4th-tier beasts. We only need to steal the fountain." At this point, Liang Luo's concern deepened. This was a dangerously wild island, and even a mere sneeze from a 4th-tier beast could obliterate him. The island's peril had far exceeded his current capabilities. Encountering a 3rd-tier beast was already a grave risk. Moreover, this Fountain of Youth did not grant true immortality. It merely reversed aging by a few years. The risk was not worth it. Thus, he said, "Ms. Su, considering my limited strength, I am ill-equipped to contend with such formidable magical beasts. Perhaps I should return the intermediate magic core to you, and you might seek cooperation with other stronger allies." Upon hearing this, Su Yin's expression suddenly turned icy, and her voice grew even colder as she said, "Are you toying with me? The Fountain of Youth is a necessity for me. You will assist, whether you wish to or not. If you refuse, I shall strike you down right here." With that, the black Pegasus beside her seemed to sense its master's agitation, nervously retreating and snorting, releasing a plume of fiery breath from its nostrils. Liang Luo thought, "This woman turns hostile faster than one can flip a page." Today had truly been an eye-opening experience. At this moment, Liang Luo's face exhibited no signs of turmoil, yet within, a tempest of a myriad of frustrations surged, poised to unleash the formidable Golden Bell Shield and Shadow Thorn at any moment. Should a confrontation ensue, Liang Luo was not without hope, Behind him, 3 elite wooden puppets were brimming with lethal pollen, one concealing a laser dagger. With the exceptional agility of these elite wooden marionettes, they could swiftly close the distance, and with a stroke of fortune, annihilate her before she could strike. Even if they failed to eliminate her, the Xuanwu ship loomed just behind. A mere leap would return Liang Luo to the protective barrier, with all magical turrets aboard the Xuanwu already primed for action. Meanwhile, Suin's main vessel was anchored at a considerable distance, unable to offer her aid, thus bestowing upon him a strategic advantage. Liang Luo gazed intently at Suin, awaiting a command that could lead to mutual destruction. Chapter 55, Formulating the Plan. Suin and Liang Luo locked eyes for a moment, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the very air had solidified. Suddenly, Suin burst into laughter. Just kidding. Look at how frightened you are. Liang Luo chuckled lightly in response. Haha, CEO Su. You jest. With our excellent rapport, how could I take that to heart? Deep down, Liang Luo understood this was a test of strength, a psychological pressure tactic. Had he shown any signs of cowardice, he would surely find himself at her mercy in the future. The elite from Yanbei University was indeed formidable. The tension between them dissipated, and Suin continued. I certainly won't place you in peril. Here is the plan. I will divert the raptors, and you simply need to sneak over and collect the spring water. Whatever quantity you procure, we shall split evenly, 50-50. As for the other benefits from the island, whoever claims them shall keep them. What do you think? Is this a classic ploy to draw the tiger from its lair? Suin's proposal sounded quite advantageous. After all, luring the raptors was the true peril, and she would bear the brunt of that risk while he merely collected the water, potentially employing his puppets for the task. Even in failure, he would only lose a puppet. Thus, he replied, with such sincerity from CEO Su, how could I refuse? However, I require a day for reconnaissance and preparation. Shall we proceed tomorrow? Suin nodded. That works. We have 4 days until this island vanishes, so we have ample time. Today, we shall explore separately and act tomorrow. After discussing the operational details briefly, they returned to their respective ships. Suin's vessel was moored on the southeastern beach of the island, while Liang Luo headed to the southwestern shore for reconnaissance. The Xuanwu was anchored on the sandy beach, and the island before him was colossal, stretching beyond sight. Towering trees cloaked the land, rendering visibility limited, save for the occasional peculiar and piercing cries, reminiscent of some avian species, yet rougher and more guttural. Liang Luo accessed the radar interface. Clicking on the red dot before him, the system revealed the island's information. Prehistoric island, difficulty level, insane, total area, 250,000 square kilometers, remaining time, 4 days. Indeed, this insane level island was in a league of its own, even in terms of area. With a grand gesture, Liang Luo commanded a multitude of puppets to disembark from the ship. They commenced felling trees and quarrying stone. The elite rock puppets exhibited remarkable efficiency, able to shatter smaller trees with a single punch. Following Suin's designated coordinates, he dispatched 8 exquisite wooden puppets and 4 elite wooden puppets along different paths toward the Fountain of Youth. This region was a tropical rainforest, its trees lush and verdant, reminiscent of Cannibal Island, yet the ferocity of its flora and fauna was on an entirely different scale. A variety of bizarre mutated plants and animals rivaled those of Flower Island, with first-tier magical beasts rampant, spiders a meter long, centipedes 2 meters in length, squirrels 3 meters in size, and lizards stretching 4 meters, all conspicuously present. Ordinary wild beasts were nearly non-existent. Merely observing the screen, Liang Luo broke into a cold sweat. Just as the system had assigned it an insane rating, a normal human would undoubtedly perish within 2 minutes here, if not for madness. No one would dare venture onto such an island. The exquisite wooden puppets suffered considerable losses in this environment. Some were snatched by descending spiders and dragged to heights of 10 meters, others ensnared by creeping vines and crushed. Within half an hour, 6 had perished, and the remaining 2 were already missing limbs. Liang Luo commanded their retreat. Only the elite wooden puppets, with their swift reflexes and superior combat prowess, managed to narrowly evade various attacks and ambushes. By around 4 in the afternoon, they finally located their destination, the Fountain of Youth. However, the wooden marionettes could not approach any closer, as Liang Luo had already spotted several dinosaurs wandering nearby. These were likely the mutated raptors Suin had mentioned. Even without having seen a raptor, Liang Luo could deduce their general size, and the several before him stood nearly 4 meters tall. Their bodies encased in a layer of bone armor and sharp spikes, with tails 3 meters long that writhed like serpents, instilling dread at first glance. Utilizing the elite wooden puppet's eyes, he conducted a system appraisal, confirming Suin's description. Mutated raptor, second-tier magical beast, formidable combat strength. Having faced second-tier magical beasts before, he had even slain a second-tier flower demon without elite puppets. The issue lay in the sheer number before him. He counted over 20 visible raptors, extinguishing any notion of engaging in battle. This was not even the island's core, underscoring the madness of an insane level island. Regaining his focus, Liang Luo instructed the 4 elite wooden puppets to conceal themselves and scout the perimeter, aiming to ascertain their true numbers, distribution, and any nearby dangers. 2 hours passed, and dusk settled in. Perhaps due to the raptors' dominance in this territory, no other menacing magical beasts were present. Aside from the raptors, only first-tier magical beasts roamed. The elite wooden puppets functioned as adept scouts, a distinct advantage for Liang Luo. Suin's aerial reconnaissance would be rendered ineffective amidst such dense forestry, akin to searching in a fog. After careful observation, Liang Luo confirmed that this raptor pack comprised at least 50 individuals, with their distributions around the Fountain of Youth being exceptionally tight, making stealthy entry nearly impossible. Moreover, Liang Luo made a significant discovery. Aside from the Fountain of Youth, there was another location where the concentration of raptors exceeded that of others, nestled within a particularly dense thicket, located 1 kilometer west of the Fountain of Youth. Liang Luo speculated this might be their nesting site, but the wooden marionettes could not approach too closely. Thus, he ordered 2 puppets to remain on guard there for further observation. The elite wooden puppets ascended a towering tree, seamlessly blending into their surroundings, rendering them undetectable and thus safe from attack. The other 2 puppets returned, as they had already claimed over 10 first-tier magical beasts today and needed to transport the magic cores and corpses back. As night fell, Liang Luo assessed the resources gathered that day: 120 units of wood and 319 units of stone. For Liang Luo at this juncture, acquiring wood was remarkably effortless. On any island with trees, his puppets could easily harvest 2,000 units within a day and night. However, Liang Luo recognized that wood was a resource destined for obsolescence. In the future, steel would reign supreme. With wood still holding value, he resolved to capitalize on it as much as possible. He accessed the system trade, exchanging 2,000 units of wood for 140 primary magic cores, subsequently replenishing 4 elite steel puppets. Thus, he now possessed 11 elite wooden puppets, 2 elite rock puppets, and 9 elite steel puppets. Finally, Liang Luo reconvened with Suin, briefly discussing the day's reconnaissance findings and formulating their action plan for the following day. Following their morning meeting, a foundation of trust had been established between the two, albeit a slender one. After all, conversing and conducting transactions through a screen is one thing, while engaging in face-to-face discussions about collaboration is an entirely different matter. In this realm, devoid of any legal constraints, who could resist the allure of seizing another's entire fortune, given the opportunity? Beneath the dim lighting of the cabin, Suyin's profile appeared particularly enchanting as she tapped on the hand-drawn map laid out before her and spoke. My plan is as follows. First, I will ride Mocha to launch an aerial assault on the velociraptors. Once I have drawn sufficient fire, I will flee eastward. After creating some distance, Mocha will drop me off, then fly back to retrieve you. I will hold off the velociraptors for a while. You will ride Mocha to fetch water from the Fountain of Youth, and once you have filled your containers, Mocha will carry you away from the air. Mocha will return to pick me up? Are you quite sure? Liang Luo furrowed his brow and inquired, what about you? Once Mocha sets you down on land, how will you confront a horde of velociraptors alone? Suin chuckled. I didn't expect you to be concerned for my well-being. Fear not. Mocha will deposit me at this location. She gently tapped the map with her slender finger. I have observed this area. It is a high ground, yet it is littered with rocks and has narrow terrain, making it defensible but difficult to attack. I have also set up some traps today. Most crucially, we are only 500 meters from the beach to the east where my ship, the Sunset, is docked. At that time, the Sunset will come to my aid, and I will board and escape. No matter how formidable the velociraptors may be, they cannot swim. I see. But how can you ensure that all the velociraptors will follow you? What if they refuse to chase after you? Liang Luo continued to probe. Suin shook her head with a smile. I cannot guarantee that, as I had already engaged them before you arrived. Consequently, a large portion of the velociraptors pursued me, while a smaller group remained. This is why I need Mocha and you to cooperate. When the time comes, Mocha will engage them while you focus on fetching the water. Liang Luo fell silent, contemplating whether a safer method existed. Suin studied his expression and seemed to grasp his thoughts. With narrowed eyes, she remarked, don't even think about sending a puppet to fetch the water. The velociraptors are incredibly swift. Even if your puppet manages to retrieve the water, it would never escape. Liang Luo countered, but the puppet can substitute for me, ride Mocha to collect the water, and then also retreat on Mocha. Absolutely not. Suin vehemently shook her head. Your puppet cannot speak and would be incapable of coordinating with Mocha or adapting to changing circumstances. You must personally oversee the operation to ensure its flawless execution. When the time comes, I will instruct Mocha to heed your commands. Liang Luo rolled his eyes. This woman was utterly obsessed with the Fountain of Youth. Yet, she had a point. One was a puppet, the other a flying steed, and they did not share the same master. If an unexpected situation arose, they would be ill-equipped to respond. Was it truly necessary to risk life and limb? Chapter 56. The Velociraptor leader, noticing Liang Luo's hesitation, Suin, somewhat exasperated, exclaimed, Hey, as a girl, I am drawing most of the fire and will face the velociraptors alone. while you only need to fetch some water and still hesitate to act. Is this the extent of courage from an S-class individual? Liang Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment at her provocation. Indeed, she was shouldering the bulk of the peril while he merely needed to ride the flying horse to fetch water and then depart. Thus, he would receive half of the precious spring water, which sounded like a rather unfair advantage for him. Yet, he sensed something amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. Ultimately, he thumped his chest and declared, "Very well, then leader, I vow to accomplish the task." Returning to his captain's quarters, Liang Luo retired early to rest and gather his strength, hoping for a smooth operation the following day. The next morning, the system's alarm jolted him awake. He opened his eyes, rose slowly, donned his gear, and made his way to the beach on the eastern side, as designated by Suin, to meet her. According to their plan from the previous day, after successfully attracting the velociraptors, Mocha would place Suin atop a hill over 500 meters away and then return to collect him. The weather today was not particularly favorable. It felt oppressive, and the entire island was shrouded in a misty haze, from which eerie and terrifying sounds occasionally emerged. Liang Luo gazed anxiously at the sky and remarked to Suin, "Today's weather is ominous. The fog on the island will impair visibility. Shall we postpone our operation until tomorrow?" Suin shook her head firmly. "No, we cannot afford to wait. If today's endeavor falters, we can attempt again tomorrow. However, if we delay until then, we will lack the time to replan. As for the fog, it is inconsequential. It will assist us in concealing our forms in the air." Seeing Su Yin's resolute demeanor, Liang Luo chose not to press the matter further. After all, she was the one risking her life. "Just be careful," he advised. Suin smiled and nodded, gracefully mounting Mocha in a fluid motion, reminiscent of an ancient heroine. Liang Luo watched as she soared into the sky, disappearing into the mist. A drop of rain landing on his forehead as the heavens began to drizzle. For the time being, Liang Luo returned to his ship, the Xuanwu, to await developments. Before long, the sounds of explosions and the shrill cries of velociraptors echoed through the forest. It appeared that Suin had already initiated her assault. Time ticked away, and per their agreement, once Suin successfully attracted the velociraptors, she would contact Liang Luo through the system to prepare him. At Mocha's flying speed, she would arrive to collect him in no more than 40 minutes. However, over an hour had passed without any word from her. Thus, Liang Luo sent a message to Suin. "How is it going? Are you all right?" Silence ensued. Everything felt eerily quiet, and a sense of unease settled within him. Logically, if Suin were to perish on the island, Liang Luo could effortlessly seize her ship and possessions, given that her vessel lay anchored nearby. Yet, perhaps from the moment Suin had extended her goodwill, he had come to regard her as a trustworthy friend, and he sincerely wished for her safety. Suddenly, a notification chimed, interrupting Liang Luo's train of thought. Suin had messaged, "I'm in trouble. After attracting the velociraptors, I was ambushed by a swarm of pterosaurs on my way back. There are too many of them for me to break through, and I can only run northward." The single sentence sent a jolt through Liang Luo's heart. Trouble had indeed arisen. Before he could respond, Suin followed up with another message. "For now, I am safe. Mocha has deposited me near a canyon, and I am hiding in a cave. The velociraptors have surrounded me, but cannot breach my hiding spot. Mocha has managed to break free and is now flying to retrieve you. Stick to the original plan. You must go to the Fountain of Youth to fetch the water." Huh, has this woman lost her mind? She finds herself in such a perilous situation and is still fixated on the Fountain of Youth? Could her anxiety about aging truly push her to the brink of risking her life? Liang Luo promptly replied, "Are you out of your mind? We should focus on getting you out of danger first." Suin responded, "There's no point in you coming. It would be futile. The pterosaurs are circling above me, and the cave is teeming with velociraptors. I cannot escape. It's better to wait a bit. Perhaps the pterosaurs will disperse, giving me a chance to break free. Additionally, I have some good news. I managed to attract even more velociraptors than last time. We cannot miss this opportunity." Liang Luo was left in bewilderment, unable to conceive of a better solution at that moment. Soon, a familiar screech resonated through the sky. It was Mocha's call. Liang Luo hurried outside to witness a dark shape growing larger in the sky. It was Mocha. Mocha landed gracefully before Liang Luo, revealing several wounds upon its majestic form, clearly indicating that it had faced challenges in evading the pterosaurs. The steed snorted loudly, extending a wing to signal Liang Luo to mount. Liang Luo did not linger. He swiftly hung the empty water bottles on the horse's back and immediately mounted. As Morca's hooves struck the ground, sparks ignited, and in the blink of an eye, it soared into the sky without any need for a running start, as if it had tread upon the wheels of wind and fire. The overwhelming acceleration pressed down on Liang Luo, who had ridden horses before but never a flying steed. The howling wind rushed past his ears as he lowered his head, gripping the saddle tightly, struggling to keep his eyes open. Unsure of how to control the flying horse, he sensed that Morca was unresponsive to his commands, presumably following Su Yin's prior instructions as it darted straight toward the Fountain of Youth. The mist, accompanied by icy raindrops, struck his face as Morca glided over hills and forests, arriving in no time. Suin had not been mistaken. Nearly all the raptors had followed her, leaving only 2 second-tier raptors guarding the fountain below. Liang Luo had also prepared 3 excellent wooden puppets, lying in wait several hundred meters away since last night. Just moments ago, while still on horseback, Liang Luo had commanded them to advance, and at the slightest signal, the puppets would act in unison with him. The ground raptors had already spotted the airborne steed. The instant Morka descended, both raptors lunged forward. Morka's eyes flashed with a crimson gleam, and a circular magic array illuminated before it, from which an inferno erupted, resembling serpents as it surged toward one of the raptors. Undoubtedly, a third-tier magical beast held a crushing advantage over a second-tier one. This was no ordinary flame, but likely dragon fire, sending the 2 raptors into a frantic retreat. Seizing the moment, Liang Luo unleashed dark thorns that ensnared one of the raptor's legs. The trapped raptor let out a pitiful wail as Morka's flames seared it, while the other swiftly distanced itself, spitting forth a corrosive substance toward Morka. Morka did not evade, for Liang Luo was nearby. With a powerful beat of its wings, it conjured a swirling black wind around it, akin to a tornado, that deflected the acidic spray. Liang Luo had no time to waste. He detached the 12 water bottles from Morka, handing them to the 3 excellent wooden puppets that had just arrived to fetch water. After much deliberation with Suin on the trade channel yesterday, they had not found a more suitable vessel. Although wooden barrels filled water quickly, they were prone to spilling. These bottles, akin to those used for large mineral water containers, could hold 5 liters each, equipped with caps and handles for easy carrying. The 3 wooden puppets grasped a bottle in each hand and approached the pond, as clear as sapphire, plunging the bottles into the water, which began filling with the bubbling spring water. The fountain of youth was thus collected, leaving Liang Luo in disbelief as he witnessed the 2 second-tier raptors on the verge of being subdued by Morka. Just as Liang Luo reveled in the smooth progress of their plan, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A tremendous commotion erupted from the dense trees nearby, causing Morka to halt all movement, fixating intently on the source of the disturbance. Liang Luo felt a surge of tension from Morka's demeanor. Suddenly, a colossal shadow emerged from the forest, a gigantic dinosaur, standing at least 12 meters tall. What could it be? A Tyrannosaurus Rex? A chill shot threw Liang Luo from his feet to the crown of his head. Clearly, this was not a Tyrannosaurus, having watched Jurassic Park. He recognized that a T-Rex had a disproportionately large head and small arms, whereas this creature had a pointed skull, a streamlined body, and powerful forelimbs nearly 2 meters long. Armed with razor-sharp claws that could instill terror, its body was adorned with bone spurs, akin to those found on mutated raptors. Reluctantly, Liang Luo deduced its identity. A quick appraisal confirmed his suspicion. Ding. Mutated raptor leader, a third-tier magical beast, the king of the raptor clan, typically does not appear unless the clan is threatened. Ding. The system detects a significant threat to your life. Given your high survival level, the system has activated an automatic retrieval mechanism. 1 second before your death, you will be teleported to a temporary space, becoming a system slave to be sold to other survivors. The cold voice of the system nearly drove Liang Luo to the brink of fury. Get lost. I thank you, you wretched system. If you have nothing to say, then say nothing. I am not dead yet. He cursed vehemently. Chapter 57, Fierce Battle. Despite his outburst, Liang Luo's heart raced with panic. A 12-meter height, the bulk of a T-Rex, the speed of a raptor, and to top it off, it was a mutated third-tier magical beast capable of casting skills. Simultaneously, Liang Luo found himself berating Suin in his mind. Her strategy to lure away the tiger had merely diverted the minions, leaving the leaders still present. The situation had undeniably escalated to a critical level. Liang Luo was no risk-taker. He had always sent puppets to undertake perilous tasks, and this was no exception. All for the sake of a beautiful face. Currently, the scenario unfolded with 2 third-tier magical beasts poised against each other, both glaring fiercely into one another's eyes. Meanwhile, the second-tier raptor that had been ensnared was already incinerated, and the other had just been wounded by Morka. Observing the dire state of the raptors, Liang Luo suddenly grasped a crucial realization about why he had sensed something amiss with Su Yin's plan. Suin possessed a flying third-tier magical beast, whose mobility was unmatched. With the inherent advantage of a third-tier beast over a second-tier one, Morka alone was formidable enough to navigate through the raptor pack with ease. Moreover, Suin herself was no slouch in combat, indicating that she might not even require his assistance to procure the fountain's water. Yet, she had insisted on involving him. The only explanation was that she had already known of another third-tier beast lurking here. Perhaps before inviting Liang Luo, she had attempted to gather water and discovered that the raptor leader's presence thwarted her efforts, fully aware that it would not abandon the spring. No wonder this astute woman chose to undertake such perilous work herself. It turned out that fetching water was the most dangerous task of all. He had been played. As thoughts swirled in his mind, the standoff between the 2 third-tier beasts reached its climax. The mutated raptor leader struck first, opening its massive, bloody maw to unleash a stream of gray light, imbued with a putrid stench. Morka, undeterred, showcased its elongated, curved horns glowing red. releasing a colossal bolt of red lightning that collided with the raptor leader's beam, resulting in a massive explosion. Smoke and debris filled the air, snapping nearby trees in half. As the raptor leader burst through the smoke, it lunged directly at Morka, its tail tipped with a bone spike akin to a wolf's tooth. Swinging toward Morka with a fierce howl, Morka was unyielding. Fire erupted from beneath its feet as it ascended vertically like a rocket, narrowly evading the blow, only to unleash another red lightning strike from above. Thunderous roars echoed as the two figures engaged in a fierce battle amidst the swirling smoke, flames erupting around them. Liang Luo cast a glance at the wooden puppet holding the water containers, which were now more than half full. At that moment, the remaining wounded second-tier raptor approached Liang Luo, determined to defend the spring at all costs. With a cold smirk, he thought, "As you wish." His golden shield was already activated, and before the raptor could mount an attack, two golden daggers of light shot straight toward its eyes. The raptor's head jerked to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, the earlier light blades had only been a feint. Simultaneously, 6 black circles illuminated the ground, and dozens of tendrils erupted from them, ensnaring the raptor's limbs and tail. With his mastery of the shadow arts reaching level 1, the thorn's resilience had significantly increased, capable of restraining a second-tier beast for 10 seconds. Liang Luo sprinted towards the velociraptor, raising the crossbow in his hand as he ran. At close range, he aimed directly at its neck and released an arrow. Unfortunately, even the exquisite-grade crossbow failed to penetrate the velociraptor's defenses. However, Liang Luo's intent was not to breach its armor with the bolt. As the arrow struck, the poison pouch affixed to its tip exploded, releasing a cloud of paralyzing powder. The velociraptor, caught off guard, inhaled deeply, but as a second-tier magical beast, it possessed a degree of immunity to such low-level paralysis. It sneezed twice, swayed momentarily, but soon regained its footing. This brief disorientation afforded Liang Luo a precious 5 seconds. He had already reached directly beneath the velociraptor, which was ensnared by thorns. With no time to escape, gripping a perfect-grade laser dagger, a smile curled at the corners of his mouth as the light from his acceleration boots flickered. He leapt into the air, plunging the laser dagger into the velociraptor's throat. The piercing heat of thousands of degrees instantly seared through its gullet. And as Liang Luo descended, the dagger sliced from its throat down to its abdomen, smoothly cleaving open the velociraptor's belly. Its foul-smelling entrails gushed forth, but fortunately, Liang Luo's protective barrier was still active, preventing any of the blood and guts from splattering onto him. Thus, the second-tier velociraptor fell lifeless to the ground. Liang Luo felt a surge of pride in his own prowess as he collected the second-tier magical core and another object resembling a large femur. The system identified it as an ancient fossil, capable of upgrading a first-tier ancient beast to second-tier, a familiar concept to him. As similar items had dropped from the Flower Demon King and the Ogre King, he glanced at the excellent-grade wooden puppet, which was nearly full with water. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and Liang Luo turned to see Mocha being struck by the velociraptor leader's tail, sent flying into several trees. Damn, Liang Luo cursed inwardly. He had realized from the outset that although both were third-tier beasts, Mocha appeared to be weaker than the velociraptor leader. Coupled with Mocha's previous battles against the pterodactyl and second-tier velociraptor, it was already at a disadvantage. If Mocha were defeated now, Liang Luo would lose his chance to escape into the sky. Although he still possessed a return scroll, it required 30 seconds of chanting, ample time for the velociraptor leader to rend him apart multiple times. He had to save it. At that moment, the 3 puppets had filled 6 barrels with water, and Liang Luo made a swift decision, shouting to the puppets, "Do not fill the other 6 empty barrels. Seal them tightly, and each of you carry 2 barrels and flee." The puppets promptly complied, sealing the barrels and preparing to escape. The velociraptor leader, having just downed Mocha, was poised to deliver a fatal blow when suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot towards its head. However, its skull was too hard, and with a clang, the bolt ricocheted off, dispersing a cloud of poison powder. This tactic proved ineffective against a third-tier creature, but it did divert the leader's attention. It turned to Liang Luo, its gaze devoid of rage, instead exhibiting a hint of human-like disdain, as if to say, "You insignificant insect, are you eager to meet your demise? Your turn is imminent." Liang Luo's expression remained impassive, though his heart raced with anxiety in the face of such a formidable third-tier beast, the oppressive aura suffocating. He crouched low, fixated on the creature's every movement. At that moment, the injured Mocha wobbled to its feet, evidently revived by Liang Luo's previous actions, granting it a moment to recover. Suddenly, Liang Luo flashed a radiant smile at the velociraptor leader and said, "Brother, your nest has been robbed." The unexpected proclamation momentarily puzzled the velociraptor leader, as if attempting to comprehend Liang Luo's words. Could this creature truly understand him? That would certainly make things easier. Liang Luo rephrased, "You should hurry back to your lair. It has been pilfered by me." The velociraptor leader seemed to grasp the meaning, its gaze sharpening with anger. Chapter 58. Attack where it hurts the most. Indeed, yesterday, while scouting, Liang Luo had discovered what appeared to be the velociraptor's nest, guarded by two excellent-grade wooden puppets. After a day of reconnaissance, he had not spotted the velociraptor leader, likely because it had remained within its lair. Thus, the moment the leader appeared, Liang Luo commanded the two excellent-grade wooden puppets near the nest to rush towards it. Just moments ago, they had arrived, finding the nest devoid of any velociraptors. Through the system's screen, Liang Luo beheld the treasures within, over 20 dinosaur eggs. The system confirmed that they were all second-tier mutated velociraptor eggs. Such a prize. The excellent-grade wooden puppets carried a leather backpack originally intended for weapons. Now, Liang Luo ordered them to discard their weapons and instead fill the bags with 2 velociraptor eggs each, cradling 2 more in their arms, 4 eggs per puppet, totaling 8. As they swiftly retreated, this had been Liang Luo's contingency plan. If the nest was indeed unguarded, it was likely to contain eggs or offspring. Should he encounter danger, this could serve as a diversion. Fearing the velociraptor leader's inability to comprehend his words, Liang Luo had prepared a loudspeaker for the 2 wooden puppets, an item he had fortuitously discovered in the trading channel, powered by an energy crystal. Primarily used for location tracking and distress signals, now repurposed to draw attention. The loudspeaker emitted a piercing alarm that echoed through the wilderness. Upon hearing such a commotion from the direction of its lair, the velociraptor leader could no longer feign ignorance of Liang Luo's intent. It let out a furious roar, the sound reverberating with saliva, as if to say, "You little brat, I will tear you to shreds." Liang Luo understood he had thoroughly enraged the beast. He quickly dashed behind a large rock for cover. The velociraptor leader unleashed a grayish-white beam towards him, but Mocha, having regained its footing, reacted with equal swiftness. Just as the white beam was about to be released, a crimson lightning bolt shot towards the velociraptor leader. The leader, unwilling to confront the lightning head-on, evaded, causing its beam to miss Liang Luo entirely. The residual energy from the beam caused Liang Luo's protective barrier to tremble violently. At this moment, Mocha ascended once more, its fiery breath coiling in anticipation. The velociraptor leader realized it could not best Mocha in a prolonged battle. It had no time to linger and needed to return to its lair. With another furious roar, it swiftly turned and departed. Liang Luo finally exhaled in relief, grateful he had prepared a contingency plan to save his own life. Just then, he received a message from Suin. "How are things on your end?" What was that tremendous roar? "Some of the velociraptors here are retreating." As he mounted Mocha and took to the skies, he replied, "It's manageable, albeit challenging. How about you?" Suin responded, "It's dire. Although the entrance is narrow, this group of velociraptors has charged multiple times, and I have exhausted all my mana potions." Liang Luo replied, "Understood. Hold on a little longer, I will be there shortly." Despite his words, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If this woman truly knew of the velociraptor leader's existence, she was clearly plotting against him. Why should he bother to rescue her? Let her perish there, and he could seize all her assets and treasures. However, Liang Luo shook his head, dismissing such thoughts as mere speculation. Moreover, now that he was mounted on Mocha, the creature was not heeding his commands, heading straight for the cave where Suin was located. Upon Mocha's back, Liang Luo activated the vision of the 2 puppets that had pilfered the eggs. The speed of the raptor leader was astonishing, with the Fountain of Youth only a kilometer away from its lair, a mere heartbeat for a creature renowned for its swiftness. Upon returning to its den, it had already picked up the scent and was hot on the trail of the 2 exceptional wooden puppets. Liang Luo commanded the 2 wooden marionettes to disperse, while simultaneously ordering 3 other puppets, each carrying a flask of the fountain's water, to scatter as well. The raptor leader prioritized its pursuit of the egg-thieving puppets. In scarcely 3 minutes, the raptor leader had caught up with one of the wooden puppets clutching a dinosaur egg. Liang Luo realized that this puppet had no hope of escape and could only strive to buy time for the others. He ordered the puppet to toss the dinosaur egg away into the distance. The raptor leader, agile as a gymnast despite its massive frame, effortlessly snatched the egg from the air with a flick of its tail. When the puppet hurled another egg, it was caught with equal grace, the movements fluid and seamless. At that moment, the wooden puppet still bore 2 eggs on its back. Liang Luo instructed it to retrieve one and use it as a shield against the raptor leader's onslaught. The raptor, prioritizing the safety of the eggs, refrained from delivering a fatal blow, resulting in a tense standoff. Ultimately, with a precise sweep of its tail, it shattered the puppet's legs. Its formidable size, spanning over 10 meters, rendered it overwhelmingly dominant against the exceptional wooden puppet, which boasted a mere 28 agility points. The raptor seized the egg from the puppet's grasp and crushed it underfoot. As Liang Luo watched the colossal foot descend upon the puppet, he observed a moment of silence in his heart for the fallen marionette, which had at least bought precious time for the remaining 4 to escape. By now, the mist had begun to dissipate. Although Mocha was grievously injured, its determination to save its master propelled it to fly swiftly. In a brief span of 10 minutes, it reached the location where Suin was situated. However, from a distance, Liang Luo spotted a dozen large birds circling above the pterosaurs. As expected, The pterosaurs quickly identified the approaching Mocha and swooped down towards it. It was only upon closer inspection that Liang Luo realized these pterosaurs were considerably larger than Mocha, with wingspans exceeding 12 meters, resembling small aircraft. Their skin was a tawny hue, their heads elongated like a shuttle, and their large beaks charged directly at Mocha. Seizing the moment, Liang Luo assessed one of them. Ding. Mutated pterosaur, second-tier beast, ancient creature, aerial tank, possesses immense strength. Remarkably, another second-tier creature. Without affording Liang Luo time for contemplation, Mocha deftly maneuvered to evade the pterosaur's assaults, swiftly lowering its altitude toward the cave where Suin awaited. Liang Luo could discern over 30 raptors prowling around the cave, which had a narrow entrance capable of accommodating only one or two at a time. The pursuing pterosaurs relentlessly unleashed razor-sharp wind blades from their beaks. As the fierce onslaught continued, Mocha, upon nearing the cave, executed a dramatic 360-degree spin, casting Liang Luo downwards before ascending rapidly to engage the airborne pterosaurs in combat. At that moment, Liang Luo found himself utterly bewildered. Was Mocha truly serious about dropping him from such a height, with the ground teeming with mutated raptors below? With a sudden thud, he landed atop one of the raptors at the cave's entrance. Fortunately, he had activated the golden bell shield just in time. The unfortunate raptor was momentarily stunned, its head ringing as it struggled to regain its footing. Liang Luo surveyed his surroundings, noting 5 or 6 raptors nearby. The cave entrance loomed just 10 meters away. A small opening shielded by a blue, translucent magical barrier, with one raptor clawing at it. Liang Luo activated his speed boots and dashed towards the cave at maximum velocity. Brandishing his laser dagger, he struck the raptor's leg with precision, the weapon's lethality undeniable. Blood splattered as the raptor collapsed in pain. Liang Luo swiftly vaulted over it, shouting, "Open the door." Inside, Suin had been observing the unfolding events. Upon seeing Liang Luo approach, her heart surged with joy, and she promptly lowered the barrier to allow him entry before reactivating it. The entire sequence unfolded in mere seconds, from Liang Luo's crash landing on the raptor to his swift entry into the cave. Just as the surrounding raptors began to react and swarm, Suin had successfully raised the barrier once again. Gasping for breath, Liang Luo defiantly raised his middle finger at the raptors outside, who were angrily ramming against the barrier. Chapter 59. The youth's hubris. Suin's first inquiry upon seeing Liang Luo was, "Is the fountain safe?" Liang Luo rolled his eyes, replying with irritation, "I traveled a great distance to get here, and you're only worried about your fountain, not whether I was hurt." Suin, taken aback, quickly retorted, "How could that be? I'm immensely grateful that you came. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." "Humph," Liang Luo scoffed, "as if I could not come. You'd have had Mocha's instructions to deal with me if I had taken the fountain and not returned." Suin did not contest this, merely responding, "I believe you are not that kind of person." Liang Luo chose not to pursue the argument further, instead examining their surroundings. The cave was small and shallow, likely once a den for some creature. He cast another glance at Suin, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Her leather armor was tattered, her skin marred by cuts. Dust smeared across her face, and her hair slightly disarrayed. Observing the barrier at the cave entrance, he saw a circular shield bolstered by a gem emitting a blue beam that energized the barrier, effectively sealing the cave's entrance. "That shield is impressive, with such functionality," Liang Luo remarked with a hint of envy. "Indeed, it's my prized possession. Perfect grade," Suin replied, "but its energy is running low and won't last long." Speaking of which, is the fountain truly safe? Liang Luo mentally scoffed at her obsession with eternal youth. He opened the system to view the perspectives of the 2 exceptional wooden puppets, confirming that the 3 holding the fountain's water and the one with the dinosaur egg had successfully leapt into the sea. The exceptional wooden puppets were capable swimmers, with retractable propellers allowing them to move swiftly through the water. They were currently headed toward the eastern beach, rapidly approaching the Xuanwu. Closing the system, Liang Luo turned to Suin and said, "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Suin, eager, urged him, "Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me." Liang Luo deliberately slowed his pace, stating, "The good news is that the fountain you covet is now safe. The bad news is that the raptor leader is headed this way." Indeed, through the perspective of the puppet carrying the dinosaur egg, Liang Luo had witnessed the raptor leader standing at the beach, roaring furiously at the ocean. After a few calls, it turned northeast, not back toward its lair. Observing the second-tier raptors outside, he noted their rhythmic and peculiar vocalizations, likely signaling their leader's location. With the raptor leader's exceptional agility and swift running speed, it took merely 2 minutes to traverse the distance from the fountain to its lair, a kilometer apart. Thus, calculating its speed in the jungle at approximately 90 to 100 kilometers per hour, it would arrive within 10 minutes. "Oh," Suin let out a sigh of relief, accompanied by a hint of surprise, as if she had not anticipated that Liang Luo could actually succeed. Liang Luo gazed at Suin and inquired, "Are you aware of the existence of the velociraptor leader?" His tone was somewhat frosty. A fleeting look of panic crossed Suin's eyes, but it was swiftly masked. "To be honest, I had no idea there was another leader. Otherwise, why would I have sent Imo-ka to embark on such a perilous adventure? With a chuckle, Liang Luo thought to himself that since Imo-ka was a flying unit, if things became too dire, he could simply escape into the sky. He had found his answer. Yet since Suin stubbornly refused to acknowledge it, he chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he smiled and asked, "So, Ms. Su, what shall we do now? You wouldn't be at a loss for escape, would you?" Suin seemed to realize that she had inadvertently revealed too much, her expression turning somewhat awkward. "What do you mean I can't escape? If I had a way out, would I need to call Imo-ka, and you here? Please, enlighten me with your solution." Feigning astonishment, Liang Luo replied, I do have a means, but it would only allow me to escape alone. I cannot take you with me. I came here entirely at Imo-ka's insistence." Suin was momentarily taken aback. "You can escape alone? How would you manage that?" With a teasing tone, Liang Luo responded. "How? By using the instant return to ship scroll, of course. Surely a person as astute as you, Miss Su, would have prepared such a life-saving item?" I indeed did not prepare that," Suin exclaimed, momentarily stunned, as if she had completely forgotten about the existence of such an item. As expected, she had not made any preparations. Otherwise, she would have fled long ago. It made sense, considering that Suin possessed a Tier 3 flying mount and had formidable strength. Ordinary dangers could hardly deter her. Perhaps her previous expeditions to various islands had been so smooth that she never anticipated the necessity of this scroll. Internally, Liang Luo felt a surge of triumph, though he maintained a facade of urgency. "Then you should hurry to the system's marketplace and purchase one." Suyin's countenance darkened. "Last time I was at the hidden shop, I spent all my system currency. The system marketplace requires 4,000 system coins for that scroll. It's so expensive. I can't afford it right now. Could you lend me some?" Her cheeks flushed as she asked. With a slap to his thigh, Liang Luo exclaimed, "What a coincidence. A few days ago, I also encountered a hidden shop and spent all my system coins. I truly have no money to lend you. Perhaps you could check the chat channel to see if anyone is selling?" Liang Luo was not lying. He had indeed exhausted his system coins at the store on Crab Island and even showed Suin his balance. With no other option, Suin reluctantly opened the trading system to reach out to her contacts to purchase the instant return to ship scroll. Observing her anxious demeanor, Liang Luo was acutely aware that her chances of acquiring it were exceedingly slim, as he had previously tried to buy from the trading channel himself. Those sellers would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to extort a hefty price. Given that many buyers seeking this scroll were in urgent peril, sellers would likely delay assessing the situation. If they confirmed the buyer was in danger, they would surely inflate the price exorbitantly, unwilling to relent without a significant profit. Additionally, purchasing from the official source was fraught with difficulty. Firstly, Suin was not an official military personnel. Their collaboration was merely nominal, and the officials were hardly charitable. Liang Luo himself had faced a considerable struggle when negotiating for his scroll with Song Jinyan, ultimately paying with 20 units of high-quality steel. Secondly, Song Jinyan was not a mobile customer service agent, available 24 hours a day to respond immediately. He too needed to attend to his own development. With the Velociraptor leader arriving in approximately 7 minutes, time was of the essence. Once the Velociraptor leader appeared, neither the cave nor the barrier would offer any protection. Moreover, there was a third point. The system's trading rules stipulated that items must be recognized by the system as belonging to the seller before they could be sold. For example, it would be impossible to directly scan the Velociraptor carcass outside the cave for trade, as the system had yet to recognize it as belonging to anyone. Additionally, since she was not on the ship, she could not access the items in her storage. Thus, the only items available for trade were the few pieces of equipment she carried with her. Consequently, Suin had no leverage to purchase the scroll at this moment. "Damn it," Suin kicked a stone in frustration. "You usually speak so highly of me, yet in a critical moment, you demand 2 perfect grade items. Why don't you just go die?" As anticipated, the situation unfolded just as Liang Luo had predicted. A minute later, she exclaimed, "Get lost, all of you. Not a single man is worth anything." Suyin's face flushed, perhaps due to some inappropriate request from the seller, leaving her on the verge of collapse. Unable to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, seated nearby, Liang Luo savored the spectacle, thinking to himself, "Little girl, aren't you the one who prides herself on scheming?" It seems the tables have turned. She had neglected to prepare, venturing out without a means to return. Such a prodigy, having faced little adversity throughout her life, was used to being lauded after entering the workforce. Individuals like her were the most prone to misfortune when they became too complacent and careless, unaware of the need for caution. In summary, youth often breeds arrogance. Chapter 60, It Isn't Impossible. 2 more minutes passed, and Suin, feeling defeated, sat despondently on a rock, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Even as a strong woman, she felt a sense of helplessness and despair in this moment. Suddenly, she lifted her head to look at Liang Luo and said, "Wait a minute, you have a return to ship scroll. You could have left at any time. There was truly no need for you to come here. You must have some other way to take me with you, right?" Feigning a look of deep concern, Liang Luo replied, "Miss Su, I am hardly so capable. If someone as clever as you cannot devise a solution, what can I possibly do? Suin discerned the implication in Liang Luo's words, likely a reproach for her earlier scheming against him. Yet, she refused to back down, coldly retorting, "Umph. Don't try to play word games with me. You should know that I have one option left, to kill you and take your scroll. Oh dear. If you put it that way, you truly frighten me." Liang Luo jested. "I am quite timid and not one to withstand threats. I think I shall take my leave." With that, he produced the scroll and prepared to depart. Was Liang Luo afraid? Not in the slightest. He had his defensive spell, the Golden Bell Shield, as well as a control spell, Thornbind, and since Mo-Ka was absent, Suin was only marginally stronger than he was. Otherwise, she would have already broken free and not be wasting time here. Thus, Liang Luo was confident he could buy 30 seconds until the scroll activated, at which point he would make his escape. When Suin saw Liang Luo genuinely preparing to leave, she began to panic. She knew that without Mo-Ka, she could not overpower Liang Luo in such a short time. Once Liang Luo departed, her own safety would be at risk. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Wait, hold on. That is not what I meant." Liang Luo halted his actions. "Oh, then what do you mean, Miss Su?" Suyin's face flushed slightly as she said, "As friends. How could I truly harm you? Considering I have helped you before, you can't just abandon me here." Liang Luo shrugged. "Who says otherwise? We are friends. Yet some choose to scheme behind my back, putting friends in peril. It's rather disheartening, wouldn't you say?" Suyin's face turned even redder. She realized Liang Luo would not let her off easily, so she lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. Concealing the existence of the Velociraptor leader was my fault. I should not have done that. But you must believe me, I never intended to harm you. I sent Mo-Ka along with you solely to keep the Velociraptor leader occupied, allowing you to gather water. I instructed Mo-Ka to ensure your safe return, regardless of whether you could obtain the water. I swear." As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion. Liang Luo fell into a contemplative silence, stroking his chin as he pondered the truth of the matter. Indeed, when faced with the Velociraptor leader, Mocha had valiantly fought to protect him. Had Mocha chosen to flee at the outset, his own fate would have been dire. It was precisely for this reason that Liang Luo had approached her. The same reasoning applied to her granting him entry just moments ago. Had Suin harbored intentions to harm him, she would not have opened the door for him. If Suin truly wished to see him perish, he would never have come to her aid, as he was no fool to be trifled with. However, she had deceived him, compelling him to take greater risks, which was undeniably true. Had he not been able to seize the upper hand at that moment, he would have been left to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Thus, Liang Luo was resolute in not letting her off the hook so easily. Seeing Liang Luo lost in thought, Suin felt a surge of anxiety and spoke up. "I was simply eager for water, and with Xiao Zhiyong unavailable to assist me. You were my only hope. Had I informed you beforehand, your cautious nature would have likely deterred you, and this endeavor would have come to naught. Now that we have acquired the eternal spring, if we can successfully extricate ourselves, it would be a joyous outcome for all." She continued, "I understand the challenges that lie ahead. Even if you cannot procure the water, I would not hold you accountable. I just do not wish to give up so easily." As Suin spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Liang Luo chuckled softly and replied, "Miss Su, that is not how it should be. While the decision-making rests with me, mutual cooperation necessitates that you share the pertinent information. This is a matter of integrity." He sighed before continuing. So according to your reasoning, you are blameless? Your apology seems to lack sincerity. Perhaps we should just let it go." Suin paused, suppressing her indignation, and stood to bow deeply at a 90-degree angle. "I am truly sorry, Liang Luo. I should not have deceived you. It was my fault. Please forgive me." Her long hair cascaded down, and Liang Luo found himself momentarily taken aback, yet elated within. This woman had always exerted her authority over him, leveraging her third-tier magical beast, and he had endured it for far too long. Finally, he had managed to reclaim some dignity and felt a sense of relief and clarity. Suin, a true business elite, demonstrated her remarkable capacity for humility. This resolute admission of fault was a rarity, especially for someone accustomed to adoration and success. Clearing his throat, Liang Luo coughed a couple of times and said, "Given Ms. Su's admirable attitude in acknowledging her mistake, I am not one to hold grudges. So let us consider this matter settled. However," his tone shifted, "since you have acknowledged the situation, does it not imply that I have shouldered the majority of the risk? Should we not discuss the matter of compensation thereafter?" Suin bit her lip, asking, "What do you wish for me to compensate you with?" Liang Luo responded with a smile, "Considering the 6 barrels of eternal spring, I will take 4. And you may keep 2. "Absolutely not. That is out of the question," Suin exclaimed, her voice rising as if she had been dealt a severe blow. "It seems, Miss Su, that you believe my contributions are insufficient. Very well, you may find your own solution." He feigned a departure. "Wait, the eternal spring is non-negotiable. But I can offer you something else." Suin quickly retrieved 3 second-tier magic cores from her pocket and extended them toward Liang Luo. He did not accept them, but instead leisurely remarked, "Miss Su, if I am to lead you out of here, I am risking a great deal. This trifling offering is hardly sufficient." With a troubled expression, Suin replied, "These are merely a deposit. Once you take me out, I have more valuables on my ship." Liang Luo shook his head. "That will not suffice. Once we are outside, with Mocha's assistance, you may renege on your promise, and I would be powerless to contest it." Desperation crept into Su Yin's voice. "What do you propose then? Aside from my weapons and shield, which are perfect grade items I cannot part with, what else do you desire? Just tell me." "Oh," Liang Luo mused, stroking his chin while assessing Suin, creating an awkward tension in the air. Su Yin's face flushed crimson, and she crossed her arms, protesting. No, Liang, do not be excessive." This was her instinctive self-defense, yet after a moment's thought, her tense demeanor relaxed. And with a hint of shyness, she continued, "Honestly, I never expected you to successfully retrieve the water. I do not know how you accomplished it, but I acknowledge your prowess. I am drawn to capable men. If you wish for something more, it could be arranged once we are outside." Liang Luo scratched his head, puzzled by her meaning. He had merely intended to ascertain whether she possessed any other valuable equipment. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Miss Su, what exceptional men have you not encountered? I am hardly worthy of such praise. I prefer tangible rewards." He then seized the 3 second-tier magic cores from her hands, smiling as he said, "Enough of this jesting. If I continue, you truly will not be able to leave. These are a deposit, but remember, you still owe me a favor." With that, he made his way to the cave entrance. Suin quietly observed Liang Luo's retreating figure, suddenly feeling an air of mystery surrounding this man. A sharp, piercing roar echoed from nearby, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. "It's coming." Liang Luo squinted, recognizing the familiar cry of the velociraptor leader. The sound indicated it was no more than a kilometer away. Chapter 61. The Path of Escape. Suin approached Liang Luo, her nerves palpable as she asked, "What should we do?" Liang Luo retrieved an ancient parchment from his backpack, replying, "I will cast a 4th-tier spell to eradicate the 2nd-tier velociraptors at the entrance. Prepare Mocha. It should not fly too far, but maintain a distance of 300 meters." As he untied the cord from the parchment, he inquired of the system, "Is it sufficient to simply open the scroll this way?" "Yes." "Would you like to use the 4th-tier earth magic scroll, Meteor?" The system confirmed. "Yes," Liang Luo replied. "Please specify your target location." Liang Luo pointed to a clear area 150 meters away, declaring, "There, where the velociraptors are congregated. Location specified successfully. The meteor will strike in 15 seconds. Please ensure to avoid it and maintain a distance of over 200 meters, or you will bear the consequences." Though referred to as a meteor, it would not be a celestial body descending from the cosmos. At most, it would be a sizable rock crashing down from the sky, Liang Luo mused. Before instructing Suin, maximize the energy of your shield and prepare Mocha. Once the meteor falls, it must come to us at the fastest speed. We will have only one chance. Suin nodded, gripping her shield tightly and bracing herself. 10, 9, 8, 7. Liang Luo silently counted down in his mind. Soon, a blinding fireball appeared in the sky, a massive orb radiating with destructive energy as it broke through the clouds. The winged dragons in the sky began to scatter, and the velociraptors on the ground grew restless. The mutated velociraptor leader halted in its tracks, lifting its gaze skyward, its eyes narrowing. It sensed an overwhelming force that it could not hope to challenge. Even the 4th-tier mutated Tyrannosaurus rex, situated dozens of kilometers away, caught a whiff of danger and slowly opened its slumbering eyes. The fireball streaked through the air, plummeting toward the earth at an alarming speed. With a resounding crash, the meteor struck the designated spot, obliterating 8 mutated velociraptors into a pulp, leaving not even ash behind. The surrounding creatures fared little better, as the immense shockwave sent them hurtling hundreds of meters away, colliding recklessly. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, obscuring nearly half the island. Inside the cave, debris continued to plummet, and fissures appeared at the entrance. Liang Luo donned his golden bell armor, while Suin brandished her shield. Amidst the billowing smoke, Liang Luo turned to Suin and commanded, "Bring Mocha down immediately." Understood. Mocha was already prepared, soaring to the cave entrance within mere seconds. The two burst forth from the cave, and with a graceful flip, Suin mounted Mocha's back, extending her hand to Liang Luo. He grasped her hand and swiftly ascended behind her. The moment Suin took her place atop Mocha, her demeanor transformed, becoming cold and resolute. "Hold on tight. I will not be responsible if you fall." Her icy voice rang out, prompting Liang Luo to instinctively tighten his embrace around her waist. With a surge of wind and fire beneath Mocha, they shot skyward like a rocket, bursting through the smoke, and leaving behind the furious roar of the velociraptor leader. Mocha flew unsteadily in the air. Though a 3rd-tier magical beast, it was fully capable of carrying 2 adults, yet today it was utterly exhausted from multiple battles. Heavily wounded from its skirmish with the velociraptor leader, and had just engaged in a fierce struggle with the pterosaur. As Suin tenderly caressed Mocha's bloodied wounds, tears welled in her eyes as she softly murmured, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." "Miss Su, there's no time for sorrow," Liang Luo interrupted her whispers. "The pterosaurs are closing in. Suin turned to see approximately 10 pterosaurs rapidly approaching, instantly heightening her anxiety. She knew Mocha could no longer endure any further assaults. Liang Luo expanded the golden bell shield to its maximum, enveloping Mocha entirely. The pterosaurs behind them opened their beaks, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that struck the bell shield with a resounding chime. After 2 minutes, the shield shattered, and several pterosaurs immediately lunged forward to peck at them. Liang Luo conjured dark thorns to ensnare one pterosaur, which, unable to fly with its wings bound, plummeted from the sky. Suin brandished her staff, the gem atop it radiating dazzling light, as an inexplicable energy coalesced around it, forming a transparent crystal that continuously grew into a sharp crystalline spearhead over a meter long, transforming the staff into a lance exceeding 3 meters. Yet, as she wielded it, she felt no resistance. The mysterious crystal spearhead seemed weightless. Although referred to as a lance, it bore resemblance to ancient Chinese halberds or polearms, capable of both thrusting and cleaving. With a sweeping motion, Suin severed a pterosaur's wing. More pterosaurs swarmed in, and the lance whirled in Su Yin's hands, occasionally unleashing crescent-shaped slashes. It would take merely 7 or 8 minutes to reach the seashore from their current location. After a strenuous defense, Liang Luo could finally see the Xuanwu ship docked by the beach. Elation surged within him. Victory was within reach. Just as he felt safety was imminent, a white beam of light suddenly shot from the dense forest below, causing Mocha to instinctively evade but still get struck in the wing. The source of the beam was none other than the mutated velociraptor leader, relentlessly pursuing them from below. Damn it! Liang Luo shouted as they began to free fall. Fortunately, inertia kept them gliding forward, and soon they neared the beach. Just before impact, Mocha exerted its last ounce of strength to hurl the two of them forward. The soft sand cushioned their landing, and Suin and Liang Luo tumbled together, rolling for over 20 meters before coming to a halt. Holding Suin felt delightful. The beauty in his embrace was sweet and tender. Yet Liang Luo had no time to revel in this moment of intimacy, for his entire body throbbed with intense pain as if his bones might shatter. Thankfully, due to his enhanced physique and the protection of his scale armor, he had sustained no severe injuries. However, Suin had suffered a broken leg and could not rise. Suppressing his own pain, Liang Luo assisted Suin to her feet, acutely aware that every second counted as the pterosaurs above began their dive. With a thud, the sound of crossbows being loosed echoed. The Xuanwu ship had prepared its onboard ballistae, and 2 massive bolts pierced the descending pterosaurs, causing them to spiral out of control. At that moment, an enraged roar erupted from the forest as the velociraptor leader burst forth from the dense foliage, closing the distance to the two by 700 or 800 meters. Charging straight at them. Without hesitation, Liang Luo lifted Suin and began to sprint, having previously commanded his puppets to be on high alert. Not far ahead, 9 elite steel puppets, wielding double-handed greatswords, stood like 9 formidable warriors. 4 elite wooden puppets also approached, taking Suin from Liang Luo while the other 2 lifted the unconscious Mocha. Liang Luo dashed past the line of steel puppets, issuing a command, "Stop it." The 9 elite steel puppets raised their swords, stepping forward like an iron wall to shield their master. The velociraptor leader dismissed these constructs with contempt, using its speed to slash at them with its razor-sharp claws. The sharp, ear-piercing sound of steel clashing rang out as the velociraptor's talons grazed the steel puppets, sending sparks flying and leaving shallow gashes upon their metallic bodies. Nevertheless, the steel puppets fell back momentarily but quickly regained their footing. Another puppet swung its greatsword in a horizontal strike, landing a blow on the velociraptor's leg. Liang Luo's steel puppets were crafted from high-quality steel, each weighing nearly a ton, their combat prowess far surpassing that of the elite wooden puppets. This blow left the velociraptor leader momentarily stunned. Its once invincible claws proved ineffective. It exchanged several strikes with the steel puppets, its spiked tail lashing out like a whip against them. However, the velociraptor was built for speed, not brute strength, and it soon realized that these iron constructs were impervious to its attacks. When it clawed or bit at them, it only felt pain in return. The velociraptor, possessing intelligence, lifted its head and squinted at Liang Luo, recognizing him as the thief who had pilfered its water and eggs, the one who had crushed half of its clan with a stone. It vowed to tear him apart to quell its rage. Understanding that engaging with these iron beings was futile, the velociraptor leader charged forward, pushing past 2 puppets. It crouched slightly, gathering strength for a leap, breaking free from the puppet's encirclement, and began to accumulate energy in its maw. However, Liang Luo had already taken refuge beneath the Xuanwu ship, having commanded it to activate its magical wheels and approach the beach. As Liang Luo leaned against the tire, preparing to catch his breath, he felt a chilling sensation on his back. With a thunderous roar, the velociraptor leader's pale breath struck the shield, causing Liang Luo to break out in a cold sweat. Damn. System, report the status of the shield's damage. Beep. Turtle shell formation shield currently has 53 energy remaining. Good grief, that attack depleted half my energy. Liang Luo turned to glare at the velociraptor leader, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Still not gone, eh? Then you might as well stay. He shouted to the system, fire. A cacophony erupted as the Xuanwu ship's magical cannons unleashed a volley of fireballs, lightning, and bolts toward the Velociraptor leader. The Velociraptor attempted to evade, but found its tail ensnared by two steel puppets. Unable to shake them off, it endured the onslaught from the Xuanwu ship, letting out a pained howl. At that moment, Suin's sunset ship also arrived at the beach, the same grade 8 vessel, equipped with identical artillery, followed by a resounding roar. The Velociraptor leader desperately clawed at the two iron puppets, yet they clung tenaciously to its tail, refusing to let go. Knowing that each of these iron beings weighed a ton, although the Velociraptor leader was of the third rank, its tail lacked sufficient strength to shake them off. Its tail served as a means of balance while running, but now burdened by two iron men, it could not run swiftly, its agility severely diminished. And the firepower from both ships began to strike its body more frequently. Despite its thick bone armor and formidable defense, it could not withstand the relentless bombardment from the two vessels. Just then, another iron puppet latched onto one of its lower legs, and no matter how it struggled, it could not shake it off. Panic began to set in. If more iron puppets seized its tail and leg, it might truly meet its end here. Without a second thought, the Velociraptor leader turned and fled. It was not far from the forest, and it limped back, quickly slipping into the trees, where the cover of foliage prevented the cannons from firing upon it any longer. Liang Luo let out a cold snort, remarking on its swiftness, lamenting that his main cannon had yet to be constructed. Otherwise, a single shot could have taken its life. He commanded the puppets to withdraw and made his way onto the Xuanwu ship to prevent the Velociraptor leader from executing a counterattack. Both the Xuanwu and Sunset ships retreated to approximately a kilometer from the shore. The pterosaurs in the sky launched an attack on the Xuanwu ship for a time, but upon discovering that they could not breach the protective shield and faced continuous fire from a total of 7 vessels, they ultimately abandoned their assault and retreated in dejection after 2 of their companions were struck down by crossbow fire. Having finally escaped from peril, Liang Luo and Suin reclined on the deck of the Xuanwu ship, gazing blankly at the sky. After enduring a fierce battle, they were utterly exhausted, with Suin particularly battered and bruised. Thank you. Suin was the first to break the silence. Liang Luo did not respond, merely smiling in acceptance. May I ask you a question? Suin continued. In the cave, did you ever consider leaving me behind? After all, taking me with you is not only dangerous, but also a waste of such a powerful scroll. If I had perished in the cave, you would have been able to monopolize the fountain of youth and my ship. Liang Luo gazed at the blue sky, took a deep breath, and replied, so, you were genuinely afraid I would abandon you in the cave, which is why you were so anxious. You don't even consider that even if I had left, you wouldn't have died, would you? The return scroll isn't something unattainable. It merely comes at a high cost. Or you could have exerted yourself to dash out. There was a chance you could have ridden Mocha to escape. What good would that have done me? Suin pressed on. What about just now? Mocha was grievously injured, and I was unable to fight. If you had simply abandoned me to flee, I would have perished there. Liang Luo pondered for a moment and said, because you also had the chance to kill me, yet you did not take that path. That is sufficient. You are my friend, and you have aided me. I cannot repay kindness with enmity. Friend? Suin fell silent again after hearing this, closing her eyes and turning her head away, softly uttering 2 words, naive. After resting for a while, Suin struggled to her feet and said, according to our agreement, the fountain of youth is to be divided equally, 6 barrels in total. I will take 3, and there are 2 pterosaur corpses and a second-rank magic core on the beach for you. Consider it a favor returned. Liang Luo expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, hey, such a monumental task yields only 2 magic cores and 2 corpses? When did you, Su the Great, become so stingy? Suin replied, do not underestimate those 2 corpses. Sell them to Xiao Zhiyong, and he will pay handsomely for them. Liang Luo was puzzled. Xiao Zhiyong, the S-rank survivor from the military? What does he need pterosaur corpses for? Suin waved her hand dismissively, leaning against the ship's edge, limping away. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon her, and Liang Luo, watching her retreating figure, felt an urge to take her hand and assist her, yet for some reason, his steps faltered. Oh, perhaps this is the world of the single, destined to know no love. Liang Luo dispatched wooden puppets to retrieve the 2 pterosaur corpses drifting in the sea. Back in the captain's cabin, he once again lay upon the comfortable bed, fully relaxing. He felt that the day's events had been more exhilarating than the cumulative experiences of the past 30 years. Turning his head, he glanced at the 3 barrels of the fountain of youth and the 4 velociraptor eggs on the floor, his heart a turmoil of emotions. Suin was correct. Had she informed him beforehand of the existence of the 3rd-rank velociraptor, he might have relinquished the fountain of youth. At the very least, this time, she was right. Perhaps there were indeed qualities within her worth emulating. Chapter 63, Rejuvenation. After resting for a while, feeling hunger pangs, he decided to get something to eat and sell the pterosaur corpses in the process. He opened his friend chat and contacted Xiao Zhiyong. Brother Xiao, I have 2 second-rank pterosaur corpses here. I heard you might be interested. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Zhiyong replied, "Are the corpses intact?" Liang Luo responded, "They have a few holes from crossbow fire, but are essentially complete." Xiao Zhiyong replied, "Then I do need them. State your price." Liang Luo was momentarily at a loss for how to price them. As to him, these corpses were merely bones and flesh worth a little money. Noticing Liang Luo's silence, Xiao Zhiyong sent another message. "Did Suin tell you about this?" "Very well. I am quite straightforward. I will trade an excellent grade upgrade scroll for those two corpses. If you agree, it's a deal." "What?" Liang Luo could scarcely believe his eyes. These two worthless corpses were worth an excellent grade upgrade scroll. Were military personnel truly so generous? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Brother Xiao, are you specializing in necromancy? Can you resurrect the corpses?" Xiao Zhiyong confirmed, "Yes." "You've guessed correctly." Liang Luo replied, "Oh, then it's a deal. By the way, I also have a spellbook. Would you like to see if you need it?" He then retrieved the first-level necromancy spellbook, Tooth of Bones, from the warehouse, took a photo, and sent it to Xiao Zhiyong. He soon received a response. "Sure. I want this. What do you want in exchange?" Liang Luo thought for a moment and said, "I would like to trade for a light or shadow magic spell." Xiao Zhiyong replied, "I do not have one on hand at the moment, but I can seek someone to trade for one. I will contact you once I have it." Xiao Zion's replies were concise and devoid of superfluous chatter. Concluding their conversation, Liang Luo successfully completed the trade of the pterosaur corpses with Xiao Zhiyong, acquiring an excellent grade upgrade scroll. At last, this journey had not been in vain. He gazed at the upgrade scroll in his hand, then turned to look at the 3 barrels of the Fountain of Youth and the 4 velociraptor eggs in the room, unable to suppress a smile. Just then, he felt thirsty. After a whole day without a moment to drink water, his throat felt parched. Time to sample this Fountain of Youth. He excitedly poured himself a cup and took a sip. It was sweet and slightly cool, with no other discernible taste, similar to mineral water. Could it be a deception? Liang Luo drank 3 cups in quick succession and finally began to feel some effects. Most notably, his wounds started to heal gradually, akin to a life potion, albeit at a slower rate. Furthermore, his energy surged. The fatigue he had felt earlier evaporated, and his entire being was invigorated, as though he had rested for 3 days. This Fountain of Youth was truly remarkable. Liang Luo continued to drink until he felt his belly swell. Next were the 4 dinosaur eggs, each the size of a soccer ball. Upon inspection, he found they were all second-rank velociraptor eggs, finally allowing him to raise magical beasts for amusement. And they would be second rank right from the start. He carefully compared them and selected the largest one, determining it as his own, declaring, "You shall be my digital egg." Liang Luo, in a state of exhilaration, succumbed once again to his youthful fantasies. He reconfirmed the method of blood oath with the system and then retrieved a small knife, slicing open his fingertip to let his blood drip onto the velociraptor egg. The crimson liquid cascaded down the eggshell, only to be swiftly absorbed without leaving a trace, thus completing the blood oath. He accessed the system to appraise the egg, and upon hearing the chime, he learned that it was a second-tier velociraptor egg. Now bound to him, a weight lifted from his heart. Soon he would possess a second-tier magical pet. With 3 additional eggs in his possession, Liang Luo contemplated selling them. Recognizing that he could not afford to raise them, he had consulted the system and discovered that second-tier magical beasts did not emerge from their eggs with second-tier strength. Conversely, juvenile second-tier magical beasts were often weaker than first-tier ones and required time to mature into their true potential. This growth demanded substantial daily nourishment, predominantly meat, or else the magical pet could become so famished that it might turn against its owner. First or second-tier flesh could expedite their growth, but even so, it would take 2 years for a velociraptor to reach maturity, and feeding them ordinary animal meat would slow the process further. With the vast ocean surrounding him, he pondered the scarcity of magical beast meat, especially when some individuals struggled to afford meat even once every 3 days. Another avenue for fostering rapid growth was the provision of abundant magical cores, which, if sufficiently supplied, could grant combat capabilities in as little as a month. In essence, nurturing these creatures required an immense amount of resources. Unlike others, however, Liang Luo had no intention of utilizing magical cores for feeding pets, as he needed them for crafting puppets. Consequently, the surplus magical pets were rendered rather superfluous. He opened the system panel and accessed the regional trading channel to list the velociraptor egg, accompanied by a trading message, second-tier magical beast egg, unbound, willing to exchange for exceptional grade upgrade scrolls or other items of equivalent value. The moment it was posted, it sparked a considerable stir. "Look, the big shot has new items. It's a second-tier dinosaur egg. Incredible. Why sell such a treasure instead of keeping it? The one above is correct. The big shot must already have several. Only selling the excess. If I could obtain a second-tier magical beast, I could strut about with confidence. I suddenly feel my first-tier golden leopard has lost its allure." "You're right. A first-tier beast pales in comparison to a second-tier one. Your golden leopard would be better off with me." "Hey, big brother, I'm 18. A cute twin-tailed girl, seeking a patron. I'm a guy, and I can also sport twin tails. I wonder if the big shot is interested?" Liang Luo observed the chat devolving into chaos, yet no genuine bids emerged, leaving him exasperated. He promptly closed the chat, deciding to revisit it the following day. As he reclined on the soft mattress, Liang Luo drifted into a deep slumber, awakening the next morning at 10. He made his way to the bathroom, and, upon gazing into the mirror, nearly gasped. In his 30s, he had already begun to develop fine lines, and the rigors of life had caused his hairline to recede slightly. Yet now, he appeared devoid of wrinkles, his skin smooth and fair, his hair lustrous and black, his eyes clear and unblemished by redness or bags. Resembling his youthful self just after graduating from university. This rejuvenation was holistic. He even noticed a reduction in his body fat. The legendary fountain of youth was indeed as the system had described. Without any exaggeration, he had consumed half a bucket of the 5-liter spring water overnight. According to the system, 500 milliliters could reverse aging by 1 year. Thus he had effectively regained about 5 years, while he felt 10 years younger. System. If I drink too much of this spring water, will I revert to childhood? Liang Luo inquired. Ding. Yes, your current actual age is 26. If it drops below 18, your attributes will begin to decline, and the upper limits of your attributes will also be reduced. Then it seems unnecessary to drink excessively. How long is the shelf life of this spring water? He continued. Ding. If stored sealed, approximately 20 years. Ah, I see. In that case, I shall save it for later consumption. Liang Luo gazed at the remaining 2.5 barrels of spring water, his eyes gleaming with the thought that selling it could fetch a fortune. In high spirits, he stepped out of the captain's quarters and spotted Suin leaning against the rail of the setting sun, basking in the sea breeze. The two vessels were docked closely, almost side by side. Liang Luo approached her, greeting, Good morning, Su. How did you sleep last night? Good morning, Suin replied, her demeanor relaxed and content. Thanks to you, I slept rather well. However, her expression quickly soured. I must say, you're quite something, stealing a velociraptor egg. No wonder the velociraptor leader relentlessly pursued us, resulting in injuries for both Mocha and me. How do you intend to compensate for my mental anguish? Shouldn't you share too with me? Liang Luo retorted, Miss Su, whether I stole the egg or not, it would have chased us. We had agreed beforehand. The fountain of youth is to be split equally, and any other items belong to whoever claims them first. We share the risks, surely you remember? Suin was not genuinely upset. She scoffed. Humph, how tedious. Middle-aged men truly lack charm. Did you even attempt to charm me? I felt nothing. Also, just yesterday you called me handsome, and today I'm a middle-aged man? My current age is quite comparable to that of your youthful celebrity crush. Liang Luo flashed a self-assured smile. Don't flatter yourself. Even if you drink all the fountain water, your old-fashioned demeanor remains a waste. The two exchanged playful banter. With Suin appearing more pure and radiant than the previous day, her complexion glowing with a youthful vigor reminiscent of her university days. Yet, she also exuded the aura and charm of a mature woman. It was evident she too had partaken of the fountain of youth, significantly reducing her actual age. On the beach, Liang Luo's puppets had been tirelessly chopping wood throughout the night, accumulating a small mountain of timber and stones, which elicited Su Yin's admiration. She, accompanied by 2 handsome young male slaves for her daily needs, had 8 male and 1 female slaves just starting their day's labor. Suin also possessed a puppet, a finely crafted wooden model purchased from Liang Luo. However, he had attempted to control it and failed. As the system had left no loophole, the puppet sold would only heed their current owner's commands. After a brief chat, they returned to their respective tasks. As the island remained, and time was precious, Liang Luo harbored a bold idea. He wished to attempt capturing some weaker first-tier magical beasts for domestication. According to the system, offspring from 2 first-tier magical beasts would invariably be first-tier as well, and since first-tier beasts contain magical cores, if he could successfully breed them, he could continuously acquire first-tier magical cores. However, even the weakest of first-tier magical beasts, such as wild chickens or moles, could unleash wind blades or earth spikes, making them easy to kill but challenging to capture alive. Fearing retaliation from the velociraptor leader, Liang Luo instructed his puppets not to venture too deep into the island's interior, confining their search for suitable beasts to the surrounding forests, while he himself kept a safe distance on the ship. Deploying all his exceptional-grade wooden and steel puppets, he set traps and encircled the area. After a whole day of efforts, he finally succeeded in capturing 3 wild chickens, 1 male and 2 females. These were not ordinary chickens, but rather creatures resembling a blend of dinosaurs and chickens, abundant on the island, suggesting they were not formidable magical beasts. Liang Luo recalled that chickens were relatively easy to care for and prolific breeders, unlike other animals such as lizards, snakes, or spiders, which he was unfamiliar with. Thus, his initial focus was solely on capturing wild chickens. The system had previously stated that smaller magical beasts such as insects and fish possess magic cores that are too diminutive to be viable, and thus, are not recognized by the system. Liang Luo scrutinized the wild chicken before him. This first-tier rooster stood approximately 1.2 meters tall, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors, with a fiery red comb. Its beak, reminiscent of a bird's, bore a striking resemblance to that of a dinosaur, featuring sharp teeth. While its formidable claws were robust and aggressive, it could unleash blades of wind and briefly soar to heights of over 10 meters. Its legs and wings had been struck by 2 arrows, binding it in place, immobilized by puppets that held its limbs to the ground. The hen exhibited lesser combat prowess compared to the rooster and was slightly smaller, possessing a more docile temperament. However, untamed magical beasts are inherently dangerous, and keeping a minimal number is rather uninteresting. Conversely, maintaining a larger flock would entail an immense undertaking. Merely constructing the iron cages to house them would be a monumental task. They also possessed the ability to launch ranged attacks, and one could easily sustain injuries during their care. It remained uncertain whether Zhao Hongda could manage the situation. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. Solutions tend to outweigh difficulties, and problems can be resolved gradually. Liang Luo bound the 4 chickens securely and tossed them onto the Xianwei No. 1, assigning 2 steel puppets and 4 stone puppets to oversee them. Additionally, 2 other wild chickens had met their demise at the hands of errant arrows and could not be captured alive. Liang Luo roasted and consumed them instead. The flesh of the first-tier wild chicken was exceptionally fragrant, far surpassing that of ordinary chicken, though it was quite tough, making it difficult for those with poor dentition to chew, perhaps due to his inadequate roasting skills. He promptly called for Wenshuna, urging her to hasten her learning of chicken soup preparation, as it would surely be a nourishing concoction. The system indicated that the meat of first-tier magical beasts could slightly enhance injury recovery and mana restoration in the trading market. A pound of first-tier magical beast meat could fetch 2.5 system coins. If he succeeded in breeding them, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial income. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day had drawn to a close. The following morning, the time for the joint exploration scroll was imminent, and Suin and Liang Luo exchanged brief farewells on the beach. Although I suffered a loss this time, I am still very much looking forward to our next collaboration, Suin said with a beaming smile. Liang Luo rolled his eyes. Yes, you suffered a loss. This has truly been a delightful experience. Let us hope there isn't a next time, or I fear my heart won't withstand it. After exchanging playful banter, Suin produced a book and handed it to Liang Luo, saying, I dislike being indebted to others. You saved my life without holding a grudge. So I present this book to you as a token of my appreciation and an apology. Liang Luo accepted it and discovered it was a book on bow and arrow crafting, an item of excellent quality capable of producing superior bows and arrows. With a rarity of 50, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly drooling over the book. Even Su Yin's unparalleled beauty paled in comparison to it. I can't possibly accept this. It feels inappropriate. Liang Luo stammered, feigning modesty, yet gripping the book tightly, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. Suin graciously insisted, smiling, My life is worth more than this. Rest assured, I have plenty of items to sell. And this book is somewhat of a burden for me. Liang Luo chuckled, Then I shall graciously accept. He swiftly stowed the book in his backpack. He then jested, President Su, suddenly so generous. Could it be you have developed feelings for me? To his surprise, Suin did not deny it. She stepped closer, enveloping Liang Luo in a warm embrace and whispered in his ear, Indeed, I have taken a liking to you. Should there come a day when you wish to cease your efforts, come seek me, and I shall support you. Liang Luo was taken aback by the suddenness of her actions and words, realizing his jest had inadvertently become reality. He steadied himself and replied, Thank you for your kindness, President Su. However, I shall return the sentiment. Should you find yourself in dire straits in the future, do remember to seek me out, and I shall provide for you. Chapter 65, The Ancient Terror Chicken. The two completed their playful farewell, leaving Liang Luo with a lingering sense of excitement. Su Yin's beauty and formidable abilities left him quite enamored. Yet, her assertive nature, audacity, and penchant for control rendered her a challenging companion. Moreover, the current circumstances were hardly conducive to romantic pursuits. Upon returning to the ship, as the clock struck 8, the same azure glow enveloped the 5 vessels, mysterious symbols swirling in the air. On the opposite ship, Suin waved at him. In an instant, Liang Luo found himself back at the same position he occupied 3 days prior. The familiar sea breeze caressed him as he sat on the deck, enjoying breakfast, steamed buns and millet porridge prepared by Wenshuna. While he ate, he accessed the system, perusing the warehouse panel to tally his recent acquisitions. Over the span of 3 days, he had felled 380 units of timber, gathered 500 units of stone, obtained 67 first-tier magic cores, 6 second-tier magic cores, and 2 ancient fossils, along with several black iron treasure chests containing various living supplies. His current total resources amounted to 310 units of timber, 780 units of stone, 3 units of ordinary grade steel, 310 units of superior grade steel, and a substantial quantity of uncut steel that could not be accounted for. In addition, he possessed 99 first-tier magic cores, 7 second-tier magic cores, and 1 third-tier magic core, along with 640 system coins. He had 80 superior grade wooden puppets, 26 superior grade stone puppets, 10 excellent grade wooden puppets, 2 excellent grade stone puppets, and 9 excellent grade steel puppets. Your craftsmanship is commendable. You have made remarkable progress. Liang Luo praised Wenshuna as he savored his buns. Over the past 3 days, he had kept her confined to the cabin, without allowing her to leave. Wenshuna, having learned her lesson, refrained from questioning or complaining, happily responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Master. This is simply my duty." After a brief pause, she suddenly inquired, "Master, if I were to procure some valuable items for you, would you reward me?" Liang Luo was perplexed by her question and asked, "You? As a slave with no opportunity to venture outside, where would you acquire valuable items?" "Hee. Do you remember that person named Li Weiran from last time?" Wenshuna said, a hint of pride in her voice. "Li Weiran? Yes, the one who sold me the meteorite magic scroll. What of him?" Wenshuna replied, "That day, I conversed with him for a while. He is rather foolish, and I believe I can handle him." Liang Luo began to grasp her intent. "You mean to manipulate him into providing you with resources?" "Master, how could you say that?" Wenshuna feigned indignation, stamping her foot. "What do you mean by manipulate? I was merely engaging in normal conversation, and whatever he chooses to give me is entirely his decision." Liang Luo contemplated the situation, given the current state of affairs. Where survival was paramount, there was no need to be overly concerned with moral constraints. "Well, that seems acceptable. Do as you wish. I suspect that love-struck fool is merely a B-grade survivor. He likely has nothing of great value." Liang Luo replied casually as he continued to munch on his bun. He accessed the system panel and slave panel, where he could establish a subsystem for slave use, with permissions under his control. He granted Wenshuna partial chatting privileges, allowing her to act independently. After finishing his breakfast, Zhao Hongda from Xianwei No. 1 messaged Liang Luo to inform him that the pig rabbit had given birth. Liang Luo was delighted by this news and hurried to Xianwei No. 1. In the animal pen lay a litter of newly born pig rabbits, roughly 7 in total. They certainly had a strong reproductive capacity. After all, both pigs and rabbits are known for their prolific breeding. It was said that rabbits possess 2 uteruses, so it was entirely normal for pig rabbits to have numerous offspring. He inquired of Zhao Hongda, "Old Zhao, how many males and females do we have?" "Captain, there are 4 males and 3 females," Zhao Hongda replied respectfully. "Excellent. Pair them up and divide them into 3 groups, each receiving different dosages of growth serum. I wish to observe the experiment and report any developments to me," Liang Luo commanded. "Rest assured, Captain," Zhao Hongda assured, patting his chest. Subsequently, Liang Luo inspected the wild boars and sika deer brought down from Cannibal Island, both of which were already pregnant and would soon give birth. Lastly, there were the 3 first-tier wild chickens. Upon mentioning these, Zhao Hongda's expression turned grave. "Captain, these are quite troublesome, especially the male. It's exceedingly fierce. I've never encountered such a robust and ferocious chicken before. Is this a chicken or a dinosaur?" Liang Luo, observing the peculiar creatures before him, also furrowed his brow. Currently, their claws, beaks, and wings were bound, and a steel puppet pressed down on them to prevent escape. However, this was not a sustainable solution. They couldn't eat or breed. He employed the system to assess the 3 chickens. Ding. Ancient terror chickens, first-tier magical beasts, evolved from dinosaurs but not fully evolved, retaining some dinosaur characteristics while being predominantly avian. All 3 bore identical assessments, confirming that chickens indeed descended from dinosaurs, which prompted Liang Luo to ponder deeply. Despite being first-tier magical beasts, the male chicken's size and combat prowess were noticeably superior to that of the females. Ancient terror chickens? An idea sparked in Liang Luo's mind. System, this wild chicken belongs to the ancient species, correct? Ding. Affirmative. This simplified matters. Liang Luo accessed his warehouse panel and retrieved a first-tier magical beast taming scroll. The most straightforward approach was to tame them directly. Initially, Liang Luo was reluctant to waste the scroll, for a simple reason, based on current knowledge. A magical beast's combat capability was closely linked to its species. Among magical beasts of the same tier, different species could exhibit drastically different combat strengths and growth potentials. Powerful species might even engage in battles beyond their tier. Thus, while many first-tier cats and dogs were sold in the trading market, their prices were low. In stark contrast, even an ordinary tiger, being a newly mutated second-tier beast, was in high demand due to its superior growth potential, making it capable of matching a first-tier dog. Magical beasts with mythological bloodlines could fetch astronomical prices. This was precisely why the second-tier velociraptor eggs he had listed garnered such significant attention, given that velociraptors were known for their formidable combat abilities. Consequently, wild chickens theoretically ranked among the weakest in combat capability within magical beasts, with limited growth potential. Liang Luo intended to raise them solely for egg production, rather than nurturing them as pets. It was important to note that, despite the first-tier magical beast taming scroll being classified as a high-quality item, its rarity was considerable, and it was seldom available on the market, even with wealth. One could not easily acquire it. However, it seemed this particular creature was not an ordinary wild chicken, but rather an ancient dinosaur chicken. Given the current predicament, there was no alternative. If the bindings were loosened, the terror chicken would certainly attack. Its strength was such that even a standard iron cage could not contain it, making it impossible to raise. Thus, the options were to either tame it with the scroll or resort to slaughter for meat. Liang Luo had resolved to tame the male. He possessed 2 first-tier magical beast taming scrolls, one obtained from a man on Cannibal Island and another whose origin he had forgotten. He produced one and directed it at the rooster. System, I wish to tame this rooster. Ding. Do you wish to use a first-tier magical beast taming scroll to tame this first-tier ancient terror chicken? Yes. The scroll illuminated, and as before, all the text floated into the rooster's body, leading to the scroll's incineration. The rooster's tense body relaxed suddenly, its eyes becoming clear, devoid of the previous hostility. Chapter 66, The City on Water. Liang Luo signaled the steel puppet to unbind the rooster. As the ropes fell away, the rooster stood, flapping its wings, and then raised its proud head to gaze at Liang Luo, seemingly awaiting commands. Liang Luo tossed some chicken feed onto the ground, but the rooster did not approach until he verbally encouraged it to eat, demonstrating commendable obedience, which pleasantly surprised Liang Luo. According to the chat channel, different species exhibited varying levels of obedience. Some magical beasts were not particularly affectionate towards humans. Even after taming, they would only respond to commands to attack or cease, disregarding all others, and might even bite their owners if they went hungry. In contrast, canine and equine magical beasts had the highest obedience levels, with skilled trainers able to tame them without scrolls. Nonetheless, taming via scrolls was not infallible. If an owner frequently abused their magical pet, betrayal was likely. At least this rooster displayed a good attitude. Since you're so compliant, I must reward you, Liang Luo remarked, retrieving an ancient fossil and a second-tier magical core from his warehouse. He intended to elevate this rooster to second tier. The system had stated that second-tier magical beasts typically produced first-tier offspring, with a small chance of directly yielding second-tier young. Furthermore, this ancient terror chicken was more powerful than an ordinary wild chicken and could prove valuable in combat. System, can I use these 2 items to evolve this chicken to second tier? Liang Luo inquired. Ding. Materials are sufficient, but evolution is temporarily impossible. Why? Liang Luo questioned, puzzled. Ding. For a magical beast to advance tiers, 3 conditions must be met. First, the beast must be fully mature and have consumed enough flesh and cores of its own tier to maximize the energy within its core. Second, materials from a higher tier beast of the same type are required as evolutionary guides. Different materials will lead to different evolutionary outcomes. Lastly, the beast must consume a magical core from a beast of a higher tier than itself, as the energy within the first tier ancient wild chicken's core has yet to peak. It cannot evolve. The system's response was quite detailed, conveying a straightforward message. This rooster had not yet reached the pinnacle of the first tier, and once it did, it could evolve. The solution was simple. Feed it more first-tier magical cores. Liang Luo reluctantly set aside his plans for immediate evolution, deciding to wait until later. Now that you are my chicken, it's time for you to have a name. Since I caught you on the mountain, you shall be called Mountain Chicken, Liang Luo declared. The rooster seemed to comprehend, making a sound that resembled a mix between a chicken's cluck and a dinosaur's call, albeit sharper. Mountain Chicken, I've got you all tied up. Your task now is to breed with these 2 hens and ensure they lay eggs, Liang Luo said with a mischievous grin. To prevent any lack of enthusiasm on their part, Liang Luo instructed Zhao Honda to add some aphrodisiac to their feed. Soon, Mountain Chicken began engaging in amorous activities with the hens, much to Liang Luo's delight, as he envisioned a plethora of first-tier eggs beckoning to him. Returning to his captain's quarters, Liang Luo perused his panel, troubled by one significant concern. His magical cores were in short supply, hindering the production of more superior puppets. I may have made a mistake, Liang Luo mused, realizing he had been too modest. He should have sold superior puppets at the earliest opportunity. Initially, he regarded them as a trump card that should not be easily sold, but instead, he used resources to craft superior puppets, leading to his current financial shortfall. Regaining his focus, Liang Luo promptly summoned Wenshuna to begin recording videos for the superior puppets. The system stipulated that each individual could list a maximum of 3 items in the regional trading channel at once. Liang Luo delisted his previously offered superior wooden puppet and leather armor, now listing a superior wooden puppet, a superior stone puppet, and a second-tier velociraptor egg, pricing them at double their production costs, earning a profit with each sale. As anticipated, the launch of the exceptional grade puppets created a tremendous stir. Ah, brother puppet, truly deserving of my admiration, has already mastered the art of crafting such superior puppets. Goodness, could it be that the esteemed creator's manufacturing tome has ascended to the level of perfection? Alas, I have yet to procure even a single exceptional grade item. How am I to proceed? Look, this new puppet can actually perceive its surroundings through the system, and it comes without any distance limitations. How splendid. It can scout dangerous areas on my behalf in the future. Shared vision is merely a rehash of the drones from before. I've long since grown weary of them. Oh, my goddess, you remain as beautiful as ever. For your sake, I must place an order as well. May the esteemed creator grant her a generous commission. Everyone chimed in, enthusiastically discussing their puppets, and Brother Puppet's name became virtually synonymous with the channel, known to all. Soon, 6 orders arrived, 3 exceptional grade wooden puppets and 3 exceptional grade stone puppets. The prices were unexpectedly high, and Liang Luo was overjoyed, promptly attending to the orders. Beep. A message from a friend arrived. Liang Luo was busy with the orders, but upon opening it, he saw it was from Song Jinian. Hello, Brother Liang, Song Jinian wrote. Professor Wang has successfully arrived at our base. The official water city has been preliminarily completed. Your location is not far from us, and we hope you can come over. I have matters to discuss. He then sent a coordinate. Why am I being summoned? For what purpose? Liang Luo pondered, perplexed. Mayor Song, may I inquire what this is about? He replied politely. Haha, the reason for your summons is indeed significant. You shall find out upon your arrival. Rest assured. It is a favorable matter. It will not harm you, Song Jinian responded. Curiosity piqued. Liang Luo thought to himself that he had no other pressing engagements at the moment. Perhaps he should pay a visit. A water city? Is it genuine? Can a city truly be constructed upon the ocean under such circumstances? Thus, Liang Luo sent a message. All right, Mayor Song, I shall come at once. He adjusted his course towards the specified coordinates. After 3 lengthy days of sailing, Liang Luo finally approached the designated location, having encountered no islands along the way, save for the occasional floating treasure chest. In the distance, he spotted a towering white stone pillar rising above the sea level, at least 100 meters high. What could that be? Is it an island? Liang Luo gasped in astonishment. At that moment, when Shuna spoke up, Master, that is the obelisk. When I was captured by the chicken-headed man, I was brought before such a stone pillar, and then I was drawn into the tower. The obelisk. Liang Luo stroked his chin in contemplation, pondering what this entity could be. The coordinates for the water city, sent by Song Jinian, led directly to the obelisk. Could it be that the city lies within the tower? Regardless, the officials must possess some information. A visit would surely clarify everything. Liang Luo anchored the Xuanwu and boarded the Xianwei No. 3 to approach the site, which was still about 2 kilometers away. In the event of danger, he could utilize the ship's teleportation scroll to retreat. Although he did not truly believe that Song Jinian would pose a threat, one must always remain cautious. Before long, Xianwei No. 3 arrived beneath the obelisk. His earlier thoughts proved erroneous. The water city was not within the obelisk, but rather constructed around it. A circular arrangement of floating land, reminiscent of a bygone water dock. Using numerous animal hides fashioned into air sacs, they laid wooden planks atop, resembling oversized sheepskin rafts, all interconnected with ropes. Various wooden houses dotted the area, but the scale was modest, with only a few individuals moving about, evoking a post-apocalyptic ambience. This is what they call a water city? It barely qualifies as a water village, Liang Luo scoffed internally. Nevertheless, considering that he had been in this world for less than 2 months, the official's swift mobilization to establish such a small settlement was indeed impressive. At that moment, Song Jinian, accompanied by 2 soldiers, awaited at the dock. Liang Luo disembarked with 2 exceptional grade wooden puppets. Welcome, welcome, Song Jinian greeted with a warm smile, exuding approachability as he clapped Liang Luo on the shoulder. You appear much younger than when I saw you in the holographic projection. Truly remarkable. Not at all. It is merely a testament to the nurturing of our homeland, Liang Luo modestly replied, scratching his head. Chapter 67, The Obelisk. Liang Luo, once a mere citizen, felt a tinge of reverence upon encountering a figure like the mayor. Your main ship is anchored outside. Ha ha ha. It seems, young Liang, not only do you speak eloquently, but you also act prudently. I admire that, Song Jinian remarked, discerning Liang Luo's underlying wariness yet appearing unperturbed by it. Liang Luo sensed that Mayor Song possessed a rather amiable disposition, devoid of any bureaucratic arrogance, allowing him to relax slightly. With a smile, he said, It is our first meeting. I hope Mayor Song will not take offense. Ah, Song Jinian waved his hand. Not only am I not offended, but I find your reliability quite commendable. Come, let me show you around. We can converse as we walk. The 2 walked side by side, with the soldiers trailing behind. Liang Luo had noticed that the soldiers were armed with firearms, albeit rudimentary makeshift guns crafted from iron pipes in a post-apocalyptic style. Mayor Song, may I inquire if the weapons held by these soldiers are genuine firearms? Liang Luo voiced his curiosity. Indeed, these are long-barreled firearms produced by our officials. The system rates them as excellent-grade items, Song Jinian confirmed. Self-produced? Is that truly possible? Liang Luo expressed his astonishment. Song Jinian perceived Liang Luo's thoughts and explained. Do not be surprised. This world, though it appears game-like, is in fact entirely open. As long as one possesses the skill, anything can be created, once crafted. The system will evaluate it, and can even upgrade it using scrolls. With the power of the officials, will it not be possible to replicate the technology from Blue Star here? Liang Luo inquired. That is impossible, Song Jinian replied, due to a lack of resources. Modern civilization relies on an extensive industrial framework. Steel, oil, and coal are the foundations of industry, along with various rare metals. However, The islands here emerge for no more than 10 days at a time, making it impossible for us to gather sufficient materials. Just like the bullets for the soldiers' firearms. They require steel, charcoal, saltpeter, sulfur, and so forth. These resources are rarely found on the islands, and even if they were, there would not be enough time or manpower to mine them, rendering mass production unattainable. I see, Liang Luo contemplated. Even if human civilization had once been formidable, it remains constrained by the rules of this world. However, do not underestimate the capabilities of the officials, Song Jinian said with a confident smile. Before long, the two arrived near the obelisk, where Liang Luo was astonished to discover that the area had transformed from the previous floating sensation into solid ground. He observed that the entire city was constructed in concentric circles around the obelisk, reminiscent of the ring roads of the former imperial capital. Currently, there were 5 ring roads in total, each more than 4 meters wide, lined with single-story wooden houses that appeared to house shops, bars, and blacksmiths, among others. In contrast to the outer 3 rings, the inner second ring closest to the obelisk was not composed of floating land, but rather solid ground, with buildings constructed of brick and stone, typically 2 or 3 stories high. Mayor Song, how is it possible to construct brick houses in this area? Surely it cannot be stable? Liang Luo inquired. Indeed, Song Jinian affirmed. The massive stone pillar before you is called the obelisk. Unlike the islands, it will not submerge. Moreover, we discovered that the area within a radius of approximately 200 meters is a shallow sea, dotted with various rocks of all sizes. By driving long wooden piles into the seabed or securing them to the rocks, we can establish a firm foundation upon which to lay a stone pathway and even construct stone houses. As they spoke, the two approached the obelisk, and Liang Luo looked up at the towering stone pillar before him, its overall shape resembling a rectangular prism, broad at the base and tapering towards the top, soaring into the clouds with a pointed apex akin to a pyramid. The 4 sides were smooth and even, crafted from a pristine stone as white as jade, reminiscent of Han white marble. The obelisk is truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Liang Luo exclaimed in awe. What exactly is this? Song Jinian squinted at the towering structure and replied, from the information we currently possess, there is a significant correlation between the obelisk and our system. Experts speculate that it may serve as a form of information transmission platform. Messages, item transactions, and even the transportation of ourselves are likely facilitated through the obelisk. In the 168 area, 15 obelisks have already been discovered, and the same holds true for each smaller region. What leads experts to such speculation? Liang Luo inquired, perplexed. Because of the inscriptions, Song Jinian responded. We have observed that the obelisk is densely inscribed with an ancient and mysterious script, with certain characters intermittently glowing, pulsating as if a computer were transmitting code. These inscriptions have been studied by experts and are identical to the script found on various scrolls, spellbooks, and crafting manuals we have obtained. Additionally, these obelisks possess 2 other capabilities. As Song Jinian approached the obelisk, placing his hand gently upon its smooth surface, he continued. The first known capability is that through the obelisk, we can engage and trade with players from other regions. What? Liang Luo exclaimed, somewhat astonished. No wonder the officials can trade with players from other areas while we ordinary players are confined to trading within our small region of tens of thousands. To trade across larger regions, one must purchase a regional or world trumpet. Correct? Song Jinian nodded in affirmation. However, the trading functionality of the obelisk is not as convenient as the trumpet. It does not allow for public trading announcements and can only facilitate private transactions, with a fee of ocean coins required for each exchange. Liang Luo nodded, recognizing the system's characteristic tendency, and remarked, even so, this is quite advantageous, enabling quicker exchanges of desired items. Does this not imply that whoever can control the obelisk gains a significant advantage over other players, potentially monopolizing cross-regional trade? Song Jinian nodded, a glint of approval in his eyes, and replied, indeed, it is likely that various factions will vie for control of the obelisk in the future. But in the short term, such control will not be easily attained. Why is that? Are there requirements for utilizing the obelisk? Liang Luo queried. Song Jinian shook his head. Not requirements, but rather, it has been occupied by other races. This brings me to the second capability. The obelisk issues tasks to the indigenous races. If you have ever purchased slaves, you may know that many were captured by the indigenous races and subsequently sold to the system via the obelisk. Liang Luo was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the previous attack by the indigenous races was orchestrated by the obelisk? Yes, Song Jinian confirmed. The indigenous races rely on the obelisk for survival, and currently, all obelisks are under their control. These creatures are numerous, and some possess considerable strength, making them formidable opponents. I see, Liang Luo remarked, continuing to inquire. So this obelisk before us was also seized from the indigenous races? Correct, Song Jinian responded. Upon learning of the obelisk's existence, our superiors commanded each small region to capture one at all costs to facilitate resource exchange. The tower we see before us was taken by Xiao Zhiong, leading 7 A-grade survivors from the military, along with dozens of B and C-grade individuals. What exactly are these indigenous races? They seem neither to be monsters nor humans. They live at sea, yet cannot swim, and they have their own ships. Where did those ships come from? Liang Luo's questions flowed rapidly. Song Jinian, undeterred by the barrage of inquiries, expressed a hint of admiration for Liang Luo's curiosity. He smiled and explained, they construct their own ships, and some are acquired from the obelisk. Chapter 68, Negotiating Cooperation. Ships can be purchased. Do these beings, then, share our status as survivors? Song Jinian shook his head. We are still uncertain of the specifics. We only know they are humanoid beings with low intelligence. We recently took control of this area and captured some live specimens. We enlisted the help of language experts to communicate with them and gathered the following information. They descend from various islands, crafting small boats to navigate the treacherous seas, arriving at the obelisk to undertake tasks and earn ocean coins. They can then exchange these coins for supplies, including larger vessels. The tasks assigned by the obelisk predominantly involve attacking us human survivors. In summary, they are hostile beings. As Liang Luo absorbed this information, he began to contemplate. If that is the case, they must have existed for quite some time, perhaps even before we Blue Star humans arrived in this world. And other humans may have participated in this game. After discussing for a while, although many questions remained, they finally acquired a general understanding of the obelisk and the indigenous races. Let us not linger here. Come, let us sit in my office, Song Jinian suggested. Liang Luo was thus led to a 3-story building, a modest structure of brick and stone, simply decorated with several rooms furnished with wooden tables and chairs. They entered the largest room, where Song Jinian remarked, this is where we usually hold our office meetings, as he prepared tea for Liang Luo. Have experts made any further discoveries about this world? Liang Luo inquired, eager for more information. Song Jinian took a sip of tea and began thoughtfully. Firstly, it is evident that this is no longer Blue Star. It is highly probable that we humans have encountered some advanced civilization in the cosmos that brought us here. Or perhaps we have long been under the control of other civilizations. Listening to these astonishing words, Liang Luo felt little surprise, as he had harbored similar thoughts. Observing Liang Luo's lack of reaction, Song Jinian continued, regarding this world, our understanding is still limited. What we do know is that it is a planet entirely enveloped by ocean, with an average water depth exceeding 6,000 meters, and the deepest regions remain uncharted. Despite this, the sea here is relatively calm, devoid of tumultuous waves, and even lacks tides, as if suppressed by some mysterious force. Indeed, Liang Luo nodded in agreement. Although the seas became a bit more turbulent after the novice protection period ended, the conditions have not been particularly harsh. He recalled that the system had mentioned something about the first phase. He had assumed it was merely his good fortune. Now, it appeared that this might very well be the ocean's normal state. Song Jinian continued. You must have heard from the system that 5 billion people from Blue Star have arrived here. As for what has become of the elderly and the children, we currently have no knowledge. These 5 billion individuals have been divided into 100 major regions, with each major region containing 500 smaller districts. Each district is akin to an independent planet, all of similar size, with comparable oceanic conditions, each hosting around 20 obelisks. You can think of it as a large building, where each floor's structure and layout are identical. Our small district is merely one level. Crossing his arms and wearing a grave expression, Liang Luo remarked, I believe it resembles a series of identical petri dishes, perhaps indicating that the advanced civilization's purpose is to have us compete and fight under these rules, ultimately selecting the most exceptional individuals. Song Jinian lit a cigarette and languidly remarked, this is not without possibility. Once we emerge victorious from our battles, we may perhaps ascend to a higher realm and join their ranks. Alternatively, we might become their worthy sustenance or materials, or it could all be devoid of significance, merely a form of entertainment for them. After all, humanity too engages in similar acts against lesser beings. Regardless of the civilization's intentions, we currently lack the capacity to resist. All we can do is struggle for survival within the existing rules. One day, when we have grown sufficiently powerful, we may glimpse a sliver of truth. Extinguishing his cigarette, a profound silence enveloped the two. Mayor Song, you summoned me, presumably not just to discuss these matters. Liang Luo broke the silence. Song Jinian smiled faintly, acknowledging there were indeed pressing matters to address. But before delving into those, he handed Liang Luo a scroll. Here, take this. It's a scroll that enhances mastery of dark magic, increasing comprehension speed by 50 for 48 hours. Last time, you provided me with a scroll for earth magic. And now I have brought you one for dark magic in exchange. Liang Luo's spirits lifted considerably, showering him with gratitude. It seemed the official internal channels were truly remarkable. Observing Liang Luo's beaming expression, Song Jinian felt a lift in his own mood, making negotiations more agreeable. He continued, now let us discuss some serious matters. Firstly, we wish to acquire the 3 velociraptor eggs you have listed on the trading channel. The official price will be 1 excellent grade upgrade scroll per egg. Absolutely. Liang Luo responded without hesitation, considering that was the maximum he could hope to receive on the trading channel, with no other bids in sight. Pleased with Liang Luo's prompt agreement, Song Jianian proceeded with the second matter, regarding your excellent grade puppets. We plan to procure them in bulk at the price you have set in the trading market. However, we do have one condition. You cannot sell these excellent grade puppets to anyone else. A frown creased Liang Luo's brow. It was clear that the officials intended to establish a monopoly over other survivors. While he was delighted to have such a stable long-term client, the restriction on selling to others posed a significant loss. After some contemplation, he replied, Mayor Song, could you inform me of the official procurement volume? Song Jianian responded. For our initial order, we require 30 excellent grade wooden puppets and 30 excellent grade rock puppets. We will pay you half the deposit up front and the remainder upon completion. As for future orders, there is no limit. Next month, we could easily require a minimum of 130. Furrowing his brow, Liang Luo weighed the pros and cons. Noticing his hesitation, Song Jianian continued, I wonder, Liang, have you ever engaged in business? Quality products deserve quality sales channels, and the officials control the obelisk, providing far broader distribution than you could manage alone. Moreover, I am not undercutting your price. You will still sell at your set rate, while your sales volume will increase. This arrangement is mutually beneficial. Liang Luo found merit in his words, and his frown relaxed slightly. Song Jianian's intent was clear. The officials sought to act as middlemen, claiming exclusive rights to puppet sales. After 2 minutes of reflection, Liang Luo considered that he was currently selling only a few puppets daily in the regional market. Perhaps due to dwindling numbers or the inadequacy of other survivors to afford them, it might be wiser to entrust the sales to the officials and alleviate his burdens. Thus, he replied, Mayor Song, I am indeed keen to establish a long-term partnership with the officials, but I have 2 stipulations. First, I can agree not to sell in the regional chat channel, but I must retain the right to sell in the district and world trading channels. Second, I require a minimum procurement quantity of 100 puppets each month. Should the volume fall below this threshold, our agreement will be null and void. These are my conditions. If you cannot comply, I must regretfully decline the collaboration. Given that district and world announcements could only be made once every 100 days and each individual could only make one purchase, Song Jianian was unconcerned. As for the procurement volume of 100, that posed no issue at all. Without hesitation, he agreed. Very well, let us draft the contract. He produced a long-term purchase and sales contract from his drawer, stipulating the price, delivery timelines, and the prohibition against sales within the region, among other details. Liang Luo found himself somewhat bemused. In this new world, what purpose did such a contract serve? Song Jianian chuckled awkwardly. Do not take offense, Liang. This contract is merely a formality, a precaution against untrustworthy individuals. I have faith in your integrity. Chapter 69, The Advantages of the Officials. Liang Luo had no objections and signed the document, both parties feeling satisfied with the arrangement. Mayor Song, if we were only discussing collaboration, we could have done so through the system chat. Is there something else you wish to address? You are quite astute. Indeed, I do have additional tasks at hand. Tasks? Liang Luo felt a flicker of apprehension, having not heard of such before. He cautiously replied, Mayor Song, I recall our previous conversation where you mentioned the officials would not impose mandatory tasks on us. Moreover, tasks could be discussed in chat as well. Song Jianian clarified, indeed, these are not mandatory tasks. You are free to decline. However, should you accept, there will be corresponding rewards and military merits. Speaking of military merits, Liang Luo felt a tinge of frustration, recalling that he was still unaware of the utility of the military merits he earned from the rescue mission involving Wang Yuming. Seemingly perceiving Liang Luo's thoughts, Song Jianian poured some water into their cups. The sight of a former mayor personally refilling his cup left Liang Luo feeling somewhat astonished. Then Song Jianian leisurely continued, before discussing the tasks, I wish to converse about something else. Do you not feel that, under the law of the jungle in this world, the existence of the officials has become somewhat inconsequential? This question posed a challenge for Liang Luo to answer, as the previous order had indeed crumbled, and the officials lacked overwhelming power. Now, survivors ruled independently. Yet, he knew he must phrase his response delicately. The officials possess a vast organizational structure and military force. Even if they can currently only mobilize a fraction of it, they remain the most formidable organization. Song Jianian nodded before posing a second question. Let me ask you this. Under the current rules, what do you believe is the key to rapid development in establishing an advantage? Or to rephrase, what qualities enable a person to become a strong individual? Liang Luo found himself momentarily stumped. Was it ability? Character? After a brief contemplation, he replied, Mayor Song, I believe that to surpass others and become strong, one must possess numerous admirable qualities. Yet, given the present circumstances, the most crucial factor is luck. Every S-grade survivor undoubtedly began their journey on a welfare-grade island during the novice phase, blessed with extraordinary luck that allowed them to establish and continually accumulate advantages. Song Jianian nodded thoughtfully, but then shook his head. While luck is undeniably important, have you ever heard the saying that wealth acquired through luck will eventually be lost through lack of skill? Relying solely on luck is insufficient. Thus, let me pose a third question. Have you encountered any islands recently that are particularly suitable for your strategies? Upon hearing this, Liang Luo felt a jolt of realization. Momentarily rendered speechless, Song Jinyan's three seemingly unrelated questions had illuminated something for him. It was the quantity and quality of the islands explored. This was a vital factor in maintaining a competitive edge. Without hesitation, Liang Luo exclaimed, "It is indeed the exploration of islands that is key to staying ahead." A satisfied smile graced Song Jinyan's lips. "You are sharp. You grasped it immediately." Indeed, within the confines of this game's rules, the ability to swiftly locate islands that match one's difficulty level is a crucial element in maintaining an advantage. The rise and fall of islands are inherently unpredictable. Thus, the likelihood of discovering an island is independent of your sailing speed, resting solely on the extent of your radar detection range, unless, of course, someone provides you with pertinent information. Liang Luo nodded vigorously, signaling Song Jinyan to continue. Song Jinyan elaborated, "Imagine, you can conquer only one island a week, while I am able to conquer two. More critically, if both islands I conquer align with my capabilities, whereas the ones you find are either too arduous or too simplistic, resulting in a significant expenditure of time in navigation and island searching, then surely your chances of acquiring fortunate opportunities and treasures diminish considerably compared to mine. Even if fortune favors you temporarily, I will inevitably surpass you." Song Jinyan spoke with undeniable clarity. Liang Luo had already recognized this issue himself. Realizing that he could average only one island discovery per week, sometimes even facing anxiety when unable to find any, feeling helpless in the process. However, Song Jinyan's words illuminated a truth for Liang Luo. Observing Liang Luo's clear gaze, Song Jinyan continued, "To address this dilemma, the system has already proposed a solution, the collaborative exploration scroll. Consider this. If an E-level survivor stumbles upon a common level island but lacks the capability to conquer it, that island becomes a wasted opportunity. Yet, if he invites you to explore together, you can seize the island and share some benefits with him. This creates a win-win situation. In our district, there are tens of thousands of D, E, and F-level survivors. If they all assist you in your search, wouldn't your efficiency in conquering islands significantly increase?" Liang Luo nodded in agreement, yet Song Jinyan's tone shifted. "However, this method harbors a significant flaw: trust. The greatest drawback of the collaborative exploration scroll is the inability to prevent mutual attacks. As the inviter, the most dreaded scenario is that a powerful individual you invite could annihilate you, seizing your treasures. Even if you are the stronger invited party, there remains a risk. For you cannot ascertain whether the F-level survivor inviting you is accompanied by other formidable allies, laying traps to ensnare you. Consequently, despite the scroll having been available for some time, few dare to utilize it due to the lack of trust." Liang Luo nodded, fully understanding. Just days prior, when Suin invited him to collaborate, both parties were exceedingly cautious and probing. Despite their familiarity, if two strangers were involved, the prospect of cooperation would be utterly daunting. Song Jinyan continued, "The optimal solution to this dilemma lies in establishing a platform where both parties can cultivate mutual trust, seamlessly connecting needs and supplies. This platform is the official system. The credibility of the official authority is unparalleled in the hearts of every citizen in Huaxia. This is our incomparable advantage." At this juncture, Song Jinyan's implication was crystal clear. As long as the official authority is willing to guarantee, it translates to countless eyes aiding in the search for islands amidst the vast ocean, thereby enhancing exploration efficiency significantly. Song Jinyan added, "In fact, we have already commenced this initiative, but it has been limited to our internal personnel and soldiers who are utterly loyal to us. Thus, our warriors' efficiency in conquering islands far surpasses that of ordinary survivors. Moreover, the official possesses an additional advantage: the hidden shop. Whenever any of our warriors or loyal staff discover a hidden shop, they promptly report to their superiors, and the official will allocate system currency to them for purchasing any necessary supplies, essentially acting as a purchasing agent. Therefore, for internal personnel, acquiring items such as upgrade scrolls, collaborative exploration scrolls, beast taming scrolls, and return scrolls from the hidden shop becomes relatively effortless and cost-effective. You are well aware of how elusive these hidden shops can be. Would you feel comfortable entrusting system currency to others for purchases? Perhaps just one or two individuals would suffice. However, the military is different. Each of our soldiers is meticulously selected, fostering unparalleled trust among comrades, with absolute loyalty to the official authority. Such organizational coordination is unattainable for self-serving individuals like yourselves. Given sufficient time, the official will undoubtedly emerge as the strongest entity in every region, and any assistance you require from the official will necessitate military merit. Therefore, do you still deem your military merit inconsequential?" Chapter 70, Dangerous Level Island. Liang Luo comprehended that the extensive discourse was intended to showcase the formidable potential of the official authority, ensuring his unwavering dedication to their cause. Nonetheless, he recognized the validity of Song Jinyan's assertions and hoped to leverage the official platform to explore islands more conveniently. A radiant smile graced his face as he replied, Mayor Song, what you say is far from the truth. How could I ever consider military merit to be insignificant? From a young age, my teachers instilled in me the values of loyalty to my country and love for my people. It is this belief that has underpinned my achievements today. Song Jianian felt a surge of delight at Liang Luo's response. At least Liang Luo had expressed his stance. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, he continued, while your strength is commendable for now, your lack of experience disqualifies you from becoming a core member of the official inner circle. We can only regard our relationship as one of cooperation. If you wish to obtain the latest island information and have the official guarantee, military merit must be expended for purchase, including items from the hidden shop, which will incur additional fees payable in military merit. By the way, the Dark Affinity Mastery Scroll we exchanged earlier carries a fee of 200 military merit points. Liang Luo grasped the implication. This was indeed a clever maneuver, establishing a platform for dual connections while collecting fees. Truly, the official reigns supreme. He promptly responded with earnestness, Mayor Song, military merit is irrelevant. What truly matters is serving the people. The affairs of the official are my affairs. Now, what task were you about to assign to me? I assure you, I will accomplish it. Song Jianian nearly spat out his tea in amusement, waving his hand dismissively as he said, enough with the banter. This task presents a considerable challenge. In simple terms, we have identified a significant island that requires your exploration. You are to submit the items needed by the official, while any additional spoils will be yours to keep. This exploration task has been delegated by higher authorities, so you need not expend military merit to acquire information, nor provide any compensation to the informant. The collaborative exploration scroll will be provided by the official. Most critically, you must refrain from any acts of robbery against the discoverer of the island. Otherwise, it would tarnish the official's reputation with severe consequences. Do you understand? Liang Luo assured him, rest assured, Mayor Song, I would never stoop to robbing my fellow countrymen. Song Jianian expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, I trust you will not. Now, let us discuss the details of the task. This is a dangerous level island, discovered 3 days ago by an F-level survivor. Upon reporting the island's information to us, it immediately drew the attention of our superiors. As he spoke, he sent a document containing island information to Liang Luo, who opened the system to review it. Ding. Zombie island, dangerous level. Dangerous level. Liang Luo inhaled sharply. This truly posed a challenge. Song Jianian remarked, a dangerous level island likely harbors a core guarded by Tier 3 magical beasts. Have you ever engaged with Tier 3s? Tier 3? Liang Luo had encountered two. One was a Tier 3 wraith aboard the Dark Paradise, and the other was a Tier 3 raptor leader he had encountered a few days prior. He had slain one and driven away the other, although he had emerged victorious. It was largely by chance. The Tier 3 wraith, not being a combat type, could control an entire cruise ship, summoning various malevolent spirits to fight. Had it not been for the puppet's immunity to mental illusions, he would have been at a loss on how to confront it. Regarding the raptor leader, it was indeed a joint effort between him and Suin to repel it, so it cannot be considered a true victory. I have engaged in combat, but I did not emerge victorious, Liang Luo replied. Song Jianian's expression was grave. Escaping from a Tier 3 beast is already quite impressive. So do not force yourself to confront the island's core. Allow me to give you a brief overview. According to the discoverers, this island is an abandoned modern metropolis, with the primary danger being zombies. We do not fully understand the behavior of these undead creatures, but experts speculate that zombies are primarily attracted to flesh and blood. Your puppets are devoid of life. Perhaps these zombies will not attack them. Liang Luo scoffed. That is merely speculation. The experts have never encountered real zombies. How can they be so certain? Song Jianian replied. Regardless, your multitude of puppets will facilitate resource gathering, especially against zombies. Just consider. If the experts are correct and zombies do not attack puppets, you would be at a significant advantage. As for the island's core, avoid provoking it. This reasoning held merit. Liang Luo pondered and asked, how much military merit can I exchange for the steel I collect? Song Jianian responded, for each unit of ordinary steel you gather, you will earn 20 military merit points. For each unit of superior steel, it will be 50 military merit points. Regarding the purchasing power of military merit, it can be exchanged with the authorities at a 1-to-1 rate for ocean coins. Additionally, for this assignment, regardless of how much steel you manage to collect, we will grant you an excellent grade upgrade scroll as a safety net. What do you think? Liang Luo shook his head. A unit of ordinary steel has already risen to 80 system coins in the regional trading market, yet in this task, it is merely worth 20 military merit points. Superior steel can even fetch 200 system coins per unit. The ratio is rather disproportionate. He said, Mayor Song, how about this? I keep 40 of all the gathered steel for myself, and the remainder I submit to the authorities for military merit. Although he had acquired a substantial amount of steel on the Dark Paradise, he needed to manufacture a large number of steel puppets, upgrade his ship, and potentially sell some. Who would refuse extra wealth? Chapter 71, Zombie Island. Upon hearing this, Song Jianian frowned, remarking, you little rascal, you wish to take a cut of the official strategic resources. Do you realize how desperately our soldiers need steel at this moment? I can only allow you to keep 10, the rest must be submitted. This is merely 20 military merit points per unit of steel. It is rather paltry, Liang Luo said, feeling somewhat conflicted. Song Jinian, with a hint of resignation, stated, ordinary steel can be counted as 30, superior steel as 60. Does that sound fair? Liang Luo agreed, albeit reluctantly. Song Jinian's stance was firm, and Liang Luo felt it unwise to press further, so he conceded, intending to give Song Jinian some face. After all, he would not be setting foot on the island. It was merely a matter of sending his puppets to gather scrap metal, with the worst-case scenario being a waste of 3 days. With their collaboration finally established, Song Jinian felt relieved. Aside from Liang Luo, there were truly no other personnel available for this task. If Liang Luo did not participate, the island would be wasted. He patted Liang Luo on the shoulder, saying, good, good. I enjoy dealing with young people like you. You are straightforward. Though you are young, I have high hopes for you and eagerly await your performance. Having finalized their agreement, Liang Luo began to make the necessary preparations. Zombie Island has existed for 8 days, and 3.5 days have already passed. Liang Luo had approximately 1 day left for preparations. The authorities had already provided half of the deposit for the puppets, totaling 275 units of wood, 525 units of stone, and 750 basic magic cores, all intended to supplement a batch of excellent grade puppets. Additionally, the trade for 3 raptor eggs had been successful, and with the excellent grade upgrade scroll guaranteed by the authorities for this task, he now possessed a total of 5 scrolls. Liang Luo first took 1 scroll and upgraded the spear manufacturing book to excellent grade, allowing him to produce superior grade spears. Coupled with the excellent grade bow and arrow manufacturing book he had received from Suin days prior, his puppets could now be equipped with superior grade weapons in abundance, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Reviewing the remaining 4 scrolls, Liang Luo noted the need to upgrade various items such as the boots of speed, scale armor, and leather armor manufacturing books, as well as several spell books. It appeared there were too many items needing upgrades, for excellent grade upgrade scrolls would be insufficient. After contemplating which 4 to prioritize, Liang Luo decided to postpone that decision for later, focusing instead on the pressing task at hand. He placed the excellent grade spear manufacturing book on the crafting table, and the system screen displayed a superior grade weapon, a trident, measuring 25 meters in length, requiring 1 unit of superior steel and 2 units of wood. The excellent grade bow and arrow manufacturing book also allowed for the creation of superior grade composite bows and ordinary grade arrows. The superior grade composite bow required 2 units of wood, 1 unit of ordinary steel, and 2 meters of beast sinew or hemp rope. Liang Luo crafted one. The bow's body was wooden, featuring 2 iron gears, resembling a modern compound bow. After testing an arrow shot, it reached a distance of approximately 100 meters with impressive power. He had an excellent grade wooden puppet shoot an arrow, yielding slightly better accuracy than Liang Luo himself. Upon completing these preparations and procuring some additional supplies, Liang Luo returned to his Xuanwu ship aboard the Xianwei 3. Although Song Jinian had arranged a room for him, he felt an innate sense of insecurity in someone else's territory. The following morning, fully equipped and ready to depart, Song Jinian personally came to see him off, indicating the importance he placed on this island mission. With a heavy heart, he remarked, "Little Liang, regardless of whether in the old world or the new, the great rejuvenation of our Chinese nation is unstoppable. Here, we shall usher in a brand new nation. This moment presents a true test and an opportunity for you young people. Behave well, and you shall become a founding hero of the new nation. A rare opportunity to inscribe your name on the family tree." The grand vision laid out before Liang Luo felt as if it would take him 3 days to consume it all. Nevertheless, Song Jinian spoke with utmost sincerity, and Liang Luo was more than willing to accept the challenge. "Rest assured, Mayor Song, I shall exert my utmost effort," he replied earnestly. Soon, a message from the system echoed. "Ding. Survivor Zhang Guifan has utilized a shared exploration scroll to extend an invitation to you. Do you accept?" "I accept." With a flash, a cascade of blue light illuminated the surroundings, and familiar yet alien characters danced through the air, enveloping the Xuanwu and its 4 guardian ships. The radiance obscured the hopeful gaze of Song Jinian, and Liang Luo sensed that he was indeed a responsible leader, earning his deep respect. Unexpectedly, Liang Luo found himself invited to a joint exploration for the 2nd time, prompting a sigh of reflection. Moments later, his vision blurred, and he was transported to a completely new maritime expanse. The sky here was cloaked in ominous clouds, and the water was as dark as ink, mingled with a fetid stench of decay carried by the sea breeze. Upon reaching the bow of the ship to observe, he spotted a massive island less than a kilometer away, adorned with a few structures. The city appeared modest in scale. To his dismay, even from such a distance, the stench of death was palpable. He mused inwardly about the peril of stepping onto the island, fearing he might succumb to the noxious fumes. At that moment, a small vessel approached slowly from behind, resembling a 3rd-tier ship. A middle-aged woman, plump and appearing to be in her 50s, emerged from the cabin. her face adorned with a broad smile. "Oh, young comrade, you have finally arrived. I've been waiting here for 3 days. Where's your leader? Hurry and bring him out. I must have a word with him about this island, which is quite extraordinary." The woman's boisterous voice irked Liang Luo, but as it was their first encounter, he replied politely, "Auntie, there is no leader here. I am the official representative sent to carry out the task." Zhang Guofan looked at him with suspicion. "You? Aren't you just a child? As the old saying goes, without hair on your lips, you can't be relied upon to get things done. Surely, the authorities should have dispatched some capable soldiers. You have no idea how terrifying this island is. It's teeming with corpses. The officials have also provided me with ample resources as compensation. If you're not up to the task, don't overreach. Otherwise, it would be a waste of both my time and public resources. Do you understand?" The elderly woman continued to ramble on, her words grating on Liang Luo's nerves, and he felt his temper rising. "Listen, ma'am, there's a reason the officials sent me. It's not your place to fret. You should either stay on your boat or leave now. This matter does not concern you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guofan was displeased, her voice rising, ready to argue. "Hey, what's wrong with you, young man? How can you speak to your elder like that?" Ignoring her tirade, Liang Luo had no time to bicker with such a petty individual. It was a miracle she had survived this long. He activated the protective shield and returned to the cabin, steering the ship directly toward the island, while Zhang Guofan's vessel lagged behind, muttering curses. As they drew closer, the situation on the island became clearer. It appeared to have been a resort city, with beachfront villas and glass sea-view apartments, revealing shattered floor-to-ceiling windows and half-rotting corpses hanging precariously outside. The beachfront was littered with collapsed pavilions, overturned yachts, bloodied surfboards, and the scattered remains of human corpses, some still adorned with tattered bikinis. These bodies were highly decomposed, many reduced to mere skeletons, with various worms and creatures resembling hermit crabs crawling in and out of their eye sockets and mouths. Chapter 72. First Battle Victory. It seemed that this devastation had occurred some years prior, and even with his protective mask firmly in place, Liang Luo could not escape the pungent stench of decay. As for zombies, none appeared to be standing at present. The ship docked with a soft thud, and 3 exceptional wooden puppets leapt from the vessel, striding across the beach to inspect the corpses. Liang Luo did not believe these were mere ordinary bodies. When a puppet kicked one, it remained unresponsive. Could it be that these corpses were truly deceased? Where were the zombies? Or had the experts been correct in their assessment that these zombies showed no interest in the puppets? Regardless, the immobility of the corpses was advantageous, allowing the puppets to disembark without hindrance. Adhering to his principles of caution, Liang Luo commanded a significant number of finely crafted wooden and rock puppets to disembark, instructing them to crush the skulls of the corpses. A rock puppet approached one of the bodies, raising its axe and bringing it down with force, cleaving the skull open. Gray matter and black blood oozing forth. Given their state of decomposition, was there still flowing blood and brain matter? Liang Luo was no coroner and did not dwell on such matters. He simply desired to smash them all into oblivion. The beach soon resounded with the sounds of shattering skulls. After smashing about 20 to 30 heads, an unexpected event occurred, as a wooden puppet thrust its spear downwards. One of the corpses suddenly turned its head to evade the blow. Liang Luo immediately observed this through the system's video feed, unable to believe these were ordinary corpses. And he kept his eyes wide open, watching intently. Finally, they were not feigning death. His gaze sharpened, and he ordered the puppets to temporarily retreat as he witnessed the corpse's head rotate a full 360 degrees, its grayish-white eyeballs bloodshot and nearly entirely crimson. The entire body began to convulse, each joint bending to an impossible degree, movements that no living person could replicate. The corpse slowly stood up in an agonizingly contorted and rigid posture. Not wasting a moment, Liang Luo commanded the puppets to attack immediately. The spear pierced through its head, and the newly awakened zombie collapsed before it even fully stood. Yet, for every one that fell, another emerged. Suddenly, a decaying hand shot out from beneath the feet of one of the finely crafted wooden puppets, grasping its ankle. The puppet looked down and swung its axe to sever the hand. However, this action seemed to trigger something. The entire beach began to writhe, countless zombies crawling up from beneath the sand. Liang Luo was taken aback to discover so many bodies buried beneath the beach. The corpses that had been lying on the sand began to convulse as well, and within a minute, over 1,000 bodies were standing on the beach. Goodness, just this beach alone houses so many. Quickly, form a tighter formation, Liang Luo commanded through the system, directing the puppets. Most of the corpses were reduced to mere skeletons, clinging to scraps of flesh, with maggots crawling across their faces, and the stench of decay grew even more overwhelming. Had Liang Luo not witnessed similar scenes on Cannibal Island and the Dark Paradise, he would have been overwhelmed with nausea. At this moment, the zombies surged forward, clashing with the puppets, the numbers utterly disproportionate. On Liang Luo's side, there were over 100 puppets, 30 fine rock puppets, 90 fine wooden puppets, and 3 excellent wooden puppets. The odds were roughly 10 to 1. Fortunately, Liang Luo had swiftly commanded the puppets to consolidate their formation. with the rock puppets on the outer perimeter, encircling the others while wielding explosive shields found aboard the Dark Paradise. The wooden puppets formed the inner circle, thrusting their spears outward, while the three excellent wooden puppets, agile and swift, wielded bows and tridents, darting around the perimeter like assassins, harvesting heads. As for the steel puppet Liang Luo, he refrained from deploying it for the time being, unwilling to allow his personal guard to be tainted by the infected blood of the zombies. Standing at the bow of the ship, he utilized the system's identification function on a zombie. Ding. Zombie, an ordinary undead creature, a human infected and mutated by a special virus. Its brain is controlled by the virus, absorbing mysterious special energy from the air to sustain bodily functions, with the potential for further mutation and evolution. To his astonishment, this zombie turned out to be merely an ordinary creature, not even qualifying as a first-tier magical beast. He had initially thought he was merely sent into a survival game. But now he found himself with an unexpected experience card for a zombie apocalypse scenario. On the beach, both sides had been engaged in battle for 10 minutes. The zombies were densely packed, surrounding the puppets completely. Due to the overwhelming numbers, the puppets' long spears could not accurately strike the zombies' heads. Most thrusts landed on the bodies of the zombies, inflicting no significant damage. Meanwhile, the zombies at the back climbed atop those in front, akin to a game of human stacking, breaching the defenses of the rock puppets and charging into the protective circle to attack the wooden puppets. The wooden puppets, possessing far inferior defenses compared to the rock puppets, were dismantled into pieces under the relentless clawing and biting of the numerous zombies. The rock puppets in the front line were not entirely unscathed either. While the zombies could not break through their defenses, they could cling to them, pushing them over. A multitude of zombies pressed down on the rock puppets, immobilizing them and creating small hills of corpses. Damn it, Liang Luo cursed under his breath. Which expert claimed that zombies wouldn't attack puppets? Come out and see if I can't take him down. He had intended to assess the zombie strength first, but it became clear that their sheer numbers would likely prevent his few exquisite puppets from even securing the beach. He had no choice but to call for artillery support. System, unleash all cannons, bombard them. Liang Luo commanded. Boom, boom, boom. The three magical turrets on the side of the Xuanwu unleashed a barrage upon the horde of zombies. Particularly the fire turret, which launched fireballs with exceptional efficacy, resulting in widespread devastation. Liang Luo couldn't help but lament his lack of large-scale destructive magic. With the assistance of the Xuanwu, the density of the zombies diminished significantly, granting the puppets the space to maneuver and accurately target the zombies' heads, thus beginning to turn the tide of battle. Liang Luo deployed 4 excellent-grade wooden puppets and 6 excellent-grade rock puppets. The excellent-grade wooden puppets, armed with tridents and leveraging their superior agility over the zombies, danced like phantoms, claiming the lives of the undead one by one. The excellent-grade rock puppets were even more ferocious. Their towering 3-meter frames and fists larger than soccer balls could crush a zombie's skull with a single hand, prompting Liang Luo to applaud in delight. Before long, the 1,000-strong horde of zombies was eradicated, leaving the puppets smeared in blood. With numerous magic cores floating upon the beach alongside a few attribute scrolls, which Liang Luo collected. There were 90 primary magic cores and a total of 3 attribute scrolls, providing a total of 3 attribute points, 1 each to strength, agility, and constitution. The beach landing battle was a resounding success, granting Liang Luo a preliminary understanding of the zombies' combat capabilities. Individually, their strength was lacking, relying solely on their numbers. They could inflict damage only on the wooden puppets, while the rock puppets remained impervious, merely being overwhelmed. On his side, the fastest zombie slayers were the excellent-grade rock puppets, who dispatched their foes with the ease of slaughtering livestock. The excellent-grade wooden puppets performed adequately as well, though they risked damage if encircled. As for the exquisite-grade wooden puppets, they could only engage in ranged attacks against the vast numbers of zombies, avoiding close combat. It was evident that the excellent-grade rock puppets were the optimal weapon against the zombies, and the ensuing conflict would be a clash between stone giants and the undead. This scenario was anticipated, so Liang Luo had already commenced the construction of additional excellent-grade rock puppets from the beginning of his preparation. He currently possessed 15, with the manufacturing station working diligently to produce more. Chapter 73, The Silent City. For his next course of action, Liang Luo intended to send the excellent-grade puppets into the city for reconnaissance, to assess the distribution of zombies, identify available resources, and locate the core of the island. The city was modest in size, predominantly comprised of 3 to 4-story buildings, with villas being the most common. The tallest structures numbered perhaps 6 or 7, around 20 stories high. The architecture reflected the style of a Western resort city, as evidenced by the decayed road signs and shop fronts, all inscribed in English. Scattered throughout the streets lay various corpses, all motionless, enveloping the entire city in an eerie silence. Even the slightest noise from the puppets elicited no response from the bodies. These zombies are sleeping quite soundly, Liang Luo exclaimed with delight. Best not to disturb them. This time, I won't be cutting you down. And you needn't hinder my scrap collection. Let us coexist peacefully. He grinned, though even he found little belief in his own words. Liang Luo surmised that the island's core lay within those towering buildings, so he dispatched 6 excellent-grade wooden puppets to head directly toward them. Additionally, he sent 4 excellent-grade rock puppets, each leading a group of exquisite-grade rock puppets to scour the nearby villas and seaside houses for any potential threats. Liang Luo himself settled into the captain's quarters, opening the system panel and enlarging it. The views of a dozen puppets appeared simultaneously on the panel, resembling a military commander observing and directing from a control room. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman's voice echoed from outside. Hey, come out for a moment. I need to talk to you. Hey, Liang Luo had no desire to engage with her, but she persisted, her loud voice grating on his nerves. Exiting the cabin, he replied irritably, "What is it, ma'am? I'm rather busy." Zhang Guifan, having shed her previous unpleasant demeanor, now greeted him with warmth. "Oh dear young man. Am I really that old? I was wrong before. I spoke too loudly, so please don't take offense." "Huh, and yet you think you're not old? Calling you Ma is already quite generous," Liang Luo thought to himself, but refrained from voicing it. Zhang Guifan continued to ramble on. "I never expected you to be so formidable. You effortlessly eliminated a horde of monsters. The puppet master in the chat room is you, right? Truly remarkable. A young talent." Liang Luo impatiently interrupted her. "What exactly do you want with me? If there's nothing, I'm going back." Zhang Guifan replied. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry. I merely wanted to ask if you're married. You see, I have a daughter about your age, quite lovely. Last year, a man from our village offered 50,000 as a bride price for her, and I didn't even agree. Otherwise, that would have been your good fortune. I don't want your money. I only need you to give me everything you just picked up off the ground. My daughter is in this district. And once I contact her, I'll arrange for you two to get married." "Oh, what a perfect match. Is this all you wanted to discuss?" Liang Luo felt anger rising at Zhang Guifan's waste of his time. "You might not even get to meet your daughter alive. Have you gone mad over a bride price? If you keep bothering me and interrupting my work, I won't hesitate to toss you into the sea for a while." With that, 2 puppets prepared to leap onto Zhang Guifan's boat to seize her, causing her to scream and flee back into the cabin. Her commotion disrupted Liang Luo's train of thought. At that moment, a few puppets had lifted a small car onto the beach. The vehicle, rusted beyond recognition, was covered in moss and vines, resembling countless others strewn haphazardly across the road. Liang Luo examined the car using the identification function. Ding. Scrap car, utterly useless. Liang Luo then inquired of the system, "Can it be dismantled into steel?" With a clang, it was advised to place the materials into the furnace, where they could be transformed into steel. The furnace, a newly unveiled facility that emerged after the ship reached level 8, had been constructed by Liang Luo. However, its size was too diminutive to accommodate an entire vehicle. Attempting to scan the vehicle, Liang Luo was perplexed to discover that a direct transaction of the whole car was not feasible. The system's response indicated that it was an ineffective item due to the excessive variety of materials, prompting the request to scan a singular material instead. With no other choice, he resorted to using a laser cutter to disassemble the car into 8 separate pieces. Most of the dismantled parts were deemed useless, and the corroded metal was rejected by the furnace, the system indicating it was overly oxidized and thus unrecoverable. Only crucial components such as the engine and wheel hubs were acknowledged by the system. In total, a small car could be converted into approximately 8 units of ordinary-grade steel, a rather low conversion rate, but fortunately, there were plenty of vehicles littering the streets. To streamline the process, Liang Luo opted to trade the severed parts to Song Jinian, allowing him to handle the smelting. Song Jinian expressed his delight upon receiving the parts and indicated his hope for Liang Luo to gather more swiftly. Consequently, Liang Luo summoned all the rock puppets currently scavenging the seaside villa back to assist in transporting the vehicles from the streets. Upon returning to the captain's quarters, Liang Luo reclined on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the large screen displaying the perspective of an elite-grade wooden puppet. This view revealed a corridor within a hospital, the building being one of the most populated with corpses among the nearby structures. From the mortuary in the basement to the hospital lobby and the upstairs wards, some patient rooms were crammed with dozens of bodies. These corpses remained largely still, with a few occasionally turning their heads to glance at the puppet before resuming their feigned slumber, perhaps conserving energy or simply lacking interest in the puppet. As long as the puppet did not initiate an attack on the zombies likewise would not retaliate against the puppet. This observation led Liang Luo to ponder the validity of the expert's claims. Perhaps in the eyes of the zombies, the soulless puppets were akin to their own kind. Attacking such entities would expend energy without yielding any rewards, thus they would only retaliate when faced with a life-threatening situation. Back to the present. The entire hospital building was eerily silent, the only sounds being the creaking of the elite-grade wooden puppet's footsteps on the floor and the occasional buzzing of flies. Wait a moment, the creaking sound, the flooring here is wooden. Why would a hospital abroad have wooden floors? An idea struck Liang Luo. What if he set the building ablaze? This would eliminate the need to slay each zombie individually and would likely avoid provoking them. He recalled seeing news reports of buildings engulfed in flames, where the fire would surge upwards, with vertical shafts like elevators, ventilation ducts, and pipes creating a chimney effect that accelerated the spread of flames. The puppets surveyed the area. The hospital appeared quite old, adorned with a somewhat classical European decor style, with wooden door frames and floors, and even the walls were clad in wood. However, the elevator and ventilation systems were still relatively intact. It was worth a try. Even if it failed, there was little to lose. Determined, Liang Luo, experienced in the art of fire attacks from his time on Flower Island, where he had incinerated immobile second-tier flower spirits, knew that igniting an entire building would require more than just a small bottle of liquor and straw. He thought of gasoline. In such a vast city, it was improbable there were no gas stations. Chapter 74, The Candlelight on the Mound. Liang Luo shifted his focus to another elite-grade wooden puppet, which was conveniently stationed on the rooftop of another high-rise. He commanded it to ascend to the rooftop and survey the city for a gas station. Success. Gas stations were typically located in open areas, devoid of tall buildings, making them relatively easy to spot. There was one to the east and another to the west of the city, with the eastern station being closer to him. Without hesitation, Liang Luo dispatched the puppet for reconnaissance. Furthermore, abandoned vehicles might still contain residual gasoline. The rock puppets had already brought in 2 to 3 dozen vehicles, and by utilizing a laser dagger to cut them open, they could extract some brownish gasoline. Though aged, gasoline would evaporate, but Liang Luo was not looking to drive. As long as it could ignite, it would suffice. Before long, he had collected 2 small barrels. Meanwhile, the elite-grade wooden puppet had scouted the gas station, confirming that the nearby zombies were likewise dormant, posing no immediate threat. However, the challenge lay in retrieving the fuel. The gas was buried underground, and the fuel pumps had long since broken, making extraction difficult, and forcibly breaking open the tanks was not an option. After pondering for quite some time, Liang Luo decided to seek assistance from his superior. He opened the system to contact Song Jinian and explain the situation. Song Jinian replied, "Little Liang, I can think of a way to assist you, but since this matter is not directly related to acquiring steel, it falls outside of our task requirements. I can only offer my best efforts." What did he mean by that? Did he expect some form of compensation? Liang Luo inwardly complained. "Mayor Song, I am in urgent need. I previously saved Professor Wang and earned military merit. Can I use that as leverage?" Song Jinian responded, "That cannot be offset. However, gasoline is indeed a valuable resource, and the authorities require it. How about you share half of the gasoline you extract with me?" After some contemplation, Liang Luo agreed. Soon, a transaction request arrived. Upon opening it, a notification chimed. Survivor Song Jinian offers a high-pressure water gun in exchange for gasoline. Do you accept? He chose to agree. A water spray gun materialized before Liang Luo. Essentially, it was a fire hose connected to a small pump-like machine, with a thick water pipe extending 20 meters. The pump could accommodate 4 energy crystals. By submerging one end of the hose into the sea and pressing the switch, water would be expelled from the nozzle. With adjustable pressure, this device was designed for extinguishing fires or draining water in case of leaks, showcasing the official's well-equipped nature. Song Jinian also reminded him, "This is a loan. Remember to return it after use." Liang Luo handed the water gun to the puppets, and several elite-grade wooden puppets swiftly made their way to the gas station. The area surrounding the station had readily available empty oil barrels. Upon arrival, the puppets opened the fuel tank valve and inserted the hose into the underground oil reservoir, setting the water pressure to the minimum. With a hissing sound, gasoline flowed smoothly through the pipe. Who knows how much gasoline this gas station contained? After filling 2 barrels, 4 puppets carried the barrels and proceeded directly to the hospital building. At this point, the haystacks Liang Luo had purchased from the trading market also arrived. The elite-grade wooden puppets carried the hay up the stairs, stacking it at each landing and corridor, and then poured gasoline down the stairwell all the way to the mortuary in the basement. Throughout this entire process, the corpses on the ground remained utterly unresponsive, even as gasoline splashed onto them. The puppets also opened all the closed windows to facilitate combustion. After 5 arduous hours, the preparations were finally complete. An elite-grade wooden puppet secured the entrance door on the first floor. Now came the most exhilarating moment. Liang Luo stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the hospital building as a puppet hurled a torch through a window. No explosion ensued, but the flames spread rapidly, layer by layer, and within minutes, the entire structure was engulfed in fire and smoke. As dusk descended, golden rays of sunlight pierced the dark clouds, illuminating the city and dancing alongside the raging inferno. There were no sirens from fire trucks, no crowds screaming for help. The entire city resembled a lifeless corpse. Only one building burned quietly and eerily, resembling a candle flickering among the mounds of graves. Moments later, commotion erupted within the building, the front door rattling violently as numerous burning corpses crashed through the windows, plummeting from above. Some managed to rise again, others did not, yet not a single scream pierced the silence. Liang Luo gazed quietly, dazed by the unfolding scene. Time slipped by unnoticed. Night had fully descended, and no flicker of fire illuminated the hospital building. A squad of puppets opened the gate. Amidst the dense smoke and dust lay a floor strewn with charred corpses. Although Liang Luo sat within the captain's quarters aboard the Xuanwu, untouched by the acrid stench of burning flesh, the sight was grim. Beyond the corpses floated numerous spherical orbs. These were the zombies' magical cores. A subtle smile curved Liang Luo's lips. How many magical cores could this entire building possibly hold? Counting them would reveal the answer. A group of puppets, laden with backpacks, began collecting the spoils. Watching bag after bag of cores being transported to the beach, Liang Luo's spirits lifted. Even more exhilarated was Zhang Guifan nearby. Having survived merely 2 months, she fully understood the value of these cores, yet had never seen so many amassed at once. Greed transformed her gaze into that of a starving wolf eyeing prey. "Hey, comrade," she suddenly called out loudly from the beach. "I must speak with you about this matter. You see, I discovered this island. We should be partners in this venture. Shouldn't I receive half of the spoils?" Liang Luo, interrupted from his counting, turned with narrowed eyes and calmly replied, "Partners? You dare call yourself my partner? The official reward for discovering the island has already been granted to you. There is no partnership between us." Zhang Guifan, though slightly intimidated by Liang Luo's formidable demeanor, allowed her greed to overpower her fear and persisted, "Regardless, I found the island, so it belongs to me. You and the officials must give me half of everything you take." Annoyance flickered in Liang Luo's eyes. Yet recalling Song Ji Nian's injunction against killing, he swallowed his wrath and resolved to placate her. A puppet tossed a backpack before Zhang Guifan, containing roughly 20 magical cores, and said, "I'm in a good mood today. Take these cores, and do not bother me again." Misreading this as fear, Zhang Guifan pressed her advantage. "Hey, do you think I'm a beggar? I said half means half, no less." Before she could finish, 2 golden throwing knives pressed against her neck, slicing her skin. A bead of blood trickled down. "Crazy woman, I've tolerated you long enough. You think I dare not kill you?" Liang Luo's voice was laced with fury. Chapter 75. Comrades as stubborn as pigs. His patience was wearing thin. Even if he refrained from killing her, a beating and confinement seemed justified. Yet Zhang Guifan, terrified by the coldness in his tone and the gleaming blades, went pale, trembling, and fell silent. Liang Luo sheathed his blades. Zhang Guifan collapsed to the ground, eyes brimming with fear but still tinged with resentment. Suddenly, she screamed, "Murder! Murder! The officials are killing people." Panicked, she scrambled toward her cabin. With the noise fading, Liang Luo returned to the deck, illuminated by lantern light, and resumed tallying the magical cores. In truth, there were not many. 370 first-grade cores and 15 attribute scrolls. Some remained uncollected inside the building. But darkness hindered the puppet's autonomous search. They would return at dawn. Retiring to his room, Liang Luo lay down, contemplating the plan for the next day. All the fuel at the gas station had been extracted, for large barrels remained. Another station lay to the west of the city. Burning a few more buildings was feasible, but he felt the approach was inefficient. Firstly, other buildings lacked the dense zombie populations of the hospital. Secondly, zombies were notoriously difficult to incinerate. Their heads required prolonged burning. Many had leapt from windows and fled during the fires today. Was there a more effective method? Lost in thought, Liang Luo drifted into sleep. After an indeterminate interval, piercing screams jolted him awake. Lazily checking the system, it was not yet 6 o'clock. "Who dares disturb my sleep so early?" he muttered irritably. Just as he prepared to rest again, realization struck. He was on a zombie-infested island. Where could human screams possibly come from? The voice sounded remarkably like Zhang Guifan's. Rolling out of bed, he donned his coat and rushed outside. The Xuanwu lay roughly 100 meters from shore. Through binoculars, he spotted Zhang Guifan's boat moored at the beach, and she was venturing into the city itself. Had the woman lost her mind? Even he dared not set foot on the island, and she was merely an E-rank survivor, scarcely distinguishable from an ordinary civilian. How could she be so reckless? Peering closer, he saw Zhang Guifan burdened with a large sack of magical cores, clutching 2 more bags, sprinting wildly toward the shore. Behind her surged a massive horde of zombies. Her path led directly back to the building he had set ablaze the previous day. The scene was clear. This woman's greed knew no bounds. At dawn, while Liang Luo slept, she had returned to scour the hospital once more. She presumed the nearby zombies had been cleared, thought the hospital's undead were incinerated, and believed zombies would ignore her as they did the soulless puppets. But she had gravely underestimated the zombies' acute sensitivity to the scent of living flesh. Recklessly gambling on luck, she sought easy gains, only to be discovered by the surrounding undead. Yet why scream so loudly? Was she afraid other zombies wouldn't hear her? Liang Luo's head throbbed with frustration. How many zombies pursued her? The horde stretched beyond sight. No mere swarm, but a tidal wave of the undead. On the beach lay hundreds of vehicles transported overnight by puppets, and numerous rock puppets busily working. The elite-grade rock puppets moved sluggishly. Boarding the ship would take half an hour, and there was clearly no time for retreat. Abandoning everything was unthinkable. Liang Luo scratched his head. The saying rang true. One fears not the villain's cunning, but the fool's sudden inspiration. Rapidly weighing options, He resolved to dispatch a superior-grade wooden puppet to rescue Zhang Guifan. Her death would spell serious trouble. He ordered all rock puppets on the beach to arm themselves and form a formation, advancing toward the seaside villas. Zhang Guifan, burdened and chased by a massive zombie horde, was running surprisingly fast. Zombies lacked speed in short bursts, so the wooden puppet could intercept her. This time, he vowed to imprison her for 3 days before releasing her, or else call himself a dog. Liang Luo cursed his own foolishness. Yet, as the puppet neared within 100 meters of Zhang Guifan, disaster struck. From the horde burst forth a swift zombie, gaunt and pale but uncorrupted, eyes sunken black, jaw protruding with dense, sharp teeth exposed along receding gums. It ran on all fours, closing in rapidly. From its fingers extended a bone spike nearly 40 centimeters long, which it plunged into Zhang Guifan's lower back from behind, claws piercing through her abdomen. Her scream abruptly ceased as blood spilled from her mouth, and she staggered no further, her vacant eyes locking onto Liang Luo's. An emotionless visage belied any semblance of remorse, resentment, or fear. It was as if all cognitive faculties had been extinguished, leaving only a profound abyss of despair. "Damn it!" Liang Luo exclaimed, her countenance paling instantaneously. So, the advanced zombies had finally made their appearance. In this fleeting moment, the horde behind them had caught up. They pinned Zhang Guifan to the ground, eviscerating her, flaying her alive, and savagely tearing at her flesh. Large chunks of blood and flesh were violently ripped from her body. Severed limbs, intestines, and skulls were eagerly contested among the zombies. Before long, she was engulfed by the tide of corpses. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle rendered Liang Luo's face ashen. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her stomach churned violently. This served as yet another grim reminder that this was far from a mere game. It was a ruthless reality where lives could be extinguished. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in Zhang Guifan's demise. How would she explain this to Song Jinyan? Had she unwittingly dug her own grave? Fortunately, Zhang Guifan's death would not hinder the effectiveness of their joint exploration of the scroll, allowing Liang Luo to remain until the 3-day period concluded. As her thoughts spiraled, she snapped back to the present. Now was not the time for such musings, as the zombies, deprived of flesh, had lifted their heads to gaze at the exceptional wooden puppet not far away. The scent of blood had evidently activated their instincts. Their limited intelligence allowed them to perceive the puppet as an adversary, and the special zombies led the charge towards it. Fortunately, the exceptional wooden puppet was agile, evading the ordinary zombies with ease. Liang Luo commanded it to flee deeper into the city, steering the horde away from the beach. However, for special zombies surged forth from the throng, sprinting with astonishing speed, their straight-line velocity exceeding that of the wooden puppet. It wasn't long before the puppet was overtaken. The exceptional wooden puppet pivoted and executed a swift counterattack. With a thrust of its trident, it struck at the special zombie, which attempted to block with its sharp claws. The two weapons clashing violently. The puppet pressed down on the trident, twisting its body. Bone could not withstand steel, and the sharp trident shattered the zombie's bony claw. Seizing the moment, Liang Luo initiated an appraisal. Ding. Ghoul, a first-tier undead beast, an evolved form of zombie, possessing agility and the ability to shred opponents with its razor-sharp claws, capable of consuming other zombies to regenerate. Chapter 76, The Direct Confrontation. A first-tier creature? Based on their previous encounter, it seemed not particularly formidable. It appeared unlikely that it could stand against the well-equipped exceptional wooden puppet in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, the problem was that zombies do not engage in fair fights. 7 or 8 ghouls had already leapt from the horde, attacking as they ran. The exceptional wooden puppet fought back while on the move, but after about 5 minutes of grappling, it finally lost an arm to a claw, and a group of ghouls descended upon it, dismantling it into pieces. Watching the final moments on the screen, Liang Luo's expression soured. Just like that, an exceptional puppet had perished. Fortunately, it had bought precious time for their preparations. At that moment, the Xuanwu had docked, and all rock puppets had disembarked, making their way to the seaside villa. In total, there were 10 exceptional wooden puppets, 25 exceptional rock puppets, 5 exceptional steel puppets, and an additional 80 superior rock puppets. Aside from a few guards for protection, Liang Luo had deployed nearly all available combat puppets. Indeed, he did not withdraw his puppets, but rather summon more, relying on this strength to confront the tens of thousands of zombies. Once the puppet designated to draw the horde was dismantled, the remaining zombies turned and surged towards the sea. Initially, it was thought that having retreated so far, they would linger in place, but to his surprise, they approached once more. Had their intelligence increased? Or was there a first-tier zombie leading the charge? Regardless of the reason, Liang Luo understood that he had to engage immediately. He had planned several strategies the previous night, but now he was left with the most rudimentary option, to confront them head-on. Not far from the beach landing, there lay a luxurious villa complex, a veritable enclave of opulence, consisting of 12 exquisite villas adorned with marble facades and floor-to-ceiling windows, arranged in a linear formation along the shore. Each villa stood 6 stories tall, with each floor encompassing 200 to 300 square meters, all enclosed by a 3-meter-high wall. Within the complex, one could observe various exquisite, yet shattered statues and blood-stained, desiccated pools. The previous day, Liang Luo had instructed the stone golems to clear this affluent area, and it was here that he intended to confront the zombies. At this moment, Liang Luo's main force of puppets stood ready. The vast horde of zombies stretched infinitely into the distance. They initially rushed to the beach, howling at the Suin. But Liang Luo had already set sail away from the shore. He had tested this previously. Zombies feared the ocean and dared not enter the water. After their roaring, they turned towards the few exceptional wooden puppets stationed at the entrance of the complex. As the ancient military strategy states, when the enemy's numbers far exceed your own, one must divide and conquer. This was precisely Liang Luo's plan, to lead the zombies into each villa, utilizing the narrow stairwells to repel them layer by layer. He divided his puppets into 5 groups, each comprising 16 superior rock puppets, 5 exceptional rock puppets, 1 exceptional steel puppet, and 2 exceptional wooden puppets to serve as bait. As the zombie horde reached the entrance of the complex, the 5 exceptional wooden puppets dashed into 5 villas. The leading ghouls hesitated momentarily before dispersing to pursue. However, this time, each wooden puppet was only trailed by 6 or 7 ghouls, who, moving at high speed, quickly distanced themselves from the rest of the horde. They aimed to tear apart the animated wooden figures before them, but this encounter would be markedly different. The exceptional wooden puppets swiftly retreated into the villas. Upon entering, the ghouls were met with the massive hands of the exceptional rock puppets, whose sheer strength decapitated the first ghoul, its grotesque head crashing against the wall and splattering its brain matter across the surface. The ghouls that followed were left bewildered. Even the wooden puppet that had previously been fleeing turned around, its sharp trident piercing through another ghoul's skull. In the confined spaces of the villa, the newly entered ghouls faced a barrage of attacks from numerous puppets. Their bony claws could not penetrate the defenses of any rock puppet. Although the exceptional wooden puppets lacked sufficient defense, the cover of the rock puppets combined with their agility ensured they faced no significant threats. Their formidable offensive capabilities against the ghouls surpassed even those of the exceptional rock puppets, as the latter often struggled to seize the agile ghouls. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across the 5 villas, and soon, the invading ghouls were all eradicated. They could not even hold out long enough for the rest of the zombie horde to catch up. Observing this, Liang Luo felt a slight relief. Although the number of ordinary zombies behind was substantial, they too could not breach the defenses of the stone golems. It seemed that this battle could be prolonged. Yet the danger appeared manageable. Before long, the main horde caught up, and the battle was about to commence. All superior rock puppets secured the villa entrances as Liang Luo issued commands through the system. Within each villa, 16 superior rock puppets brandished their spears, blocking the doorways, while the other exceptional puppets stood ready to strike at any zombies that slipped through. With a series of piercing sounds, long spears penetrated the bodies of the zombies. Both sides embroiled in a relentless battle, devoid of emotions, neither party displaying fear nor retreat. There were no thunderous cries of battle, only the low, guttural groans emitted by the undead. Yet, the combat situation mirrored that of the previous day. Any attack that failed to strike the head proved utterly ineffective. Even when Liang Luo commanded the finely crafted rock puppets to aim for the head, their lack of intelligence and agility rendered them incapable of delivering precise blows. Thus, the primary function of these exquisite rock puppets was to serve as barricades, while the true destruction of the zombies was accomplished by the towering 3-meter-tall superior rock puppets stationed behind them. Liang Luo had also procured a selection of standard-grade axes and spiked clubs to arm them. With their immense strength, a single swing of the axe could fell 3 or 4 zombies. In no time, the entrances of each villa were piled high with heaps of zombie corpses, while a multitude of others remained trapped outside, unable to breach the threshold. Seated in the captain's quarters, Liang Luo attentively monitored 5 screens. Thus far, the situation remained within his grasp. However, under these circumstances, with the entrance barricaded by a mountain of corpses, the influx of zombies had diminished, resulting in a sluggish pace of extermination. If this continued, the task would not be completed by dawn, and he only had 2 days left. Just as Liang Luo contemplated his next move, reality proved his concerns to be justified. The door of one villa was unexpectedly breached, and he furrowed his brow as a zombie over 2 meters tall emerged at the entrance. This creature, bald and devoid of skin, was a grotesque mass of bloody muscle and exposed veins, its entire physique bulging with sinewy strength. The chapter unfolds into a direct confrontation. This bald zombie effortlessly toppled several finely crafted rock puppets with a single kick, even managing to lift one and smash it into the adjacent wall. Liang Luo's heart skipped a beat. Such a formidable zombie existed. A swift identification revealed it to be a giant zombie, a strength-based undead creature classified as a first-tier magical beast, lacking any remarkable traits beyond its overwhelming power. The description was straightforward, yet posed a significant challenge, as this giant zombie dispatched 3 of the rock puppets blocking the entrance in a single sweep. Engage it. Liang Luo commanded one of the superior rock puppets. Judging by their height, The superior rock puppet slightly surpassed the giant zombie, and its stony form should offer greater defense than flesh. Liang Luo felt a flicker of confidence. The ensuing clash did not disappoint. Both the superior rock puppet and the giant zombie unleashed their fists in unison, colliding with tremendous force. The rock puppet gained the upper hand, fracturing the giant zombie's wrist and causing its forearm bone to protrude grotesquely. Nevertheless, the surrounding ordinary zombies propped it up, and the giant zombie steadied itself, expressionless. It inspected its arm, finding it still functional, albeit unable to form a fist, and raised its other hand to continue its assault. In the meantime, the fist of the rock puppet bore some fissures from the previous exchange. How troublesome, Liang Luo muttered under his breath. The superior rock puppet caught the giant zombie's second punch with both hands. Nearby, another superior rock puppet wielded an iron axe, raising it to strike at the creature's head. With a resounding crack, the skull shattered, and the axe cleaved through the giant zombie's cranium. Liang Luo frowned. Despite the superior rock puppet's strength being sufficient to cleave ordinary zombies in half, it had merely split the giant zombie's head, indicating that its skeletal structure was significantly tougher than that of regular zombies. With the axe removed, the giant zombie's body collapsed heavily to the ground, only for a ghoul to emerge and begin feasting on its flesh. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed as several zombies crashed through the windows, crawling inside. Should they become encircled, the situation would become dire. Retreat to the second floor and secure the staircase, Liang Luo commanded. The puppets fought their way backwards, gradually retreating to the second floor staircase, while the zombies that had breached the first floor entrance surged into the living room, quickly filling the space. Similar scenarios unfolded in the other villas, with zombies smashing through windows, prompting Liang Luo to order a full retreat to the second floor for defense. The giant zombie posed a substantial threat, capable of shattering rock puppets. Liang Luo ascended to the deck, retrieving binoculars to survey the scene. Unlike ghouls, the giant zombies stood tall, significantly outpacing other undead, making them easy to spot amidst the horde. Through the lenses, he counted no fewer than 40 giant zombies among the dense throng, yet fortunately, they were scattered rather than clustered together. As long as they entered the villas one by one, 2 superior puppets could handle each with relative ease. Even in the event of multiple giant zombies appearing simultaneously, Liang Luo felt little fear, for within each group of puppets, there remained an iron puppet yet to be deployed, which would render the giant zombies virtually powerless. Soon, the staircase on the first floor became a mound of zombie corpses, with the remaining undead climbing over the pile. The increasing numbers placed immense pressure on the puppets, and even the superior rock puppet found itself burdened by several zombies clinging to it. While they posed no real threat, their sheer numbers hindered movement and heightened the risk of being toppled. Liang Luo's gaze flitted across the 5 screens, ensuring that the line would not falter. As the numbers swelled, he ordered the puppets to fall back to the 3rd floor. Swiftly, the 5 battling puppets retreated to the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Yet, with only 6 stories in each villa, retreating to the 6th floor left no avenue for escape, posing a significant risk of encirclement by the horde. Rising from his seat, Liang Luo stretched his neck, declaring, "It is time for me to take the stage." His next strategy involved dividing the zombie swarm into 2 segments. He had chosen this affluent community for its 3-meter-high walls, believing that isolating a portion of the undead outside would drastically reduce the numbers his puppets had to contend with. Though the exact count of zombies was indeterminate, he estimated there to be approximately 20,000. If Liang Luo could lure half away and then close the community's gates, only 10,000 would remain within. Dispersed across 5 villas, this would equate to about 2,000 zombies per puppet group, an amount manageable within their capabilities. Approaching the bow of the ship, Liang Luo surveyed the densely packed horde with a sense of revulsion. He activated the system, accessing the ship's panel and initiating the magical wheels. The 4 paddle wheels on either side of the Xuanwu surged forth, generating a frothy, sponge-like substance that enveloped them, forming 4 colossal tires. Advance, Liang Luo commanded with a sweeping gesture, and the Xuanwu surged up the beach, barreling toward the seaside villas. This 30-meter-long, 7-meter-high vessel appeared as a behemoth on land, its 2-meter-high magical wheels capable of effortlessly crushing ordinary zombies. The turtle shell formation shielded the ship's underside. Yet the magical wheels were not entirely sealed. Positioned adjacent to the beach, with no other structures obstructing the path, the Xuanwu navigated with relative ease. As they neared the entrance of the luxurious community, the density of zombies had reached alarming levels, with ghouls and giant zombies emerging sporadically to impede their progress. The giant zombies uprooted trees or electric poles, hurling them against the protective barrier, causing ripples to cascade across it. The lightning cannons aboard the Xuanwu were effective against individual targets, capable of obliterating giant zombies into fragments with a single bolt. However, due to their limited number and extended cooldown periods, Liang Luo was not inclined to linger. Charging forward, they reached the community's entrance, which was choked with zombies. And even outside the walls, a precarious pileup formed a small incline. Damn it! Even in the event that the gate is firmly shut, The relentless undead will still find a way to infiltrate, revealing that the horde is far more formidable than previously anticipated. Merely closing the door will not suffice to keep them at bay. However, the immediate priority remains to exterminate the zombies encroaching upon the entrance. The flame turret, which had remained dormant until now, is precisely what is needed for this moment. With a thunderous roar, two colossal fireballs erupted amidst the dense mass of corpses at the gate, capable of obliterating hundreds of zombies in their wake. The sheer explosive force of the fireballs temporarily cleared a swath of ground before the community's entrance. You four swiftly closed the iron gate. Liang Luo commanded his 4 exceptional wooden puppets. The 4 puppets leapt into action, descending from the vessel to secure the door, while the Xuanwu, positioned resolutely at the threshold, braced itself against the onslaught of the ravenous horde, their claws and teeth crashing against the protective barrier, igniting a radiant blue glow. Beside Liang Luo stood 4 steel puppets on guard. One of these puppets wielded a high-pressure water gun acquired from Song Jinian just the previous day. The nozzle of the water gun was inserted into a large oil drum, and as the puppet activated the device, gasoline spewed forth from the nozzle. Meanwhile, another steel puppet held a torch aloft towards the mouth of the water gun, thus creating a rudimentary flamethrower.